Gottes Wille, rasch töte mich dämmernd, ihr liegt da.
Through the Eyes of the West. On Mass Extermination and Suicide Attack. Continuation. According to the German media, the fact that the international conflict with North Korea has intensified in recent years is not due to North Korean threats against the United States, Europe, and Japan and the testing of weapons of mass destruction, but to Donald Trump's impetuous temperament. In August 2017, he responded to North Korea's numerous, not just verbal aggressions with the words, "North Korea had best not make any further threats against the United States. They will be met with fire and fury like the world has never seen before." From which the German public promptly drew the conclusion that the US president was just as crazy as his North Korean counterpart. Sem Ozdemir attested that Trump was a narcissistic president who makes policy based on gut feeling. Der Spiegel, which regarded Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov as the voice of reason because he had described the conflict between the United States and North Korea as a kindergarten dispute, demanded, "We have to calm the hotheads down." And the magazine said of Trump, "So this is also a lesson for him. If he wants to avoid a major war, he will only achieve results in this conflict with China and Russia, not against them. No amount of tough talk will help." In the meantime, North Korea has detonated a hydrogen bomb. The predicted range of North Korean missiles is constantly increasing and the interval between weapons tests is getting shorter. This makes the German European public all the more delusional in its agitation against Trump's efforts to put a stop to the North Korean regime. The most prominent advocate of appeasement towards North Korea has recently been former President Jimmy Carter, who is largely responsible for the Germanization of the Democratic Party that began under Lyndon B. Johnson. In the spirit of German peace policy, he predicted, "Until we talk to them and treat them with respect, I don't think we're going to make any progress," only to immediately state, seemingly incoherently, that Donald Trump would not do justice to the Palestinian people. Carter revealed his collaboration with the Palestinians most clearly in his 2006 book Palestine, Peace, Not Apartheid. Shortly afterwards, it became public that the Carter Center was heavily financed by the oil states. It is impossible to understand the current policy towards North Korea without taking a closer look at this most German of all previous US presidents. The triumph of multilateralism began with Carter. In his inauguration speech, which promised a strict commitment of American foreign policy to human rights, he proclaimed, "We have learned that more does not necessarily mean better, that even our great nation has recognized its limitations, and that we can neither answer all questions nor solve all problems." His wish for the end of his term of office was that we have enabled our people to be proud of their own government again. The reality, however, was different. Under Carter's presidency, from 1977 to 1981, the US turned away from Taiwan and towards Beijing, accepting the mullah's takeover of Iran and the accompanying loss of its own power in the Middle East. The American government allowed the Cambodian Khmer Rouge to continue their murders and condemned the Vietnamese intervention that finally toppled the regime that had killed 1.4 to 2.2 million people. Support was not only refused because Vietnam was allied with the Soviet Union, but above all because Carter's government did not want to strain relations with China. Carter became famous for pardoning all conscientious objectors to the Vietnam War as one of his first official acts. For a long time, his policy was by no means anti-Vietnamese or anti-Soviet, but above all pro-Chinese. This example shows how two presidents who appear to act similarly pursue divergent motives. While Carter's Vietnam policy was essentially pro-Chinese, Reagan's was anti-Soviet and pro-Western. The Reagan doctrine represented a return to unilateralism as a reaction to Carter's failed multilateralism. So it was Carter who withdrew most of the troops from South Korea to make concessions to China. Trump's call to Taiwan immediately after his inauguration was therefore by no means due to stupidity, but was politically consequent. These measures were not popular with the American people. Carter's defeat against Ronald Reagan was correspondingly clear. In the Electoral College, Carter was defeated by 49 electoral votes to 489. Carter was primarily proud of the fact that under his leadership, for the first time since the Second World War, the USA was not involved in an open military conflict. Like Obama, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, in his case in 2002 for his criticism of George W. Bush. After the end of his term of office, Carter contributed as a civilian activist, a role in which he was no less pleased than Obama is today, to the Kim clan gaining possession of the nuclear bomb. After North Korea withdrew from the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty in March 1993 and the CIA informed President Bill Clinton in October of the same year that North Korea most likely already had 2 warheads, Clinton believed he still had to act. "I was compelled to prevent North Korea from developing a nuclear arsenal, even at the risk of war." Plans for a military strike were being prepared at the time, even if such a strike was never the preferred option. American relations with North Korea took a new turn in June 1994 when Carter offered to travel to Pyongyang as a private citizen. It was agreed with the U.S. government that he should explore Kim Il-sung's foreign policy positions. During this mission, Carter grossly overstepped his authority as Clinton's unofficial ambassador by trying to spare Kim a loss of face as a self-declared negotiator. It can be argued that these talks brought North Korea back to the negotiating table, but the cost was enormous. Carter had torpedoed pretty much all of Clinton's efforts. He criticized the U.S. government in Pyongyang and publicly embraced the despot, whom he later repeatedly praised. He did not raise the U.S. government's most important demands at all. In the end, he blackmailed the U.S. government by addressing the press with his own assessment of the situation. "I personally believe that the crisis is over," he told the world public during his return without consulting the Clinton administration. The result of his mission was the Geneva Framework Agreement, which Carter had wrested from the American government rather than forced upon the North Korean regime. The Republicans quite rightly recognized Carter's tactics as appeasement, but were unable to prevent it, and the Democrats acquiesced to Carter's move, which took any possibility of intervention out of their hands. Carter's project and its foreseeable failure should also have served as a warning against the Iran agreement. A military strike at that time could have ended the horror at an early stage, but instead the course was set for today's evil by diplomatic means. Kim Il-sung died shortly after Carter's visit. Kim's son Kim Jong-un signed the framework agreement almost immediately after taking office. Le Monde Diplomatique reported on this in June 2017. Perhaps North Korea could have been persuaded in the 1990s to give up its nuclear weapons in exchange for security guarantees and economic aid. This was precisely the aim of the Geneva Framework Agreement of 1994. The U.S. wanted to reward the renunciation of plutonium production with the normalization of relations and the lifting of sanctions. In addition, 2 nuclear power plants with light water reactors were to be delivered in order to minimize the risk of nuclear weapons. However, the USA never fulfilled these obligations. End quote. George W. Bush is ultimately to blame for this failure. You could read this nonsense in almost the same wording in concrete, where North Korea's nuclear armament was even celebrated as necessary protection against the morally corrupt USA. 8 years later, the NATO war against Libya, which had once stopped its nuclear program in favor of closer cooperation with the West, proved the North Korean view right. End quote. The fact that the NATO war was preceded by a civil war, albeit a short one, is not mentioned, nor is North Korea's repression of its own population. Above all, there is not a word in such statements about the ideological change in North Korea itself, which did not only come into effect with the constitutional amendment in 2009. Kim Il-sung's guiding program was the so-called Juche ideology, a doctrine of unconditional economic and political self-sufficiency, which initially manifested itself primarily in anti-Japanese isolationism. This doctrine was a reaction to Kim Il-sung's strict rejection of the de-Stalinization of the Soviet Union. More significant, however, is the transformation of this doctrine into a readiness for total war, which was accelerated by the so-called Sungun ideology, military first. It began with the change of leader in 1995 and is to be understood as a belated reaction to the collapse of the Soviet Union and the associated famine from 1994 to 1998. This led to North Korea's rapprochement with China. In 2009, the North Korean dynasty removed all ML references from the constitution. In its 2012 amended wording, North Korea now openly referred to itself as a state in possession of nuclear weapons. During his second peace mission to free the U.S. citizen Igelin Mali Gomez, who was being held hostage by the regime, Carter apologized on behalf of the imprisoned man on behalf of the U.S. government, again without consultation. The State Department, aware of the ex-president's unilateral actions, had specifically emphasized that this was a private, humanitarian, and unofficial mission and that Carter was therefore not authorized to speak on behalf of the U.S. government. The Abendblatt wrote at the time, apparently, Carter also gave Kim Jong-un what he wanted: respect and recognition. The photos taken with Carter, hugs and respectful greetings on North Korean state television should not be forgotten by anyone who, like the host of the late-night show Last Week Tonight, John Oliver, believes that Trump's reactions played into the hands of North Korean propaganda. According to the North Korean count, there have been around 200 declarations of war by the USA against Pyongyang since 1997. Almost no matter which newspaper you opened or which TV program you watched, the unanimous response to Trump's speech at the UN General Assembly on September 19 was, "Trump threatens North Korea with total destruction." Some friends of peace seem to have harbored hope during Trump's first sentences. We don't expect different countries to share the same cultures, traditions, or even systems of government. Nevertheless, it was hard not to notice that Trump had set limits on non-interference. The very next sentence read, "But we expect all nations to fulfill these two core sovereign obligations, to respect the interests of their own people and the rights of every other sovereign nation." Trump's, and later Netanyahu's, references to the repression of the regimes in Pyongyang and Tehran against their own populations were ignored not only in the press, but also by the other speakers, who thus confirmed Trump's judgment. When decent or reasonable people and nations become bystanders to history, the forces of destruction only gather power and strength. In this sense, it was nothing more than a reminder of the real balance of power when he said, "The United States has great strength and patience, but if it must defend itself or its allies, we will have no choice but to totally destroy North Korea, which hopefully will not be necessary." Of all things, Trump's warning, "Rocket Man is on a suicide mission for himself and his regime," which adequately caricatured Kim Jong-un's delusional obsession with nuclear self-armament, was interpreted almost across the board by the German-turned-world press as an expression of Trump's own megalomania. While many in this country consider Trump and Kim to be equally crazy, the then German Foreign Minister Sigmar Gabriel was predictably differentiated in an interview with Bild and partially rehabilitated the North Korean madman. Kim Jong-un is not crazy at all. He is following a coolly considered strategy. If he has the nuclear bomb, then, so he thinks, his regime is secure. Because no one will dare to threaten him. Kim simply needs a security guarantee other than the nuclear bomb. End quote. The earlier six-party talks, which focused on those cryptic security guarantees for North Korea, had all failed. All U.S. assurances that it had no plans to attack North Korea fizzled out ineffectively because North Korea always sees any intervention in any rogue state as an attack on itself. This was demonstrated by the malice with which Kim Il-sung told his comrade Gaddafi, who was about to fall, that he would rather not have given up his nuclear program. However, even in Gabriel's way of thinking, the question is not really whether Kim Jong-un is acting sensibly or insanely with his threats to the USA. Rather, when Iran and Germany are worried about their profitable friendly relations, a German foreign minister cannot address the obvious barbarity of the North Korean regime without also addressing that of Iran, which is why it is better to keep quiet about both. To this end, in his speech to the UN, Gabriel once again called for the delusion of world sovereignty, Gerhard Skytte, to be strengthened. Although North Korea should be condemned by the international community, clear signals could only consist of diplomatic and economic sanctions. Export losses are the greatest sacrifice that today's Germans are willing to make for America or Israel. Existing treaties and agreements must not be called into question. This also applies in particular to the nuclear agreement with Iran. This became clear when the AfD politician, or Nazi, depending on your point of view, Alexander Golan pointed out in an interview that solidarity with Israel must mean that we are really prepared to risk our lives for the state of Israel. If the defense of Israel is the raison d'etre of the state, we must be prepared to send German soldiers there in an emergency. Namely that German soldiers would have to fight and die alongside Israeli soldiers. End of quote. The fact that the German government is not prepared to commit to a military deployment on the Israeli side in the event of a crisis, even after being asked by Bild, speaks volumes. In a similar vein, Lars Quadfassel criticized the deployment of the Bundeswehr in Lebanon a few years ago in his epitaph on the anti-German movement for not being pro-Israeli, but mocked the fact that German soldiers come near Israel at all. Merkel has also rejected the automatic military support of the USA in the event of a war between the USA and North Korea. Germany's role as a globally accepting social worker was particularly evident when two GSG-9 officers were murdered near Fallujah by members of the Iraqi Patriotic Alliance in 2004. The remains of Thomas Hafnecker are still missing. The SPD soon claimed that the USA was at least partly to blame. The insurgents, on the other hand, were quickly reconciled, as they immediately apologized for the tragic mix-up. They would have thought that the Germans were American special forces. If the vehicles had been marked as a German convoy and the security guards had stopped at the checkpoint set up by the Iraqis and identified themselves as Germans, they would have been able to pass. Germany's reliability in its foreign relations is exemplary. The Federal Republic never severed diplomatic relations with North Korea, which it took over at the same time as the GDR, and continued to operate the former GDR embassy in Pyongyang as a permanent representation. In 2001, diplomatic relations were officially established under Joschka Fischer and the embassy was opened. Through this liaison, the German government achieved that North Korea, at least on paper, moved closer to Western positions than ever before. End quote. Every time Germany announces that it has frozen relations with a country, this does not mean that they are seriously dormant, but only that they are no longer celebrated quite so publicly. Gabriel not only succeeded in sweeping the domestic political barbarity of Iran and North Korea under the carpet, but also in trivializing the foreign policy threat. Iranian and North Korean terror financing and medium-range missiles, all half as bad. On the contrary, the German government is proud of the fact that it has direct contacts with North Korea, right up to the leadership. We therefore have first-hand assessments that are also shared with our allies. Berlin could help to open channels of communication. Germany exported goods worth €5.7 million to North Korea in 2013. The loss of earnings should hardly be felt in comparison to Germany's other problem child and second-largest trading partner in the Middle East, Iran. The German Foreign Office website states the following about Iran. In 2016, bilateral trade increased by 22% compared to the previous year and amounted to €2.9 billion. With the hope of a clean diplomatic solution to the North Korea crisis, Germany is therefore primarily defending the Iran deal. Emmanuel Macron, who perhaps gave the speech on multilateralism while at the same time pandering to the needs of the world's population, also announced to Washington about Pyongyang. We have a responsibility, together with our partners including China and Russia, to bring them back to the negotiating table in order to resolve the crisis politically. France will reject any escalation and will not close the doors of dialogue as long as the possibility for such a dialogue and subsequent peace remains. End quote. So it was up to Netanyahu alone to point out the obvious in his speech. I know that there are still those who defend the dangerous agreement with Iran and declare that it blocks Iran's path to the bomb. Ladies and gentlemen, that's exactly what they once said about the nuclear agreement with North Korea, and we all know what happened to it. End quote. The only thing to disagree with is that the agreement with Iran is even more irresponsible than the Geneva Framework Agreement with Pyongyang ever was. The connection between Iran and North Korea, which the USA under Trump and Israel on the one hand and the Franco-German axis of collaborators with China and Russia on the other are establishing under opposing premises, is by no means merely symbolic. North Korea established its close diplomatic relations with Iran immediately after the establishment of the Mullah regime and supplied the theocrats with weapons of various kinds. Both support Hezbollah and Assad. Israel, on the other hand, has never been recognized by North Korea, which regards the entire country as Palestine, which is why all of Israel's opponents have been reliably supplied with weapons, technology, and personnel by North Korea over the decades. In 2007, Israel was only just able to prevent Syria from building a nuclear reactor with North Korean support, which, according to the IAEA, would have been identical to the reactor in Nayambyon. As a result of the nuclear deal, Iran is allowed to continue building missiles that can be equipped at any time with the help of the now virtually untouchable North Korea, not to mention nuclear exports to other gangs, in state form or not. The Iranian Shahab-3 medium-range missile, which is capable of carrying nuclear warheads, is a further development of a North Korean missile. It is significant that Die Welt came to the right conclusion in the title of an article that was thoroughly critical of Trump. Trump must pay for Obama's strategic weakness. Obama's policy of strategic patience was Carterism in practice. Obama largely ignored North Korea or drew red lines, only to retract them just as quickly. North Korea will not be accepted as a nuclear power, promised then Secretary of State John Kerry as recently as 2013 during his visit to South Korea. He forgot to mention that this could only be enforced if, for whatever reason, North Korea could suddenly be impressed by sanctions. At the time, the US made excuses by saying that it did not believe that North Korea could really equip a missile with nuclear warheads. Under Obama, the USA gave up its role as a world power and now acted in German style as a global street worker in state form. It will be interesting to see when Obama himself sets off on a trip to Pyongyang to step out of the shadow of the hostage-takers Carter and Clinton. Without China's backing, North Korea would never have been able to get its hands on the bomb. At the moment, however, Chinese officials seem to be asking themselves whether their little protégé is not over their heads. It was none other than Trump who got China and Russia to get halfway serious with the threat of economic sanctions against North Korea in the first place. Nevertheless, it is still questionable whether North Korea can be persuaded to pursue a different policy through economic sanctions. The famine in the 1990s was christened the Arduous March by the North Korean regime, and since then the population has been constantly sworn to similar efforts on the home front. North Korea pursues a bombs not food policy, which is also reflected in the distribution of relief supplies by the state. Military personnel and those loyal to the government are strongly favored. The Songbun system is the caste system appropriate to this practice. It divides the population into around 50 classes according to their loyalty to the government and determines the corresponding food ration. Large sections of the population who do not do well enough in this system have had to try for years to stay alive with soups made from waste, peelings, or even grass. It is assumed that even an oil boycott by China would not achieve any results in the medium term, as the military is estimated to have 12 months' worth of supplies. In addition, smuggling to and from China is already flourishing and is set to increase, and the regime is extremely creative in obtaining foreign currency, be it through Bitcoin theft or hostile operations on embassy premises. Russia opened a new internet connection to North Korea immediately after the tightening of sanctions, which could help Kim Jong-un direct his attacks. And with North Korean submarines expected to be capable of firing nuclear missiles, the problem becomes even less containable. In any case, North Korea has the bomb, up to 60 are suspected, and probably already or soon solid fuel long-range missiles. It is therefore to be feared that Trump simply came too late in this case to be able to do anything, which the international community will undoubtedly blame on him alone in the event of an emergency. The only hope is that what threatens to fail with North Korea will still succeed with Iran. Over 30 years ago, the United States of America had won the Cold War against the Soviet Union and thus remained the only superpower on the globe. Its defense politicians and military strategists apparently only had to answer the question of how the armed forces of a superpower that no longer had an equal opponent should be structured. In 1990, the USA had around 2 million soldiers, 23,000 nuclear weapons, around half of them intercontinental missiles, and 15 aircraft carriers, as well as a threatening number of fighter planes, warships, submarines, artillery pieces, tanks, etc., which cannot be broken down in detail here. During Ronald Reagan's presidency in the 1980s, the entire arsenal of weapons was generously modernized and medium-range missiles and cruise missiles equipped with nuclear warheads were stationed in Germany along the Iron Curtain. A force of this size no longer seemed necessary after the imminent collapse of the Soviet Union and the dissolution of the Warsaw Pact. America, however, still had national interests and enemies around the globe. Nowhere could the Allies feel secure without the military backing of the USA. The U.S. armed forces could therefore not only be reduced in number, but their technological superiority had to be maintained and they had to be regrouped for deployment on future battlefields, although at that time it was not yet possible to know exactly where these battlefields would be and what battle scenarios could be expected there. In view of the incalculable reorganization of the world after the Cold War, those responsible assumed, in short, that considerable new threats were to be expected and that disarmament should therefore not be overdone. This consideration was at least to some extent forward-looking, because at the time nobody could really imagine what state the world would be in a quarter of a century later. On August 2, 1990, U.S. President George H.W. Bush gave a speech to a select audience of military officers, military scientists, and members of his administration's defense policy staff, with British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher in attendance as a surprise guest. The U.S. president had peppered his speech with Kantian idealism, hoping to convince his audience of the correctness of his decision to reduce the American armed forces by a quarter in the coming years. The decades-long division of Europe is coming to an end and the era of democracy has begun. We are entering a new era. The defense strategy and military structure necessary to secure peace can and must be different. The threat of a Soviet invasion of Western Europe, carried out with little or no warning, is now more remote than at any time in the post-war period, and the spread of democracy in Eastern Europe has made the Warsaw Pact less relevant militarily. And after 4 decades of dominance, Soviet troops are withdrawing from Central and Eastern Europe. In a world no longer defined by an immediate threat to Europe and that of global war, in a world where the size of our armed forces is increasingly determined by the demands of regional conflicts and peacetime presence, we know that our forces can be smaller. Secretary of Defense Cheney and General Powell are working hard right now to determine the exact combination of forces we need. But I can tell you this much, we calculate that by 1995 our security requirements can be met with a force 25% smaller than we have today. Quote, end. The night before, a force of 100,000 Iraqi soldiers had invaded the militarily hopelessly inferior Emirate of Kuwait. On the afternoon when the American president gave his speech on the reduction of U.S. forces in the age of democracy and peace, which was obviously largely conceived before this invasion, the Kuwaiti emir had already fled to Saudi Arabia and the Iraqi troops had long since conquered Kuwait City. At the time, Iraq had around 1 million soldiers, battle-hardened by the war against Iran that had lasted almost the entire 1980s. In addition, there were 500,000 paramilitary troops and a considerable arsenal of relatively modern, mainly Russian, partly Chinese weapons, over 700 fighter planes and helicopters, 5,000 tanks, 3,000 artillery pieces, a powerful air defense system and a large number of Scud missiles that could be equipped with chemical or biological warheads. At that time, the Iraqi armed forces were considered to be the 4th strongest armed force in the world. In contrast, the USA did not yet have sufficient military resources on the ground to protect Kuwait from such an enemy. Similarly, its allies in the region, above all Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Turkey, would have been unable to push Iraq back without the help of the USA. In fact, if this aggression could not be repelled, it was to be expected that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia would be the next victim of Iraqi expansionism. An armed force capable of defeating Iraq first had to be brought in at great expense, partly from the American military bases in Western Europe, but mostly across the Atlantic. The deployment began immediately. When Saddam Hussein declared Kuwait to be Iraq's 19th province on August 8 and appointed one of his cousins as its military governor, the first American soldiers and fighter planes had already arrived in Saudi Arabia, from where the counterattack was to be launched. The first 2 American aircraft carriers had positioned themselves in the Persian Gulf, to be joined later by 4 more. The entire deployment took around 5 months. The USA used this time for diplomatic maneuvers and managed to get the planned military operation covered by the United Nations Security Council. The USA also succeeded in gathering an international coalition of 34 countries behind it, so that in January 1991 almost 1 million soldiers equipped with the most modern weapons were ready to attack in Saudi Arabia and on warships in the Persian Gulf, including over 500,000 Americans, 100,000 Saudis, 50,000 British, 20,000 Egyptians and 20,000 French, 15,000 Syrians, and 15,000 Moroccans, 10,000 Kuwaitis, to list just the larger troop contributors. On January 16, the UN Security Council's ultimatum demanding the withdrawal of the Iraqi army from Kuwait expired. On January 17, the coalition attack began with a week-long aerial bombardment that destroyed large parts of the Iraqi armed forces, before the ground offensive from Saudi Arabia began on February 24, which ended after just 4 days with the liberation of Kuwait and the surrender of Iraq. Thus, Secretary of Defense Cheney and General Powell finally had a real scenario after they were able to determine the exact combination of forces that the U.S. would need to defend its national interests after the Cold War, i.e. the global interests of a superpower that had to be able to lead the West and protect its allies. From then on, Operation Desert Storm served as a template for measuring the size of the American armed forces. But a superpower could not be content with being able to defeat a single opponent of this magnitude. What if a second crisis of a similar magnitude had escalated elsewhere during the Iraq crisis, which had lasted 6 months, in a way that would have necessitated U.S. military intervention? For example, an invasion of South Korea by North Korea, whose armed forces were hardly less dangerous than those of Iraq. Or even a successful coup d'état by the old party apparatus in the Soviet Union, which had not yet been wound up, combined with an attempt to prevent the reunification of Germany, which had also not yet been formally completed, by force of arms. In such a case, the USA could hardly have relied on its allies, the Western Europeans or South Korea, being able and willing to overcome such a crisis on their own. The Pentagon therefore developed the military strategic formula that the USA would have to have an armed force that could, if necessary, win 2 wars simultaneously in different places according to the Iraq template. However, such a trial of strength did not initially materialize. The Soviet coup attempt of 1991 unfolded not as a tragedy, but as a farce. At the time, North Korea was concentrating on developing a nuclear missile program, the realization of which U.S. President Bill Clinton was able to delay long enough with the help of a deal in 1994 so that the issue no longer bothered him during his term of office. Similar to what U.S. President Barack Obama intended to do with the Iranian nuclear missile program. The Yugoslav War of Secession, in turn, which was politically fomented by Germany and could no longer be stopped by the UK and France, required 2 further US military interventions, in Bosnia in 1995 and in Kosovo in 1999, but the scale of these did not come close to the Iraq scenario, as Serbia capitulated in both cases after a comparatively restrained aerial bombardment. Thus, by and large, the 1990s seemed to justify the idealism with which George H.W. Bush had justified the reduction of U.S. forces at the beginning of the decade. However, during the presidency of Bill Clinton, 1993 to 2001, who wanted to reward his voters with an extra peace dividend, the American defense budget shrank to such an extent, from over $550 billion towards the end of the Cold War to under $400 billion in 1995, a level at which it remained until 2001, that the modernization of the armed forces was also neglected. The European NATO allies reduced their military spending even more significantly, most drastically the reunified Germany. After losing 2 world wars, Germany had learned to loathe all war and unabashedly claimed that the Cold War had been won thanks to the social liberal policy of détente in the 1970s and the demonstrations of the peace movement in the 1980s. General Colin Powell, then chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, joked at a hearing in the U.S. Congress in 1991, "I'm running out of demons. I'm running out of enemies. I've come down to Castro and Kim Il-sung." Quote, end. Dick Cheney, then Secretary of Defense, had justified the decision in 1991 not to press ahead with Operation Desert Storm until the fall of Saddam Hussein by saying that it was not worth sacrificing the lives of even more American soldiers. Around 150 U.S. soldiers died during the liberation of Kuwait. It was only 10 years after the end of the Cold War that the New World Order, which had been talked about so much at the beginning, showed its real, hostile face. When Islamic terrorists destroyed the World Trade Center on September 11, they also overturned the strategy papers that had been piled up in the Pentagon over the previous decade. In January 2001, the new U.S. President, George W. Bush, appointed Colin Powell as Secretary of State and Dick Cheney as Vice President. Colin Powell now had his demons back and Dick Cheney a second opportunity to bring the conflict with Iraq to a consequent conclusion, but the strategic tasks that the U.S. armed forces had to master after September 11 had not been considered in the previous threat scenarios. To be more precise, the previous template for measuring the required size of the U.S. armed forces, i.e. being able to win 2 wars on the scale of Operation Desert Storm simultaneously in different locations, proved to be no longer realistic, not because such a challenge had become unrealistic, but because this threat scenario only represented part of reality. With the war against international Islamic terrorism, the previously identified trouble spots did not disappear from the surface of the earth, they were merely overshadowed by the new threat. This became clear when, after the military interventions in Afghanistan and Iraq, a regime change was enforced in a short space of time, but then another unforeseen problem arose. Without massive military support from America, the new regimes were unable to hold their ground against the armed resistance of large sections of the population. But how to prevail in Afghanistan against well-organized Islamic gangs supported by powerful tribes, or how to end the civil war between Sunni and Shiite militias in Iraq, was not in any of the scripts written in the Pentagon up to that point. As a result, the U.S. forces were tied to the theaters of war for much longer than had been envisaged when the respective operation was planned. In 2006, when the intra-Islamic religious war caused by al-Qaeda in hack-through terrorist attacks reached its first climax and the Taliban in southern Afghanistan reorganized themselves into counteroffensives threatening the pacification of the country, one of the old demons made its presence felt again. North Korea's first nuclear bomb test took place in October 2006. In 2002, when the USA was already militarily involved in Afghanistan and preparing for war in Iraq, Kim Jong-il had already terminated the nuclear deal negotiated by his father with Bill Clinton in 1994. The USA only reacted at a diplomatic level, as 3 wars at the same time were not part of the Pentagon's strategy games. In Iran, where the nuclear missile program began in August 2002 with the construction of a uranium enrichment plant, these events were undoubtedly followed with the greatest attention and satisfaction. The restraint shown by the U.S. government here was certainly not based on an incomplete threat analysis. In his famous State of the Union address on January 29, 2002, George W. Bush explicitly named North Korea and Iran, in addition to Iraq, as states that formed an axis of evil and clearly pointed out that America would not tolerate them being equipped with weapons of mass destruction. Some of these regimes have been conspicuously silent since September 11. But we know their true nature. North Korea is a regime that arms itself with missiles and weapons of mass destruction while starving its people. Iran aggressively pursues these weapons and exports terror while a small unelected group suppresses the people's hope for freedom. Iraq flaunts its hostility to America and support for terror. The Iraqi regime has spent over a decade trying to manufacture anthrax, nerve gas, and nuclear weapons. States like these and their terrorist allies form an axis of evil and arm themselves to threaten the peace of the world. In each of these cases, the price of indifference would be catastrophic. We will work closely with our coalition to deny terrorists and their state sponsors access to the materials, technology, and know-how to produce and deploy weapons of mass destruction, and all nations should know, America will do what is necessary to ensure our nation's security. We will not stand by while the danger draws closer and closer. The United States of America will not allow the world's most dangerous regimes to threaten us with the world's most dangerous weapons. Quote, end. This was certainly not idle chatter, as was soon to be realized in Baghdad. For the regime change in Iraq, Operation Iraqi Freedom from March 19 to April 18, 2003, the USA once again mobilized a force roughly the size of Operation Desert Storm 10 years earlier. Almost 500,000 American soldiers, a third of the military personnel still available after the reduction in the 1990s, plus 40,000 Allied troops, mainly from Great Britain. The Alliance's air force consisted of nearly 2,000 fighter planes, bombers, transports, and tankers. The U.S. Navy participated in the operation with 5, at times even 6 aircraft carriers, more than half of the remaining stock of this type of weapon, warships, and submarines. It can be assumed that the deployment in Tehran and Pyongyang was carefully studied in 2 respects. Firstly, they realized how dangerous it could be for a regime to take on a superpower, and secondly, they wondered about the U.S.'s ability to carry out a second operation of this magnitude at the same time in another location while U.S. forces were still deployed in the war or were engaged in nation-building in Afghanistan, in the war in China and in the war in China. Nation-building in Afghanistan, hunting terrorists in Pakistan and Somalia, maneuvering with allies, acting as military advisors or carrying out day-to-day routine work on American military bases around the globe. This question was also on the minds of strategists at the Pentagon. After the regime changes, the majority of U.S. soldiers could be withdrawn from both countries for the time being, but with the fatal consequence that the remaining occupation troops were not sufficient to enforce law and order in either Iraq or Afghanistan. In both cases, a troop increase was later necessary in order to do this job. As a result, after the conclusion of the actual wars, around 150,000 U.S. soldiers were deployed in Afghanistan and Iraq alongside the Allied troops and the national military and police forces that were still being established. A long-term active deployment of this magnitude over several years also means that considerably more personnel are tied up than are actually on the ground, because the armed forces have to be regularly refreshed with new personnel after a certain period of time on the front line, around 6 months. In addition, there was another factor limiting the military capabilities of the USA, which was well known not only to Dick Cheney, but also to America's enemies. The willingness of the American public to accept casualties in the ranks of its soldiers is extremely limited. It was not only al-Qaeda-style terrorists who did what they could to drive up the number of American casualties. The Iranian regime, for example, equipped its allied Shiite militias in Iraq and even its enemy Sunni Taliban in Afghanistan with the most suitable weapons, in particular IEDs, improvised explosive devices, mostly remotely triggered roadside mines, a weapon responsible for almost 2/3 of the U.S. soldiers killed and wounded. In total, more than 8,000 U.S. soldiers were killed and more than 50,000 wounded in Afghanistan and Iraq. Meanwhile, the increase in casualties on both sides of the front has become a characteristic of hybrid warfare, which combines military operations carried out with modern conventional weapons and asymmetric forms of combat. For example, by firing rockets at civilian targets from residential areas and exploiting the civilian casualties resulting from a counterattack for propaganda purposes in the associated media battle. The moral outrage of the Western public, which is touched by the number of victims on both sides, is used by the warlords of the asymmetric war as an asset in their military calculations. Modern hybrid warfare was first practiced in a professional and systematic manner by Hezbollah against the IDF in the summer of 2006. Currently, IS offensives demonstrate even more impressively the progress that terrorist organizations have made in carrying out complex conventional military operations. IS has also perfected the use of IEDs, previously used mostly as roadside booby traps, by using trucks loaded with enormous quantities of explosives, vehicle-borne BB-IEDs, or the suicide variant of these, suicide SB-IEDs, in large numbers for warfare. Meanwhile, a new confrontation was already brewing along the old front line of the Cold War. After Islamic gangs took control of Chechnya and Russia was hit by a series of terrorist attacks, Russian troops invaded Chechnya in October 1999. At this time, Vladimir Putin, director of the Russian Secret Service until August 1999, was already prime minister under President Boris Yeltsin, who resigned in December of that year to pass the office on to the prime minister. A year later, Vladimir Putin won the presidential elections in Russia. However, the war in Chechnya, which was intended to quell an inner Russian flashpoint that had been smoldering throughout the 1990s and was closely linked to Vladimir Putin's political rise, could not yet be clearly understood as an anti-Western maneuver by Russia, as it could also have been interpreted as an indication of an overlap between Russian and Western interests in the fight against international Islamic terrorism. Just consider that a not insignificant number of important IS commanders come from the Caucasus and that IS supporters proclaimed a province of the Caliphate in the Caucasus in June of this year. On the other hand, the Chechen War was a first step towards restoring Russia's self-confidence, which had been damaged after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Years later, the internal consolidation following the successful conclusion of the war in Chechnya was to lead to the serious threat of using military means to restore the lost sphere of influence in Eastern Europe. By the time of the Georgian crisis at the latest, there could no longer be any question of an ambiguous Russian stance. The military intervention in Georgia in August 2008 had to and should be understood as a clear demonstration of power directed against the West. It was planned after the NATO meeting in Bucharest in April 2008, where George W. Bush had invited Georgia and Ukraine to participate in the so-called NATO Membership Action Plan. Participation in this program would usually lead to NATO membership within a few years, as shown by the examples of Albania and Croatia, which joined NATO in 2009. In Bucharest, Germany and France were opposed to inviting Georgia and Ukraine to join the program at that time, but in December of the same year, the issue would have been on the agenda again and the admission of the two states would have been only a matter of the foreseeable future, if the war in Georgia had not postponed it to a now unforeseeable time. Moscow was able to draw far-reaching conclusions from the fact that the USA had only reacted to the crisis at a diplomatic level. The short war in Georgia thus became a prelude to the long-lasting war in Ukraine, which was taking place right on Europe's borders. It was probably no coincidence that Vladimir Putin dared to conduct the showdown in 2008, at a time when the US forces in both Iraq and Afghanistan were struggling with the greatest difficulty since regime change. In November of the same year, 2008, Barack Obama won the US presidential election. In his first State of the Union address in February 2009, he said of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, "We are in the process of carefully rethinking our policies in both wars, and we will soon chart a path forward to return Iraq to its people and end the war responsibly. And together with our friends and allies, we will develop a new comprehensive strategy for Afghanistan and Pakistan to defeat al-Qaeda and fight extremism. We will show the world in words and deeds that a new era of engagement has begun." Quote, end. That should probably mean something like, "Dear Iraqis, dear Afghans, please mind your own business in future." Such an attitude was understandable after years of never-ending war, but for the commander of the armed forces of a superpower it was conspicuously weak and despondent. Certainly, not so many US soldiers were needed in Iraq, because America had won the war against al-Qaeda and the Shiite militias supported by Iran at this point, after almost 6 years of bitter fighting. This was made possible by the troop reinforcements ordered by George W. Bush in 2007 and the alliance forged by General David Petraeus on the ground with the Sunni tribes in Anbar province, who had driven the al-Qaeda gangs out of their towns with American weapons and the help of American Marines. Barack Obama later sent David Petraeus with a troop reinforcement to the south and east of Afghanistan to try something similar again in the Taliban strongholds. Here, too, they were initially successful. But a US president who elevates his country's understandable war weariness to a guiding ideology instead of counteracting it can only bring about a disaster that he thinks he can talk away, a disaster that will sooner or later force the superpower to act. This is what happened in Iraq after the last US combat troops left the country in December 2011. Barack Obama cannot be held responsible for the Arab Revolution, even if it will have been entirely to his liking, but leaving 25,000 or 50,000 American soldiers in Iraq could perhaps have prevented IS from undoing what 150,000 US soldiers had already secured. That was a bitterly low number compared to the revolutionary idealism with which the wars were initially justified. However, in the age of IS, it can no longer be seriously claimed that more could be achieved with fewer soldiers. After the withdrawal from Afghanistan, 10,000 to 15,000 US soldiers should therefore remain in the country from 2016. In this way, every US military disengagement, the Obama engagement, is bought with a widening and deepening of the fronts between the West and its enemies. But this did not all begin with Barack Obama's presidency, because the fact that North Korea is now a nuclear power and Georgia is not a NATO member is undoubtedly due to earlier failures. In the case of Ukraine, it is above all the weakness of the Western European leading powers that is encouraging Russia to launch ever new offensives. And as far as the Iranian nuclear missile program is concerned, the current US administration with its nuclear deal may succeed in getting out of the affair by the time it is replaced. The next US president will then be the fifth in a row to decide whether the only superpower in the world will bomb Iran after all, or accept that the Iranian regime, like the North Korean regime once did, will take what it wants with impunity. The war against IS in Iraq, Syria, and North Africa, on the other hand, cannot be put on the back burner and will once again require the involvement of the USA if at least that minimum of peace within society is to be restored that could once before be enforced against the divergent interests of Sunni, Shiite, and Kurdish tribes under American occupation. While the current dangers in the Middle East and North Africa, where the Europeans should actually feel compelled to act, are less a military problem than a challenge to political will, Russia's offensives in Ukraine are once again bringing the question of the limits of the military capabilities of the USA, and therefore of the West as a whole, to the fore. States such as those in the Baltic states and Poland appear to have the political will to defend themselves against a Russian attack, but lack the military means to do so, while Western Europe seems to lack both. However, its nuclear weapons also make Russia an enemy for the USA that is much more dangerous than an opponent constructed according to the old Iraq template. The prospects would become completely uncanny if one were to come up with the seemingly ludicrous idea of testing the viability of the military doctrine, so fundamental for a superpower, of being able to win at least two wars simultaneously in different places, against Russia and China. However, China's provocations in the South China Sea in the summer of 2015, which coincided with the IS offensives in Iraq and Syria and the Russian offensives in Ukraine, suggest that such a horror scenario may not be so unworldly after all. China, whose armed forces today can be roughly compared to Russia's, has been pursuing an armament program for several years that exceeds anything the USA is used to from any of its other enemies, including Russia. While Russia is currently spending around $100 billion a year on the extensive rearmament of its armed forces, China is currently financing the modernization of the People's Liberation Army, PLA, with $250 billion a year, which means that the Chinese military budget is already half that of the US. If this comprehensive modernization of the VBA continues and at the same time American military spending tends to stagnate or even decrease, as is the case under the current US administration, China will have caught up with the USA in 5 to 10 years. At present, there is not much to suggest that the United States of America and the United States of Europe will react to this threat situation with anything more than worried diplomatic notes. There is little enthusiasm for war among the Western public, which is just further evidence of the moral superiority of the West. But there is also little understanding of the need to win a war that can no longer be avoided. In the Obama era, the idea that wars can be prevented by being prepared for them and seriously threatening them if necessary seems like a wild imperialist threat, even in the USA, until it is once again too late on another front. The opinion that the West is destroying itself is probably as old as the term West itself, insofar as it does not refer to a geographical area or its cultural specifics, but to a political subject, or rather the political subject of history. In any case, this opinion has existed since the USA established itself as a world hegemon, i.e., as a protective power of the world market, not of the world. From this point of view, the concept of the West turns out to be a political illusion, which at least has the advantage of alluding to a specific state or an alliance of states dominated by it, and thus also to the concrete historical conditions of its hegemony. However, the world market can break down in the crisis of capital, as it did in the 1930s, and we can still speak of subjects insofar as individuals in the forms of US democracy, for example, decided whether it should be restored by military means and thus ultimately whether those political forms should continue to exist in their own country at all. At that time, someone like Carl Schmitt sniffed the morning air and conjured up the downfall of the USA as a global trading power. He claimed to have recognized an accelerator against its will in U.S. policy, as it would only accelerate the implementation of the much-longed-for greater regional order that Hitler's Germany was after, i.e. the disintegration of the world market. The interests of world capitalism force an omnipresent, ubiquitous policy of interference and non-recognition, which presumes to give or refuse Washington's placet to any change in the situation occurring at any point on Earth. Its failure only proves that the Earth will always remain larger than the United States of America, and that even today it is still large enough for several Großraum in which freedom-loving people know how to preserve and defend their historical, economic, and spiritual substance and uniqueness. The USA, as the protective power of the world market, has in fact proved to be the exact opposite of such an accelerator against its will. Where they intervene, they usually organize interruption and postponement of disintegration. Sometimes for longer periods, sometimes only briefly, but it is in their interest, unlike the ambitions of colonialist and imperialist rule, to withdraw again, which can have catastrophic consequences for the people in individual countries, as is now the case in Afghanistan. But the whole enterprise is also only carried out for the purpose of protecting or, if possible, restoring world market relations, commonly known as human rights or Western values, and at the same time defending one's own state in this exposed position. The fact that there is any prospect of this means that in this state of unfreedom, Adorno, there are still possibilities in principle to prevent what the categorical imperative after Auschwitz requires us to prevent. Since the hegemon's defense of al-Qaeda in Afghanistan was successful, at least for the time being, its troops withdrew again, at least for the time being. And when it comes to world market relations, the country plays too small a role for a different policy to seem necessary. However, both could prove to be misjudgments. It therefore makes sense to regard the USA as the guarantor of a kind of residual reason and to be disappointed accordingly when, as in Afghanistan, the last remnants are given up. Since a German economic miracle was not to be expected here for a variety of reasons, the miracle of keeping the Taliban out of power without the presence of foreign troops was also unlikely to happen. Like Edward Luttwak, Die Welt, 12. 2021, Ariel sees the main reason for the failure of the USA in the fact that Pakistan's ambiguous policy was not seen through and this regime continued to be supported. It is difficult to assess whether the Taliban will now be able to resume their rule of 20 years ago immediately if this support were to stop now and Pakistan were to be put under pressure instead. Or whether a less catastrophic development than that before September 11th will occur thanks to some changes that have become possible at home and consequent sanctions. Many are reminded of Vietnam, especially the hasty withdrawal of the USA from Saigon in 1975, by the bitter images from Afghanistan. However, the only thing that justifies this association is the invasion of the capital Kabul by an armed insurgency movement that had been fought for years by the USA and other Western states, and the panicked reactions of the USA and others. There is nothing to link the ideology of the Taliban with that of the North Vietnamese regime or the Viet Cong in the 1970s. If one really wanted to compare the Afghan Islamists with a non-Islamic movement, it would be much closer to look at the Stone Age communists of Cambodia, the so-called Khmer Rouge. After all, they were overthrown by the Vietnamese army in 1979, but were subsequently de facto supported underground by Western states in the course of the Cold War against the government installed by Hanoi. If the terrible prospects in Afghanistan make anything clear, it is that there has never been a systemic confrontation between the West and Islam as there was with real socialism. If it were otherwise, the question would immediately have to be asked as to how the situation in Afghanistan relates to the country in which the jihadists have had the most sustained rule and have been in power for over 40 years, Iran. The smokescreen of the moderate factions of Islam, with whom a negotiated solution on power sharing in Afghanistan could be reached, has collapsed within a few months. With regard to the Islamic Republic, it is still being maintained after decades of failure. The verdict is even more damning if one makes an immediate comparison between the situation in Afghanistan and that in Iran. In Afghanistan, after 20 years, there is a retreat from an apparently unwinnable armed conflict, and it is not known exactly how much support the Taliban still has among the Afghan population. In Iran, on the other hand, even the regime has admitted that the majority of the population recently boycotted the fake presidential elections. And no voice with relevance has ever seriously called for the war-weary West to invade Iran. This fairy tale and the warning of Western warmongers against Iran is itself part of the ubiquitous propaganda for critical dialogue with the criminals against humanity in Tehran. Ultimately, no one can take the fight against Islam away from the local population in the Middle and Far East. What Iranian opponents of the regime are demanding across all currents is much more modest: that Western states and societies adhere to the minimum civilizational standards in their dealings with the Islamic Republic that they claim for themselves within Western democracies and in their dealings with other regimes, sustained reporting on and solidarity with popular protests, condemnation and sanctioning of the regime's crimes, and, ultimately, support for a regional and international coalition to contain the Islamic Republic, its proxies, and allies, including the Taliban, including Israel, Iran's Arab neighbors, and the secular Iranian opposition. The intervention in Afghanistan was originally justified by the Taliban's harboring and support for al-Qaeda. The Islamic Republic is a much more dangerous global jihadist actor that has just celebrated the inauguration of its new president Raisi with top terrorists from across the region. Those who do not want to pronounce the above consequences can also save themselves pithy slogans about Afghanistan. A policy that focuses on the moderate and democratic opponents of the Iranian regime between Jerusalem and Tehran, on the other hand, would mean hope for a better future for the region, hopefully also for Afghanistan in the medium term. The U.S. political scientist Francis Fukuyama scored a journalistic coup when he announced in the summer of 1989 that the Hegelian end of history had arrived, but that it would be realized neither in the Prussian state nor in communism, but in the victory of Western liberal democracy over real socialism. Religion and nationalism were the only two global phenomena that Fukuyama still considered to have a potential, albeit extremely limited, to disrupt the triumph of liberal capitalist modernity. More than 20 years after the attacks of September 11, 2001 in the USA, the constellations of the end of history proudly proclaimed by Fukuyama appear to have been reversed. The factors he identified as the last week spoilers of the triumph of liberal democracy, religious fundamentalism, and ethno-nationalism, have moved from the periphery to the center of events. In this world characterized by the survivability of anti-Western dictatorships and the intra-Western conflicts over nationalism and fundamentalism, the Islamic Republic of Iran occupies a special position. Among anti-Western regimes, it is the most consequent. Neither Russia, ruled by Putin, nor the leadership of the People's Republic of China permanently proclaim the destruction of the USA and Israel as a state goal. Instead, they want to compete in one form or another within the bourgeois order of political economy. Even North Korea's ruler Kim Jong-un was thrilled to be recognized as a state leader on an equal footing by U.S. President Donald Trump of all people, an idea that would probably give religious leader Ali Khamenei sleepless nights. The details of the history of relations between the Islamic Republic and the West, the most important stages of which must be taken for granted, cannot be presented here. Instead, the background to the astonishing assertiveness of the anti-Semitic regime in Iran against Western hegemony should be considered, which cannot be based on the comparatively low economic or conventional military potential of the regime in Tehran. Among the jihadists, the Islamic Republic is the most sustainable system of rule. Umar al-Bashir's Islamic regime in Sudan is history. The Islamic State only lasted half a decade. The Muslim Brotherhood failed in Algeria and Egypt, and Recep Tayyip Erdogan's system of rule is an Islamist authoritarian hybrid. It lacks both clear legitimacy through a Sunni hierarchical organization and a revolutionary guard. Furthermore, Erdogan's actions are not consequent. He has neither withdrawn from NATO nor broken with Israel. In contrast, the Islamic Republic of Iran is still a system of revolutionary jihadism that refuses to buy its hostility to the Western bourgeois world order, the USA, and Israel. So how is it that this regime, of all regimes, is repeatedly rewarded by the West with diplomatic advances instead of being criticized, boycotted, or even threatened with military responses to its attacks? This question will be examined in the light of bourgeois, left-wing, and far-right reactions to the regime. The working hypothesis is that the regime's anti-Semitism plays a relevant role in this constellation, without necessarily implying an ideological identity between Tehran and its Western interpreters or negotiating partners. At the end of these considerations, I will contrast the analysis with more recent developments in the Middle East and in Europe, which dramatically contrast the apparent return of the same old thing, and derive current conclusions from this. On the surface, it seems logical to focus today's analyses of the competition between Western states and their authoritarian antipodes primarily on Russia and China, which have greater military and economic potential than the Islamic Republic of Iran. Until 100 years ago, the competition between the great powers could indeed be described as a great game for imperial influence on the basis of economic and military power, in which ideological justifications played a subordinate role. With the October Revolution of 1917, however, the bourgeois world gained a new opponent. This explains to a certain extent the opportunism of the Western democracies and their collaboration with the fascist and folkish movements that emerged in the 1920s, which were also anti-communist. Before September 1, 1939, conservatives and liberals, especially in England, but also to some extent in France, saw National Socialism as a revisionist nationalist movement that could be satisfied by withdrawing the terms of the Treaty of Versailles of 1919. The fact that the loan-financed construction of the German war machine only made sense in the perspective of gigantic future raids, slavery and extermination was suppressed. And it is hard to imagine that such a plan could have been put into action without the delusion of liberating the world from the alleged Jewish plutocratic Bolshevik world conspiracy, which was used to justify the Vabank game. In 2019, former Foreign Minister Joschka Fischer, on behalf of many European and some American contemporaries, assigned the Islamic Republic of Iran a role similar to that of Neville Chamberlain's Nazis in the 1930s, that of an imperial revisionism that could be contained by diplomatic efforts on the part of the West. What role, then, should this great country with its ancient, proud civilization play in the region and in world politics? Without a satisfactory answer to this question, the entire region will remain unstable and the risk of war transcending the region will increase in the coming years. The Second World War had already been an asymmetrical war in a way, largely fought in conventional battle formations between regular armies, but on the German side as an anti-Semitic mission that transcended geographical and civilizational boundaries. In the case of Iran, this constellation is even clearer. Unlike Nazi Germany, the Islamic Republic has no economic or military potential that could compete with Western countries. Nevertheless, the rulers in Tehran have kept the major powers in check and on their toes for 4 decades. How can that be? A comparison with the other autocracies between Europe and Asia can show their strengths and weaknesses. The People's Republic of China is economically on a par with the USA and Europe. Putin's Russia has only its military threat potential left, which it unleashed in Europe in February 2022 with the invasion of Ukraine. However, both regimes lack an ideological glue that binds their allies to them beyond opportunistic calculations. The eternal Russian Empire is not a halo of glory that makes an impression on partners in Venezuela, for example. Not even in its own geographical orbit can the regime in Moscow develop lasting ideological appeal. Putin's war in Ukraine, which did not go according to plan, has destroyed ties with the Ukrainian brother nation instead of strengthening them. His apologists in other Western countries were put on the defensive by the invasion instead of having their position strengthened. Russian state propaganda has shown itself incapable and unwilling to adopt any kind of transnational pan-Slavic vision, instead fantasizing about Russia's total subjugation of Ukraine using genocidal methods. The People's Republic of China also has little idealistic appeal beyond its economic strength, as Eric Goodger wrote in the NZZ. In countries that have entered into infrastructure projects with China, they are keeping a close eye on the dependencies that result. The proximity to the Middle Kingdom is naked interest politics, not a stable alliance. In contrast, the Iranian regime compensates for its economic and military deficits vis-a-vis friends, collaborators, and negotiating partners throughout the entire world of Arab Islam, but also from Asia to Africa, Latin America, and Europe, with minimal effort. It is often claimed that the splendor of old Persia makes the Iranian Islamists special. However, they abhor all non-Islamic cultural artifacts. Even the Shiite religion offers no prospect of global ideological influence among Sunni Muslims or even among non-Muslims. Even if the most important proxies of the Islamic Republic consist primarily of Shiite Islamist terrorist groups. It is not any cultural peculiarity that makes the Islamic Republic so specific, but rather its propagated view behind the scenes of the alleged Zionist world conspiracy, which gives it power and supporters in the most diverse regions of the world. In order to get to the bottom of the appearance of immunity that surrounds the Islamic Republic's system of rule, we need to take a closer look at the components of the dichotomy of the liberal world order and its anti-liberal nationalist and authoritarian opponents, pars pro toto, according to neoconservative Robert Kagan in the liberal Washington Times in 2019, and demythologize the concept of the liberal world order. This is rarely if ever defined in the context of the history of bourgeois societies and their specific new mode of production, celebrated by Marx and Engels, but as a normative concept, as opposition to anti-liberal, nationalist and authoritarian tendencies, also as an affirmation of the social achievements since the revolutions in America and France, human rights and the rule of law. Added to this are the specifically European values of multilateralism and rules-based relations between states. Measured against these standards, Putin's Russia and the system of the People's Republic of China are indeed antipodes of the liberal world order and stand for dictatorial rule, non-existent or precarious rule of law and foreign policy adventures. But since Mao Zedong's death and the dissolution of the Soviet Union, they seem to be moving, at least to some extent, in an orbit that classical liberals such as Ludwig von Mises saw as the basis of bourgeois liberalism. In an economy based on private ownership of the means of production, albeit limited by state intervention, national economy, and nation-statehood. Post-Maoist China is developing its military power on the basis of its success in international economic competition. And even Putin's oil rentier state had to demonstrate a minimum level of domestic economic benefit by February 24, 2022, and was measured against this. This framework provided the basis for domestic resistance and Western criticism of dictatorship, corruption, and expansionism. What the Zeitenwende of the Russian invasion of Ukraine means for this constellation is not yet fully foreseeable at the time of writing. However, the lack of ideological legitimacy of Russia's expansionist policy in an international context has only become more evident since the Kremlin's war of aggression against Ukraine. The rulers of the Islamic Republic, on the other hand, do not even recognize the West as a competitor. The revolutionary leader and state founder Ayatollah Khomeini once proclaimed leitmotivically, "Economy, that is something for donkeys. We didn't make the revolution to fill our bellies. The goal of the revolution was Islam." The fact that the people of Iran now blame the Islamists' war adventures for their social misery is a problem for the religious leadership. However, it does not deter them for a moment from their mission, whose vanishing point is the destruction of the Jewish state. Despite all the historical and ideological differences, a comparison with Franz Neumann's analysis of the National Socialist behemoth offers clues to the nature of this unstate. The Islamic Republic's economy of resistance follows the parameters of a war economy with an apocalyptic anti-Semitic end goal beyond all bourgeois utilitarian norms. This antipode of all bourgeois liberal values is treated surprisingly mildly by many defenders of the liberal world order. It is by no means always necessary to assume that they sympathize with the anti-Semitic aims of the mullahs. The problem lies in the fact that the 2015 Iran deal called the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, JCPOA, and its planned relaunch by the Biden administration, is a key point to which today's definition of the good multilateral concert of nations is linked. That former U.S. President Trump's denunciation of the gradual legalization of Iran's nuclear weapons program is part of the path to fascism is an exaggerated but symptomatic insinuation by Madeleine Albright, once Secretary of State from the U.S. Democratic Party. If one assumes that what the defenders of the liberal world order define as rules-based international politics does not include the annihilation of one nation-state by another, then the first thing that should have been demanded of Tehran before any negotiations was a rejection of the daily proclaimed goal of the annihilation of Israel and the USA. Those who fail to do so, however, become hostage to Iranian provocations, look for justifications, and in the end may even blame the victim Israel with its nationalistic insistence on its existence for political upheavals in the West and the threat of war emanating from Iran. Gunter Grass' much-discussed poem in 2012 with the line "The nuclear power Israel endangers the already fragile world peace" is symptomatic here. This attribution of blame to Israel is a distant echo of Western reactions to Nazi anti-Semitism, which in the early 1930s was still dismissed as an understandable whim of a German patriot. Thus anti-Semitism became a diplomatic weapon of the anti-Semites. If its consequences were acknowledged, it would become apparent that this great country with its ancient, proud civilization, Joschka Fischer, under the rule of the mullahs is not seeking any role in world politics, but is pursuing the delusional mission of destroying Israel, on whose path lies war and devastation throughout the Orient. Since this mission cannot be achieved through diplomatic compromise, all Iran diplomacy is relegated from the outset to a parallel world beyond positive facts. A characteristic of this mindset is to put oneself in the shoes of Tehran's Israel haters and to engage in political astrology instead of measuring the other party by its actions. The successor states of the Nazi regime, Germany and Austria, were the pioneers of rapprochement with the Islamic Republic after the 1979 revolution in Iran. The so-called critical dialogue with the Iranian regime went so far as to de facto tolerate the regime's terrorist activities in Vienna and Berlin. Only the persistent investigations and the verdict of the German judiciary in the so-called Mykonos trial in 1997, which was enforced against pressure from German politicians, led to a temporary end to the wave of murders by Iranian agents in Europe. However, with the exception of the Trump intermezzo, friction between German-Iran policy and the approaches of other EU states and the USA diminished over time instead of expanding. What began as a German-Austrian special path of critical dialogue with the regime became the model of Western Iran policy. Barack Obama's Cairo speech in June 2009 can be seen as the high point and apex of this, showing that the offer of dialogue to Islamist anti-Semites had even deeper reasons than a false, formalistic understanding of multilateralism. In his speech, Obama defined headscarf bans, American interventions, and Israeli settlements as the main problems of regions and communities characterized by the Islamic religion. On this basis, it was only logical that Obama's dialogue with the Islamic world was reduced to one with the Islamic Republic of Iran, to the abysmal horror of almost all of its neighbors. For this Islamic Republic is the only relevant state actor that both ideologically promotes anti-civilizational resentment, anti-Semitism, and religious communal terror as a state doctrine and violently enforces them on a global level, the only components that have so far defined the common denominator of the Islamic world that Obama wanted to put into its cultural law. The Cairo speech was put to the test just 1 week later when the uprising against the rulers of the Islamic Republic broke out in Iran. In his speech, the American president had placed the people and the leadership as one. A life-and-death conflict between the two was not on the cards. Both the U.S. administration and the governments of the European Union refused to give any substantial political or even moral support to the democratic protest movement in Iran, which brought millions onto the streets. It appeared to be a threat to a nuclear deal with the mullahs that was being targeted. The supposed dialogue with the Islamic world thus became Western self-talk, as it could not claim to have open ears for the opponents of the regime in Iran or for the neighboring Islamic states threatened by the Islamic Republic. Quite different problems were articulated there, most prominently the terror of the Islamic Republic and its copycats from Al-Qaeda and later the Islamic State, IS. As for the anti-Semitism of the Iranian theocracy, Obama said in a justification of the 2015 Iran deal that their anti-Semitism could not prevent Iran's rulers from making strategic decisions about how to stay in power. Their interest in self-preservation would argue in favor of relativizing anti-Semitism in exchange for Western quid pro quo. Like his European counterparts, who regularly describe the regime's anti-Semitism as rhetoric, not the essence of the regime, Obama denied that anti-Semitism could be not an external ingredient, but precisely the basis of the Iranian regime's development of power and self-preservation. With a few exceptions, the 1979 revolution was unanimously welcomed by the Iranian and global radical left as liberation from cultural, imperialist puppet rule. The catcalls began shortly afterwards during the brutal persecution of the left in Iran by the new regime. In 1988 in particular, Iranian leftists were affected by the mass executions of the Islamist regime, alongside the oppositional People's Mujahideen. When Khomeini issued his death fatwa against the writer Salman Rushdie in 1989, it was initially left liberal intellectuals who sided with him. 10 years later, there was still a great deal of criticism of the Iranian regime, and of the German government's cooperation with the so-called reform Islamists under President Mohammad Khatami. For example, in 2000, the Sozialistische Zeitung published an article entitled Iran and the Heinrich Böll Foundation. Criticism of the reform movement unwanted. Bahman Niramand as a stooge of German foreign policy in Iran. Niramand, who comes from Iran, follows the shift to the right of his 1968 comrades by trivializing the reformist Islamists around Khatami. Thanks to its online archive dating back to 1999, the Trotskyist World Socialist website offers an insight into left-wing and left-liberal Iranian positions that has a certain representativeness far beyond this small organization. Until President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad took office, the regime in Iran was harshly criticized as an anti-working class dictatorship supported by the West for profit interests. The anti-Semitism of the Islamic Republic is also mentioned. This picture gradually changed after 2005. Initially, Ahmadinejad is presented as a man who represents a social populist position within a bourgeois nationalist regime. During the uprising in Iran against Ahmadinejad after the pseudo-elections of 2009, this position escalated into an accusation of alleged pro-imperialism by the supporters of Ahmadinejad's regime-loyal opponent, Mir Hossein Musawi. Anger was triggered by the suspicion that the opposition wanted to drop or relativize anti-Zionism. Ahmadinejad's hatred of Israel was criticized as empty demagoguery and his Holocaust denial as a tactical ploy for Israel and the USA. However, the offenses of Ahmadinejad's reform Islamist opponents are even more serious for the world socialists. They and their Western supporters are accomplices of the Western powers and their secret services, who are trying to exploit the political unrest in Iran to install a regime that will be more favorable to Western, especially American interests. The Trotskyists' Marxist-Leninist choice of words might not suit other leftists, but they were not alone in their defense of Ahmadinejad. We may remember the vehement discussion about whether Ahmadinejad's talk of the annihilation of Israel was in fact a mistranslation, Katagana Merper, of a correct demand under international law, George Schramm. It is remarkable that this understanding was based on a figure who represents pure anti-Semitism like no other leader of the Islamic Republic. In contrast to most other representatives of the regime, the former Revolutionary Guard Ahmadinejad has no leading position in the religious hierarchy of Shia Islam. He therefore lacks the theological identity of the regime in Tehran. Instead, he achieved international fame primarily with his anti-Semitic tirades and Holocaust denial in academic and media appearances. The tendencies towards an explicit affinity with Islam and Islamism from the alternative movement to the established academy are a special case in the left-wing apologies of the Islamic Republic. For example, Joschka Fischer, who later became foreign minister, wrote an apologia for Islamism as an anti-consumerist rebellion immediately after the Islamist uprising in Iran in 1979. In the same year, a whole phalanx of well-known authors from the undogmatic radical left published a special Iran issue of the journal Autonomy, which gave the impression that they had only been waiting for an occasion to throw all left-wing traditions overboard in favor of the fight against cultural imperialism in order to break Marxist categories and identifications in the face of Iran or to criticize criticism of religion as a defamation of traditional underclass culture, as Fathia Nagibzadeh wrote in 2018. 2 decades later, this view of Islam experienced a revival in the academic world, especially in cultural studies. The book Veiled Reality, Women, Islam, and the West by Christina von Braun and Bettina Mathis should be mentioned here in particular. This work has its origins in Michel Foucault's positive references to the Islamic Revolution in Iran and the cultural relativism represented primarily in post-structuralist terms. The question is, however, how strong the tendency to criticize alleged Islamophobia is today in comparison to the so-called critique of Israel. University apologies of Islam and Islamism as a pole of resistance against Western modernity have lost their nimbus at the latest since the mass crimes of IS staged by the media. The field of complaints against the Western bourgeois world is now dominated by post-colonialism and anti-racism. Their vanishing point is always hostility towards Israel. In recent years, the controversy surrounding the anti-Zionist Akil Mbembe and the constantly renewed debates about an alleged taboo on criticism of Israel in Germany have been at the center of intellectual passions, for example in the Initiative GG 5.3 Weltoffenheit, Initiative GG 5.3 Weltoffenheit, supported by German state cultural institutions and in many other activities to defend against the Bundestag's decision not to allow state funding for BDS events. Today, the Islamic Republic is also barely able to build bridges in the West through Islamophobic critical cultural relativism. What remains is primarily anti-Zionism in order to appeal to an anti-imperialist spectrum, for example in the media cooperation with the former leaders of the British Labour Party Jeremy Corbyn and the Spanish Podemos alliance Pablo Iglesias, for Al-Quds Day or the anti-Semitic New Horizon conferences organized by Tehran. Even if there are no statistical surveys and little literature on this complex, it is probably reasonable to conclude that among the AfD's self-proclaimed critics of Islam, consequent opponents of the Islamic Republic of Iran are a small minority. When the Trump administration withdrew from the nuclear deal with Iran in 2018, Alexander Golan condemned this on behalf of the AfD parliamentary group and accused Chancellor Angela Merkel of having no concept for maintaining the nuclear agreement and safeguarding German economic interests in Iran. AfD Member of Parliament Renee Springer took this position to the extreme. During the wave of protests in Iran at the turn of the year 2017/2018, he wrote a tweet entitled, "Stable Mullah Regime Instead of Civil War in Iran." According to Springer, the USA was trying to destabilize the Iranian regime. This was fueling the danger of a civil war in Iran and a subsequent wave of refugees heading towards Europe. We must therefore side with the regime, which according to Springer is the legitimate government of Iran. The brief attention paid to dissenting voices such as AfD member Petr Bystron, who condemned the regime terror in Iran in 2020, was less due to his standing within the AfD than to the widespread silence of the other parties on the regime massacres in Iran. In the right-wing identitarian spectrum around the publisher Gotz Kubitschek and his magazine Secession, the findings are even clearer. They express understanding for the anti-immigration motives of the pro-Israeli critics of Islam, but reject any positive reference to Israel themselves. According to the right-wing identitarians, right-wing expressions of sympathy for the Jewish state in relation to Islam are based on the misunderstanding that Israel is an anti-Islamic power, which has already been refuted by its alliances with Arab Islamic states against Iran. In addition, they are looking in vain for a deal, to recognize Jewish nationalism in order to receive support from Israel for German neo-nationalism in return. Kubitschek and his cohorts, in this case Martin Lichtmes, define their criticism of Israel in a way that is hardly different from left-wing anti-imperialists. This identitarian state was founded in a space that, despite all the Hasbara myths that have taken root in the minds of many local Israel fans, was stupidly already colonized. It could only be constituted through violence, terrorism, war, and ethnic cleansing. The sober fact is that Israel was established as a nation-state on a slippery slope. The author Joachim Brun once critically remarked on the scheme of anti-Zionism from left to right that it consists above all of the phantasm that other states grow peacefully out of the ground, are born with borders, a monopoly on the use of force, an army, and all the other ingredients of orderly state authority, while in the case of Israel an artificial state is simply conceived from the test tube and implanted in Palestine. In this nationalist delusion, left-wing and right-wing friends of Palestine are essentially in agreement. Kubitschek and company ultimately formulate the goal of German nationalists as being to remain as neutral as possible towards the states of the Middle East. The new right Russian journalist Alexander Dugin, who is also well received in this country, goes one step further and calls for a clear partisanship for the Islamic Republic in the Saudi-Iranian fight Islam against Islam. He argues that the Sunni Wahhabism prevailing in Saudi Arabia is a fanatical dogmatism that clings bureaucratically and pedantically to religious texts and thus excludes any spiritual or mystical dimension. The Islamic Republic, on the other hand, is a state that is less committed to the literal interpretation of the Quran than to a political theology with an anti-Western orientation. For Dugin, the Sunni Wahhabism of the Saudis thus represents what is foreign about Islam, while the Shiite Islamic Republic offers itself to him as a projection screen for his own anti-liberal traditionalism. Syed Ali Reza Mousavi, an Iranian supporter of the Islamic Republic with a doctorate in Germany, confirms this in his articles in the New Right Secession by praising Shiite Islam as an instrument of national mobilization and thus making it palatable to his right-wing comrades with a certain degree of success. There are prominent forerunners of this West-East exchange. In his journalistic search for clues entitled Right-Wing Populism and Jihad, Mark Thorner has collected numerous examples of how Islam of Arab and Iranian provenance borrowed from 20th-century European fascism and of the fascination of Western right-wing extremists with the resilience of Islamism against the decadence of Western liberalism. Neither Alexander Dugin nor Ali Reza Mousavi place the elements of anti-Semitism in the ideology of the Islamic Republic at the center of their anti-liberal explanations. On January 23, 2023, the European Council once again decided not to place the Islamic Republic of Iran's Revolutionary Guards, IRGC, on the EU list of terrorist organizations. A week earlier, more than 10,000 demonstrators in front of the European Parliament in Strasbourg and a resolution adopted by a majority of this parliament had demanded this. The relevant meeting of foreign ministers of the European Council decided instead to impose sanctions against 18 leaders and 19 organizations of the Islamic Republic, but not against the Revolutionary Guards as a whole. The EU terror list is a sanctions instrument that was created in 2001 after the attacks of September 11. The assets of the groups listed on it are frozen and any support is prohibited. If applied to the Revolutionary Guards, who dominate the Iranian economy, this would be a severe blow to the regime. The listing of the Revolutionary Guards has been under discussion since last fall, when German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock, Greens, expressed her intention to have this possibility examined. However, this was followed by numerous restrictive statements in the German political debate. Claudia Kohl, Greens, Minister of State at the Federal Foreign Office, stated in December that the Revolutionary Guards could be included on the EU terror list if an EU member state was either investigating or prosecuting a terrorist act or an attempt to commit or facilitate a terrorist act. This requirement has been met at the latest since the Federal Public Prosecutor's Office took over the investigation into several anti-Semitic attacks in North Rhine-Westphalia at the end of last year on suspicion that the attacks had been organized by Revolutionary Guard networks. In addition, a final judgment was handed down in 2017 against a member of the IRGC's Quds brigades who had spied on the former chairman of the German-Israeli Society, Reinhold Raab, as a possible target for an attack. However, the German government continues to claim that the legal conditions that would justify listing under the EU anti-terror sanctions regime in a court of law do not exist. This position is questioned both in the government camp by Bijan Gürseray, Secretary General of the FDP, and in the opposition by Norbert Röttgen, CDU. There was a lack of political will, especially as judgments outside the EU could also be used to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization. The argument of the opponents of listing that the European Court of Justice could revoke a hasty terror listing of the IRGC seems flimsy in view of the murders and attacks directed from Tehran against Iranian opponents of the regime and Jewish institutions worldwide. In the verdict of the so-called Mykonos trial against the murderers of Iranian Kurdish opposition members in Berlin, the Iranian state leadership was named as the client as early as 1997. Kazem Darabi, the leader of the terrorist group, had begun his intelligence service career with the Revolutionary Guards. In 1994, terrorists in Buenos Aires carried out the bloodiest anti-Semitic attack since 1945, the bombing of the Jewish community center AMIA with 85 dead. Argentina accuses Ahmad Vahidi, then commander of a special unit of the IRGC's Quds brigades, of being the perpetrator. He is currently Iran's interior minister. In Belgium, Asadullah Assadi, a diplomat at the Iranian embassy in Vienna, was sentenced to 20 years in prison in 2021 for planning an attack on a conference of the opposition National Council of Resistance of Iran. Like Jerseri, Rotkin cites the hope for a resumption of the JCPOA nuclear agreement with Iran, which was terminated by the U.S. administration under President Donald Trump in 2018, as the reason for the lack of initiative on the part of the Chancellor and the government. In fact, the situation with regard to Iran's nuclear program is dramatic. Recently, Rafael Grossi, the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, warned that the Iranian regime had amassed enough material for several nuclear bombs. According to the provisions of the JCPOA, the EU should have introduced snapback sanctions against the Islamic Republic long ago. The EU and the US government under President Barack Obama once touted this option of sanctions without Russia or China having the right of veto as a security guarantee. Now they are shying away from this measure. Consideration for the nuclear agreement seems less and less understandable, as key clauses of the nuclear agreement have already expired, such as the arms embargo since 2020, or will expire in the coming years. A new agreement would be an act of collaboration with an anti-Semitic dictatorship that has already come dangerously close to possessing nuclear weapons. The argument of the regime's opponents and their political friends is therefore that only the abolition of the Islamic Republic can put an end to the nuclear threat it poses. But the mere idealization of the hegemon and, as a consequence, the moral indignation about it, insofar as they equally want to know nothing about the conditions of hegemony and only reproduce the notorious back and forth between interventionism and isolationism of U.S. policy, also displace the existential judgment that sheds light on that state of unfreedom. Interruption or restoration of the normality of misery and coercion of capitalist forms of rule can never be anything other than, again, merely a postponement of precisely that which potentially springs from this form, when it can no longer be a form of the utilization of value, and has already been practiced to the last consequence by the Germans, with their auxiliary peoples, in the gross realm of the extermination camps. It was this acceleration of annihilation that Schmidt advocated by describing the world trading power USA as an accelerator against its will. Against this historical background, the policy pursued today by the Chinese Communist Party appears strangely divided. It acts as a willful accelerator as far as the imperialist attempt to destroy the world market from within, from the treaties, and to push the U.S. hegemon aside through Grossraumpolitik is concerned, but as an accelerator against its will as far as the threat to Israel is concerned. As the relationship to Islam in general and to Iran in particular shows, whereby what is special here is the almost achieved capacity to wipe out the state of the survivors of the extermination camps in the gross realm of the Middle East claimed for Islam. According to Memory, Fatah's Central Committee member Abbas Zaki described how this situation is viewed as follows: China will lead the world and is on our side. Beijing will accept whatever we accept, but knows we want to make Israel swallow the poison one drop at a time. 7/10/2021. The power of the sovereign, which is there to punish the breach of treaties, is smuggled into the treaties themselves, so to speak, as if the fate of Hong Kong served as a template for the treaty. This is a new form of debt bondage in international relations. In the event that a loan is not repaid, the People's Republic conditions itself to be able to use a certain territory, e.g. a port, as if it were its property, including militarily. Such racket contracts are possible, which impose secrecy on the contractual partner for certain clauses, because no sovereign power can be established over the world market that could prevent them. To a certain extent, this transfers the double-edged concept of ownership within mainland China to international trade relations. Private ownership of the means of production is always on demand here, which is made clear to the owners through the threat of violence, at the time mainly the bosses of private tech companies. Real estate ownership cannot really be acquired, it is leased from the state party for 70 years, so to speak, and so on. Just how difficult it is to see through the racketization of the world market pursued by this party is shown by the contradictions in which Gordon G. Chang, for example, gets himself entangled here, although the potential for disaster inherent in this policy does become clear. On the one hand, Chang approvingly quoted the analyst Brandon J. Weichert. Chinese tech firms will have been so enmeshed in the world system, propagating new technology and products, that it will be nearly impossible to decouple, the ultimate objective of Trump's sanctions against China. 17/2/2021. On the other hand, Chang recently wrote, Xi's recent attacks on private business are undoubtedly more than a momentary event, something far more long-lasting than crackdown implies. At no time since the early days of the People's Republic has China turned so quickly inward, shutting off the outside world. 16/8/2021. In this context, it is more than grotesque that U.S. President Biden justified the withdrawal from Afghanistan, which had already been initiated under Trump and was presumably based on the opinion of the majority of U.S. voters, politically and economically, with the challenge that China poses to the USA and the world today, in order to promptly give the Chinese rulers the opportunity to present themselves as the beneficiaries of all this through its disastrous implementation. However, Caroline Glick has contradicted the recently popular equation of Biden's and Trump's Afghanistan policy. The agreement Trump reached with the Taliban was conditions-based. Since the Taliban breached the conditions, there is little reason to believe that Trump would have implemented the troop pullout. Moreover, Trump intended to evacuate civilians, both U.S. citizens and Afghan nationals who worked with the Americans along with their families, before pulling out U.S. military forces. In the last 2 years of the Trump administration, Trump reduced the number of U.S. forces in Afghanistan from 15,000 to 2,500, without inducing panic or emboldening the Taliban. He quietly evacuated U.S. civilians again without inducing panic or demoralization. Joe Biden's catastrophic judgment, israelhayam.com/2021/08/20/. In the meantime, something may have changed here, according to a recent poll in Commentary magazine. When respondents were asked if the U.S. did the right thing by withdrawing all troops from Afghanistan, the pollster found that only 28% of voters still supported full withdrawal. A majority, 50%, said that a residual American troop presence should have remained in Afghanistan. Another 15% said the U.S. should not have pulled out any of its forces. Even among self-identified Democrats, only a plurality still backed America's pullout from Afghanistan. Noah Rothman, it turns out Americans don't like to lose a war. In Commentary Magazine, 7/10/2021. Biden had already proposed the withdrawal from Afghanistan under Obama, whereby he is said to have cited China's changed policy as justification, according to Edward Lutwak, Die Welt, 12/9/2021. Just a few weeks after the withdrawal, the security pact called AUKUS was founded between the USA, Australia, and Great Britain, directed against China, and the support of Australia through the stationing of US troops was announced. As much pure propaganda is involved here on the part of China, and as much of it would have been heard even without the concrete disaster, and not least, as great as the difficulties will be to profit from the re-established Taliban rule on the New Silk Road, there is no question that economic and military cooperation with Iran will become even closer. This Holocaust-denying regime has already been all but promised full membership of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, an organization that, alongside the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank AIIB, can be considered China and Russia's biggest attempt to date to break a large area out of the global market, precisely in connection with the advance of the neighboring Taliban. Until now, Iran has only had observer status in the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Iran to finally take full membership of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, August 12, 2021. Moves come after Tajikistan and Uzbekistan agree to drop objections following regional security concerns in Afghanistan. Iran is finally set to join the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, after Tajikistan and Uzbekistan agreed to drop their objections. Iran had originally applied to join in 2006 and 2015, however, with the country like landlocked Tajikistan and Uzbekistan also bordering Afghanistan in addition to offering seaport access to the Persian Gulf and Indian Ocean, both nations have opted to welcome Iran as an ally. The secretary of the SCO's Supreme National Security Council stated, "Fortunately, the political obstacles to Iran's membership in the Shanghai Agreement have been removed and Iran's membership will be finalized through technical formalities." Even more than the Soviet Union, China had been an agricultural country before the revolution, 1949. Initially, the development was different from that in the young Soviet Union, but in the end it also led to the nationalization of land and the collectivization of agriculture in China. For the Soviet Union, the development can be summarized briefly and concisely as follows. First, war communism to the chagrin of the peasants, after they had appropriated the land of the large landowners on their own, then NEP, and finally collectivization. In China, things went somewhat differently. The phase of war communism was skipped. Under the leadership of the party, and in some cases even before the revolution, the small farmers expropriated the large landowners and distributed the land among themselves. 1946 to 1953. The economic policy of this period in the countryside can be compared with the NEP, but this was followed by the nationalization of land and the collectivization of agriculture. From 1953. In 1953, at the beginning of the first five-year plan, which aimed to achieve economic self-sufficiency and increased industrialization in China, the CCP, Chinese Communist Party, decreed a state grain monopoly, set delivery quotas and purchase prices, and forced the collectivization of agriculture. In 1953, just 0.23% of farming households were organized in cooperatives. By 1957, this figure had risen to 97.4%. In most cases, villages were grouped together, predominantly into higher-type cooperatives, in which all equipment, livestock, and fields in the village were considered collective property and only houses, gardens and small livestock remained the private property of the farmers. In these cooperatives, the principle of to each according to his work was to be enforced through a work point system. For different categories of work, a certain number of work points were awarded per hour, provided that the work nuns were observed, which were recorded in books. The farmers were then paid according to their work points, partly in cash and mostly in kind. As qualifications, division of labor and means of production were hardly developed in the Chinese province. The labor point system proved to be reasonably practicable. Nevertheless, complications arose. Some cooperative officials were reluctant to monitor the work performance of cooperative members and give them low points, while others took little account of work performance and gave more points to party-affiliated farmers than to anti-communist farmers. The second five-year plan was to begin in 1958, and Mao announced the Great Leap against opponents in the party who called for more realism and less speed. China was to be industrialized faster, socialism consolidated and communism achieved within 20 years. By completely abolishing private property, perfecting the planned system, mass campaigns, banning free choice of employment, mobilizing labor, and building infrastructure and industry in the countryside, because, in the regime's view, large amounts of labor lay dormant there. More than 100 million people were mobilized in semi-military units to work, often far from their homes, on irrigation schemes, reforestation or dam projects. The ruling form of production and ownership in the city and countryside was to become the People's Commune as an intermediate step towards complete nationalization. Thousands of households were to be grouped together in the People's Communes and organized politically and economically as a collective. An impression of how the regime envisioned the People's Commune can be found in the Trial Statute of a Rural People's Commune, which was published in Chinese newspapers in September 1958. According to Article 1, the People's Commune should be the grassroots organization of the working people and subordinate to the leadership of the Communist Party. Article 2 commits the People's Commune to consolidating the socialist system and marching towards communism. According to the socialist principle, consumer goods should be distributed to members in proportion to their labor. In time, to the extent that there will be abundance and members work voluntarily, the communist principle shall be enforced and basic foodstuffs shall be distributed according to need. Art. 3. All members of the commune must internalize the discipline of work. Art. 4 and 5. All members shall transfer their ownership of land, houses, land, livestock, trees, and means of production to the commune. Art. 6. The commune promotes the mechanization of agriculture and establishes its own workshops and factories. Article 6 goes on to list exactly what the commune builds, manufactures, and maintains: certain factories and refineries, various means of production, roads, canals, means of transportation, electricity grid, telephone lines, etc. Art. 7. The commune must set up distribution centers where the members can get their food, partly according to the socialist principle, partly already according to the communist principle. Art. 9. The commune should establish technical colleges and universities. Commune members should be encouraged to study natural and agricultural sciences and be granted more and more training time to the extent that working time is saved with the mechanization of production. Art. 12. The Assembly of Delegates of the Commune elects a control committee, which is guided by state control authorities. Art. 23. The commune shall draw up annual plans for its own production on the basis of the state 5-year plan. Art. 25. The commune shall endeavor to keep production costs low. A report from a commune published in the party's youth newspaper in September 1958 provides further insight into how economic life should proceed in the People's Commune. In the Chazing Commune, the bell is rung and the whistle blown at dawn. In about a quarter of an hour, the peasants will be on duty. At the order of the platoon and company commanders, the columns march into the fields with flags. Here you no longer see farmers walking slowly and comfortably in small groups of 2 or 3 men on the fields. What you hear now are marching songs and measured, military steps. The completely relaxed way of life that farmers have known for thousands of years is finally over. How enormous the change is! In order to adapt to communal work and communal life, the People's Commune has begun a movement in which entire villages are to be merged together and the members are to move from one dwelling to another. How wonderful this change is! Since time immemorial, farmers have valued their ancestral homes more than anything else. But now that private land, houses and, to some extent, livestock have become the property of the People's Commune, all the ties that still bound peasants to their property have been broken, and they feel much freer and more carefree than before. The farmers say, "Greater than it makes no difference where we move to. In any case, we are at home in our Chaoing homeland. Less than there is nothing left in their homes that they long for. The People's Commune is their home. Now there are canteens and kindergartens in the villages. All the houses are locked, as all the inhabitants march off to the fields or to the workshops. One can no longer observe the old familiar phenomenon of cooking or raising children in each individual family. The framework of the single family that existed for thousands of years has been completely shattered." End quote. 99% of peasant households, it was reported in China at the end of 1958, had been combined into people's communes within a very short time. However, the People's Communes functioned much less perfectly than propagated. The officials felt overwhelmed by the economic and political organization of the communes, and there were bottlenecks in supply. The peasantry rebelled and reacted with go-slow strikes, refusal to obey orders, looting and uprisings. During the Great Leap, the Chinese economy lost strength, agriculture groaned under the mobilization of peasant labor in favor of industry, production and distribution suffered from the revolution in property relations. Poor weather conditions also added to the problems. From 1960 to 1962, China was hit by a massive famine. 15 to 45 million people fell victim to it in the countryside, millions fled to cities and millions to neighboring countries. For the peasants, the Great Leap Forward was mostly a leap into the grave, and yet Mao remained in power. He profited from his reputation as the nemesis of the eternally humiliated. The Mao cult is celebrating a strange renaissance in China, especially since Xi Jinping became General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party in 2012. This renaissance is strange because both the party leadership and those protesting against it like to refer to Mao again. If the party attaches importance to recalling Mao, who demanded military discipline and absolute devotion of the individual to the collective, it is wielding a double-edged sword, for in doing so, it also evokes memories of the egalitarianism preached by Mao, of how he castigated Western decadence and called for an uprising against a new exploiting class in China in the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, even though, at its core, this class was merely Mao's rivals in the apparatus. The CCP's domestic propaganda of the 21st century tries to circumvent this problem by keeping this era of the Cultural Revolution from around 1965 to 1978, the year in which the so-called Gang of Four around Mao's widow Jiang Qing was put on trial, as silent as the CPSU kept the Stalin era after the XX Party Congress in 1956. Even China's archives keep documents from the decades of the Cultural Revolution as hermetically sealed as if they were part of a secret weapons program. But it doesn't help. Time and again, the unemployed protest by marching through the streets waving Mao Bibles, as the Red Guards once did. Again and again, the disenfranchised migrant workers demand a return to the iron rice bowl, which Mao had guaranteed all Chinese in response to the famine he himself had provoked during the Great Leap Forward, the forced industrialization at the expense of the peasants. And the rural population, whose standard of living lags as far behind that of those living legally in the cities as ever, likes to remember the esteem in which Mao's propaganda held the peasant masses, even if he starved them to death when necessary, and reenacts the former people's war against large landowners, village empires, and city dwellers when they take on corrupt officials with sickles and axes. But Maoism is by no means just a Chinese phenomenon, as Lovell quite rightly points out. the Mao fever of the 60s and 70s gripped European intellectuals, above all Jean-Paul Sartre, as well as stars of popular culture such as Shirley MacLaine, Sergio Leone, or Paul Breitner, but it gripped Nepalese tea farmers, African liberation movements, later Peruvian drug guerrillas and, to this day, Indian indigenous people, who organized the Maoists, known there as Naxalites, for ongoing guerrilla warfare on almost a fifth of the country's territory, with much more serious consequences. These are milieux that have nothing in common with each other and yet were equally enthusiastic about the two main features of Mao's thinking. On the one hand, the unceremonious transformation of social contradictions into ruthless warlike conflict between groups, and thus the radical subjectivization of the respective enemies of the people and friends of the people to be eradicated. Secondly, the brutal unification of the will of the people that was to follow from these bloodbaths, the fusion of the thinking of the masses with that of their leaders, the red sun of Marxism-Leninism, as the hymns of praise called Mao, or the fathers of the people, as the rulers of the North Korean Kim dynasty still call themselves today. Maoism seems particularly suited to madmen who are determined both to enter into conflict with society and to dominate it, Lovell remarks dryly. Maoism was thus a global movement that continues to have an impact today, even where one would not explicitly suspect it. The people's war concepts, the folkloric self-exaltation of the enslaved peoples, the invocation of indigenous traditions against Western depravity, they characterize global radicalization processes, as Lovell puts it, which have long since ceased to refer explicitly to the Great Chairman or China. Rather, Maoism, its export of revolution and its worldwide propaganda have helped to give rise to revolutionary movements in the global periphery once called the Third World, which have also cut the last links to the European emancipation movements of modern times and thus to the Enlightenment, links that meant no more to the Maoists themselves than seeing an ancestor in Marx, who completes the lineage of the Great Chairman in the land of ancestor worship. The fact that Mao Zedong's ideas were among the midwives of jihad in the Islamic world, as the author can unfortunately only describe en passant in her comprehensive overview of Maoist agitation and its respective effects, is only surprising at first glance. In fact, Maoism indicates a transition that is due to the globalization of the late 19th century, the transition of absolute misery from the pauperized masses of Western industrial centers to the expropriated masses of Asia and Africa. Under the increasingly threadbare guise of Marxism, Maoism developed a way of thinking that corresponded to the catastrophic processes brought about by the incorporation of Asian subsistence economies in particular into the world market. The emergence of a rural semi-proletariat soon numbering in the billions, cut off from its subsistence but unable to hope to find an alternative to it in classical wage labor. A desperate surplus population on a global scale. It was Mao who discovered how to set this population in motion and yet dominate it, how to combine aimless rebellion with absolute tyranny. What he understood by class struggle was not a means to achieve the end of class rule, but an existential of constant purification with the ultimate goal of merging the leader with the masses, from whom all individualism, all deviation had been driven out, in a huge machinery of dullness and poverty. Mao's promise, which was quite tempting, was, in short, to destroy what could not be achieved, which, incidentally, corresponds perfectly with the civilization fatigue to hostility that civilization in its capital form necessarily produces and probably accounted for the attractiveness of this original ideology for depraved masses in the sub-cultural distinction of bored intellectuals and artists in the West. Lovell addresses this context of Maoism as a momentous outgrowth of the global process of impoverishment that characterized the second half of the 19th century and thus even more so the 20th century. Lovell does not go any further into this context. Presumably she assumes some knowledge of the emergence of the Third World, as Mike Davis called it, among her English-speaking readership, especially as she herself has already presented several studies on the central role that the exploitation of China played for the empire, above all on Britain's opium wars against the Chinese Empire in the mid-19th century. For German-speaking readers, however, this is a shortcoming that makes it difficult to understand why and to what extent China provided the ideal conditions for the emergence, success, and worldwide spread of Maoism. After all, the triangular relationship between Great Britain, India, and China was at the heart of imperial world trade from the middle of the 19th century. India served as a huge market for increasingly uncompetitive British industrial products and at the same time used the profits from agricultural exports to stabilize the gold backing of the British pound, which for a while managed to virtually decouple itself as the world currency from the weakening British industry. In reality, however, China paid the price on a much larger scale. The empire did not have to invest anything in the formerly independent empire and was thus able to extract undiminished profits. Indian cotton, Indian tea, and Indian opium, a drug transaction whose scale remains unsurpassed to this day, flooded the Chinese market, destroying both subsistence-oriented agriculture and the country's artisanal production, which broke up into vast slums on the one hand and conveniently located trading zones, especially on the coasts, on the other. This social contrast could not have been more glaring. In Shanghai, the film industry was flourishing. In the interior, farmers were starving. The Chinese mass emigration of the time heralded this almost everywhere in the world. An explosive mixture emerged. A small working class that was to come under Bolshevik influence after 1917, an urban bohemian slum of Hasbroders in the casino and in politics, and huge, desperate, disoriented masses. Their situation worsened because the giant empire, whose emperor abdicated in 1912, disintegrated into territories ruled by warlords. The war of all against all was commonplace and was fueled by Japan, which was pursuing imperial interests in northeastern China. The young Soviet Union acted as an adversary, arming the troops of the Chinese national movement, in which the conservative Kuomintang, based more on the urban bourgeoisie, led the regular troops, who in turn cooperated with the strengthening Chinese Communist Party in the large cities and their surroundings against the warlords. As soon as Chiang Kai-shek, the leader of the Kuomintang, felt powerful enough, he sought to get rid of the Communist Party. The massacre carried out by the Kuomintang in Red Shanghai in 1927 was followed by others across the country of almost unimaginable cruelty, with the number of victims suspected of communism estimated to be in the millions. This catastrophe was accompanied by the rise of the young Mao, who developed a veritable obsession with the military and violence. It was to Mao and his growing band of followers the state from which revolutionary morality would emerge and bourgeois decadence and inertia would be eradicated, for the enemy lurked everywhere, not just on the opposite side. Everything that, and everyone who, stood in the way of revolutionary morality and thus the complete militarization of society had to be eradicated in the ongoing People's War, that is, in a kind of permanent organized civil war. From the outset, this People's War was intended to be global, with China as the center of a worldwide revolutionary purgatory. A revolutionary war is an antidote that not only destroys the poison of the enemy, but also cleanses away our own dross, wrote Mao in 1938. The land reforms, which had made peasant subsistence possible again and to which the CP owed its rural base and thus its victory in the Civil War in 1949, were soon scrapped by the party. It now pursued an industrialization strategy that even surpassed Stalin's model in terms of the millions of deaths from starvation. For the peasants, the Great Leap Forward, from 1958, was mostly a leap into the grave, and yet Mao remained in power. He profited from his reputation as the nemesis of the eternally humiliated. Because Mao had promoted and intensified the already cruel revenge that the peasants took on landowners for decades, people in the countryside were used to constant campaigns of terror. Only through the revolutionary development of the peasant's strength can the millions be set in motion so that they become a gigantic force, Mao had formulated programmatically in 1927. And this is also how he led the party. He already knew how to channel the anger at privilege in the first rectification campaigns after the devastating Long March, 1934-1935. The bigwigs and the unruly were dealt with in one go, the former as an example, the latter as a matter of principle. Mao's method of combining unbridled rebellion with extreme tyranny consisted not least in rechristening what in the Soviet Union was still rightly regarded as the party line laid down from above as the mass line, in which the party, i.e. its leadership, appears merely as a catalyst of popular sentiment, and thus allowing widespread discontent to run riot on the chosen object. Mao's famous theory of contradiction as the constant struggle of opposites is evidence of this. Mao also repeated this pattern in the so-called Cultural Revolution. He once again channeled the dissatisfaction in his favor and with the usual furor, it must be said, as an uprising of the masses against the new exploiting class in the form of a revolution that captures the souls. What it brought out of the souls of those animated to revolt was similar to what had already been seen in the campaigns for the class struggle in the countryside or in the Civil War. Angry masses degraded, humiliated, tortured, and massacred those who were released to them. Where serious social demands were made, workers' control, wage increases, development in the countryside, the army intervened. In China, the party finally suspended the campaign after Mao's death in 1976. Elsewhere it continued to have an effect, but the result always remained the same. The socialist experiment in Nyerere's Tanzania, which was exorbitantly promoted by China, ended in famine, as did the land reform in Mugabe's Zimbabwe, but the respective Maoist-oriented unity parties are still in power there today. The harnessing of unbridled rage, diverted from objective circumstances to enemy subjects by a voluntarist avant-garde for this or that bloodthirsty social grand experiment, such as Mao's or that of Pol Pot, who was ennobled by the aged party leader as his successor in spirit, may no longer seem up to date. But Mao's ruling technique of combining insurrection and tyranny in a process of constant mobilization has endured, in other words, far too many imitators. Opposition from the right and pragmatists formed within the Communist Party. They ended the Great Leap and began the readjustment. The people's communes in the cities were abolished and the rural communes became political administrative units without economic powers. The rural cooperatives, 150 households on average, and production groups, 30 households on average, which had been reduced to subunits of the people's communes, once again became owners of the means of production. Private sector means of production, initiatives, and markets were also permitted to a limited extent. The cooperatives were also to concentrate on agriculture again instead of tampering with the blast furnaces that had been built in the people's communes during the Great Leap. At the beginning of the Cultural Revolution, 1966, Mao and his followers once again tried to establish the people's commune as the dominant economic unit, at least in the countryside. They had as little success with this as with the entire Cultural Revolution. In 1971 there was another readjustment. The people's communes were again disempowered in favor of smaller collective economies. Then in 1983, under Deng Xiaoping, the dogma of the collective economy was called into question and the door was opened to the privatization of agriculture. China chose the path of heavily state-regulated capitalism and is still following it today, part market economy, part state economy. When Marx writes in the second volume of Capital, the more the circulation metamorphoses of capital are only ideal, i.e. the more the circulation time equals zero or approaches zero, the more capital functions, the greater its productivity and self-exploitation. One imagines that he already had the financial centers of today and the rise of Amazon, Google, or Facebook in mind, all of which are phenomena close to the zero time of capital. Joachim Brun. They have come so close that many believe that the question of space no longer plays a role at all, which also means that the location of a given national society, Marx, no longer matters. But why then is there a demand in Europe for a digital tax on American internet companies, and why is the US president siding with these companies, which he otherwise does not particularly appreciate? Such questions are now gaining more dramatic significance in Hong Kong. The former Crown Colony formally belongs to a regime that is in the process of developing an explicitly political relationship with the zero age of capital. As we know, after Mao's departure, the People's Republic of China, or rather its state party, began to privatize a certain part of state property, if not definitively, then at least to lease it out as if it were now private property. In the course of this ambiguous economic policy, the rule of law was repeatedly demanded as a consequence of quasi-privatization. For example, 2 decades after the Tiananmen massacre by the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, in other words, what Franz Neumann calls the limited, formal, and negative generality of the law, which, together with capitalist predictability, guarantees a minimum of freedom. But instead of introducing it, which would not have survived the rule of the party, the new party leaders, for whom Xi Jinping stands, came up with a different idea, so to speak. Socialism in a country only survives if the party is able to appropriate this very tendency towards orbital period equals zero, to a certain extent through the state and to preserve totalitarian party communist unity through this tendency. This is, so to speak, its lesson from the failure of the Soviet Union, where political unity was based solely on production regulated by command structures analogous to the military, in other words, where the bureaucratic apparatus had simply and clumsily taken over the functions of circulation. The prerequisite is, of course, that China under Deng Xiaoping was prepared to offer itself as the workbench of the world, as we nostalgically say today, and participated in the world market to a growing extent. The lesson of the People's Republic is that the party itself must become the driving force behind reducing the circulation time to zero, and that everything must always be checked to see whether it also serves to ensure this reduction as a whole. The exchange of goods should always become the path of state control, both inside and outside the state. Outside, this can be seen in the credit agreements that have long been offered along the New Silk Road and propagated with the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO. Inside, it can be seen in the development of the so-called credit rating system, which is probably no coincidence that it is being developed under the aegis of the central bank and in close cooperation with digital companies, such as the Alibaba Group. Although money is disappearing into circulation at an ever-increasing rate, just as it is in Western societies, and the Chinese central bank has recently had to lower its key interest rate and loosen its monetary policy, the state that guarantees it is gaining new, immediate power over foreign territories and its own subjects to the same extent. As the contemporary ideologues from China themselves emphasize, this is the party communist alternative to the rule of law. No independent judiciary has to decide on the basis of legal principles who has violated the law in order to safeguard the preconditions of circulation. Instead, there should be no violation of rules in the first place. Because every subject and money owner or every company and every ego corporation knows that this automatically and infallibly restricts their own participation in circulation and only hinders their own access to the market. Thus, for the first time, the old concept of the new man actually seems to be close to realization, and it is as terrible as expected and as long prophesied by critical theory in the concept of the administered world. Those who do not contribute to the smoothest possible acceleration of circulation will, for their part, find it equally difficult to enter circulation. For example, as a now well-known example goes, he can no longer get a ticket for a fast train. He has to take the slower train not because he lacks the money, but because he lacks the points in the social credit account set up for him by the state and companies such as Alibaba. And he lacks this because he has not behaved in accordance with the required acceleration of circulation. For example, he has not cared for his sick parents, so that the state has had to take over this care. He consumes too much of a certain commodity, for example computer games or porn, which means that he neglects his social contacts, which are important in order to save time in the remaining circulation of goods and unnecessary additional costs for the state in his individual reproduction. However, he can make up for this by, for example, having as many children as he deems economically useful or by taking on various honorary posts, etc. etc. What in the legal forms of bourgeois society is immediately limited to the question of the creditworthiness of the individual market participant is now put in place of the law as mediation. In this way, the judicial apparatus is also saved or reserved for more serious cases, which in turn are also accompanied by the credit rating system. Anyone who receives a prison sentence naturally suffers a particularly high loss of points. Once the party bureaucracy has determined the allocation of points to the respective consumer and social behavior, thanks to digitalization everything is done by itself, without any personnel effort, the lean communist state is born. The question remains, however, as to whether such a highly centralized body, as the party's racket is, can actually succeed in using such a credit rating system to stick to the trend of bringing the turnaround time closer to zero, or whether it will not suffer the fate of its Soviet brother party in this respect. In any case, it is highly characteristic of the uncritical attitude towards such developments, particularly in Europe, that they are blamed on digitalization itself, and in this sense no distinction is made between it and the conditions in which Amazon, Google, and Facebook thrive. Anyone who names the specifically authoritarian and anti-Western aspects of Chinese measures, which are directed against the mediating forms of bourgeois society, is immediately accused of digital Orientalism, in reference to Edward said. For example, at the Republika Digital Conference in May 2019 and in the Süddeutsche Zeitung, May 11, 2019, Surveillance, China, Orwell, and the Fear of the West, experts contradict the image that the international public has of China's scoring system for its citizens. The system is less draconian than assumed, at least so far, and is welcomed by many Chinese. Moreover, similar systems have long been in place in Europe. End of quote. This is precisely the attitude with which solidarity is being denied to the courageously rebellious in Hong Kong. They attach the greatest importance to this difference because they must expect mainland China to soon cross it out in Hong Kong. The difference, and the protesters obviously know this very well, is that at Alibaba, Baidu, and Tencent, as well as at the Chinese hardware competitors of Apple and Microsoft called Huawei and Xiaomi, the state is involved in the flow of data everywhere, whereas under the rule of law, such access can only take place in cases of justified suspicion of a breach of the law. The exception, which is of course intelligence activities, becomes the rule, so to speak, but it should be comprehensible to everyone. Everyone is their own intelligence agent. This rules out the possibility of a separation between state and market, sovereignty, and circulation ever being enforced, also as a prerequisite for publicity and privacy being possible at all. Only the law forms such a separation, which corresponds to the unity of the capital relation, even if it can ultimately only ever be, as Otto Kirchheimer once called it, a useful fiction, according to whose standards people act as long as circulation and the valorization process function. Whatever one may say against the ideology of the data protectionists, their demands form something like the touchstone of the useful fiction, according to which the government is bound by law to the same rules as the individual who defends himself against their orders. All the more distasteful is the current development in China, where immense growth can be achieved without granting individual freedom, as proof of a tendency of globalized capital that is only too happy to discard the liberal ballast from the Western 19th century. In this way, what is being done in Beijing is being blamed on a bogeyman, namely globalized capital, in order to cheaply extract from it the enemy image of postmodern globalizers that is needed for one's own identity. However, taking the critique of political economy at its word, there is no globalized capital, but only a globalized capital relationship and, on its basis, companies competing with each other not immediately but via their respective national locations. China's much-vaunted growth, which gave the Communist Party the means to fight hunger and poverty, also resulted from the fact that capital competes on the world market in this specific way. Marx speaks of the modified application of the law of value. It is particularly grotesque to speak of globalized capital in the case of the People's Republic of China, as the claim to political control is still based on state-owned companies and financial institutions, which are closely linked to the party and government through management personnel and ownership rights. Even the truly private companies such as Alibaba, Xiaomi, or Geely run on the long leash of the state financial sector, so to speak. This also applies to the stock exchanges. The original decision to use the stock exchanges primarily for the financing and restructuring of state-owned companies still characterizes the functions of China's stock markets to this day. It is true that a growing number of private companies have gone public since the mid-2000s, particularly in Shenzhen. However, China's stock markets remain dominated by state-owned companies. The development of share prices is influenced less by the concrete successes or failures of individual companies than by regulatory interventions and signals from the government. Sebastian Heilmann, Das politische System der Volksrepublik Chinas, p. 208 und 206. The USA has long acted as its guardian, insofar as its hegemony involves securing the conditions for the exploitation of value in the largest possible geopolitical space, i.e., ensuring, rightly and wrongly, that a minimum of freedom enables the exploitation of value. This also includes the compromise of integrating an entire people's republic via special administrative and special economic zones as that extended workbench of the world, a modification of the law of value of its own kind. Hong Kong played a key role here. The increasing outsourcing of production facilities to the mainland created several million jobs there and led to the deindustrialization of Hong Kong, more than 93% of whose added value is now generated in the service sector. After the change of sovereignty in 1997, economic relations intensified. The Hong Kong government and business community campaigned vigorously for the creation of a free trade zone with the mainland. The Closer Economic Partnership Arrangement, CEPA, adopted in 2003, granted Hong Kong-based companies, including non-Chinese transnational corporations, advantages in accessing the Chinese market. This agreement was extended to many service industries in June 2007. Hong Kong investments contributed significantly to the development of mainland China's export economy. Hong Kong also remained by far the most important source of direct investment in mainland China, with a share of 63%, 2013, and played an important role in international IPOs of Chinese companies. In addition to its close ties with the mainland, Hong Kong's economy is also closely integrated into international markets. For a long time, this gave Hong Kong a function as the most important intermediary between the PRC and the global economy, and thus many advantages over other financial and trading centers in East Asia. Hong Kong's particular advantages as a location have traditionally included very moderate state regulation and taxation as well as the independent court system established under British sovereignty. Since 1997, government agencies from Beijing have made extensive use of the expertise they found in Hong Kong in matters of capital market regulation, insurance, and foreign exchange markets. Hong Kong served as the first offshore financial center for the use of the Chinese currency in international trade settlement. Heilmann, Das politische System der Volksrepublik Chinas, p. 78f. What freedom is granted depends on this integration. Instead of being generalized, as the democracy movement demanded, the minimum is found confined to the special administrative region. However, if, as a result of the crises of exploitation, the counter-hegemony that Chinese politics is about to establish with its trade agreements, and of which the Hong Kong Treaty with the former colonial power had already given a foretaste, were to prevail, capital would no longer accumulate, but only the number of points on the social accounts, which would then also turn out to be a digital form of those ration cards that are common in times of disaster. In fact, with the new social credit system, the Chinese Communist Party is simultaneously preparing itself for the further expansion of the domestic economy in order to make the legalization of relationships superfluous, and for the effects of an approaching domestic crisis, the harbingers of which are not only the falling growth rates. The accompanying propaganda slogan is Gongtong Fuyu, the prosperity of the Volksgemeinschaft. Quote, according to the Institute of International Finance, the Global Association of Financial Institutions, the total debt of the state, companies, and households in China now amounts to more than 300% of economic output. Before the financial crisis, it was half as high. The current level is only marginally lower than in the USA, which, however, has a far higher level of economic development and a far more mature financial system. According to the data, a particularly high proportion of debt in China is financed on a short-term basis. This poses considerable risks should problems arise on the financial market. Many companies could then quickly run out of money and become insolvent. However you look at it, the massive credit expansion in China in recent years should set alarm bells ringing, says Paul Smiley, analyst at the investment company Columbia Threadneedle. Key credit growth metrics are signaling that this pace of growth is not only unsustainable, but will lead to a significant increase in non-performing loans, says Smiley. If this happens, however, it is likely to have far-reaching consequences, possibly well beyond China. 5 years ago, we believed that a strong credit expansion in China could have been managed with minimal market disruption, says Smiley. Today we see it differently. Die Welt, 4. 2019. It is precisely here that one must ask oneself how this new policy under Xi Jinping relates to the disaster policy of the 20th century, not least because the People's Republic has long shown itself willing to cover the development of the nuclear power of the Islamic Republic of Iran as resolutely as only Russia, but with greater economic ambitions. Iran also has observer status in the aforementioned Shanghai Cooperation Organization. On September 7, 2019, Middle East Monitor reported, China is planning to invest $280 billion in Iran's oil, gas, and petrochemical sectors that are being affected by U.S. sanctions, according to Petroleum Economist magazine. A few weeks later, on September 21, 2019, the South China Morning Post reported that Iran was planning a joint naval maneuver with China. The move could send a signal that China will support Iran in the event of a military confrontation. The self-sufficiency option, which is propagated during the crisis and is the starting point for this disaster policy, is only chosen very stealthily by the Chinese Communist Party, quite unlike in the 1950s, when it led to the greatest famine under the name Great Leap Forward, while posing on the world stage as a champion of free trade as soon as the USA tries to use tariffs, i.e. barely adequate means, to combat the racket methods, forcing joint ventures and technology transfer, infringement of copyrights, etc., through which China is trying to impose tariffs that favor Chinese companies. In certain historical situations, it may be part of the necessarily false consciousness within U.S. hegemony when such attempts to force another nation to comply with the rules of the world market are made under a slogan such as America First, and this globalization is even presented as a fight against globalists. Think of Donald Trump's speech to the UN General Assembly in September 2019. However, the special, entirely unnecessary stupidity of the incumbent president includes the view that European or other nationalists are somehow in the same position in their relationship to the global market, and the complete independence of this stupidity could be seen in the form of his former advisor Steve Bannon. Even if the economic conditions of the second largest international trading power today are as far removed from the possibilities of a real policy of self-sufficiency as global trade relations as a whole were from the collapse of the world market in the 1930s, it is a kind of digital self-sufficiency to which its successes are now owed. This can be seen, for example, in the history of the most important Chinese internet company. Alibaba only won the competition against eBay and pushed this otherwise globally successful company out of the mainland Chinese market because, on the one hand, this state made it massively more difficult to access international websites and, on the other, was able to force the American company into a joint venture with the Chinese internet portal Tom Online. For these reasons, Hong Kong is more exposed than any other metropolis. As important as it has been for China as an interface for its trade on the global market, the Chinese party is now apparently working flat out to change this, through the New Silk Road and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, through the development of a counter-Hong Kong like Shenzhen. However, Hong Kong's traditional key role as the primary interface between the PRC and the global economy became less important in the course of the 2010s. And this was partly due to strong competition from up-and-coming Chinese port, service, and industrial locations, Heilman, Das politische System der Volksrepublik Chinas, page 79. In the same way, it is working at full speed to ensure that all forces pushing for the introduction of the rule of law in any way and only in the broadest sense, as required by the development of the circulation of goods within the country, especially if the country is not to become a rentier state, which might be possible in China due to its rare earth resources, but remain a state that relies entirely on productivity, are, so to speak, rendered useless or nullified by the development of the credit rating or social credit system. Allegedly, there is great approval among large parts of the population of mainland China for the introduction of this system, often with the argument that it will make it easier and quicker to get a loan, and in fact, despite privatization, the corresponding companies limited by the rule of law, such as Schufa Holding AG in Germany, are still lacking to check so-called creditworthiness in individual cases, so that lending is widely and still considered arbitrary and unpredictable. However, in contrast to the success of strike and protest movements in other countries, whether the citizens of Hong Kong, who are so impressively resisting the introduction of total control, can continue to count on the state being dependent on their work at the interface to the global market cannot, in principle, be decided locally. This is because their sovereign, and this is the perfidious aspect of the situation, is located outside Hong Kong due to a treaty. He resides in Beijing. This is why the extradition law was the bone of contention. If short-term victories are possible, such as against this law for the time being, in the long term the protest can only hope for support and defense from the U.S. hegemon and its allies, who would ultimately have to go so far as to break this international treaty. The protesters know this quite well and are therefore turning to the USA or the West for immediate support. It is no coincidence that the extradition law was only really withdrawn when it was a question of not jeopardizing the good business climate for the German Chancellor's latest visit to China. As is the case almost every year, Merkel arrived with a large business delegation. In fact, neither the ongoing Hong Kong protests nor the planned measures of the social credit system disturbed the friendly atmosphere in which the many contracts between the companies of the two world export champions were concluded. The almost ideal trading partner Germany was the headline of the China daily newspaper published by the Communist Party on this occasion. Yet even representatives of German companies had long complained about being increasingly captured by the Chinese surveillance state. The head of the European Chamber of Commerce in Beijing even said that it would be a matter of life and death if the new system also applied to companies from next year. And what did the Chancellor then say to the students at Huazhong University in Wuhan, a metropolis of 11 million people? She boldly called for joint efforts to promote climate protection and reported with concern that the social points system was considered bad in Europe. So this is an exciting ethical discussion that will keep the world very busy, she added. China is the place of longing for corporate planners. They particularly admire the option of being able to react to market requirements and crises in a centralized and flexible manner. Who hasn't heard of the Huashinshan Emergency Hospital by now? Mountain of the Fire God. And the hospital construction, which was completed in just 2 weeks, was also widely received in the West as almost supernatural. In general, China is demonstrating the enviable advantages of tightly organized state capitalism during the coronavirus crisis. Beijing is driving ahead, is also the message regarding the energy transition. The state leadership is not playing around, but is simply decreeing the introduction of an electric car quota, safe in the knowledge that no one will object. Sentences like this one from the special edition on China of the monthly magazine Le Monde Diplomatique are becoming increasingly common. The fire and soot-breathing dragon China is slowly becoming the clean man, the decisive driving force behind the move away from the combustion engine. The end of the fossil fuel car fleet and a corresponding change in transportation are vehemently demanded at every climate summit. Now that the Chinese are implementing precisely this with astonishing radicalism, the former European pioneers of all things climate protection are trying to force a slower pace so that their own car industry doesn't get into a tailspin. Manfred Kriener, Beijing drives ahead. In addition, Le Monde Diplomatique, China's Rise, 2018, 72. In his bestseller published at the beginning of the year with the trend-setting title Our Asian Future, the popular political scientist Parag Khanna comes to the conclusion that technocratic forms of government have the decisive advantage over democracy, that action is taken instead of discussion. What we learn about China is that the population trusts its government differently than in the West. In the Communist Party, people think in terms of generations, not legislative periods, with the result that individual advancement only succeeds if people work with determination, loyalty, and professional competence. Camera-happy PR professionals are thus kept out. Khanna's ploy is to take a pragmatic view of the abandonment of democratic structures in the face of poor alternatives. Real technocrats are neither Gucci-wearing thugs nor Islamist wolves in sheep's clothing. They are not interested in getting rich as quickly as possible or usurping as much executive power as possible. While Western democracies cultivate wish lists, Asian technocracies follow strategies. The essence of a technocracy is to improve its ability to govern, not to maintain its own rule. Quote, end. It is quite possible that administrative bureaucrats in authoritarian states sometimes become so engrossed in the cause they serve that they end up not caring about their own fate. But to claim that technocratic governance functions like a kind of rule-free competition of ideas is only possible if you are either clueless or very unscrupulous. When commentators in the West, who incidentally come from all political camps, discover their hearts for China, i.e. when swashbucklers become collaborators, then the pragmatic fine talk is based on the systematic ignoring of the concrete power relations in the People's Republic. They limit themselves to describing ways of improving governance and think that with a few improvements in human rights policy, the drudgery would somehow be passable. However, the total subjugation of the population is the decisive and mandatory prerequisite for the collectivist regime's flexibility in terms of population policy. The educational system, which is based on the Confucian philosophy of subjugation, aims to use authoritarian pedagogy and systematic humiliation to turn children into servants whose willingness to conform is presented to the world public as a propaganda piece. However, because individuals drilled according to party doctrine in the family, school, and associations are not trusted despite the tightly meshed social control system, China uses the digital possibilities for monitoring misconduct like no other state. Only because the mechanisms of subjugation function smoothly is it possible to govern the way China does. In the Chinese worldview, the idea of freedom, which can only be thought of as individual freedom, is not just meaningless. The entire system is geared towards thwarting the development of individuality. The so-called trust in leadership is simply the result of a collectivist prevention of individuation. Max Horkheimer, who repeatedly pointed out the significance of the Chinese social order for development in Europe and encouraged corresponding research activities, saw the hatred of the individual as the reason why Marxism in China can only provide slogans to legitimize rule. According to Horkheimer, Marx's critique of political economy and the hope associated with it that things should become good was gained under the influence of European culture, idealistic philosophy, and Christian theology. China and its planned state, on the other hand, are characterized by the absence of precisely this utopian content. From an ideology-critical perspective, there are good reasons to take a closer look at the Chinese system, and not just because of the country's key position in world politics. Central elements of the successful authoritarian technique of rule will also meet with increasing sympathy in crisis-ridden Europe. The contribution of the left, however, will be to accompany China's global rise to power with increasingly hysterical warnings of anti-Chinese racism. In competition with China, democratically constituted states are structurally inferior because the renunciation of freedom and justice promotes success under the prevailing global conditions. This leads to the assertion that it is objectively necessary to catch up with China. Admittedly, one could also come to the conclusion that there is nothing to be gained in this competition and think more fundamentally about the social rules of the game. However, a German solution is more likely. It is rapprochement through demarcation, or in the words of Richard David Precht, the heavily dialectical materialist philosopher of the Green Party. If we want to prevent an eco-dictatorship, we must now impose bans so that the situation does not escalate to the point where we need an eco-dictatorship. Once again, Donald Trump caused a stir when he referred to the coronavirus as a Chinese virus. Large sections of the American public did not hesitate to accuse the president of racism as a result. There are good reasons to clearly name the Chinese regime as the cause of the global pandemic that it is. It is not prepared to take responsibility for the consequences of its actions, either before its own citizens or before the world, as was the case with the outbreak of SARS or the scandal over contaminated milk in 2008, as a result of which tens of thousands of Chinese children became seriously ill. The real problem is not primarily the food markets, where there is a lack of controls and animals that are unfit for consumption and can transmit dangerous diseases to humans are offered for sale, but the regime itself, which has not the slightest interest in the well-being and lives of its subjects and has made the global spread of the coronavirus possible in the first place through concealment, cover-ups, and disinformation. While the Chinese population has little choice but to hope for the truthfulness of official announcements and trust that the situation in the country is actually under control due to the severe reprisals and the lack of a critical public, the pandemic has further fueled the smoldering mistrust of Beijing and the regime-loyal local administration under Chief Executive Carrie in Hong Kong. Although the measures to combat the infection largely brought public life to a standstill, including the protests that have been ongoing since March 2019, support for the demonstrators' demands continued to grow. While thousands became infected with the virus due to China's disinformation policy and it spread from Wuhan all over the world, anti-German left-wing academics met at the Hamburg Study Library on January 26 to discuss the topic of China without even mentioning the brutal repressive measures, especially in the western provinces. The total control sought by means of measures such as the social credit system or the protests in Hong Kong that have been going on for almost a year. Instead, the aim of the Coffee and Cookies event, chaired by Alexander Will, was to discuss the following questions, based in particular on Xi Jinping's speeches and writings. But what can we make of this Marxist revival? Can a socialist market economy be anything other than a market economy? Is the Chinese leadership really serious about referring back to the classics? Is it possible that in the end there is not much more left than kitsch and pathos? After all, a number of materialist analysts are supposedly faced with the unsolvable riddle that China, despite its economic liberalization under Deng Xiaoping in 1978 FF, is still ruled by a party that calls itself communist, unlike the former Eastern Bloc states. The fact that Marxism is experiencing a revival in China, of all places, is literally pulled by the hair, i.e. derived, as is usual in academic circles, from the lumping together of disparate phenomena. For example, the number of academic works on the works of Marx and Engels has been rising steadily for several years. References to the Marxist legacy are very clearly expressed in kitschy anime or Marx statues, and the vocabulary of the Chinese leadership also sounds more like an attempt to fight for a world socialist republic again. End quote. Since the question is entirely voluntaristic, whether the Chinese leadership is serious about Marxism and the World Socialist Republic, Hamburg Zeitz cannot come to terms with the Chinese reality. This consists not least in destroying any grassroots democratic structure and making trade union organization impossible so that a small power clique can continue to enrich itself undisturbed at the expense of the Chinese population. On the contrary, they, like the KPD/AO and ML before them in the Mao Bible, see their holy scripture in the writings of the new great chairman, from which the truth will be revealed to them. Materialist analysts, it seems, differ from materialist critics not least in that they endlessly interpret the ideological justifications of a totalitarian regime legitimized by nothing and ennoble them to scientific works, only to be able to remain ironcladly silent about the political and economic basis of China's rise to world power. The scruples of Hamburg's anti-Germans, who can only half-heartedly adopt the anti-imperialist love of the CCP by asking all kinds of hedging questions and conjunctives, are completely unknown to the left-wing China expert Christian Y. Schmidt, who has been living in Beijing since 2005 and from whose articles in the magazine Concrete they presumably draw their image of China. Apparently, Schmidt does not make the slightest effort to interpret the respective events in the Middle Kingdom in terms of his new rule. He places the origin of his enthusiasm for Mao in 1971 or 1972, the main reason being that teachers were ostracized during the Cultural Revolution and the students put big paper hats on them. I wanted to do the same with my teachers. He finally became a Maoist during the occupation of a youth center in Bielefeld in 1973, which I took part in. There were quite a few Maoists among the occupiers. I thought that you had to do something radical to change society, and the Maoists seemed to me to be the most radical. Besides, they had a whole state behind them, where not only everything was supposed to be totally great, but where most people lived. That convinced me. However, Schmidt put an end to his Maoism just a few years later. Mao died in September 1976. That was the end of Maoism for me very quickly, also because I gradually learned that not everything was really great in Mao's China. In light of the fact that Schmidt was so open about his authoritarian need for punishment and his love of the masses and authority, it is surprising at first glance that someone like this is passed around as a China expert and even courted by the Goethe Institute. But if you consider the fact that the former world export champion Germany has long had its eye firmly on the Chinese market and is working together with the new world export champion China in international forums to dismantle all trade barriers, as well as the German love of tightly organized masses, which is not just breaking out in the current corona crisis, but extends from Helmut Schmidt to Robert Habeck, you shouldn't be too surprised at the need for authoritarian China apologists. In the left-wing scene, the need for a strong, anti-imperialist power to lean on remained unsatisfied for a long time after the fall of the Berlin Wall and the collapse of the Soviet Union. In this respect, the rise of China offers a welcome substitute object for Hamburg study librarians and monthly magazines, as can be seen not least in relevant publications. In the January issue of Concrete, on the front page of which the masses protesting in Hong Kong against China and its encroachment on the autonomy granted for 50 years were derided as Pegida, i.e., as cross-browed but stupidly reactionary Philistines, Schmidt was naturally allowed to contribute the lead article and thus prove what remains of Grumley's legacy. Former insights such as the idea that the West could be the lesser evil compared to the Oriental despotisms, which earned the paper the undeserved reputation of being somehow anti-German, have long since been completely erased. And so Schmidt's elaboration triumphantly presents the central piece of evidence right in the title. The protesters were already reactionary simply because they had displayed the Union Jack and, above all, the Star-Spangled Banner and had turned to the American president in the hope of support. Trump, liberate us. From this, Schmidt deduces that they wanted Hong Kong to be transformed from a special administrative zone into a U.S. colony by super-democrats, who have been described as fascists in relevant concrete texts by the Hamburg study librarian Lars Quadfassel, which is absurd insofar as the USA itself is a former British and now independent colony. The idea that the demonstrators appreciate precisely this symbolic content of the Star-Spangled Banner, which is independent of Trump, and also its clear tone towards the regime in Beijing even before the coronavirus crisis, cannot occur to an authoritarian ex-Maoist who describes the translation of his book alone among 1.3 billion Chinese into Chinese as the fulfillment of a dream. He therefore prefers to invent xenophobia against his own ethnic group, as the revolutionary militancy and far-reaching demands of the mainly young protesters have nothing to do with the well-ordered pensioners' gatherings in Dresden. Schmidt can think of nothing better than to deplore the rather unprepared police and defend the use of over 16,000 cartridges of tear gas as a procedure that is common practice in militant riots all over the world. As his method vacillates between defaming the protesters as lame reactionaries and rioting chaotics, he must also systematically leave the reader in the dark as to what the real reasons are for the growing dislike of the regime and the Chinese, and why the commitment to an independent Hong Kong identity among young people has now reached 75%. Schmidt's only focus here is on the indeed considerable social and economic upheavals, of which the housing shortage, which has increased dramatically under Chinese administration, is the biggest problem. Due to the extreme rent and property prices, Hong Kong residents only have an average of 15 square meters of living space at their disposal. Schmidt tries to deduce from the significantly lower economic growth compared to China and its boom cities such as neighboring Shenzhen or Shanghai that there is basically envy of the more successful Chinese, although he fails to mention the starting point. While the average life expectancy in China as a whole is 76 years and GDP per capita is around $9,000, which is below the global average, Hong Kong is one of the richest countries in the world with an average life expectancy of 84 years. Contrary to what Schmidt claims, Hong Kong's importance for the Chinese economy has decreased and China is now systematically pursuing a policy to the detriment of Hong Kong, but it cannot be said that its function as a hinge between the economy of the West and that of China is increasingly disappearing. On the contrary, this function is a driver of real estate prices. Not least because Hong Kong is China's only financial center where capital imports and exports are possible without restrictions and therefore has direct access to the international credit market and information via the press and internet. Hong Kong's freedoms, enshrined in the principle of one country, two systems, not only attract thousands of companies and banks from all over the world, but also from China, who benefit from the advantages of foreign exchange trading and low-interest loans and invest globally. Hong Kong's political importance as a location has increased even further since 2012, when the Communist Party leadership under Xi Jinping began making increasingly drastic encroachments on personal freedoms. In addition to the failure of the local and Chinese authorities to regulate the housing market and build more apartments, it is above all this development that is exacerbating the social pressure on those who do not have the median income of just over $2,000 a month, but have practically no option of settling elsewhere if they do not want to expose themselves to the Chinese repressive apparatus and are therefore forced to live in shoeboxes or shacks. However, to hold the abstract global capitalist competition responsible for this, as Schmidt does, is of course pure nonsense, because it is precisely China's interest in Hong Kong as a center of unhindered capital accumulation that has kept the enclave, together with Singapore, at the forefront of economic freedom worldwide to this day, according to the Wall Street Journal and Heritage Foundation. However, this is also the only reason why China is still adhering to the special status for Hong Kong, which was once stipulated for 50 years from the British handover in 1997 until 2047. The protests were prompted by the passing of an extradition law that would have allowed the authorities in Hong Kong to extradite criminals to China. This at least challenged the concept of one country, two systems, which dates back to Deng Xiaoping, the de facto ruler of China from 1979 to 1997. After Mao's death in 1976, a new state formation began in the People's Republic of China and with it a period of administrative restructuring. The question of how the territories of Hong Kong and Macau, which were still under British and Portuguese administration at the time, could be integrated into the Chinese structures was also discussed. The lease agreement for the territories, which today make up the majority of the territory of Hong Kong and which had been imposed on the Chinese Empire as a result of the Opium Wars, had a term of 99 years and expired in 1997. While Chinese politicians were concerned about how the capitalist structures established in the two colonies could be reconciled with the plans of the People's Republic of China, the European side was dominated by worries about the future of the reasonably open political orders. At the same time, Britain had little interest in the continued existence of the colony. It was mainly due to Mao's seizure of power, the Cultural Revolution, and the situation in the Cold War that the British had retained the Hong Kong outpost for so long, while other colonies had long since been abandoned. A compromise formula and transitional solution therefore had to be found. On December 19, 1984, the PRC and Great Britain, represented by Zhao Ziyang and Margaret Thatcher, signed a joint declaration on the return of Hong Kong and the annexed new territories to the PRC on July 1, 1997, which established the principle of one country, two systems. This arrangement was also enshrined in the Hong Kong Basic Law, a kind of constitution for the special administrative region, and provided for the liberal and capitalist structures to be maintained for a further 50 years after the return. The fact that there had been insufficient democratic reforms in Hong Kong under British colonial rule proved to be a central weakness from the outset. Until the end, executive power was held by a governor appointed from Great Britain, of whom only the last incumbent, Chris Patten, implemented further-reaching reforms in the direction of political participation, such as the direct election of half of the members of the Legislative Council. However, this was dissolved in 1997 and replaced until 1998 by a provisional council whose members were appointed by Beijing. An electoral committee was set up for the subsequent elections. Universal suffrage has never been introduced, and Hong Kong is still waiting for the repeatedly promised direct election of the head of government. Hong Kong's more than 150 years of colonial history have made the city a flourishing port and important economic, trade, and financial center, not least because the stable British rule based on binding laws spared it from the trials and tribulations of Chinese history, the failure of the empire, and the devastation of the Cultural Revolution and the Great Leap Forward, thus attracting people and investment from China and all over the world. At the same time, British authorities and Chinese elites in Hong Kong made all political decisions between themselves until the end of the colonial era. The pronounced social inequality and the still central position of a few rich Chinese who had switched sides in time before 1997 must therefore be seen not least as a British legacy. What makes Hong Kong one of the most attractive places in the world in the eyes of some business journalists and academics is not least due to Britain's lack of interest in the colony's development. The main reasons for this are the general and free schooling that was only introduced in the 1970s, the lack of housing, and the countless shacks. As the leading colonial officials were mostly unfamiliar with the Chinese population and their needs and had no great interest in them, they long preferred to give free rein to the market and the interests of anti-democratic magnates. Ever since the British had set up trading posts in China and established Hong Kong as a colony in 1843 as a result of the First Opium War, Chinese collaborators, mostly traders, had been the backbone of their rule. The disastrous situation in China, especially in the wake of the Bloody Taiping Rebellion, 1851-64, which is still considered the bloodiest civil war of all time with 20 to 30 million dead, encouraged Chinese migration to the colony. In the early days, Hong Kong's economy was based almost exclusively on the opium trade, which was both the reason for the rise of the trading port and for its economic survival in difficult times. When Great Britain leased the so-called New Territories from China for 99 years in 1898, which proved to be a mistake, especially in view of the balance of power at the time, Hong Kong was already the British colony with the least independence of local government. Nevertheless, Hong Kong was the starting point for the first democratic uprisings in China and, as a relatively free retreat, contributed to the spread of democratic ideas in China. The extensive racial segregation between Chinese and British was only lifted after the Second World War, after the end of the brutal Japanese occupation, against which the British and Chinese had fought and resisted together. Nevertheless, Chinese were denied leading positions in the Hong Kong administration until the 1980s. The catastrophic situation in Mao's China once again drove hundreds of thousands of Chinese migrants to the colony, and the U.S. embargo following the Korean War and China's isolation laid the foundations for Hong Kong's subsequent boom as a bridge between China and the West. As a result of the famines during the Great Leap Forward, there was a further wave of immigration, which further exacerbated the social situation in Hong Kong. Low wages and 500,000 people without homes led to mass communist protests, initially supported from Beijing, but with the result that broad sections of the population became more supportive of the British colonial regime. Under the longest-serving governor, Murray MacLehose, 1971–82, extensive reforms were finally implemented in almost all areas of life, which still characterize Hong Kong today. Investments in healthcare, transport, education, and housing, as well as the introduction of Chinese as an official language, were pushed through despite some resistance from the UK. However, its efforts to improve relations with China proved fatal, not least because the British governments assumed that the colony would fall back to China and therefore rejected many democratic reforms. Although the negotiations that began over the return of the colony, without the Hong Kongers being involved, met with little approval and most inhabitants were in favor of remaining with Great Britain, the population began to come to terms with the Chinese future. Only the bloody suppression of the mass protests in Tiananmen Square in 1989 and the subsequent solidarity rallies in Hong Kong can be seen as the birth of the democracy movement, because it destroyed the hope that China would also reform politically as it opened up economically. However, between the signing of the agreement in 1984 and the end of the British colonial period in 1997, the looming return and the growing fear of China also led to the emigration of a tenth of the population. It was Chris Patten, the last governor of Hong Kong, 1992–97, and the first high-profile politician to hold this position, who put the issue of democratic participation at the top of the agenda and fundamentally changed the political situation in Hong Kong. After his electoral law reform in 1994, the democratic forces won a clear election victory. While Patten enjoyed great popularity in Hong Kong, China demanded his replacement, defamed him as a liar and imperialist at every opportunity, and announced that his reforms would be reversed immediately in 1997. Not least because of the delayed and incomplete democratization and the decision not to consider releasing Hong Kong into a possible independence like Singapore, or at least to give the inhabitants of Hong Kong a say, the former empire released its colony into an uncertain future. Through British influence and its role as an international financial center between East and West, and more recently between China and the USA in particular, a political consciousness has developed in Hong Kong that differs considerably from that in China and is deliberately misunderstood as xenophobia by apologists of the regime. Because not everything was great under Mao, and not under Xi Jinping, many Chinese sought and found refuge from hunger and persecution in British Hong Kong. The population is reacting with increasing self-confidence to attempts by China to exert influence and attacks on the only temporarily granted freedom rights, the end of which is already in sight for the younger generation in 27 years' time. Knowing full well that China can neither afford nor want to sacrifice the lucrative special administrative region, at least for the time being, they regularly take to the streets in their hundreds of thousands. Following the installation of a pro-Beijing committee to pre-select candidates for the post of Hong Kong chief executive, the so-called umbrella protests took place in 2014, with tens of thousands demonstrating for weeks for democratic elections. The latest uprisings are to be seen as a continuation of these failed attempts to peacefully emphasize the demands. Consequently, the movement's 5 demands are, firstly, the withdrawal of the extradition law, which potentially subjects every Hong Kong citizen to the arbitrariness of Chinese courts; secondly, the withdrawal of the description of the protests as riots; thirdly, the release of all arrested demonstrators; fourthly, an independent commission to investigate the police violence; and fifthly, the resignation of Chief Executive Carrie Lam. By enforcing the at least temporary withdrawal of the extradition law, the demonstrators have shown that they speak a language that is also understood in Beijing. The fact that at the very moment when young people in Hong Kong are revolting en masse for a better future, an economic and political perspective against a brutal regime, former anti-German leftists are checking Xi Jinping's writings for Marxist content or jumping to the aid of the Chinese police highlights how little the revolutionary gestures of such people are worth and how submissive they are prepared to be at any time. In contrast, we can only hope that the super-democrat Trump will follow up his anti-Chinese rhetoric with action and set limits to China's seemingly unstoppable rise, a hope that seems a little too optimistic at best. Multilateralism is the highest political principle in Germany. This motto has guided the foreign policy of the Federal Republic of Germany since its foundation, with social democratic politicians regularly taking the lead in this context. This includes German Foreign Minister Heiko Maas, who, since taking office in 2018, has made the equal and cooperative approach Germany's sole foreign policy guideline in contrast to the Trump government's policy. Far from remaining neutral, the German government uses multilateralism as a legitimizing foil, for example within the framework of the Alliance for Multilateralism, which was largely founded by Maas, a kind of state NGO whose main aim is to build up counterpower against the United States under Trump, which is seen as an evil unilateralist. With regard to the Alliance for Multilateralism, the FAZ summed up the problem the Germans are facing by creating a counter-sovereign, but not wanting to embody it in case of doubt. Such an initiative also needs not only a sense of community, but also leadership. The Germans find it difficult to act in this way. July 31, 2020. The catastrophic consequences of such a policy of dual counterpower, against the USA and nation-state power politics at the same time, could be experienced in all its ugliness at the Conference on the Peaceful Settlement of the Libya Conflict held in Berlin in mid-January this year, initiated by the German government and mandated by the UN Secretary-General. As a result of the conference, all parties to the conflict stepped up their military activities on the ground, despite lofty promises of peace from the mouth of the German Chancellor, and the conflict escalated all the more. Because the German rejection of the right of the strongest is morally justified, the supporters of international law see themselves in a position to generously overlook realpolitik objections. This applies not only to the question of which subject of international law to sit down with diplomatically in order to seek the best solution for all parties involved on an equal footing and with a willingness to compromise. For example, Ethiopia, despite the awarding of the Nobel Peace Prize to the current President Abiy Ahmed, a regime that remains authoritarian, took part in the founding meeting of the alliance. The multilateralist credo also applies in particular to the organizations or specialized agencies of the United Nations, which are supposed to bring about cooperation between nation-states on the basis of international law. Here, too, the composition of the respective organizations is irrelevant, as the only thing that matters is that they cooperate and feel good about it. German and German-minded Europeans assume that the mere existence of supranational entities guarantees fair cooperation between the nations represented and that their respective interests take a back seat. Since these are, of course, purely ideological assumptions that have been undermined by any historical experience, UN organizations and the rogue states they represent can do whatever they want without having to face any consequences. The fact that the German government and its intellectual collaborators have not changed their view of the World Health Organization, WHO, and the People's Republic of China despite the role they played, especially at the beginning of the coronavirus pandemic, is a logical expression of a state of mind that is still best summed up as the delusion of world sovereignty, Skype. Despite everything, Germany is full of praise for the UN agency WHO. The German government greatly appreciates the work of the WHO, reported the deputy government spokeswoman in July 2020, FAZ, September 7, 2020. Health Minister Jens Spahn has therefore already agreed to increase his financial support in the 2020-21 biennial budget from 300 million to 500 million euros without any conditions. The infiltration of the WHO by the Chinese government is being accepted without resistance. Germany and the EU are no longer even trying to exert their influence against it. The unabashed unscrupulousness with which China is acting is now consciously factoring in European appeasement. No matter how brutal, underhand, and deceitful its actions are, the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, knows that Germany in particular will not oppose its actions for diplomatic and economic reasons and will maintain the comprehensive strategic partnership at all costs. If at all, a critical remark is occasionally made in the context of the rule of law dialogue, which the Chinese counterpart can of course ignore without consequence. And so the criticism of the final Sinicization of Hong Kong does not go beyond the tiresome task of expressing concern and warning. Accordingly, the German Foreign Office website states, with a trade volume of almost 200 billion euros, China was once again Germany's most important trading partner in 2018. In view of the growing uncertainty factors, international crises, and global challenges, cooperation and coordination within the framework of the comprehensive strategic partnership between Germany and China is of great importance. China sees Germany as its key partner in Europe, not only economically but also politically. The relationship is characterized by regular high-level political coordination in around 80 dialogue mechanisms as well as dynamic trade relations, investments, environmental cooperation, and cultural and scientific cooperation. Despite the overall positive development of our bilateral relations, fundamental differences of opinion remain. This applies in particular to human rights, especially personal freedoms. It remains an important interest of Germany that China continues its economic development, develops constitutional structures and social systems, allows more political and economic participation, and resolves minority issues peacefully. An important cooperation instrument for developing the rule of law is the Rule of Law Dialogue. Equally important is the annual bilateral human rights dialogue. End quote. Even if Germany's loyalty to the WHO on the coronavirus issue must be seen against the backdrop of its kowtowing to China, it is still surprising in its scope. After all, it was only last year that Germany voted for the first time at the WHO annual general meeting against the resolution, adopted year after year with an overwhelming majority, which condemned Israel for allegedly providing inadequate medical care to Palestinians and the Arab inhabitants of the Golan Heights. Not only did the official justification for the German vote against the resolution unintentionally criticize the fact that the WHO has proven to be a good and reliably strong member of the United Nations when it comes to hatred of Israel, it goes without saying that Palestine has WHO observer status. For the first time in this country, official doubts were also raised that the WHO may not be the nonpartisan and always neutral UN organization that it is otherwise considered to be in the home country of international law fetishism. Germany complains above all about an inappropriate politicization of factual issues. The World Health Organization is a place for factual debate, said Health Minister Jens Spahn on Twitter to explain the vote. Together with Foreign Minister Heiko Maas, he therefore decided that Germany will no longer accept one-sided politicization to the detriment of Israel. The German criticism came against the backdrop of growing dissatisfaction with the WHO, which was founded in 1948 and claims in its very name to be responsible for global health par excellence, and as such has its merits, for example in the eradication of smallpox, polio, and most recently in the development of an Ebola vaccine. According to Wikipedia, the travel costs for WHO cadres, anything but atypical for the administered UN world, exceed the combined expenditure on combating mental illness, HIV and AIDS, tuberculosis and malaria. In addition to the constant increase in so-called voluntary and earmarked financial contributions by non-governmental or non-state actors, the successive expansion, or rather overexpansion, of WHO competencies has been criticized for years. In the meantime, bureaucratic confusion is often pre-programmed, as was prominently experienced in the case of glyphosate. Two WHO committees investigating in parallel came to completely different conclusions as to whether the weed killer is carcinogenic or not. 4 years ago, the Deutsche Apothekerzeitung reported that there was a consensus in relevant circles that the WHO was in a tangible crisis. The WHO's approach is apparently increasingly lacking the right balance. The WHO is apparently having difficulties effectively coordinating the work of various units globally, February 22, 2016. It should come as no surprise to anyone that such a situation is ideal for exerting political influence and could therefore also become a gateway for asserting Chinese interests. The fact that the Chinese Margaret Chan was head of the WHO from 2006 to 2017 and thus held the highest UN post for China to date, Deutsches Arzteblatt, during her time may also have favored this situation. There is every indication that the global coronavirus crisis with all its health, economic and political consequences could have been avoided if the Chinese government had acted differently in the early stages of the epidemic. The first case of COVID-19 infection was officially confirmed in the Chinese city of Wuhan, Hubei province, on December 1, 2019, after new infections with a new pathogen unknown at the time had been reported daily since mid-November. By December 27 at the latest, there was clear evidence that it was a SARS-like virus, severe acute respiratory syndrome. Instead of forwarding these findings to the State Disease Control Center, which had been set up in response to the SARS epidemic of 2002-2003 in order to take appropriate measures at an early stage, the health authorities suppressed the dissemination of information wherever they could. After doctors from Wuhan had produced the first laboratory samples and were able to identify the virus in this way as early as mid-December, government authorities had the results destroyed and the laboratory closed. Diagnoses by infected nursing staff were manipulated by the responsible party supervisory staff, who are present in Chinese hospitals as in every state institution. At the same time, they forbade those affected from talking about their illnesses. Doctors who had reported on rising rates of pneumonia on the internet were silenced. The police summoned several employees from Wuhan hospitals and, in totalitarian Chinese style, threatened to arrest them for spreading rumors and untrue allegations and disrupting social order. The accused had to sign a declaration of silence. Probably due to the fact that the annual meeting of the local people's congresses was scheduled to take place in Wuhan between January 12 and 17, 2020, the party attempted to prevent anything that would prevent the event from running smoothly. Chinese bloggers and journalists who reported on the outbreak were arrested. At the time of writing, there was no trace of them. In China, only what the Communist Party deems opportune is supposed to apply, so that even in medical matters they do not shy away from falsifying data. Wuhan writer Fang Fang confirmed in her blog diary, which she started shortly after the outbreak began, that it was not a local but a systemic failure. If the same thing had happened at the same time in any other province, the officials there would not have behaved any better. These are the evil consequences of negative selection in the civil service, of empty, politically correct chatter and disregard for facts, the evil consequences of the ban on speaking the truth, the prevention of the media from reporting the true facts. End quote. Although the responsible Chinese authorities had known by the end of December 2019 at the latest that the virus was transmitted from person to person and that new infections of medical staff were constantly being observed, their representatives lied for almost 4 weeks by claiming that only animals were possible carriers. They also glossed over infection and death figures and, in typical Chinese grandiloquence, announced that containing and controlling the virus was not a problem. It was not until January 20, 2020 that the authorities admitted to human-to-human transmission. Of course, this was not without cover-up maneuvers. The government spoke of 14 infected doctors and nurses, while in reality several hundred of them had already been infected. FAZ, May 22, 2020. The drastic measures that followed were again hard to beat. On January 23, the CCP completely and rigorously sealed off Wuhan, a city of 11 million people. Probably also because it wanted to compensate for its previous inaction with demonstrative harshness, the government showed even less consideration than usual for the fate of individuals. Not only were countless so-called migrant workers who lived in Wuhan but were registered elsewhere stopped in front of the city's barriers. At the end of January, a 17-year-old boy with polio starved to death alone at home because his relatives were kept in quarantine elsewhere due to suspected infection. FAZ Online, June 2, 2020. This case is likely to have been just one of countless cases that will never be made public due to state censorship. The complete lockdown of the city of Wuhan, which was followed by the lockdown of other cities with millions of inhabitants in Hubei province, in total, the measures affected 56 million people, could not change the fact that nothing stood in the way of the global spread of the virus at that time. Due in part to the weeks of lies and downplaying by the state authorities, around 5 million Wuhan residents had traveled out of the city a few days earlier to spend the Chinese New Year with their families scattered throughout the country. The WHO showered the Chinese regime with praise. It did not say a word about the cover-ups, manipulations, and reprisals. In the course of January, the organization praised not only the seriousness and leadership but also the transparency of the CCP. During his visit to Beijing, board member Michael Ryan pathetically stated that he had never before seen such a level of dedication in the face of such an extraordinary challenge. From the outset, the WHO aligned itself with the Chinese guidelines in all its official announcements. Until mid-January 2020, it claimed that there was no evidence of human-to-human transmission. It only declared the disease a pandemic in mid-March, at a time when the virus had already been spreading in over 100 countries for weeks. 2 weeks before the declaration by the WHO, Marlon Succa-Hagel, an employee of the Senate Department for Health in Berlin, pointed out that it had long been a pandemic. The WHO is avoiding declaring a pandemic, but that is more of a political statement. The figures speak a different language. Tagesspiegel Online, February 27, 2020. The claim by WHO Director General Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus at the end of January that government action before and after the lockdown had prevented the coronavirus from spreading to other countries was already a sheer lie at the time. The truth, however, is that the number of infections in the People's Republic of China alone would probably have been up to 2/3 lower if the containment measures had been introduced just 5 days earlier. However, the most serious consequence was undoubtedly the WHO's recommendation, at Beijing's request, not to impose any entry restrictions on Chinese citizens or even residents of Hubei province. After the USA imposed corresponding entry bans on January 31, China accused the American government of scaremongering and referred to the corresponding WHO submission. The CCP was also furious that the Trump administration was the first country in the world to have its citizens and diplomats flown out of Wuhan. The UN organization thus enabled the Chinese regime to present itself in a multilateral manner as an anti-nationalist supporter of liberalism and freedom of movement. Since German European politicians say that their hearts bleed when borders are closed, individual freedom is restricted and freedom of movement is partially suspended, it is not surprising that the Chinese tirades against America were received positively in this country. Not least out of political correctness, entry bans were avoided for as long as possible, which is why thousands of Chinese and travelers from Wuhan were able to enter Europe unchecked for weeks. The fact that northern Italy, of all places, had to report such high infection figures was mainly due to the fact that the regions of Lombardy, Piedmont, Emilia-Romagna, and Veneto have very close economic ties with China and hundreds of thousands of Chinese people work there. It is highly likely that patient 0 arrived in Italy from China as early as January, FAZ Online October 3, 2020. At a time when nobody was concerned about lockdowns and entry restrictions, partly due to the deliberate misinformation provided by China and the WHO. One country that acted correctly from the outset, in this case in an anti-Chinese way, was Taiwan. From decades of experience with China's One China policy, the Taiwanese government did not rely on the neighboring country's announcements and ordered all passengers from Wuhan to be tested for symptoms as early as December 31. 3 weeks later, Taiwan issued an entry ban for residents of the city. All people who had been in the region in the previous weeks were immediately systematically registered. At the same time, the National Epidemic Authority was activated, which initiated 124 measures in January, including an increase in the production of respiratory masks and a price freeze. At the beginning of February, the entry ban was extended to all Chinese, and from March to almost all other foreigners. Due to the early unilateral approach, there was no need for curfews, lockdowns, or mandatory smartphone apps. With a total population of over 23 million people, the country, which is located immediately off the Chinese coast and 950 kilometers from Wuhan as the crow flies, had 455 infected people and 7 deaths to report. When Taiwan notified the WHO on December 31, 2019 that the coronavirus was spreading from person to person, the organization did not follow up on the tip. Just like the Chinese regime, the WHO does not regard Taiwan as a state, but as a renegade Chinese province. Its representatives make no secret of the fact that they are politically aligned with the CCP. When a Hong Kong journalist asked WHO Deputy Secretary General Bruce Aylward in an interview whether the organization was considering Taiwan's membership due to its success in fighting the epidemic, he initially remained silent. After the journalist repeated her question, he broke off the interview without comment. Afterwards, Aylward, who remarked at another point that he would prefer to be treated in a Chinese hospital if he contracted COVID, explained that the topic of China had already been discussed. However, not only the WHO, but also the German government avoids mentioning Taiwan by name in order to avoid upsetting the Chinese. Government spokesman Stefan Seibert and Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Adebar did not mention Taiwan in a press conference shortly after the country had delivered 1 million face masks to Germany. Instead, they thanked other countries. For years, China's foreign policy has relied on a mixture of threats and favors towards poorer states in order to make them directly dependent. Beijing uses mafia diplomacy to expand its global hegemony, particularly with African countries, including Ethiopia, which is the second largest African recipient of Chinese loans after Angola. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, who held the office of Ethiopian Minister of Health and then Foreign Minister between 2005 and 2016 before becoming WHO Director General, already had excellent relations with the Chinese rulers at that time. As a loyal advocate of China, Dr. Tedros, as he is affectionately known, owed his election as Director General to Chinese lobbyists. The appointment of Zimbabwean dictator Robert Mugabe as WHO's special envoy in 2017, which he initiated, shows how the former member of the government of the authoritarian torture state of Ethiopia ticks politically, although he had to rescind this appointment shortly afterwards due to worldwide protests. Mugabe would have been in good company as a WHO Goodwill ambassador. The WHO's special ambassador is not only the wife of Chinese head of state and party leader Xi Jinping, but also Chinese state television propagandist James Chow, who did nothing but praise the Chinese government in his reports even before the coronavirus pandemic, FAZ, April 6, 2020. Since convinced Europeans admire UN organizations as an anti-nationalist alternative to the sovereign nation-state, the WHO's stance is broadly in line with that of the EU. The more relentless and manipulative the Chinese government is, the greater the European submission to its directives. Chinese audacity knows no bounds in this context. In March of this year, the state news agency Xinhua wrote that the world should be grateful to China for supplying medical equipment and medicines all over the world instead of blaming the country for corona, which no one except the American and Australian government did anyway. Also in March, the Chinese government officially questioned whether the coronavirus originated in China at all. Chinese state media subsequently spread the theory that American soldiers had introduced the virus at the World Military Games in Wuhan in October 2019. On the eve of the National People's Congress, which was held 11 weeks late at the end of May 2020 due to the pandemic, the CCP's party organ, the Chinese People's Daily, Renmin Rabao, ran the headline, "The United States is to blame for the global outbreak of the lung disease." This state-launched propaganda campaign also went unchallenged by the WHO. After the USA announced its intention to withdraw from the organization and stop paying its dues due to the WHO's conspicuous pro-China bias, a left-liberal shitstorm once again poured over Donald Trump and his government. According to the tenor, the WHO is in need of reform. However, as humanity must remain united, as the Alliance for Multilateralism announced, and serious consequences will therefore not be forthcoming in any case, it is hardly to be expected that those responsible at the WHO, who are deliberately acting in accordance with Chinese wishes, will take such criticism seriously. For this reason alone, a reform as well as the investigation now underway in associations that are permeated by Chinese influencers and their highly corrupt international helpers, for out of 15 technical UN organizations are now headed by the Chinese, must be regarded as hopeless. This is all the more the case as Dr. Tedros is not even up for discussion among multilateralists. The majority of EU parliamentarians emphatically praised the commitment of the WHO Director General. Although Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus showed no insight in his speech to the EU Parliament's Health Committee at the end of June 2020 and even had the audacity to once again praise the Chinese regime for its very strong measures, the EU is still courting the corrupt Director General to this day. CDU MEP Peter Lee summed this up in a speech of thanks to Dr. Tedros as follows: "I believe that the whole Parliament supports you." Even if this was not entirely true, as at least right-wing populist MEPs sharply criticized the WHO chief and the Italian Lega MEP Silvia Sardoni even demonstratively presented him with a resignation letter that had already been drafted, the unwavering solidarity with the WHO can clearly be considered an official EU position. Because the political opinion of pro-European EU bureaucrats is also that of German public service journalists, the local radio mainly reported positively on the WHO and thus also on the actions of the Chinese regime during the corona epidemic. Consequently, German filmmakers, in cooperation with the Chinese company CICC, produced a documentary for ARD entitled Wuhan, Chronicle of an Outbreak, which is based exclusively on footage from the Chinese propaganda apparatus. While there are no dissenting or critical voices, it says of the manipulations by the CCP that can be proven to have taken place, the extent to which there was deception or cover-up remains a riddle to this day. The film doesn't say a word about the regime's brutal repression, but does say that the Wuhaners locked in their apartments were allegedly allowed to express special wishes such as certain types of tea and fruit, which these same Wuhaners described as a brazen lie in countless internet videos. Even though the documentary was not broadcast due to previous criticism, the case makes it clear just how far Chinophobia has progressed not only in German politics, but also among those who like to call themselves cultural workers. German virologists obviously don't want to stand on the sidelines either. The director of Berlin's Charité Hospital and so-called Germany's most important man, Christian Drosten, speculated pro-Chinese. What happened in the early phase of the outbreak would have been much more derailed in many countries. The president of the Robert Koch Institute, Lothar Wieler, seconded this by appeasing the Chinese government's deliberately underhanded approach. "You're always smarter with hindsight." Against this backdrop, it is less surprising that the two doctors, who are now revered as shining lights by the majority of Germans, expressly advised against wearing masks to protect against the virus until the beginning of April, in line with WHO guidelines, if not because of them. There is much to suggest that the virus was not first transmitted to humans at the Wuhan Huanan Fish Market or Wild Animal Market, but either at the Chinese Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CCDC, less than 300 meters away, or at the nearby Wuhan Institute of Virology, WIV. Chinese virologists have been experimenting with bat corona pathogens at both research facilities for years. Scientists largely agree that the virus originally came from bats. However, these were not sold on the aforementioned market. In addition, according to an article in Science Alert magazine, a study by Wuhan Hospital concluded that the first known infected person had not even visited the Huanan market, March 24, 2020. According to a report in the Washington Post, U.S. diplomats warned in two dispatches back in 2018 that the CCDC posed a risk of a new SARS-like epidemic due to inadequate safety precautions. This specifically concerned bat coronaviruses. There were also safety deficiencies in the WIV research complex, which reports directly to the Chinese army leadership and where the Chinese are working on bioweapons. In his book France Chine, Les Liaisons Dangereuses, French journalist and China expert Antoine Isambard quotes a senior French official who complained that the construction companies hired were building at the lowest prices and using inferior materials. Not only the American, British, New Zealand and Australian secret services consider it plausible that the virus could have accidentally escaped from the high-security wing of the laboratory due to the inadequate safety conditions. Even the deputy director of the institute, Shi Zhengli, stated this at least at the beginning of the epidemic. Even beyond all speculation, the fact that the coronavirus broke out in Wuhan of all places is an extremely remarkable circumstance. Since 2015, the WIV there has had the only laboratory in China that meets the requirements of the highest biological protection level before. Accordingly, it can be considered certain that research on or with relevant viruses was only carried out there within China. The history of the laboratory's creation once again sheds a significant light on both the unscrupulousness of the Chinese and the systemic anti-Americanism of old Europe, because the United States did not comply with the Chinese request to build a B4 laboratory due to major military security concerns. France, which is one of the few nations technologically capable of building such a laboratory, felt compelled to play a trick on the Americans. One could read in the FAZ about the ideological state of mind of the French president in charge at the time. Chirac was put under pressure from Washington not to approve such a technology transfer. But at the time, the Frenchman was basking in the glory of his veto on the American war in Iraq and did not think to take American reproaches into consideration. April 29, 2020. It came as it had to. The Chinese booted out the French at all levels, circumvented a number of safety regulations, so that even who accreditation of the laboratory is still pending, and denied the French any previously agreed research cooperation. The behavior of the Chinese regime since the corona outbreak speaks for a laboratory accident. While the Chinese authorities have apparently destroyed the carcasses of the allegedly causative wild animals from the Huanan market, i.e. the potential evidence, they have also done everything else to prevent a reconstruction of the course of events. In early January, for example, China rejected the offer of the allegedly nationally narrow-minded American government to send a crisis team from the Epidemic Control Authority to Wuhan. The regime also imposed particularly strict censorship measures, which have prevented Chinese researchers from investigating how the virus originated and spread to this day. China is also extremely sensitive to demands for an independent investigation. After Australia demanded this, Beijing not only increased tariffs on Australian barley, imposed import bans on Australian meat companies and threatened to boycott Australian universities by the many young Chinese studying there, but also launched several cyber attacks on Australian companies and government institutions. The example set by the government has had an effect. EU countries in particular are exercising even greater restraint than before in order to avoid angering the Chinese rulers. In general, the European public has little interest in coming to terms with the disaster. Instead, the lockdown is being celebrated as an anti-capitalist rebellion against the economy, especially in left-wing circles, and the pandemic is being used as an opportunity to once again portray the right-wing opposition and, above all, the American president as a misanthropic conspiracy theorist. As the coronavirus crisis is seen as an economic problem but also as a human opportunity, German President Steinmeier said that the crisis brings out the best in us. People don't want to know exactly what happened in Wuhan at the beginning of 2020 and what role the WHO played in it. Everyone agrees with Dr. Tedros that it is about the big picture, the relationship between humans and nature. We must question our lifestyle and take decisive action against climate change. For example, the WHO Director General told the EU Parliament, knowing full well that almost all political groups would agree with him. Greta Thunberg also made similar statements to reinforce the ideological united front across generations. Pandemics like this are the manifestation of our unbalanced relationship with nature. Anyone who thinks this way, i.e. obsessively wants to recognize a wake-up call for multilateralism, MOS, in the pandemic, and therefore believes they have to act with the Chinese regime at all costs, cannot have any interest in finding the culprit of the global catastrophe and its corrupt collaborators. Just as the crisis is to be solved together at all costs, as if it had not turned out during the peak phase of the pandemic that it was precisely the unilateral action of sovereign nation-states instead of the WHO and EU that still promised the best prospects of a solution, it would be better if everyone were equally to blame for the outbreak of the pandemic. The political stupidity that goes hand in hand with this counterfactual, purely ideological stance benefits no one more than the Chinese, which is why they will feel encouraged to act in the same way in the future as they did before and during the coronavirus crisis in line with the UN organizations that are loyal to them. Quote, regarding the prospects of humanity's peace and development, there is both expectation and concern. All sides are awaiting a clear Chinese stance. All under the heaven are one family. As a responsible major country, China must speak out. Xi Jinping, paramount leader of the People's Republic of China. The unofficial term supreme leader, which is frequently used in state propaganda, describes Xi's power as the holder of the highest offices of state. After being appointed as the new General Secretary of the Communist Party and Chairman of the Military Commission in November 2012, he has also held the office of President since March 2013. In 2018, he had the term limit as president lifted by the People's Congress and can therefore theoretically rule for the rest of his life. In his speech at the 42nd Collective Study of the Politburo of the 18th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China in December 2013, ruler Xi Jinping made it clear that China's continued rise as a world power would have to be accompanied by a thorough image makeover in the coming years. It is important to model our country's image. Above all, the image of a great cultural country with a long history should be portrayed. A unified multi-ethnic state in which different cultures live together in harmony, a great power in Asia with just politics and integrity, a relatively developed economy, a thriving culture, a stable society, a population living in harmony and beautiful landscapes. A great responsible country that emphasizes peaceful development, promotes common development, upholds international justice and fairness, and makes contributions to humanity, and last but not least, the image of a great socialist country full of sympathy, hopes, and vitality that is increasingly opening up to the outside world. Quote, end. It is not least Xi himself who, since coming to power in November 2012, has endeavored in countless speeches and lectures to paint the Chinese dream of the great national renaissance and make it palatable to an international audience as a win-win situation for all of humanity, in what are now 3 volumes called Governing China. The party is disseminating Xi's views on Chinese-style socialism via its publishing house for foreign language literature. Iconically emblazoned on the German edition of the first 2 volumes, the third is currently still being translated, is the softly drawn portrait of the outstanding leader. A page of transparent paper protects the portrait on the inside. Other photos show Xi in his youth, on inspection trips to remote villages, tackling the groundbreaking ceremony for a dam and surrounded by other heads of state at international summits. In September 2020, the bookstore chain Thalia came under fire for prominently advertising Xi's propaganda writings on specially designed bookshelves in stores in Berlin, Hamburg, and Vienna, without making it clear that this was done on the direct order of the foreign subsidiary of the Chinese state publishing house. While the appearance of his predecessor Hu Jintao was rather staid and technocratic, the propaganda machinery is running at full speed under Xi's reign. Xi, who has a cult of personality built up around him that was previously only celebrated under Mao, presents himself as a hands-on, modest leader with close ties to the people, who is resolutely combating old party silos and any form of decadence. Right at the beginning of his term of office, he made a name for himself with a large-scale anti-corruption campaign, the usual code word for political purges in the jargon of party communism. The eager study and memorization of speeches and lectures by the Supreme Leader is now once again compulsory reading for all 90 million party members who are invited to seminars. The volumes Governing China and Governing China II, which are over 1,000 pages long in German translation, contain mostly empty phrases and mantra-like repeated political slogans that are intended to emphasize the superiority of the Chinese development model. Here and there, however, the reader is told surprisingly openly how the peace-loving Xi, who is concerned about the welfare of humanity, envisions the healing of political dissenters. Apparently emulating Mao's always poetic style, Xi muses to his party comrades, "We are exposed to dust every day, so we should take a bath regularly. Take some soap, scrub well with a sponge and then give yourself a good shower. You will feel clean and reborn." Similarly, our thoughts and actions can also become dusty, contaminated by political microbes, so here too we should take a bath to rid ourselves of dust and dirt, refresh our body and mind, open clogged pores and boost our metabolism so that we can sincerely fulfill our duties and maintain our personal integrity. Some prefer to cover up the dust in their thoughts and actions and are water shy. In such cases, our colleagues and our party should reach under their arms. Xi Jinping, Governing China, page 463. She likes to quote from ancient writings, here a poem from the Tang dynasty, to illustrate how to deal with cadres who fail to observe political discipline. Young innocent pines should grow 1,000 feet high, while rotten bamboos should be cut down blow by blow. Xi Jinping, Governing China II, page 192. He made it clear that no one should feel safe from political persecution abroad either by announcing that the anti-corruption net would be spread across the entire globe so that there would be no hiding place or escape for fugitives. Ibid. Page 199. Qin Yixing, General Secretary of the Party Commission for Political and Judicial Affairs, struck a similar tone on July 8, 2020 when he announced what is now the third anti-corruption campaign during Xi's term of office. The aim is now to turn the blade inwards and scrape the poison from the bones. However, Xi's centralization of power and the massive ideologization of Chinese people's everyday lives is far more than just a question of style. It represents a thoroughly rational reaction of the party dictatorship to the new normality of Chinese economic development, which is characterized by intensifying economic and social contrasts. The GDP growth rate is increasing and capital accumulation can no longer be guaranteed by the extensive use of an almost unlimited supply of human labor based on simple, unskilled work. Southeast Asian countries such as Indonesia, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Myanmar have long since taken over the role of low-wage countries in the international division of labor, for example in the textile industry. Chinese industrial production is now characterized by a more complex division of labor, which requires in particular a higher level of training for the workforce and increasing mechanization of production facilities. Since the 13th Five-Year Plan, 2016 to 2020, the sole goal of the Chinese Communist Party has no longer been the constant expansion of production, but rather the adjustment of existing production capacities and a high-quality expansion of production, as well as a change in the driving force behind economic development from the use of production factors such as resources and cheap labor to more innovation. However, the mobilization of the creative potential of the workforce must not lead to a questioning of the party's claim to leadership. In China, a broad middle class has developed in recent decades, whose needs and interests are becoming increasingly diversified. A young generation of well-educated Chinese living in cities is certainly flirting with Western-style liberalization. This is where Xi's propaganda of the Chinese dream of the Great National Renaissance comes in, on the one hand to encourage members of the middle class to constantly optimize themselves and innovate in the interests of the nation, but on the other to ward off the temptations of bourgeois freedoms through the ideology of Chinese-style socialism, in other words, a model of prosperity that only grants material betterment and free trade with the West with a simultaneous willingness to submit strictly to the authority of the party and to renounce freedom of opinion, press, and assembly. Gerhard Scheidt has used the totalitarian Chinese social credit system to highlight the foundation of the smoothest possible circulation, bypassing its specifically bourgeois forms of mediation, as the challenge of party dictatorship that currently needs to be mastered and has been recognized by Chancellor Merkel. In contrast, the Gegenstandpunkt recognizes in the social credit system only a particularly efficient variant of general state control mania, which is essential for checking creditworthiness in capitalism. The former Marxist group takes the broad approval of the social credit system that actually exists within the Chinese population as an opportunity to level out any differences in its familiar cynical manner, providing further proof of its notorious lack of political judgment. Quote, like the party, the citizens also see nothing but immoral characters at work as soon as they feel disadvantaged or badly treated. They know the social credit program only as punishment and re-education of others. They hope it will lead to more consideration on the part of employers, better food in the supermarket and fairer treatment by public officials. In return, they are happy to accept that their lifestyles will also be recorded and made public. They do not see this as a threat to their freedom, as expected and demanded by the politically correct guardians of Western values. After all, they have nothing to hide. It goes without saying that they are obliged to conform through organized social control and are put at the service of the nation and its progress. They think it's just as well that others who get away with whatever they do should no longer get away with it. You wouldn't want to know how many of the decent people in the Western stable of freedom would also welcome a universal block keeper in the service of such a harmonized society. The Chinese social credit system. A nationwide pillory for the harmonious socialist market economy. In Gegenstandpunkt. Political Quarterly 1/20. Page 102. To this end, she invokes the unconditional unity of the people and the party and proclaims communism, which is bereft of any conceptual substance, as a political creed to close ranks. Just how inconclusive the success of this strategy towards a new normality is can be seen from the fierce disputes within the party, which of course hardly ever reach the outside world, but of which one can sometimes get a sudden impression as soon as political dissenters and dissidents speak out, only to be expelled from the party and sentenced shortly afterwards, of course, unless they manage to flee to the West beforehand. There is still abject poverty in the countryside and in the remote provinces. Around 200 million rural migrant workers work for starvation wages in the prosperous cities. The Uyghur and Tibet issues also bear witness to the ongoing problem of ethnically based separatist efforts in the Chinese multi-ethnic state, which the CCP counters with massive repression and internment in re-education and labor camps, officially called vocational training centers. The most recent example is the influential lawyer Kai Xia, who was long employed as a professor at the party's Central Training Center in Beijing. After audio files circulated on the internet in June in which Kai referred to the supreme ruler Xi Jinping as a mafia boss and called for his overthrow, she was able to flee to the USA. Xi's response to the diversification of needs within an economically extremely unequal population is therefore an even more aggressive nationalism, both internally and externally. Hardly any of his speeches at home are without a call for unconditional sacrifice for the people and the fatherland. In 2019, on the 70th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic, he held the largest military parade in the country's history. He constantly invokes a supposedly uninterrupted 5,000-year Chinese cultural history, which was only interrupted by the shameful period of colonization during the Opium Wars, 1840 to 1842, 1856 to 1860, only to blossom anew thanks to the successful anti-fascist resistance against Japanese aggression in the Second World War and the founding of the People's Republic. While Mao's policy of catch-up development in times of bloc confrontation and with reference to the real global balance of power could quite rightly invoke anti-imperialism, Chinese state propaganda in the 21st century is dependent on a new comprehensive narrative. In order to continue to sell the expansionist policy now being pursued in Asia and on the African continent as an anti-imperialist win-win project serving the peace of the peoples. The classic justification for every atrocity committed by anti-imperialism during the Cultural Revolution was the threat of imperialist foreign domination. In the meantime, China itself has taken on the role of a sprawling imperialist state that formulates its anti-Western policy from a position of strength. She proudly claims that China's authoritarian approach to fighting the coronavirus pandemic, which became such not least due to the CCP's initial cover-up strategy, has proven the superiority of the Chinese system of government internationally. The global public is still not quite willing to believe this, but the resistance power of law, Horkheimer, as it continues to exist in the West despite postmodern identity politics and regressive counter-sovereignty movements, can in principle be suspended at any time and at the latest during the next major global economic crisis. Anti-imperialists in the West, most of whom now call themselves anti-racists, can hardly wait for the final demise of the U.S. hegemon, which they are diligently working towards domestically in the form of radicalized Black Lives Matter protests. Opinion polls in Germany, which now show an approval rating of almost 50%, particularly among younger respondents, for turning away from the transatlantic alliance and for a stronger orientation towards China, should be taken just as seriously in view of society's increasing inability to even recognize residuals of freedom as such, let alone defend them. For the counterpoint, whose group identity, as already explained using the example of the crisis theorists, includes erasing any difference between the capitalist states in favor of a purely idealistic, abstract negation of the globally prevailing capital relationship, the struggle for hegemony between the USA and China presents itself as a conflict between equally ranked imperialist superpowers derived purely from capital determinations. What the last remaining K-group in Germany knows how to deduce from a seemingly autonomous perspective, removed from the circumstances, as a simple expression of imperialist competition per se, is in reality the competition between two specific states whose principle of exploitation is determined by private capitalism on the part of the USA and state capitalism on the part of China. In terms of the protection of civil liberties, this marks an overall difference. The agitation of the opposing point of view against the American world power and its congenial Chinese counterpart believes itself to be particularly radical in its indifference, but at the same time draws precisely on the residual freedom that the capitalist state grants it only in its bourgeois form. As if she knew exactly about the cultural sensitivity of the identity-politically socialized young generation in the West, which is ultimately always directed against the freedom rights of individuals, he wants to do away with cultural arrogance in order to enable cultural coexistence. At the same time, he declares the goal of increasing the country's cultural soft power, which is why the unique charm of Chinese cultures must be emphasized. The vehicles of this soft power, which is obtrusively concerned with restraint, are the more than 500 Confucius institutes abroad and a large number of newly created media platforms. Xi himself does not miss the opportunity to intersperse his speeches with pervasively irrelevant quotations from ancient poets and philosophers, which are hard to beat in terms of vagueness, but serve the Western public's cliché of Far Eastern wisdom of harmony and peacefulness. He sees a particular need to catch up in terms of a soft power in the production of ideology in the Chinese humanities, A stronger discourse system is also needed for China's philosophy and social sciences in order to develop their role. The fact is, however, that our voice in the international arena is still quite weak. Our academics are either not used to expressing themselves in an internationally understandable way, or they do not know how to bring their convincing arguments to the audience. To overcome this deficiency, we need to improve our ability in formulating distinctive terms and create new concepts, categories, and expressions that are easily understandable and acceptable to the international community in order to put the research and discussions in the international professional circles on the right track. Efforts in this regard must begin with the establishment of systematic theories and concepts in each discipline. To Xi's mind, the international scientific community will apparently be put on the right track when it recognizes China's moral leadership in the development of human societies. When she demands that we must intensively research the advantages and disadvantages of our traditional legal system, unearth and pass on the positive factors from Chinese legal culture, draw inspiration from them and make use of them, then the writings of Zhao Tingyang, a philosophy professor at the State Academy of Social Sciences in Beijing and one of the establishment intellectuals, seem like commissioned work from the party leadership. For many years, he has published essays and books on the ancient model of Tianxia, everything under heaven, on the basis of which he attempts to establish a world order that has yet to be realized and is intended to replace the Western model of hegemony. Zhao's relationship with the CCP is difficult to assess from the outside, but it is certain that party propaganda refers to his work, at least in part. In any case, Xi's New Year's speech quoted at the beginning of this article shows that he also speaks of Tianxia, all under heaven, in order to outline his idea of international relations. Zhao's political theory has received increasing international attention in recent years, particularly in France. At the beginning of 2020, Schurkamp published his first German translation, Alles unter dem Himmel, which was reviewed in many German media outlets. Zhao presents the reader with a crude mixture of anti-imperialist criticism of globalization and technology, game-theoretical analyses of international relations and ahistorical borrowings from traditional Chinese Taoism and Confucianism to re-establish a global political order in which the coexistence of existence leads the way, page 18, in opposition to Western individualism. All cultures and religions would live together harmoniously and without one-sided universalism and cultural imperialism, page 119, under the umbrella of an unspecified world sovereignty, page 28. The state of technological development in the course of globalization makes the decline of the nation-state order in general and U.S. imperialism in particular inevitable. Instead, a technologically based dictatorship, page 34, of the global networks of financial capital, media, and IT corporations threatens. To prevent this, an inclusive concept of global cooperation is needed that breaks with the Western model of hegemony and selfish individualism and takes cultural diversity into account. To this end, Zhao develops a political cosmology modeled on the ancient Tianxia concept of the Zhou dynasty, 1046 to 256 BC. As a concept of totality, Tianxia refers to the, yet-to-be-realized, unity of the cosmological order of the heavens and the political order under the heavens. The inherent telos of Tianxia is the complete inclusion of the world without outside, page 230. Tianxia is based on the permanent adaptation to changing environmental factors, an ontology of becoming, page 179, its ideal is, allowing all living things to exist and live on, page 65. According to Zhao, the ancient Tianxia model owes its existence to a specific historical constellation in which the small state of Zhou was able to secure its surprisingly successful rule over a large number of larger states over several centuries by transforming the principle of tyranny into the principle of inclusion and interdependence. The Zhou dynasty's form of rule was essentially based on the attractiveness of the system rather than on military deterrence, system superiority instead of military authority, page 54. Accordingly, the emperors of the Zhou dynasty invoked the mandate of heaven, Tianming, which the heavenly emperor only granted to righteous rulers. The enlightenment aspect of this lies in the recognition of a moral standard in the transmission of rule. In this way, a political system of tolerance and cultural diversity emerged from which all participating states benefited and which was free of racism and nationalism. Ancient China knew no monotheism, so the different faiths lacked the desire to dominate the others, allowing them to tolerate each other. There was also no nationalism or racism. The spiritual power of cultural differences and misunderstandings was less than the belief in a clan under heaven, and tolerant coexistence was therefore easy to accept, page 165. Anticipating the accusation of historical backward projection, Zhao states that although the issues of the time were completely different, page 227, an analogous political creation of world sovereignty is needed today, which must fall back on the inclusive world consciousness of Tianxia, which was already developed around 1000 BC. This makes us sit up and take notice, as the Zhou dynasty romanticized by Zhao was based on patriarchal feudalism in keeping with the times and was characterized above all by a strict tribute system between the central ruling state and the feudal and vassal states in the periphery. When Zhao takes a completely ahistorical view of the conditions of the time as a model for a future world order, the figurative sense is of course decisive, as his inclusive model reflects the CCP's newly sparked Grossraum ambitions and its claim to rule the entire Asia-Pacific region. For Zhao, the tradition of Western political thought offers no solutions to current conflicts, on the contrary, it is the cause of them. The basic idea of modern Western politics is division, page 28, and its result is therefore separation, not inclusion. The Western policy of division is based on the distinction between friend and foe, as Carl Schmitt merely put it, and thus on the permanent production of an outside. It is incapable of recognizing the necessity of world sovereignty, ibid. Since it a priori proceeds from the assumption of the other as an outside, it is incapable of resolving tensions and conflicts. A spiritual world consciousness in the sense of Tianxia could not arise in this way. Beginning with the monotheism of Christianity, the friend-enemy scheme is reproduced in the theories of Hobbes, Marx, and Huntington, among others. However, where the definition of enemy is missing, the West suffers from a loss of passion and motivation. The universalism of Kantian philosophy offers no alternative, as it ignores the diversity of cultures, religions, and values and is unrealistic in general, as human action is essentially determined by interests and not values. Kant's theory of peace mixes idealistic illusions with realistic considerations. Kant's prerequisite for the realization of peace is the essential equality of state systems and values. This precondition is impossible to fulfill on a global level. The numerous states in the world each have two different cultures, values, and political systems, page 190. The embarrassment of citing the empiricism of different cultures against Kant's idea of reason is, of course, hardly noticeable in today's academic world, as this type of critique of the Enlightenment has long been considered acceptable by the majority, worldwide. Zhao, on the other hand, presents himself as the sober author of an impartial, ontological analysis, page 10. The world politics he outlines is an objective necessity, not a set of values, page 197. At the same time, he states that the natural, cosmological order of Tianxia had not yet been implemented politically, apart from a brief phase during the Zhou dynasty. While the material prerequisites had been lacking in antiquity, Tianxia was now to be comprehensively realized as a response to globalization, but this would first require a spiritual revolution, page 196. Zhao's definition of the concept of Tianxia thus constantly oscillates between being and ought to be, without the author being aware of this or being concerned about it. He emphasizes that the basic political order in ancient China was characterized by the trinity of Tianxia, state, clan. Although the ancient Tianxia system was brought to an end by the Qin dynasty, it lives on to this day as a political gene, page 122, in the self-image of the Chinese state. Modern Western politics, on the other hand, is based on the trinity of individual, community, state. The individual as the bearer of human rights is a Western import. Although human rights are a great thing, page 26, as Zhao affirms, probably for reasons of academic connectivity, political rule must above all take into account the folkseal, page 44, which is not the sum of individual wills, but is to be understood in the sense of a traditional and generally recognized morality. The folkseal includes, for example, the uncodified and yet generally accepted laws and ethical principles that exist in all civilizations, page 45. While political thinking in the West focuses on the individual and thus on the egoistic utility maximizer, in Chinese political thinking the community takes precedence over the individual. Where the Western model creates conflicts, the Chinese model has an integrative effect without seeking to dominate. Zhao therefore distinguishes between two basic forms of conceptions of the state of nature, the Xuanzi model and the Hobbes model. The first involves using the attraction of the advantages of cooperation to internalize the outsiders so that an order of stable cooperation can be established. This is the logic of internalization. The second, on the other hand, requires the strong establishes a rule based on power and ensures that outsiders submit to the hegemonic order. This is the logic of the subjugation of the outside, page 198. The Chinese Xuanzi model is characterized by cooperation and coexistence, the Western Hobbes model by competition and selfish individualism. How the supposedly Chinese logic of internalization, i.e., the attraction of the advantages of cooperation, is transformed without further ado into the supposedly Western logic of subjugation can be studied in the relationship of current Chinese foreign policy to Asian and African developing countries. A few years ago, Sri Lanka's new largest port and an international airport were built in Hambantota as part of the One Belt, One Road, New Silk Road initiative. After the Sri Lankan government's economic expectations for the two gigantic infrastructure projects were not fulfilled and $6 billion in debt were incurred by the Chinese investment fund, the Chinese state-owned company China Merchants took over 70% of the shares in the deep-water port and extensive rights to use the nearby industrial area for the next 99 years. In Europe, China is investing primarily in Greece, Port of Piraeus, Italy, Hungary, and the Czech Republic. The Hungarian and Greek governments promptly blocked a joint EU declaration on the human rights situation in China on several occasions. According to Zhao, the latter is the modern fall from grace, which first and foremost leads to the instability of rule. In keeping with the counter-Enlightenment tradition, he declares modernity to be the destroyer of an intact cosmological order. The suicidal movement of humanity began with modernity, with man's endeavor to become the subject of creation, with the attempt to become God. It began with man once again declaring human greed to be a legitimate right, page 214. Although self-interest is part of the unchangeable nature of man, page 106, in contrast to modern society, which recognizes it as a principle of socialization, it was strictly contained in the pre-modern patriarchal order. For Confucius, kinship love was the principle of tianxia. There was an isomorphism between the clan and the all-encompassing tianxia. All people should therefore be seen as part of the family, but should also be treated according to the hierarchy of the family. Zhao also quotes Confucius approvingly in saying that good rule must be based on human sentiment and the folkseal. Confucius would have rejected the modern rule of law and instead was an advocate of rule by law, see page 79. The ideal state of an inclusive world is a clan within the four Cs, which means that the tianxia belongs to all people together and creates a kind of familial bond, page 230. This idea harks directly back to ancient Taoism. The earth as the sustaining metaphorically embodied the maternally nurturing and selflessly giving. Heaven, as the vaulting, metaphorically embodied the paternal guiding and controlling, page 62. To the extent that Zhao continues this tradition of a still undivided unity of clan, religion, and state, Hegel's provisions on the spirit of the Oriental world remain relevant. Hegel writes, "The moment of subjectivity is therefore lacking in this state whole just as much as this, on the other hand, is not based on sentiment at all. For the substance is an immediate subject, the emperor, whose law constitutes the attitude." This relationship is now expressed more closely and more conceptually by the family. The Chinese state is based solely on this moral connection, and it is objective family piety that characterizes it. The Chinese know themselves as belonging to their family and at the same time as sons of the state. In the family itself they are not persons, for the substantial unity in which they find themselves is the unity of blood and naturalness. In the state they are just as little so, for the patriarchal relationship is predominant in it, and the government is based on the exercise of the paternal care of the emperor, who keeps everything in order. Hegel, Lectures on the Philosophy of History, page 153. When Xi Jinping invokes the community of destiny of humanity before the UN General Assembly, this is explicitly directed against the concept of human rights and its addressee, the individual. The talk of a community of destiny emphasizes an unavailable natural moment, not the potential of reasonable self-determination. According to Hegel, the natural, as yet undeveloped form of the moral spirit is the family. No individual chooses it of their own free will. In Xi's understanding, the world community is therefore a large clan with a possibly Chinese patriarch at the top. There is no room for individual claims. Instead, all under the heaven are one family. The logic of the family encompasses harmony, fulfillment of duty, peace. The logic of the individual, on the other hand, is either or power, personal advantage and struggle, see page 80. The repatriarchalization of international relations under unspoken Chinese domination thus becomes the declared telos of Zhao's philosophy of history. The ancient Tianxia system of the Zhou dynasty is a net-like system of surveillance and control of the vassal and feudal states by the state of the monarch. According to the evolutionary logic of the genes of this system under the condition of globalization, the new Tianxia system will possibly supervise and regulate the network of global systems through an institution of common world ownership, page 236. So far, world history has not even begun, as the world in the political sense is still a non-world, page 181, characterized by egoism within the competition between states. The UN is merely a negotiating platform of the system of sovereign states, not a mechanism for world regulation and even less a political world system. Page 195. As correct as this criticism is of the human rights idealism of Jürgen Habermas, for example, which Zhao describes as downright naive, page 193, his own concept of rule proves to be inconsistent. Zhao's argument is basically classically anti-imperialist, in that he declares the antagonism of wage labor and capital to be an accident of state competition and thus the appearance of global power relations to be the essence of domination. The unity of the economic class, which Marx and Engels did not yet recognize as a fatherland, disappears for him behind the oppressed nation, which has to assert itself on the world market. In truth, the exploited population within the USA and the European states is the beneficiary of international exploitation in comparison to the exploited population of other parts of the world. The interests of the populations of the USA and Europe are therefore not identical with those of the other peoples of the world. The former are also workers, but they do not belong to the same class. A concept of class that does not take into account international exploitation is questionable. Page 186. Inspired by Mao's Three Worlds theory, Zhao criticizes that the radical thinkers in the USA and Europe have developed creative ideas to improve the situation of their own people, but have not provided any answers to global structures of exploitation. All the creative ideas, beginning with Marx's notion of the unification of the proletarians of all countries to the ideas of radical thinkers in recent times, such as Piketty's notion of a worldwide unified tax or Hart and Negri's notion of resistance to capitalism through the unification of the multitude or a citizens' movement for the democratic management of the commons, that is, common resources, through collective self-management, etc., are not in a position to answer the problem of inequality between the three worlds raised by Mao Zedong. Pages 186 to 187. Incidentally, this quotation illustrates very well the poorly academic way in which Zhao rehashes theorems in the mode of name-dropping. In his definition of conflicts of interest between states and peoples, Zhao remains completely abstract. He does not provide a political economic analysis of the interests within world market competition, especially as he lacks the concept of the totality of capital. Instead, he transfigures them into existential interests, page 193, which simply contradict each other. Zhao's concept of domination, formed at the manifestation level of social relations, reproduces itself when he dystopically imagines an approaching global dictatorship of networks of financial, media and IT corporations and thus merely reacts to changes in the material form of capitalist wealth production without determining what remains the same in terms of form and change, the utilization of value. Financial, media and other systems are currently still partially confined to states, but as far as their practical mode of operation and future is concerned, the web-like systems of power will expand their power like spiders weave their webs and slip through all the holes in order to gradually bring all spaces of action and discourse under their control. They will kidnap and manipulate all states, already partially recognizable, and turn their governments into agents of global finance capital or technological systems. Page 222. As is so often the case in debates about financial capitalism and digital corporations, Zhao also shows a complete lack of understanding for the fundamental dependence of individual capitals on a nation-state sovereign, which becomes apparent at the latest when, for example in times of global crises, the guarantee of property is at stake. In the spirit of Foucault and other postmodern mystics, the incomprehensible capital relationship also appears to Zhao as a diffuse, indeterminable power that acts through the subjects. Quote, "The only problem is that power is smarter than the market and democracy, it seizes every opportunity, the new power uses new strategies. First it accommodates the wishes of the masses, in the next step it shapes the wishes of the masses, finally it controls the services required by the masses in order to establish the power of a dictatorship by means of market-compliant and democratic decisions. The strength of this new dictatorship lies in its parasitic character, a parasite that is entrenched in the market and democracy and cannot be removed." Page 219. Apparently, people only feed on services. However, Zhao resists the temptation to personalize the parasite and states, there is no acting subject that takes responsibility for this. Ibid. In case of doubt, his readers can imagine for themselves who is behind the systemic violence that Zhao whispers about here. See also, power is constantly searching for suitable means and spaces to grow, constantly using new forms to adapt to the game. Under the conditions of globalization, networkedness is its ideal form of existence, page 223. At the end of his book, Zhao even fantasizes about the superhuman and the danger of the end of the world. The human pursuit of possessing technologies to subjugate nature while clinging to the natural state of egoism means an ontological imbalance that can lead to the annihilation of humanity. Page 226. However, Zhao's delusion of technology taking on a life of its own, increasingly slipping away from man and exceeding the self-regulating forces of the system, does not lead him to an apology of postmodernism, which for him is the worst thing compared to the nation-state order and the hegemony of imperialism. That is the narrative of modernity. Be patient, it is coming to an end, but the even more terrible postmodern culture is about to promote criminality and terrorist actions in the guise of hypocrisy. Page 206, see also page 213. Zhao's theory is therefore not opposed to any form of monopoly on the use of force, but proves to be compatible with the soft power proclaimed by Xi Jinping as a central regulatory power ostensibly concerned with the common destiny of humanity. Despite this sideswipe, Zhao's reckoning with the Western world order and values still offers sufficient projection surface for academic cultural relativism and postmodernism. Zhao shares his criticism of universalism, his contempt for the individual and his enthusiasm for cultural diversity and tolerance while at the same time trivializing patriarchal violence in non-Western states. At the Institute of Philosophy at the University of Vienna, the barely concealed enthusiasm for the Chinese counterhegemon comes across in the academic jargon of making approaches fruitful and productive. The description of the seminar on the relevance of Chinese philosophy, which is taking place in the current winter semester and in which Zhao's work is also being read, states the following: since China is an emerging superpower, it is now necessary to study the philosophical traditions of such an important global player. The critique of Eurocentrism is a strong motivation for the study of Chinese philosophy and can be a source of self-criticism for Western philosophy. In hypocritical value neutrality, because good academics only ask questions, the debate is now to be opened as to whether these ideas could be productive for Western and global philosophical problems. End. In another seminar description, Critical Theory and Chinese Philosophy in Conversation, the same lecturer had already announced that critical theory is characterized above all by its pragmatic approach to questions of globalization. Accordingly, solutions to social problems do not result from the reflection of ideal circumstances, but from complex learning processes. It is therefore only consequent that the result of complex learning processes can ultimately only be adaptation to the stronger power, in this case China, by abandoning any reflection and any ideal. In the wake of the Hannes, Sars, Loix etc., critical theory, in notorious capitalization, which already indicates the reification linguistically, which has gone to the dogs academically in this way and solidified into a thought template, is exemplary proof of how easily pragmatism, analytical philosophy, and postmodern cultural relativism can be reconciled. They are all united by the denunciation of a binding concept of truth, which inevitably also damages the power of political judgment. Horkheimer's assessment of China's rise to superpower status was quite different as early as 1966. Quote, "In many respects, what is happening in China seems to me to be more significant for the future of the West than what is happening in the Soviet Union, which is becoming more and more like it. The fact that the period of individuality, as today's unreasonable one, is being skipped over to a certain extent, that friendship between individuals, measured by their absorption in the collective, is considered secondary. Furthermore, the pragmatism that has been absorbed into flesh and blood, the pure expedient thinking that manifests itself in every word of Chinese leaders. All this is on the horizon of the West, no matter how hard one tries to look away from it." Max Horkheimer, The Future of Marriage, page 287. In contrast to the Viennese postdoc, pragmatism appears here, rightly, as camouflaged barbarism. The arbitrary invocation of anachronisms from human prehistory, which are praised in a remythologizing manner as models of a new way of thinking and a new politics, is another common feature. At the same time, Zhao mixes the spiritualism of the folkseal with set pieces of utilitarian utility calculation and game theory, which merely proves that the boundaries between analytical positivism and postmodern irrationalism are fluid. Although, or perhaps precisely because, there is almost no mention of the modern Chinese state in his book, and Zhao goes to great lengths to dispel the suspicion that China is already firmly established as the future world power, the party leadership knows how to use the appropriate elements of his theory to promote, among other things, the New Silk Road as a peace project for the mutual benefit of all. See the adaptation of the Tianxia concept by the Belt and Road News Network, the International Media Association of the Belt and Road Initiative responsible for PR, which was launched in 2017. What irks the xenophobes is that Tianxia, as explained by Tingyang and adopted by the current Beijing leadership, striving towards a real dynamic equilibrium in international relations, poses a serious challenge to American leadership in both hard power and soft power. In the end, it's a matter of positioning Tianxia as a superior promoter of dynamic equilibrium in international relations in comparison with the Westphalian system. Quote, end. The news platform made a correction a few months later when it determined that the Tianxia model and the Westphalian model of sovereign nation-states were entirely compatible with each other, as concerns had apparently arisen that Tianxia understood as a global policy could be interpreted as undermining China's national sovereignty. Instead, it is now emphasized that the ban on interference in national affairs is a decisive advance of the Westphalian state system that must be preserved. There is something dangerously false embedded in Zhao's thesis which needs to be exposed. The fact is that Tianxia is not only in complete harmony with the principle of Westphalia, but that the decay of Western values into the Hobbesian mess of total war and economic manipulation is not due to anything within the Treaty of Westphalia but rather in spite of it. Quote, end. It becomes clear that the theoretical frame of reference on which the party leadership bases its propaganda always remains a question of power calculation and is therefore ultimately arbitrary. The Zhou dynasty doctrine propagated by Zhao, according to which intelligent rule is not maintained by force but by creating dependencies, an insight that is definitely not limited to the Zhou dynasty in this form, coincides with China's policy of cheap loans and foreign investment, through which it creates an enormous sphere of influence and demands corresponding tributes, for example in the form of concessions for human rights violations. However, Zhao's notorious hostility to technology can hardly be reconciled with the CCP's unbroken belief in progress, and his admission of the threat of a corporate dictatorship is also likely to be met with ridicule in the Politburo and CC. Above all, his enthusiasm for a conservative Confucianism, which is certainly closer to a contemplative relationship with nature than a further unleashing of the productive forces, makes him appear more like an obdurate traditionalist and less like the Communist Party's future grand philosopher. Zhao's eclecticism of rational choice, vulgar Marxism, Maoism, pragmatism, and traditional Chinese philosophy is certainly enough for all-day symposia at the Fu Berlin, a multitude of feature reviews and the favor of Western peace apostles. Whether his Tianxia concept will satisfy Xi Jinping's demands to put international social science circles on the right track remains to be seen. In any case, Zhao contributes very little to an enlightened critique of the past and future of the world order, as the subtitle of the German translation of his book suggests. Western politicians, media representatives, NGOs, and other human rights ideologues initially unanimously blamed the Chinese government for the high number of deaths and injuries in the riots on July 5, 2009 in the capital of Urumqi in the Chinese province of Xinjiang. Citing reports by the World Congress of Uyghur Exiles, Chinese security forces were initially accused of having committed a massacre of several hundred Uyghurs living in Urumqi, and in later reports by the World Congress even of several thousand. According to the World Congress, a peaceful demonstration took place on July 5. The occasion was an attack by a Han Chinese mob on Uyghur factory workers in the eastern Chinese province of Shandong. After the demonstration was ended by the Chinese police, the crowd did not disperse immediately. This was an opportunity for the security forces to take extremely brutal and harsh action against the demonstrators, which led to an escalation of the situation. The subsequent unrest among the Uyghurs was therefore due to the brutal police action against peaceful demonstrators. During these riots, the Uyghurs fought street battles with the police and destroyed cars, houses, and stores. However, the World Congress also emphasizes that the peaceful Uyghurs did not kill any civilians. To end the unrest, the Chinese indiscriminately shot at the Uyghurs involved in the riots and caused a massacre. As Christian Y. Schmidt has already shown in concrete terms, this account by the World Congress did not correspond to the truth. To date, the World Congress has been unable to provide any evidence of a massacre. Even the press articles linked on the World Congress website almost all no longer deny that on July 5 it was not peaceful Uyghur demonstrators who were killed by Chinese security forces, but predominantly Han Chinese civilians by a Uyghur mob. According to official Chinese figures, almost 200 people died, the vast majority of them Han Chinese. In addition, more than 1,000 people were injured. In contrast to the normal handling of demonstrations and unrest in China, the Chinese security forces were surprisingly calm in their initial response to the incited mob, as Schmidt also pointed out and numerous sources outside Germany confirmed. Normal police forces were mainly deployed at the demonstration. Even when the violence broke out, initially only water cannons, tear gas, and rubber truncheons were used. It was only late, more than an hour after the riots broke out, that special riot control units, military units, and armored personnel carriers were deployed and firearms were used. As far as we know at the moment, however, it was not peaceful or unarmed demonstrators who were shot at, but individuals who refused to desist from their murderous and barbaric actions even after being shot at as a warning. This means that the news that continues to be circulated by the German media that the harsh and brutal use of force by the Chinese security forces against peaceful demonstrators triggered the unrest is not true. So the question naturally arises, what is the background to these pogrom-like riots? The reason for the demonstration on July 5 was an incident in the Chinese province of Guangdong. This is located in eastern China. In the last 2 years, over 200,000 Uyghurs have been recruited or forced to work in factories in this province by the Chinese government. This mass influx of Uyghurs met with strong disapproval from the Han Chinese population. The Uyghurs were accused of taking jobs away from the locals, and xenophobic prejudices that the Uyghurs were inferior, lazy, and criminal made the rounds. In this climate of hatred, the spreading of a rumor, which is now certain to be untrue, about the rape of 2 Han Chinese girls by Uyghurs in a factory was enough to set a Han Chinese mob of more than 100 men in motion. Armed with knives, stones, and clubs, the mob attacked the dormitories of the Uyghur workers and indiscriminately beat and stabbed those present. According to official Chinese reports, this resulted in 2 deaths and over 100 injuries, some of them serious. The news of this incident was trivialized by the Chinese authorities for fear of unrest in Xinjiang. Nevertheless, news and pictures of the attack spread rapidly throughout Xinjiang via cell phones and emails. These pictures showed in great detail not only the brutality of the attackers, but also the victims covered in blood and lying lifeless all over the rooms. In addition, together with these pictures, the rumor circulated that the number of victims was far greater than officially stated by the Chinese. Furthermore, the Chinese police had neither fulfilled their duty to protect the Uyghurs nor to prosecute and punish the perpetrators. These rumors had been spread by the World Congress, which also played a major role in disseminating the images on the internet and via cell phones. The World Congress was thus at least involved in the run-up to the demonstration on July 5. These demonstrations were prompted by the incidents in Guangdong, and the participants' main demands were the ruthless investigation of the crimes and the punishment of the perpetrators. With reference to the incidents in Guangdong on July 1, the World Congress also called for protests in front of Chinese embassies on July 3 and the following days. Despite these various activities prior to the demonstration in Urumqi, the World Congress denies any organizational involvement or support for the demonstration on July 5. This account can be doubted. Ultimately, however, it does not matter whether the exiled Uyghurs were only indirectly involved in the organization of the demonstration through their activities in the run-up to it or through direct support during its implementation. By publishing and disseminating the pictures, the World Congress not only intended to make information accessible, but also sought to provoke an uprising. It was fully aware of the impact these images of Han Chinese killing Uyghurs would have on the Uyghur population in Xinjiang. As early as 2005, the World Congress pointed out the explosive mood in Xinjiang and warned of further escalation and conflict between Chinese and Uyghurs if Chinese policy continued. The background to this conflict was clear to the World Congress. It wrote, "At present, the Uyghurs in East Turkestan must choose between the extinction of their nation through gradual assimilation or a deadly struggle for their cultural identity." The website of the East Turkestan Information Center linked by the World Congress makes it clear what is meant by this deadly struggle. It says, "Either we live according to our will, or we die fighting." My last word is that we must be friends with the friends of Allah and enemies of the enemies of Allah. Until we have adopted this attitude, we cannot be satisfied. These calls for heroic resistance against the Chinese occupiers and for holy war are not simply statements by exiled Uyghur nutcases, but reflect the attitude of the majority of Uyghurs. This mixture of nationalist and Islamo-fascist delusion has its origins in the ideology of Pan-Turkism. The emergence and spread of this ideology among the Uyghurs can be traced back to the 19th century. As early as the 19th century, there were several uprisings and unrest in what is now Xinjiang against the Chinese ruling dynasty of the time. However, this was not yet a mass movement with a clear ideological and political profile. Such an ideological basis only developed at the beginning of the previous century with the spread of Pan-Turkism in the Uyghur regions. It is important to note that the Uyghurs belong to the Turkic peoples. Pan-Turkism was an ethnic ideology that called for the unification of all Turkic peoples in a greater Turkic empire. The best-known representatives of Pan-Turkism were the Young Turks. The foundations for this empire were to be formed by a common culture and race. In this worldview, the Turks were regarded as the master race over all other peoples. A modified form of Pan-Turkism was spread in the Uyghur regions by the Jadadists, who were spreading, as in all Central Asian countries at the time. Jadadism was particularly opposed to the social and cultural backwardness of Islamic societies. Islamic societies were in urgent need of reform and modernization in the Western sense. Islam must also be freed from all traditionalism and ritualism, and the Quran must be understood in its historical context. Unfortunately, however, these ideas of modernization, which at first glance seemed very progressive and sympathetic, went hand in hand with the invocation of a true Islam and the blood and soil ideology of Pan-Turkism. For the jihadists, the unifying bond between the Turkic peoples was above all their common belief in Allah. The great empire of the Turks was only seen as the first step on the way to the Ummah. For the jihadists, belief in the nation was synonymous with belief in God. In contrast to the young Turks, for them Islam was the most important common element of the Turks. To spread their ideas, the jihadists focused in particular on school education. They wanted to educate children and young people in a new spirit. The name jihadists therefore also means new teaching methods. They saw their main task in the Uyghur region primarily in the mass establishment of new schools in every province. They also spread their teachings among the population through newspapers. This spread of the teachings of jihadism among the Uyghur population laid the foundation for the nationalist and Islamo-fascist delusions of the majority of today's Uyghurs. In the period that followed, Uyghurs twice attempted to found a Republic of East Turkestan on the basis of Pan-Turkism. The first attempt to establish an independent Islamic Republic of East Turkestan failed after only 4 months, November 1933 to February 1934. Despite its short duration, the Uyghurs' claim to their own state is often justified with reference to this first republic. The Second Independent Republic of East Turkestan, which only included the area around North Xinjiang, was able to last much longer thanks to the support of the Soviet Union. It existed for a total of 5 years, from 1944 to 1949. In 1949, the Soviet Union dropped its support and approved the occupation by the Chinese People's Army. In 1956, the Uyghur Autonomous Region of Xinjiang, which still exists today, was founded. This led to several riots among the Uyghurs and even to uprisings in some areas. According to the World Congress, 157 uprisings for democracy and freedom are said to have taken place between 1949 and 1968. This figure is probably greatly exaggerated. In the literature I have looked at, if you add it up, you get a maximum of 15 to 30 major riots and uprisings. Far more interesting, however, is the World Congress's understanding of democracy and freedom. The biggest uprising against the Chinese during this period broke out in 1954. This socio-liberal uprising was led by the radical Muslim Abilimi. He and his men wanted to establish an Islamic state and propagated holy war. Their activities consisted of attacks on various public buildings and the triggering of several riots in different parts of the country. As a result, these radical Muslims were able to mobilize quite a few people with their slogans and goals in the short term, and they were also able to achieve minor successes in their attacks, but Islam did not pose a real threat in Xinjiang at this time. As a result, the activities of Abilimi and his followers came to a virtual standstill by 1957 at the latest. Of course, Uyghurs who were more attached to the nationalist dream of Pan-Turkism did not simply die out. Protests and unrest flared up again and again in various towns and villages. In 1962, for example, there were violent riots in Xiang in which more than 2,000 people took part. At this time, however, these separatist movements did not yet pose a major problem for the Chinese Central Power. Above all, they lacked ideological leaders. The most important leaders of the Second Republic of East Turkestan had already died in a mysterious plane crash in 1949. From 1958 onwards, Mao had the majority of the activists of the Second East Turkestan Republic arrested and shot. As in other regions, the Cultural Revolution in Xinjiang attempted to persecute and ban anything un-Chinese and traditional. Mosques were closed and the practice of cultural customs and the Uyghur language were banned. Anyone who violated the ban was persecuted or even killed. When Deng Xiaoping took office, the Uyghurs were once again allowed to practice their religion and culture under certain conditions. This led to a strong re-Islamization in Xinjiang. New mosques and associated Quran schools were founded en masse. As a result of these Quran schools, the state schools lost a great deal of control and influence over the Uyghur children and young people. These schools often not only spread and taught Islam, but also the idea of a Pan-Turkic empire. The change in the street scene in most places in Xinjiang today also reflects the growing power and influence of Islam. Just 10 years ago, almost no veiled women could be seen on the streets of Xinjiang. Today, the majority of women wear headscarves or even burqas. In addition, the imams are the real rulers in the individual communities, at least in southern Xinjiang. They have far greater power than the local party and government authorities. No important changes in the community can be implemented without the consent or at least approval of the imam. In addition, new decrees are often announced by the imam during Friday prayers. Finally, the imams are also increasingly taking over the administration of justice. In recent years, convictions based on Sharia law and multiple marriages have taken on threatening proportions. This rule is based above all on a system of permanent social control and surveillance of the individual. Anyone who does not fully submit to the terror of morality and virtue imposed by Allah's servants and is therefore considered a non-believer is excluded from the community and in many cases faces persecution. No one is allowed to talk to these people and they are prevented from participating in normal village or town life. For example, the infidels are no longer served in many stores, are no longer invited to parties and are subjected to numerous other forms of harassment and humiliation. Since 1990, the Chinese have been increasingly trying to push back Islam, which is now on the advance. Quran schools, extracurricular Islamic youth clubs and organizations have been dissolved and people under the age of 18 have been banned from attending mosques. Imams have also been selected and appointed by the Chinese for some time, and their sermons and activities have been controlled. These measures have probably come too late. A whole generation has already been educated in the Quran schools in the spirit of Allah and Pan-Turkism. Most teachers in state schools are also believers themselves and try to influence their pupils in this way. Nevertheless, these measures at least have the positive effect of making it more difficult for the imams to recruit new recruits. What they could not prevent was that the spread of everyday Islam in Xinjiang and the new power of the imams generally led to a radicalization of Muslims and gave rise to jihadist gangs. Since 1990, these gangs have carried out numerous attacks on civilian and military targets as well as on Uyghur and Chinese politicians. However, not all attacks in Xinjiang can be attributed to jihadists. Several separatist terrorist gangs are also wreaking havoc in the region. This usually makes it difficult to draw conclusions about the ideological background of the perpetrators of an attack, as there are often no letters of confession. The fact is, however, that numerous attacks were carried out in buses, stores, markets, and other public places, particularly in the years 1992 to 1993 and 1996 to 1997. More than 30 people were killed and over 100 injured. The last major attack took place just before the 2008 Olympic Games. During an attack on a police station in the city of Kashgar, 16 police officers were killed and 16 others seriously injured. Several politicians have also fallen victim to such attacks since 1990. At the same time, attacks have increasingly shifted abroad since 2000. The reason for this could be that at least the jihadists have established contacts with the Taliban and Kazakh and Kyrgyz religious warriors. Quite a few Uyghurs are now being trained in Taliban camps and receive money and weapons from them. Uyghurs have been involved in several attacks on Uyghur and Chinese politicians in Turkey, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and several other countries. Just as the jihadists reflect the Islamization of Uyghur society, the separatist terrorist groups reflect the strong renaissance of pan-Turkist and separatist ideas among the Uyghurs that has been observed since the 1980s. An important factor in this resurgence was the collapse of the Soviet Union. As a result, independent states such as Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan emerged directly on the border with Xinjiang, whose citizens are also counted among the Turkic peoples. The independence of these states has rekindled hopes among the Uyghurs for the possibility of an independent state. At around the same time as these states gained their independence, however, China massively increased the settlement of Han Chinese in Xinjiang. For the Uyghurs, these masses of Han Chinese pouring into Xinjiang are the final proof of the perfidious Chinese plan, hallucinated in their delusion, to exterminate the Uyghur people and their culture through assimilation. Today, however, the Han Chinese are being brought to Xinjiang less for reasons of assimilation than to exploit the massive oil reserves discovered since the 1990s. The Chinese government has invested considerable effort in the exploitation of these deposits. This required a large number of ordinary workers and specialists in this field. However, due to the Uyghurs' lack of loyalty to the Chinese state and the associated fear of acts of sabotage, the Chinese only wanted to employ Uyghurs as normal workers for such important work, if at all. Also, due to the very low level of education in Xinjiang, most Uyghurs would not be able to take on higher positions in this work. For this reason, the Chinese government recruited masses of Han Chinese workers in other parts of the country and shipped them to Xinjiang. Today, Xinjiang is one of the richest provinces in China thanks to its large oil reserves. However, this wealth benefits almost exclusively the Han Chinese living in Xinjiang and, above all, the Chinese government. The living situation of the majority of Uyghurs has not changed as a result of this new wealth. Many Uyghurs still lead a miserable life in the countryside. The unemployment rate in the cities is also very high, especially among young people. For the Uyghurs in their ethnically and Islamically charged delusion, the Han Chinese are the personified expression of the oppression and destruction of their people. This delusion led to riots against Han Chinese long before July 5. Between 1980 and 1981, there were demonstrations and riots in 4 different cities. The causes included a fire in a mosque and street fights between Han Chinese and Uyghur youths. The content and actions of these were explicitly directed against the presence of Han Chinese in Xinjiang. Not only were slogans such as "Beat the Kaitai," Uyghur term for Han Chinese, "to death" or "Long live the Islamic Republic" shouted, but Han Chinese and their homes, stores, and businesses were also attacked. Several people were killed and injured as a result. However, exact casualty figures are not available. Further serious unrest with numerous Han Chinese victims occurred in the city of Xining in 1997. These followed the banning of youth clubs based on strict Islamic rules and principles that had formed in the city and the surrounding area. Their explicit aim is to combat all un-Islamic behavior among young people. The direct cause of the protests, however, was the arrest of 2 religious students by the police. This was followed by days of protests which, after further arrests, soon turned into a frenzy of destruction of cars, houses, and stores as well as violence against Han Chinese and Chinese police officers. As on July 5, the Uyghurs used knives and clubs to hunt down Han Chinese civilians. At least 10 Han Chinese died and more than 100 people were injured. Even then, exiled Uyghurs and NGOs spoke of a massacre of the Uyghurs. The Chinese were also accused of having triggered the violence by closing the clubs and arresting peaceful protesters. Here too, no clear evidence could be presented. Nevertheless, these riots resulted in far more deaths among the Uyghurs than the current number on July 5, yet the term massacre is misleading because the dead were largely, albeit poorly, armed militants. In addition to these riots from 1980 to 1981 and 1997, numerous other smaller incidents could be cited as evidence that the hatred and will to destroy Han Chinese among the Uyghur population has a long history. This mixture of panturkist blood and soil ideology and Islamic struggle against the infidels, which haunts the minds of the majority of Uyghurs, naturally does not stop international human rights advocates and cultural relativists from placing the Uyghurs under sacrosanct species protection. As always, when it comes to the protection of endangered peoples, they back the supposedly oppressed and weak. For every atrocity and crime committed by autochthonous peoples, absolution has already been granted by our Western friends. No matter what they do, they can count on the anti-Western friends of the nations to turn their barbaric actions into a desperate act of hopelessness or a justified defense of their own clan and tribal rights. It is therefore not surprising that the riots of July 5 are still met with great understanding and compassion for the breathing, persecuted Uyghurs. As always, imperialism is to blame, which in this case is not American but Chinese. The Islamic world also expressed its solidarity with the Uyghurs. The Turkish Prime Minister spoke of genocide against the Uyghurs and threatened the Chinese with a boycott of their goods. Above all, this has something to do with the nationalistic self-image of the nationalist Turks, which still contains strong elements of pan-Turkism. Other Islamic brothers and sisters of the Uyghurs also spoke out a few days later. Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb threatened the infidel Chinese with attacks in Chinese cities. The atrocities committed by the Uyghurs and their sympathizers reflect all the elements of the irrational delusion relating to the right of peoples to self-determination and cultural identity. However, it would be a mistake to develop sympathy for the Chinese and their treatment of the Uyghurs on the basis of these repulsive acts by the Uyghurs and their supporters. For the Uyghur individual, assimilation does not mean liberation or an improvement in their situation. In their hatred of individual freedom and their commitment to complete subjugation to the collective, Uyghur and Chinese attitudes are similar. It is therefore not surprising that just 2 days after the riots on July 5, the Han Chinese in Xinjiang also showed that they are in no way inferior to the Uyghurs when it comes to irrationality. On July 7, for example, a mob of several thousand Han Chinese armed with knives, iron bars, and clubs wanted to kill as many people as possible for reasons of revenge and retaliation. They chanted, "Death to the Uyghurs," and sang the Chinese national anthem. Only a massive deployment of armed police and special units, who cordoned off access to the Uyghur neighborhoods and the marketplace, and the use of tear gas prevented this lynch mob from happening again on July 5. Nevertheless, on this day Han Chinese occasionally chased alleged or real Uyghurs through the city and beat them. They also broke through a police cordon and vented their hatred and desire for destruction on several Uyghur stores and market stalls. After July 7, the Chinese were able to calm the situation by imposing a curfew and rigorously enforcing it with armed police units. Martial law was also imposed on some parts of the city and the cell phone and internet networks were cut. The reason for this was not so much to cut off the Uyghurs' contact with the outside world, as reported by exiled Uyghurs and many media outlets, but rather to thwart planning and incitement to violence via these communication channels. This deceptive peace, which was only maintained by a massive police presence and strict prosecution of all violations of the curfew, did not last long. Riots broke out again at the beginning of September. The background to this was attacks with hypodermic needles on mostly Han Chinese passers-by. The Uyghurs were identified as the culprits. The Chinese government was also accused of no longer providing adequate protection for the Han Chinese population in Xinjiang, as the events of July 5 had already shown. During the 3 days of demonstrations and protests, Uyghurs were once again hunted down. 5 people lost their lives and several were injured. The Uyghurs' supposedly free choice between assimilation or liberation struggle is a choice between plague and cholera. Both options require the rejection of all individual freedom and complete submission to the real socialist principle of the new man or the Islamo-fascist terror of virtue. Therefore, in the spirit of reason and enlightenment, we must plead for a genuine alternative. This consists of appealing to individual happiness and turning away from the community. In concrete terms, this means supporting all disco mice, hustlers, and other people who insist on their individual freedom, whose numbers are said to have increased in Xinjiang, in contrast to the general trend towards veiling. In their enthusiasm for the Dalai Lama, old Nazis and liberals, readers of tabloid newspapers and educated citizens, ethnozoologists, and vegan dwellers of construction sites all agree. This cannot be explained solely by the infantile longing to identify with the good or the search for self-discovery. The popularity of Lamism is also due to its skillful play with stereotypes. His portrayal as the tribal chief of a pristine culture untouched by the spirit of materialism and civilization until the 20th century evokes particular enthusiasm among audiences. This peaceful and harmonious population, which had lived in harmony with nature until the invasion of the Yellow Peril, was now being systematically destroyed and sucked dry by nasty Chinese colonizers. The Tibetans represent the Indians of today, and who would want to condone the extermination of the Indians? In a survey, all Tibet sympathizers would therefore give moral reasons for their commitment. But especially in Germany, one should be on one's guard when someone is constantly peddling their supposedly strong conscience. This is also the case in this instance. The human rights violations against the individual Tibetans only serve to legitimize the mueslis and friends of the nation's delusional and entirely self-serving identification with one of the supposedly oldest civilizations in world history. Their lament is not directed against the truly barbaric and inhumane conditions in Tibet, which is not only destitute but, to make matters worse, is also ruled by the People's Republic of China. The barbaric aspect of Chinese conditions is the complete subordination of the individual to Chinese state and party doctrine, which is maintained through control and violence. The Chinese state claims to regulate and control the entire lives of its citizens. This manifests itself above all in the compulsion to work under unbearable conditions and, for those who resist or otherwise attract attention through subversive behavior, in deportation to labor camps. Added to this is the complete control of all political activities and leisure pursuits, the strict censorship of the media and the internet, the one-child policy, etc., which is well known from the press. Any individual or collective efforts that rise up against these demands, such as strikes, riots, or uprisings, are brutally crushed. Instead, their concern is to save Tibetan culture, which is supposedly threatened by decay or even a holocaust. Yet Tibet was a pre-modern and hierarchic society until well into the 20th century. Daily hunger and abject poverty, unacceptable hygienic conditions, and a high risk of epidemics, a very high mortality rate, as well as archaic war and tribal rights made life hell for the Tibetan population. In economic terms, Tibetan society was at the level of a feudal society. The majority of the population were serfs and unfree peasants who had to obey the arbitrary orders of the rich lamas and the Tibetan nobility. The vanishing point of all debates about a restoration of the pre-Chinese state under the heading of preserving Tibetan culture therefore lies in the romanticization of an incredibly brutal relationship of exploitation. The glorification of Old Tibet expresses a longing for originality that is barbaric in its forgetfulness of history. Jan Gerber once aptly described this longing with the words, "With the Enlightenment and Revolution," meaning the French one, however, not only the last ties to the natural community, marks, to blood, soil, clod, clan, and tribe, were severed. The disenchantment of the world, which was at the heart of the Enlightenment program, went hand in hand with its renewed enchantment. Social relations became tangible, solidified natural relations, second nature. In the process of emancipation from the first nature, man shares the fate of the rest of the world. Society continues the threat of nature as a permanent, organized compulsion, which, reproducing itself in individuals as consequent self-preservation, strikes back at nature as social domination over nature. The more clearly the social relationship of compulsion resembled the archaic struggle of all against all, the more people longed for the original. Instead of finally demanding the unattained ideal of bourgeois society, the fulfillment of the promise of happiness, as Marx had hoped, they dreamed themselves back into the bad reality of the day before yesterday: horde, clan, tribe, blood, and soil. End quote. Unlike their Western fans, many Tibetans initially welcomed the Chinese invasion as a liberation from the hierarchic and archaic conditions of Old Tibet. In particular, they hoped that the abolition of serfdom, the expropriation of the large estates of the princes and lamas, the deposition and persecution of the Lamaist dignitaries, etc., would lead to a better life and more freedom. However, the hope for more freedom was in vain from the outset. Unlike other interventions, such as Vietnam's invasion of Cambodia, the Chinese invasion was not aimed at ending a barbaric peace and establishing a more liberal society, but merely at subjugating and incorporating a territory to which pre-communist China had already laid claim. Despite all the propaganda talking about communism, freedom, and progress, hatred of the Enlightenment and its achievements forms the basis of Maoist ideology, which is all about the people and the cult of labor. The anti-imperialist socialism of the Maoists is thus a legitimate twin brother of the Lamaist doctrine of purity and originality, with the only difference being that the monks only wanted their subjects to toil, while the party cadres at least preach that no one, including themselves, will be spared. Both are united by the condemnation, indeed the fight against intellect and reason, against individual freedom and private happiness, against cosmopolitanism and capitalism, against luxury and hedonism. In China, this hatred culminated in the Cultural Revolution, a kind of barbaric and bloodthirsty wholesale cleansing. This state-ordered wave of cleansing in Tibet was directed in particular against the Lamaist clergy and their possessions, who were branded as enemies of the people and exploiters. With the support of the Chinese army, the Tibetan population's decades-long accumulated hatred of their former tormentors was unleashed in a blind fury of destruction and annihilation. In a brutal and cruel manner, thousands and thousands of monks and other followers of Lamaism were killed and tortured in the streets, humiliated and pilloried, driven out of the monasteries and persecuted. Monasteries and the art treasures they contained were destroyed and burned. The excesses of violence during the Cultural Revolution were the culmination of a systematic policy of suppression and persecution of Lamaist ideology emanating from China. The aim of Chinese policy was and is the elimination of a competitor for the fruits of the hard and arduous work on the fields of the plateau. In order to assert their power over the Tibetan wasteland, the Chinese had to eliminate the theocratic relations of dependence and coercion, but not suppress all cultural expressions of Old Tibet, such as language, customs, and traditions, tribal rights, etc. Gripped by the fanaticism of the Maoist outbreak, everything un-Chinese was to be eradicated. From an economic and political point of view, it would have been sufficient to suppress the influence of the Lamaist clergy on the Tibetan population. However, the ideology of a system of complete subjugation of the individual to the rules of the socialist community culminated in a dynamic that not only shattered the previous conditions of coercion and dependency, but also sought to completely eradicate any memory of them. In view of the latest images of a murdering, burning and looting mob directed against the Chinese occupation, this policy must be regarded as a clever one. For the memory is obviously still present and is persistently drummed into the young monks by their teachers. However, the fact that the concept of uprooting and Sinoization has failed is not only due to the propaganda of the yellow caps. Above all, not much has changed economically for most Tibetans since Mao's hordes liberated them. Although the majority of the Tibetan population does not want the old system of serfdom back, it certainly does not mind when the monks take action against their current tormentors, the People's Republic of China and its henchmen. It is only the monks who really mourn the old conditions and for whom there is something to gain. After all, the monasteries and sacred buildings are magnets that definitely attract a noteworthy and potentially profitable number of tourists. In view of the fact that, compared to subsistence farming, tourism is the only source of significant income for the Chinese state, which, however, does not even begin to cover the investments in infrastructure, this is not an unimportant factor. The old Tibet, like the one under Chinese rule, is still based entirely on what Marx called the Asiatic mode of production, which prevents primitive accumulation. This is not due to the ill will of the Chinese, who would be only too happy to exploit Tibet more profitably, but above all to the geographical conditions. In view of the costs involved, implementing industrialization in this region, which could only integrate the Tibetan economy into the world market, is at best a wet dream of modernization ideologues far removed from reality. In this respect, Marx's characterization still largely applies to Tibet. The Asian mode of production has three essential elements. It knows no private ownership of land. The only landowner is the despot, who appropriates the agrarian surplus product in the form of tribute, rent or tax, in order to maintain the bureaucratic and military apparatus. The basis of society is the self-sufficient village community with its unity of agriculture and manufacture. The bureaucracy performs overarching economic tasks, above all the organization of hydraulic engineering, dikes, canals, transport and other public buildings, and maintains state monopolies for salt, iron, foreign trade, etc. The peasants are not set free, the producers are not separated from the means of production. There is no division of labor between town and country and thus no internal market. State monopolies and the peasant subsistence economy hinder the development of capitalist entrepreneurship. So there is also no bourgeois urban development. The cities remained purely residential and administrative centers. Long-distance trade is bureaucratically controlled. The result is an unproductive use of the surplus product for the luxury consumption of the ruling classes and prestigious public buildings, palaces, tombs. Another consequence is stagnation or cyclical ups and downs without any real, technical industrial, progress. The Chinese invasion also brought no liberation from the idiocy of rural life and its constraints. The only difference was that the peasants were no longer forced to use their labor as serfs, but as work slaves for the socialist collective. It is therefore demonstrably false when Hermann Grumliese, who appears to be completely outdated, writes in his column, "The People's Republic of China, like the Soviet Union, was an attempt to organize and costume a great leap forward, from the Middle Ages to modern times, with set pieces from the fund of communist theory." The real socialism of the Chinese, like that of the Soviet Union, did not mean the abolition of capitalism, but its preparation. It set Adam Smith's primitive accumulation in motion and with it created a proletariat, brought the two societies to the historical point from which the Western Europeans and North Americans had departed in the mid-19th century. What Marx had hopefully attributed to the revolution in China in his time was probably only achieved by Mao. The empire of heaven collapsed, the barbaric hermetic isolation from the civilized world was broken. End of quote. As is customary in communist circles, the editor absolves himself for spreading his fact-resistant nonsense by quoting St. Marx. To save the honor of anti-imperialism and its Western friends, Grumliese now seems to be willing to tell any lie. The truth is that no primitive accumulation ever took place in Tibet. The establishment of schools and hospitals, which actually had a civilizing effect, has nothing to do with a capitalization of society. Modernization remained, as Marxists would say, without a substructure. Those who, like most Tibetans, cannot afford to flee to other parts of the world will forever remain trapped in the meager conditions in no man's land that make them sick and stupid, unless they find a job in the massively subsidized tourism sector. The exploitation of the zinc, copper, and lead deposits is still in its infancy, and it is doubtful whether the workers employed there will ever experience economic advancement under Chinese conditions. Although Tibetan society is still stuck in the horror of pre-modernity, it has the rising prosperity and improving education of the Chinese in its sights at the same time as Maoist rule. Both seem unattainable for them. It was only through this development that a Tibetan resistance movement against progress and modernization was able to form. For the formation of such a community consciousness presupposes the confrontation with a profoundly modernized society whose very existence creates a difference between aspiration and reality. The Tibetan consciousness of resistance can only form when the injustice suffered can be perceived as such. This presupposes a general and binding law that prescribes fixed and binding rules of social coexistence. In China, where the exercise of power and violence is entrusted to a state and no longer to a clique of Buddhist monks, such a law exists, even if it is extremely repressive and is regularly interpreted arbitrarily by the Maoist bureaucracy. With the introduction of the relationship between state and subject, which also took place in Tibet, the individual was given the opportunity to relate his life situation to other people, to think about it and to abstract from it. In this way, they gain the ability to understand themselves as social beings, to differentiate themselves as subjects from coercive social relations and to criticize them. Unfortunately, however, the protest movement in question here is not very critical of domination and exploitation. Its rebellion is limited to the rejection of foreign domination. The so-called Tibetan People's Uprising was not an emancipatory movement, but merely a call for an authentic ruler who comes from the people, which can ultimately be characterized as anti-imperialist. Thus, popular anger was directed against the foreigners identified with artificiality and abstraction, the Han Chinese. It was no coincidence that Chinese merchants and shopkeepers were a particular object of hatred in the anti-Enlightenment pogroms. They are seen as a symbol of the invasion of modernity and civilization into the Tibetan village community and its pre-stabilized harmony. This is because they are exemplary for the, reasonably, free movement of goods and trade, for liberation from dependencies on land and fields, tribe, and clan, and thus for the unnatural invasion of capitalist socialization in Tibet. Other targets of attack were civilizational achievements associated with the process of modernization, such as schools, hospitals, and kindergartens. In addition to rioting monks, it was mainly younger Tibetans who were involved in the unrest. They grew up with the legend of the peaceful and harmonious coexistence of earlier days, which the Chinese had destroyed and annihilated. This is why they do not identify with the existing Tibetan society under Chinese rule, but derive their identity from the complete dissociation from it and the glorification of the pre-modern, supposedly better life. Everything Chinese, everything modern is therefore seen by them as an attack on this painstakingly constructed identity. Supported by the Western media, this has enabled them to acquire the status of permanent and powerless victims of their circumstances. From this victim perspective, every atrocity committed can still be explained and excused. Others, society or, in this case, the Chinese, are always responsible for their own actions. However, those who are denied responsibility for their actions find it easy to give free rein to their urges without any sense of guilt. Nevertheless, contrary to what the media portray, only a minority of Tibetans took part in the pogroms. Although the majority are demanding more cultural freedom, e.g. the abolition of the suppression and persecution of Buddhist religious practice, the ban on the Tibetan language and certain customs and traditions, they do not wish for a return to the old state of society. The realization that the living situation of the Tibetans will not change until a communist overthrow of the Chinese regime worthy of the name is set in motion in the context of a world revolution is correct, but it is of little help to the Tibetans, as long as this has not yet happened. This points to the powerlessness of the social critic who, in this muddled situation, does not really know who to root for. In this respect, he is left, once again, with only the critique of ideology, which his opponents decry as critical critique. After all, the path to practical criticism is, as the adornizing jargon knows, obstructed. In this respect, materialist ideological criticism has to target both Chinese rule and the Tibetan friends of the simple life. The scene of self-proclaimed Tibet critics usually has nothing to do with such criticism. They are divided into two equally reality-blind camps. One part is subscribed to open propaganda for China. It includes the entire spectrum of scary figures and specters from the Aussie Park, i.e. editors, and readers of Junge Welt, as well as left party functionaries, DKP members, and old Maoists. As we all know, any further involvement with these figures would be a wasted effort. It is more interesting to look at the other camp. This includes, for example, some authors of Junk World, Concrete, and numerous liberal blogs. Without exception, the people mentioned and their publications would probably condemn Chinese policy in Tibet. However, they completely fail to engage with this policy. Their ideological criticism is limited exclusively to the Dalai Lama and his influence on today's Tibet or to the former lamas and their influence on ancient Tibet. They have become obsessed with where, when, at what time and on what occasion the Dalai Lama had contact with bad people or said bad things, or when, where and for what reason people were tortured and killed in ancient Tibet. By remaining silent about China and emphasizing the crimes and atrocities of Tibetan Buddhism, they suggest to their readers that Chinese conditions are not so bad and that only the Dalai Lama represents a danger to a freer and better life for Tibetans. In this way, they are also indirectly promoting propaganda for China. On the other hand, it should be emphasized once again that both Chinese politics and the Lamaist mindset are directed against reason, individuality, and enlightenment. A critique of Tibet worthy of its name would have to take the side of those who want to endure neither Chinese nor Tibetan bondage and who strive for a better life in freedom and prosperity. It has nothing to do with the prophets of unquestioning authority who want to keep humanity in stupidity and misery. Felix Wemheuer presented a wealth of left-wing positions on China at this point, but remained very cautious in his assessment. Thus the reader is now aware of a new bizarre dispute within the DKP, but only learns in hints how these and other crude positions from the cabinet of horrors of anti-imperialism are regressive and wrong. In his article, Ralph Ruckus focuses on the distinction between a socialist and a capitalist period in China's development after 1949, criticizing above all the fact that the German left only perceives one or the other period and thus arrives at one-sided judgments about the political-economic status of China today, depending on its point of view. His article ends with a plea for pressure and disruption from below, above all mass resistance in order to formulate an independent left-wing anti-war policy in the face of the escalating imperialist conflicts. While this demand can be printed in a left-wing weekly newspaper in this country without any problems, its representatives in China would be arrested by the repressive authorities. Nevertheless, both Wemheuer and Ruckus make a recognizable effort to distinguish left-wing positions on China from left liberal partisanship for the political freedoms of the West. In this context, Ruckus speaks of the cloak of democracy and human rights under which Western states agitate for their national capital against the imperialist competition in the People's Republic of China. Leftists would join this consciously or unconsciously if they took sides against Chinese authoritarianism in favor of liberal democracies. This attitude is abstract and correct in principle, but wrong in the historical constellation, because the implementation of a liberal democracy in China, the same applies to Russia, would in fact be tantamount to a political revolution and would create essential conditions for the possibility of an emancipatory movement towards a liberated society. However, many leftists in the tradition of Marxism-Leninism hold civil liberties in low esteem. This is why they still find it difficult to criticize repressive coercive collectives consequent to this day, which draw their legitimacy as an anti-imperialist alternative essentially from the widespread hatred of bourgeois forms of mediation. These forms of mediation are an expression of domination, the appropriation of surplus value and its political and administrative protection, and are therefore rightly subject to criticism, but in contrast to pre-modern and post-modern forms of socialization that are directed against the individual, they are progressive and therefore also worth defending. Incidentally, it was often enlightened communists who had to remind liberalism of its own achievements, since the relapse into barbarism is inherent in liberalism itself. Paradoxical at first glance, it was above all the early critical theory that stood up for the liberal achievements of bourgeois society free of any equidistance on the basis of precisely this experience during National Socialism. This is paradoxical because Max Horkheimer and Theodore W. Adorno, with their best-known work on the dialectic of enlightenment, are considered fundamental critics of Western civilization. Unlike Marxism-Leninism, however, they always took the ideals of the Enlightenment and the political freedoms they had won in the democratic West seriously as substantial progress that had to be defended against the politically worse. Unsurprisingly, this attitude was always interpreted as bourgeois by the extra-parliamentary opposition. But only on this basis could they recognize a dialectic, namely the fundamental contradiction between freedom and domination, in the process of enlightenment. The idea of communism does not want to go back behind the bourgeois individual, but beyond it. While quite a few German leftists who urged revolutionary action became fanatical supporters of Maoism from the late 1960s onwards, Max Horkheimer recognized as early as 1966 the danger that the rule of the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, posed not only to civil liberties and the development of individuality, but ultimately also to the idea of communism itself. In many ways, what is going on in China seems to me more significant for the future of the West than what is happening in the Soviet Union. The fact that the period of individuality, as unreasonable today, is being skipped to a certain extent, measured against the absorption into the collective, is considered secondary. Furthermore, the pragmatism that has been absorbed into flesh and blood, the pure purposeful thinking that is manifested in every word of Chinese leaders, all this is on the horizon of the West, however much one tries to look away from it. Quote, end. The fact that the period of individuality is skipped is the aporia of any catch-up development that aims for self-sufficiency and self-assertion against an already established capitalist world market. It is characterized by the fact that it attempts to leap from pre-bourgeois, agrarian feudal conditions directly into socialism, bypassing bourgeois forms of mediation, and to compensate for the backwardness of productive forces through a dictatorship of development. In both the Soviet Union and China, this catch-up development was supported by an authoritarian and collectivist labor ideology. The imperialist threat from outside always served as justification for the atrocities committed against their own population. In the meantime, China has become a major economic power that also asserts this status in ideological terms. Together with Russia, China shares the rejection of a so-called unipolar world order under the dominance of the USA as the actor that, by means of its reserve currency and monetary policy, its free trade agreements and, not least, backed by a Western military alliance dominated by it, still essentially determines the general rules of interstate relations and the world market. From a position of inferiority, the great power aspirations of both states are paradoxically formulated as a project of anti-imperialist counter-hegemony, which attempts to sell its own gains in land and influence as liberation from the yoke of Western liberal domination. Unlike the Russian economy, the Chinese economy actually has the potential for a new systemic rivalry, which the US is beginning to focus on accordingly. Xi Jinping's invocation of the Chinese dream of a great national renaissance can be based on a development plan which, in contrast to the apocalyptic future expectations of the Russian leadership, does not seek national salvation in military campaigns alone. Even if the current phase of Chinese economic development, the new normal in official party terminology, presents the CCP with enormous difficulties and risks. Economic growth is declining, a trend that was already evident before the COVID-19 pandemic. Capital accumulation is becoming increasingly difficult to ensure through the extensive use of an almost unlimited supply of human labor based on simple, unskilled work. Chinese industrial production is now determined by a more complex division of labor, which requires a higher level of training for the workforce and increasing mechanization of production facilities. Since she took office, the program has therefore no longer been to copy technologies developed in the West, but to independently produce and patent cutting-edge technology with the potential to become the world market leader. However, mobilizing the creative potential of private capitalists, engineers, and workers harbors the danger that the CCP will attract a class whose interests conflict with the state apparatus. So far, the party has succeeded in encouraging the newly emerged, academically educated middle class to constantly optimize itself in the interests of the nation, while at the same time fending off the temptations of bourgeois freedoms through the ideology of Chinese-style socialism. A model of prosperity that only grants material betterment and free trade with the West with a simultaneous willingness to submit strictly to the authority of the party and renounce freedom of opinion, press and assembly. In the face of such repression, even timid demands for democratization and liberalization in China take on a subversive quality. These demands deserve the solidarity of the Western left instead of admonishments for not being anti-capitalist enough. The blog Plot Point, which is well worth reading, published the following succinct criticism of political equidistance on the occasion of the protests in Hong Kong in 2019/2020. The People's Republic of China is not a socialist society, albeit a deficient one. Rather, the separation of immediate producers from the social means of production is most radically implemented in state capitalism, as it prevails in China. Here, the immediate producers are deprived of all forms of organization and expression, capital thus rules almost unrestrictedly. Free development of individuality, as it is relatively favored in the private capitalist type of bourgeois rule, since, among other things, the command of capital in the production process is less repressive, opens up scope for individual consumption and tends to be expanded, is here in direct contrast to the attempt of the state and the party to exercise absolute control over all social movements and expressions. End of quote. So-called anti-imperialists, however, are not capable of this insight. As outrageous as it may sound to the ears of so many leftists, in its tendency towards universalization, capital actually remains bound to democratic forms of government, namely via the world market, without which it cannot exist. If Xi Jinping and the comrades in his racket have understood anything, it is this, and they are reacting to it by seeking to dissolve the world market from within. Of course, this does not mean that all parts of the world market are or must always be democratic in order for it to exist, but rather that it has its own tendency. China, too, is not yet really a product of this tendency in the double sense of the word, any more than Italian fascism was before the influence of National Socialism. Although you are of course absolutely right about the differences between today's China and Italy at that time, as well as the question of changed productive forces and cultural shifts. The People's Republic is part of the world market, but already in a different way than the other parts. It pursues a policy that is always simultaneously directed against the laws of the world market and at its edges, of which you also speak, openly amounts to a kind of debt bondage, as we know it from antiquity, i.e. immediate dependency relationships brought about by market relations, but here, quite unlike in antiquity, in international relations. This is not authoritarian capitalism, which could exist without mediation vis-a-vis liberal capitalism, i.e. could also exist as capitalism without it. As in the 1930s, it is not about the rivalry between two, or more, isolatable models or systems. Liberal versus authoritarian capitalism, democratic or totalitarian state capitalism, which could do their respective things independently of each other, so to speak, but rather, as Alfred Sohnrethel has made clear, about the policies that states or non-states pursue in relation to the universalization tendency of capital on the world market, especially when crises shake it so severely. As I said, the People's Republic of China is attempting to resolve this tendency from within, from the treaties, a strangely slowed-down emergence, which may eventually falter or have to be reversed, who knows? At any rate, it is currently striving to unleash authoritarian potential as far as possible worldwide. An Islamic republic cannot be a chained dog, even if it is true that Iran's economic power is conceivably low compared to China and cannot be compared to the relationship between Nazi Germany and Italian fascism. The central difference, however, is on the one hand that the world market is not, yet, breaking up as it did in the 1930s. China has begun to tug at it, as it were. On the other hand, that Iran, which has nevertheless sprung from it, This is the Islamic character of this republic built on oil production, and quite independently of Chinese policy, could soon be in a position to destroy the Jews in Israel even without the kind of economic potential that National Socialism derived from the breaking up of the world market. The current Chinese policy favors this more than that of the EU. It also does more than just appeasement in the sense of capital, it wants appeasement on the basis of debt bondage. But there are servants who have other things in mind from the outset than repaying something. On the contrary, better to be dead than not to be a slave, other than merely conquering and enslaving for their part, but rather destroying whoever embodies the world market or the West in their pathological projections. The logical totality of the universal comparison provokes ideologically heterogeneous reactions to it. The world market presupposes free exchange among equals, at least in part. I now ask myself, how many democracies does the world market need? How much predatory economics can it integrate in order to assert itself as a tendency? Or, less charitably, how much predatory economics does the world market need for this? Furthermore, how many equals does a democracy need in order to guarantee free exchange? Isn't there a certain problem in the fact that the concepts of the West and the promise of happiness have become somewhat slippery? They themselves sound a bit like post-colonial theory, i.e. like being offended that the West is somehow to blame for not having fulfilled its alleged promise of happiness. In other words, what remains today, beyond the post-colonial racket, of the concept of the West if it is not determined by the critique of political economy, as an aspect in the relationship between hegemony and the world market? The difficulties in understanding China's imperialism, which should not be confused with hegemony, are closely related to this. The most important point at the outset, not to go into the threat to Israel from the Iranian regime, strengthened by its initiated alliance with China, distorts the constellations considerably. Nor do I see any truth in anti-Zionism, which is supposed to consist of the fact that Israel is about to decide against democracy and in favor of the Chinese path. But first to the promise of happiness, basically, it can only be spoken of ex negativo, it has about as much to do with happiness as a contract. How could a state make a positive one? The promise is concrete in the U.S. Declaration of Independence, the right to the pursuit of happiness and not happiness. Happiness itself is only promised in politics as a community of people or faith. Towards the end, you write, the undermining of the West is based on the universalization tendency of capital. The West is no longer the subject, but the object of this development. It is in the process of being processed itself, of being swallowed up as an ingredient of the process in the result. Against the objective finding of irrelevance, every subjective insistence on relevance testifies to the idealistic positing of reason against the violent enforcement of capitalist logic. How could the West ever have been a subject? Apart from what Marx, with bottomless irony, called the automatic subject? Nor is it suitable as its object, because as the sheer exploitation of the who, it cannot have one. Apart from the problem that seriously calling a collective, a class, a state, a hegemon etc., a subject always assumes an identical subject-object. Furthermore, it seems questionable to me to understand the fall of the West and the rise of China as an immediate consequence of the universalizing tendency of capital. Historical comparisons are, of course, always questionable, but they draw attention to what is mediated, and if I were to compare a historical constellation with the Chinese who, it would be Italian fascism in its relationship to that tendency of capital. For in the case of China, it is a relationship that favors the possibility of Auschwitz repeating itself, brought about as an abstract possibility by the universalizing tendency of capital, but I would almost like to say, unintentionally, at least for the time being, that is, not in an immediate anti-Semitic way, not as a delusion of extermination against the Jews. See the Chinese alliance with the Islamic Republic of Iran. It is precisely their threat to Israel, which is strengthened by this alliance, that should be placed at the center, in contrast to the assertion that any subjective insistence on relevance only testifies to the idealistic positing of reason against the violent implementation of capitalist logic, insofar as this assertion declares historical experience null and void, and predicts that the subject should in fact only be thought of as automatic. The strategy of the revisionists towards Italian fascism may have appeared similar to Israel's policy towards the Chinese way today. In order to persuade the English hegemon to change its policy, Jabotinsky had to hint to it that Zionism was also prepared to consider fascism as a new permanent alliance, without, incidentally, considering anything other than democratic structures for the Jewish state itself. All of this then very quickly turned completely around the axis of the war of extermination against the Jews. Post-colonial analyses, when they argue from an economic point of view, are, for example, concerned with the way in which Chinese expansion on the African continent interacts with the interests of traditional capitalist economies and their corporations to extract the resources there against the national interests of the African states, whose function in turn is supposed to be reduced to making this possible. The average necessary working time is determined nationally and is compared in the competition between states. In short, could the Chinese model not drive the social democratic ideal into the dystopian realization of absolutizing the state as the state of capital into an authoritarian regulator of production and consumption? Produce an understanding of the state that already exists in outline, in which all political parties as an expression of this circulation managing tendency, like the individual members of the Central Committee, compete to optimize the administration of consumption to stimulate and satisfy the accumulation of capital, while the population, this is also known, is divided into alimented immature and mature alimented, i.e. quasi into passive and active state fetishists. The class antagonism is negated through consumption in the interest of the state, into a population that can deny its potential superfluousness through consumption and must exchange it for unconditional integration, while this relationship appears economically liberal as a service society. The willingness to do so is possibly indicated by the widespread acceptance of the unconditional basic income, whose propagandists never tire of emphasizing that people will not lie around on their lazy backsides, but will instead diligently produce the common good through consumption. The post-colonial self-invention of artists and academics in the humanities who are dependent on state funding in Europe occupies a certain position that perhaps points in the direction of this dystopia. They want to be alimented alimony recipients, at the same time as being provided for and determining the allocation guidelines. Political consciousness is pushing for authoritarian administration in the name of criticism. Both the paternalistic attitude towards the uneducated migrant population, their culturalist glorification as authentic but in need of interpretation, and the idea of glorifying their own careers as politically, not economically motivated, fit in with this, which is also true in some respects. It is a success of anti-racist politics that representative positions are increasingly being filled in a diverse manner. At the same time, this is a global utopia. This leads to the seemingly paradoxical circumstance that the slogan "disintegrate yourselves" is mainly propagated by those whose need for integration through representation is greatest, but not in the culturally homogeneous, but in the culturally and sexually diverse nationalism, which in turn reforms its nationalism with a new anti-national understanding of the state, which makes inclusion absolute as an idea of the state itself, as an exclusive community of inclusion. What was practiced in the postmodern era, that language sets reality, finds its continuation here in the self-invention as prospective management personnel of prospectively universal allocation administration, which is already disappointed by the fact that it cannot control the self-utilization of value. Here again, the images of the old national, ergo racist elites and the multinational corporations, whose neo-colonial reorganization and expansionist aspirations are condensed in the projection onto the Jewish state, overlap in the assignment of blame. When a renowned science fiction author is passed through the international feuilleton landscape amidst storms of jubilation, it is appropriate to take a closer look at where the sudden enthusiasm for a representative of this genre, which is otherwise viewed rather disparagingly in educated bourgeois circles, stems from. This is all the more true when the author in question is the winner of numerous science fiction literary awards, including the internationally renowned Hugo Award 2015 and, significantly, 9 Galaxy Awards from Science Fiction World magazine, which is closely linked to the Chinese state apparatus, whose world bestseller, the Trisolaris trilogy, is recommended for reading by influencers as diverse as Barack Obama and Mark Zuckerberg. It is therefore hardly surprising that the series adaptation of the Trisolaris trilogy, led by David Benioff and D.B. Weiss, the creators of Game of Thrones, is to be released by the streaming giant Netflix in 2023, especially since the cinema adaptation of Cixin Liu's short story The Wandering Earth from 2019 is one of the most internationally successful Chinese film productions ever. This economic success story of the complete work is closely related to the topoi it negotiates, which Cixin Liu plays through on the futurological keyboard of classic science fiction. The relationship between science and religion, assumptions about the variance or invariance of inner and outer laws of nature, contemporary historical and social problems, and whether they can be solved by technological or political developments, thus ultimately the future of human civilization projected into the distance in time and space, oscillating constantly between hope and doom. It is precisely this superficially critical raisonnement about the royal and wooden paths of human history that makes Cixin Liu's work, with its alternative interpretations, so palatable to feuilletonistically oriented contemporary diagnosticians. Thus, pars pro toto, the notorious Dietmar Dath says of Cixin Liu that the Western American bourgeois left liberal solution, which from Richard Rorty to Charles Taylor to Barack Obama relies on postulating a proud we that stands for a defensible human rights universalism that is capable of constantly expanding its we, is rejected by Liu as an all too voluntaristic silencing of the antagonistic dynamics in the reality of the genre, which is not with itself. In short, there is eloquent unanimity on all fronts about Cixin Liu's narrative grandiosity, which gives critics, who, as is well known, are always against the uniformity taboo, every reason to discuss the question of the reasons for this dubious popularity and its problems. This overarching popularity already implicitly refers to the pop cultural character of science fiction, which as genre literature has certain genre characteristics in common. Cixin Liu's works are also written along the conventional formal laws of this genre, whose specific aesthetic functionality moves within the dialectic of pop between the promise of happiness, there should be more than what is, and commodity form, the culture-industrial reproduction of the same old thing. The nonconformist gesture is compromised by its conformist form. Its subversive content ultimately remains ideology. The relationship between conformism and nonconformism is articulated in two statements by Cixin Liu in his afterword to the German-language edition of The Three Sons that at first seem contradictory. Although he refers to the utopian potential of science fiction, which, when set in certain hypothetical worlds, can transform what is evil and dark in our reality into something righteous, brightly shining and vice versa, he denies this potential in the same breath by adding that I do not use my stories as a camouflaging facade behind which I criticize contemporary reality. Through the medium of science fiction literature, I want to create my own world solely with the power of imagination and convey in them the poetry of nature, to tell the romantic legends that unfold between man and the universe. While Cixin Liu does not deny the unbreakable bond between his work and its historical social situation of creation, he deliberately wants to make it anathema. Thus, when he writes about the physical possibility of interstellar space travel through space curvature propulsion and planet-destroying superweapons, he does not want this to be understood as a normative commentary on the optionally utopian or destructive potential of modern technology, but simply as a metahistorical speculation about what else might be possible in purely physical theoretical terms. The primary aesthetic principle from which all narrative structures and plot dynamics as well as the reference to reality arise here functions analogously to Brecht's dramaturgical alienation effect, which the latter defines as a modified depiction of reality which, while recognizing the object, at the same time makes it appear alien. Bertolt Brecht, Kleines Organon für das Theater. In his discussion with Brecht, Adorno states, by opposing empiricism, works of art obey its forces, which, as it were, repel the intellectual entity, throw it back on itself. No factual content, no formal category of a poem that does not originate from the empirical reality from which it rests itself, however unrecognizably modified and concealed from itself. Through this, as through the regrouping of moments by virtue of its law of form, poetry relates to reality. Quote, end. In this way, the object is first to be deprived of its self-evidence in order to enable a subsequent process of cognition. In demarcation to the myth operating, as it were, with alienation effects, which, on the other hand, aims at the essence of phenomena supposedly removed from history, and thus ultimately engages in ontology, the literary theorist Darko Suvin determines the formal framework of science fiction as the interplay of realistic, but not naturalistic, alienation and historicized cognition of the empirical present of work and author, which marks the starting point of alienation, in Suvin's terminology, the zero world. According to Suvin, science fiction is a literature of epistemic alienation which, in contrast to fantasy and related epic genres, is in constant relation to this zero world and therefore not indifferent to it. Suvin overlooks, however, that this epistemological alienation is complemented by genre-specific literary forms and represented in such forms, whose genesis was subject to certain historical conditions, but which became independent in the course of an early culture-industrial popularization and hardened into the well-known genre clichés. The historical present orientation to the zero world, correctly attested by Suvin, is counteracted by narrative forms that no longer show any inner historicity and thus behave arbitrarily with respect to their contents, but also to their aesthetic function within the structure of the work. In other words, in its formal principles indifferent to its own historical conditions, popular science fiction since the early 20th century, at first avant la lettre, later also with an explicit reference to the history of ideas, proves to be a postmodern playground of either utopian or dystopian visions of the future, on which the author can arbitrarily combine the narrative forms reified into the aforementioned genre clichés, merely by the ideologically conditioned limits of his own ingenuity. It is precisely this arbitrariness in the ideological charging by politically engaged authors that, reinforced by the corresponding line of tradition within the genre, Nolan's Valens suggests the reception of a work as a decided commentary by the author on contemporary events. Examples of this are such fundamentally different works as Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, George Orwell's 1984, or Ernst Junger's future novel Gläserne Bienen, as well as the tech phantasmagorias currently enjoying some popularity, such as Neil Stephenson's Snow Crash or, in the German-speaking world, Lee Frantz's Planet Magnon. The plot of the Trisolaris trilogy is not unaffected by this, consisting of a permutation of well-known topoi, firmly established in the thematic canon of science fiction at the latest by H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds of 1898. Humanity's existence is threatened by the invasion of an extraterrestrial civilization and must band together to avert the threat of annihilation and ensure its own survival. Cixin Liu emphasizes that he does not ostensibly want to write a critical or anti-critical work, but in his writing, which is completely indifferent to any problems of form and thus even free of reflection, the commentary character takes on a life of its own as an element of form in relation to the author's, ostensible or actual, intention. At second glance, this reveals a more subtle but all the more effective topos in his works, China's prospective role in world politics as a counter-design to Western hegemony. Against the background of the epistemic alienation effect, any fictional contact between humanity and an extraterrestrial civilization can easily be recognized as modeled on existing theories of international relations, since these models form the only point of reference possible to the author. Analogous to the metaphor often used to describe the entrapment of utopia in the existing, that the land of milk and honey undoubtedly represents the utopian fantasy of a real starving man, interstellar communication in fictional works is only possible as a reflection of real communication models. Stanislav Lem is one of the few authors to reflect on this tacit presupposition of his own genre in his novel essay The Voice of the Lord. The Universe is a Dark Forest is set in this regard in the eponymous second volume of the trilogy in the words of the cosmos sociologist Luo Ji, who elaborates in a paraphrase of Sartre, "In this forest, hell is the other living beings. There is an unwritten law that any life that reveals itself to another must be eliminated immediately." The Dark Forest model is based on two fundamental axioms, from which, in turn, all the relationships and dynamics between the civilizations of the universe can be derived. First, survival is the first commandment of every civilization. Second, civilizations grow and expand continuously, but the matter available in the cosmos remains constant. Since the mutual expansion urge in its exponential growth must come logically sometime to the limit of the constant mass at matter, from this the unconditional necessity for the annihilation of all known civilizations results, in order to precede the own annihilation by the same, what represents the actual movens for the attack of the Trisolarians. Thus, in the end, the existence of the universe in its known form turns out to be the result of the intervention of technologically far superior entities for the purpose of securing existence, the laws of nature as their artificial byproduct. The fact that in this bellum omnium contra omnes hypostasized as a cosmic primordial state, in which the history of everything so far is the history of intergalactic civilization struggles, mankind ultimately fails and together with the rest of the universe falls prey to extinction by one of those unknown civilizations, is in this context negligible as a footnote of the overarching history of the universe. Because the aesthetic effect of the model of the Dark Forest is anyway aimed at the question of how order could be brought into the present earthly war of all states against all. Exemplary for this circumstance is the scene from a special session of the United Nations General Assembly, in which, on the proposal of China and Russia, the limited socialization of technology for the purpose of a collaborative development of space technology in response to the attack of the Trisolarians is discussed. However, this proposal for open access to technology as a gesture of industrialized nations' responsibility to Earth is stymied by a veto from the US and the UK, which insist on the primacy of national security right after planetary defense. In Cixin Liu's debut novel Supernova, it is an aggressiveness and infatuation with weapons, sometimes inscribed in the cultural essence of the US, that ultimately culminates in a Third World War in a post-apocalyptic scenario in which a pacifist China is drawn as the moral antithesis. Like a burning glass, this short sequence illustrates the dynamic imagined by Cixin Liu within international relations, which runs along the hardened front between private property and bourgeois egoism on the one hand and caritas and collective solidarity on the other. The fact that this front nonetheless also runs through real China is deliberately concealed. It is true that the initial contact with Trisolaris was made by the Chinese scientist Yi Wenjie as a reaction to the upheavals of the Chinese Cultural Revolution, in the wake of which her father, an ideologically unaffiliated physicist, was murdered by fanatical Red Guard cadres under the battle cry "General Relativity denies Marxist dialectics." Assuming that her experience compromised human civilization as such, she advanced in the meantime to become the leader of the fifth column of the Trisolarians operating under the name of the Earth Trisolaris Organization, ETO, but later recognized this view as a mistake and turned away from the nihilism of the ETO in favor of saving humanity. Cixin Lu's criticism of the excesses of the Cultural Revolution formulated here is strikingly close to the official party line. It is therefore in no way to be misunderstood as the subtle criticism of a secret dissident, in the spirit of Stanislav Lem or the brothers Arkady and Boris Strugatsky, of the current state leadership, but rather serves merely to affirmatively nobilize what already is, with a pseudo-critical gesture. Such a purification through a return to moral virtues, on the other hand, is omitted in the case of its American counterpart, who henceforth leads the ETO in its collaborative campaign against humanity, but can ultimately still be stopped by Yi Wenjie's intervention. The same constellation, in which mankind is threatened by the solo action of a few mad scientists, is found in the novella Spiegel, published in 2004. Here, the possibility of predicting the future by means of a superstring computer becomes a pawn in the game of various power interests and, in turn, a lesson in the corruptibility of the allegedly inherently amoral sciences, which must be stopped by a leadership with political integrity. Once again, it is American scientists who, in the end, actually use a superstring computer that they have also developed, in contrast to their Chinese colleagues who are unbiased by moral considerations, and thus seal the fate of mankind. Once again, Cixin Lu writes about corruption in line with the Chinese state line, which even the author of the epilogue, which otherwise carefully avoids critical undertones, feels compelled to concede. The sublime anti-American resentment inherent in this work escalates visibly in the story World Destroyer, first published in 2002. In it, humanity is once again threatened by an extraterrestrial civilization that travels from planet to planet with a monumental ring construction, the eponymous World Destroyer, in search of mineral resources, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. The intent behind the solar system incursion is openly voiced by an ambassador dispatched to Earth, drawn as a hulking, scale-armored lizard. The great World Destroyer Empire will devour Earth so it can continue its sublime journey. Under Chinese leadership, the United Nations therefore develops a defensive strategy in which the moon is to be used as a projectile to destroy the technologically scarcely more advanced but infinitely more brute superstructure of the World Destroyer, although in this story, too, the efforts are to remain in vain. In this confrontation of two civilizations, one ruthlessly oriented to exploitation and destruction for the purpose of its own enrichment and accordingly violent, the other peace-loving, willing to negotiate and concerned with higher values such as sophistication and morality, not only doubles the post-colonial imago of the relationship between colonial power and colonized into the narrative schemes of classical science fiction, which are in any case susceptible to one-dimensional explanatory approaches, in which humanity must ward off an external threat diametrically opposed in all characteristics to its own group. Significantly, in the epilogue as well as the pre-narrative, it turns out that the World Destroyer Empire, as descendants of the dinosaurs themselves, originated on Earth, but had to leave it after plundering the resources there and driving both civilizations to extinction in an arms race with an ant empire. The threat is therefore not external in the true sense of the word, but internal. Through the alienation effect in World Destroyer, the anti-American component in Cixin Lu's worldview, which can be described with Dan Diner as an ideologically loaded rationalization attempt to make the realities and worlds of life that have become confusing more bearable by projectively blaming the definitive other, America, is most succinctly distorted into recognizability, the USA, representing the West, as a symbolic world-destroying empire brings evil upon the world, and China, as the vanguard of the subaltern countries, forms the spearhead in the seemingly almost hopeless defensive struggle. Cixin Lu's ideological core motif can easily be deciphered as the specific literary form of an idea that is constitutive of contemporary Chinese state ideology, namely the ancient model of Tianxia, translated into the present by Zhao Tingyang. This is to be understood as an inclusive concept of global cooperation that breaks with the Western model of hegemony and egoistic individualism and takes cultural diversity into account. Cixin Lu's invectives against the egoism and individualism originating from the logic of the law of value, which, incidentally, is not mentioned in any of his works, and located primarily in the West, turn out to be blatant advertising for the Chinese countermodel to Western hegemony, which instead of unbridled market competition propagates material betterment and the free movement of goods. and instead of egoistic maximization of benefit the primacy of the community over the individual. The desideratum of this model is outwardly a political order in which all cultures and religions live together harmoniously and without one-sided universalism and cultural imperialism under the umbrella of an unspecified world sovereignty in peace, and inwardly an authoritarian model of total state rule for the repressive safeguarding of the said political order within the state, whereby the total state rule is to be thought of as Chinese-style socialism and the world sovereign, naturally in the form of China. Gerhard Scheidt locates the origin of such a longing for the said world sovereign on the basis of an exegesis of Hobbes' Leviathan in the crisis of capital, in the correct feeling that one's own sovereign, the individual state, cannot cope with it, germinates the false thought that it merely requires a sovereign, which comprehends all states and citizens under itself, of whatever origin, to control the processes of capital without gaps and at all points of the earth. The idea of the world sovereign is delusional in that it projects the emancipation from immediate coercion and arbitrary use of force, which is held out in prospect only within the sovereign, outwardly onto the relationship between the states, and thus creates the appearance that they could of themselves, as states, renounce immediate coercion and arbitrary force in their relationship to one another. The sovereign, however, necessarily requires an external enemy for the legitimatory, inward safeguarding of its own rule. This potential for political attraction is simultaneously accompanied by an aesthetic one, from which the aesthetic functional organization of the various elements in Cixin Lu's work Architectonics can be explained. The flourishing fantasy in popular literature and mass media, which has produced ever new extraterrestrial beings and worlds, especially since the catastrophic wars of the 20th century, owes itself, it is easy to see with Hobbes, to the longing for the world sovereign. A common enemy of the earth is dreamed up in it so that the citizens of the earth will no longer wage war against each other. In other words, the horror scenario of intergalactic anarchy in the dark forest as a contrasting foil to unity under heaven. Regarding the in the narrower sense aesthetic, namely sensual mode of reception of art goods, Adorno remarks in his lectures on aesthetics of 1958-59 that the consuming behavior of the customer, who experiences the world at all only in commodity categories, is shaped by the principle of exchange in such a way that it promises itself a primarily sensual use value from the experienced object. It is precisely this selective reception of individual sensual moments, corresponding to the consumer's claim to effect, that not only misses the whole of the connection of the individual moments to each other, but actually always perceives what is wrong with the work of art in the first place, precisely because this attitude of enjoyment from the outset disregards what is actually present in the work of art. The international reception of Cixin Lu's works behaves in a similar way, which, incidentally symptomatic of the current view of art in the left-liberal feuilleton, to pronounce verdicts on works on the basis of individual moments convenient to subjective preference, in its emphasis on the radiance of either the technological and scientific innovations or the narratively quite skillful story arc, ultimately allows itself to be blinded to the unity of the work, the specific overall connection of these individual moments to one another. The fact that Cixin Lu's entire work is permeated by the promise of salvation of an authoritarian restoration as an answer to his reader's sense of crisis is not mentioned at all. Initially seeming strangely out of place, the end of the world that usually appears in his works has a cathartic effect against this background as a symbolic end of the existing world order with all its contradictions, as a prerequisite for a pacified civilization of the future that has yet to be founded, breaking with everything that exists. This is symbolized by the ant metaphor, which is perennial throughout the entire work and which can be used to fathom Cixin Lu's ideas of such a civilization. Although mentioned in almost all of his stories, the pathos-laden epilogue in World Destroyer, in which the last survivors of humanity return to the desolate, fully exploited Earth in the form of a battalion of soldiers after the World Destroyer has departed, is particularly prominent in this regard. In a final confrontation with the last remaining diplomat of the World Destroyer Empire, the spokesman of mankind consternatedly ponders the key moral question that in News compresses the content of Cixin Lu's entire work, namely whether the struggle for survival is really the only principle of biological and civilizational evolution in the universe. Is it not also possible to build a civilization that is self-sufficient and inward-looking, in which different forms of life coexist symbiotically? Faced with the choice of flying with them to the World Destroyer and becoming citizens of the Empire there, or finding certain death on the inhospitable Earth, the group of soldiers around their verbal marshal decides on the second path at the sight of an ant. In a final heroic act, they choose their own demise, and thus that of humanity as it has existed until now, in order to serve as food for the otherwise starving ants and thus, in the most literal sense, to form the breeding ground of a future self-sufficient, peace-loving, and harmonious civilization on Earth. The motif of the ant state, borrowed from Carl Schmitt as a desideratum of a utopian, reconciled civilization of the future, deserves special attention here, since it contains the hoped-for transition precisely from rebellious individualism into the ant state, the redemption from the drive, as the answer to all suffering, de-individualization through the extinction of the libidinous basis of all individuation, in which the individual can experience himself as non-identical with the whole. In the ant state, the individual counts for nothing, the community for everything. In consequence, the duty of the former consists in sacrificing himself unconditionally for the latter, as ultima ratio also by his own destruction. Thus it is only logical when the last two humans at the end of Beyond Time, the third part of the Trisolaris trilogy, also decide against their own survival and sacrifice themselves for the rebirth of the universe, whose constant mass must be maintained down to the last atom. In his epilogue to the Three Sons, Cixin Liu names as the protagonists of his trilogy a human called humanity. They do not act as individuals, but as specimens of their species. In order to maintain their civilization, these must naturally be willing to sacrifice to the point of cadaver obedience, since only in this way could the problems traded in by selfishness and the pursuit of maximizing humanity's profits be eliminated. This motif, by the way, corresponds closely with the political views of the private person Cixin Liu on democracy, freedom, and individualism, which he revealed in a much-noticed conversation in 2019 with the New Yorker magazine. Contrary to his clear intention not to write political stories, the author ultimately opens up a politicized reading of his work in this epilogue by emphasizing its reference back to social reality. Against the horror scenario of a world order of totalitarian ant states repressively pacified by Tianxia, his closing words can therefore also be understood as a blatant threat of what the human race of the future will face in the face of continued Chinese aggression. Science fiction is often about a time when humanity forms a harmonious whole, and I don't think we have to wait for aliens to show up for that day to come. The ideal of diverse order and the state of nature fall into one, rhizome and biotope, the understanding of the state oriented towards the self-managed urban garden of the commons, while the nation-state appears as a breeding program, tree, monoculture, potato. Just as it is true that the Chinese model can drive the social democratic ideal into the dystopian realization of absolutizing the state as the state of capital into the authoritarian regulator of production and consumption, so that all political parties compete for it as an expression of this circulation managing tendency, like the individual members of the Central Committee, to optimize the management of consumption to stimulate and satisfy the accumulation of capital, then it must also be noted that this tendency can only assert itself against the world market and its laws, without which there is as little capital accumulation as there is sovereignty in the strict sense. Circulation management is not possible on the world market because no sovereign can establish itself above it, only against it, but within certain limits. That is the essence of the world market. But if China increasingly appears to be doing so, then in reality we are already dealing with the dissolution of the world market and the transition to gross-round politics in the sense of Carl Schmitt. When technology overcame national borders a good 20 years ago, it was celebrated as proof of the emergence of the much-vaunted One World, which would finally allow all inhabitants of the earth to share in the blessings of prosperity and progress, beyond chauvinistic narrow-mindedness and thus also exclusion and war. In the meantime, disillusionment has set in and even European countries feel compelled to regulate technology transfers using the otherwise much maligned state coercion in order to maintain social cohesion. This has nothing to do with the rise of a new nationalism, but with the need to protect themselves against the threat of femdomination through the use of certain technology that can be used for imperialist purposes. Since the USA has failed as the guardian of the global order and its technical suppliers, e.g. from Silicon Valley, have been challenged globally by growing Chinese capacities, tensions have been increasing worldwide. This is all the more true as China links its battle for markets in the high-tech and communications sector with its continued rise as a global power against the USA. If the current US-Chinese trial of strength continues to develop in this way, fears the FAZ, technology will fragment far beyond internet content and the world will split in two in this area. FAS, 5 de junho de 2019. Not only the newspaper for Germany, but also politicians and the inevitable experts leave it open as to which of these parts Germany should choose. In America, perhaps not the hope, but the expectation that China's decades-old, ever closer integration into the international economic and political power structure will first liberalize its economy and then its political system has been abandoned. Skepticism towards China has long been a cross-party consensus there, especially since Xi Jinping succeeded in consolidating his power as General Secretary of the Communist Party, Chairman of the Central Military Commission and, since 2013, as President of the People's Republic. With his Made in China 2025 plan for the future, Xi Jinping has set the goal of developing the People's Republic into a leading industrialized country with hundreds of billions of dollars in state aid for 10 key industries. 1. Agricultural machinery. 2. Shipbuilding and marine technology. 3. Energy conservation and electromobility. 4. New generation information and communication technologies. 5. High-end controlled machine tool systems and robot technology. 6. Electric power equipment. 7. Aerospace technology equipment. 8. New materials and materials. 9. Advanced rail transportation equipment. And 10. Biomedicine and high-performance medical devices. According to the plan, this development will first be accelerated in the shielded domestic market and then expanded to the rest of the world. The supervisory organization SASAC, State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, which is directly subordinate to the Central People's Government, determines the paths that the individual companies must take, e.g. through bankruptcy, or the merger of a profitable company with one that is too heavily indebted, or the entry of financially strong Chinese companies or private individuals as part of a partial privatization, so that money flows into the relevant company coffers and the expertise of a successful company may also help the failing company. By 2049, China should be the world's leading industrial nation. In terms of influence and power, China is always oriented towards the USA, which is seen as a model of political and economic power development and at the same time as the strongest power of the international hostile forces. In various models developed in China as a result of its rise for power relations in the world, China sees itself positioned against the USA, be it bipolar, all against the USA, tripolar, the USA, the EU, and Asia, or pentapolar, USA, China, Japan, Germany, Russia. From China's point of view, hostile forces are trying to slow down the emerging country on its unmistakably Chinese path to a new heyday, which it sees as a challenge, especially as it has not yet reached the zenith of its power. This power is based on the power of the Communist Party and the expanding economy. In Internet Trends 2018, analyst Mary Meeker took stock of how rapidly the internet world has changed in recent years. Whereas 5 years ago, only American companies dominated in terms of market capitalization, these US companies are now up against rivals that all come from China. In the current top 20, companies from the two countries are almost equally represented. 11 American corporations are matched by 9 Chinese corporations. Sad but true, no European company makes it into this top league. While the US companies on this list are already very international, their Chinese counterparts are only at the beginning of their internationalization, as they first serve their gigantic domestic market with its current 700 million internet users. Manager Magazine, March 6, 2018. China has excluded American internet companies and networking platforms from its domestic market and driven forward the development of corresponding products under its own control. The network infrastructure was planned centrally and its technical structure makes it much more effective for control and censorship than is the case in Russia, for example, which is also governed by authoritarian rule. The control of the internet and social media enables the CCP to counter interference from the West to weaken itself. In order to secure its rule, it does not rely on increasing material prosperity, but has also declared the great Chinese dream of strengthening the nation to be the people's wish and obligation to integrate. For many years, modernization and development have been achieved by copying superior Western models, which has made China strong in a prosperous Asia. Today, the aim is to counter everything Western with its own. Under the Xi government, since 2013 with Xi Jinping as president and Li Keqiang as premier, a nationwide campaign was launched against Western values and Chinese ideas were propagated as guiding principles. A newly invented and immediately canonized Chinese culture and tradition serves to propagate unity internally and demarcation externally. The prescribed and apparently also widely believed harmony, which subordinates the personally special to the predetermined path of society and is also directed against regionalisms that have always been virulent and other, e.g. religious deviations, also impresses Western countries. Under Barack Obama, the turn to Asia was proclaimed as an American reaction to China's lack of liberalization and the increasing blackmail of non-biddable neighboring states in order to prevent Asia from being handed over to Chinese supremacy. When Obama finally received the Dalai Lama in Washington as an expression of the failure of his cooperative charm offensive and to save face, China celebrated its victory by threatening sanctions. The turn to Asia has failed because China has increasingly globalized its economic, trade and alliance strategy, while at the same time flaunting its national strength and thus its willingness to engage in conflict. Chinese foreign policy does not even define what it actually wants to achieve in its conflict strategy against the countries bordering the South China Sea. It insists on indisputable sovereignty over this sea, refuses any multilateral approach to finding a solution, and confronts each littoral state individually with its military power. Beijing does not recognize decisions by the Court of Arbitration in The Hague, nor does it respect the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. The USA, on the other hand, insists on freedom of navigation, which it demonstrates time and again, and supports some states in the region. However, China not only insists on its position against America in the South China Sea, it also presents itself as an opponent of the USA in American regulatory and containment actions in completely different regions, such as the sanctions against Iran due to the Iranian nuclear and missile program, against Russia after the occupation of Crimea, and the war against Ukraine. Even in its attempt to undermine the power of Venezuelan President Maduro, China has been at odds, earning Xi Jinping the accusation from U.S. Vice President Mike Pence of offering life insurance for corrupt regimes. FAS, 30 de novembro de 2018. China uses its economic ties for political maneuvering of all kinds. When a Chinese fishing boat deliberately rammed a Japanese Coast Guard boat near the Senkaku Islands, which are claimed by both countries, in September 2010, Japan's dependence on the supply of rare earths was used to get the arrested man released without conviction after the Chinese captain was arrested by the Japanese Navy. The whole world expects Chinese sanctions for government contacts with the Dalai Lama, and the awarding of the Nobel Peace Prize to the dissident Liu Xiaobo was met with a ban on the import of Norwegian fish. Another example is the first-time assumption of the chairmanship of the UN Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, by the previous Chinese Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Chu Dongyu. He won the election against the European Union's candidate, Catherine Jesslain-Laniel, despite the very valid accusations of corruption and blackmail, which was also followed critically in Germany, the fourth-largest contributor to the UN. To avert the foreseeable defeat, the EU spread the word that a victory for China would put the FAO's quest for hegemony in Africa under the mantle of the FAO. All member states would then have to co-finance China's demonstrations of power and its neo-colonial development policy via the FAO. FAZ, June 25, 2019. However the result of this vote came about, it stands for China's strong position. For example, the country was able to initiate the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, which was founded in 2015 by 57 countries and, under Chinese leadership, is pushing back American influence with the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and the Asian Development Bank. It has also been able to set up its own arbitration bodies in China for Silk Road projects with the help of friendly or dependent states against the International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes, which provides an arbitration mechanism between investors and governments based on the legal system of the USA and European countries. China's long arm also means that the humiliating procedure from the real socialist era, the self-censorship associated with self-criticism, is being revived below the national level. For example, when Daimler CEO Dieter Zetsche and his China board member Hubertus Troika sent an official letter of apology to the Chinese ambassador because a commonplace saying by the Dalai Lama was posted on Instagram together with a picture of the new C-class that had long since been deleted. Look at a situation from all sides and you will become more open. Daimler had previously affirmed on the company's own Weibo account, China's Twitter clone, we will strive to get to know China's culture and values better and thus adapt our behavior to the norms. Foreign Office spokesperson Geng Shuang accepted the apology as a sign of moral improvement in the context of ritualized self-criticism. Recognizing and correcting mistakes is a basic principle of all actions, not without adding, China will be more self-confident in the new era. Foreign companies must abide by the basic rules. Zeit Online, February 15, 2018. In this way, the culture of authoritarian discipline is being practiced as an element of calculating reason, and as this is not an isolated case, such processes can be seen as a successful export of Chinese culture. Today, the USA is pursuing a strategy of bilateral agreements while at the same time maintaining its own strength. Exercising control over its own interests also means occasionally shirking its obligations to coordinate internationally. The USA recognizes itself as the decisive global shaper alongside or against China, but no longer as the transformer. China is no longer seen as a technology copier, trash workbench, and developing country, but as a rival. It is not enough to imagine a systemic competition between a market economy and a state-controlled economy. The CCP has established a socialist market economy with Chinese characteristics, as it officially describes itself according to Wikipedia, an expertocracy and educational dictatorship with market economy dynamics. The dynamics in product development are just as proverbial as those in the destruction of the last remnants of traditional China not yet razed by the Maoists. The U.S. view of China today is more realistic, explained Robert Daly, director of the Kissinger Institute for China and the United States in Washington. The struggle for world power sounds too much like the 19th or 20th century. It no longer fits. Our economies and societies are much more interconnected today. It is a conflict of its own kind. Yes, it's not just about things like protecting intellectual property. We are demanding changes to the Chinese economic system, and therefore also to the political system. If we call on Beijing to stop subsidizing public companies, for example, then that goes to the heart of the Communist Party's governance. That almost borders on regime change. We won't get that. The conflict in the South China Sea was significant because it created a new consensus in America. When China started turning archipelagos into military bases, there was no way to sugarcoat it. That was raw aggression. China has paid a price for this because its reputation has suffered worldwide ever since. But China has prevailed. That's why people in Beijing believe it was worth it. They have created a new reality. FAS, 22 de maio de 2019. New realities also provide the backdrop to the current mass protests in Hong Kong, which were sparked by a proposed law that would have allowed people to be extradited to the Chinese judiciary, bypassing Hong Kong's rule of law. Previously, the central leadership had to organize kidnappings for this purpose, such as that of 5 Hong Kong booksellers who have since gone missing. The new law was also intended to punish economic crimes in particular, which would have followed the Chinese practice of strengthening the rule of the central government over the provinces as part of anti-corruption campaigns. Beijing has established the Shenzhen Special Economic Zone in the immediate vicinity of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, which not only supplies goods and electricity to Hong Kong and is home to many Hong Kong workers, but also receives foreign capital from Hong Kong for its telecommunications industry, for example. It is not only industries and workers from Hong Kong that are migrating to mainland China on a large scale. Shenzhen has now replaced Hong Kong as a major goods transshipment center thanks to a large-scale port expansion, and the financial district there is also successfully competing with Hong Kong in its core business. Shenzhen represents the future, and the leading real-time mobile phone supplier Huawei, which is based there, also stands for this. The end of the old glory and the consequences of the decline that has long since taken place are spreading fear and the feeling of being at the mercy of others in Hong Kong. The prerequisite for the fourth industrial revolution, i.e. the transition to a digital industry, is the modernization of data transmission. In the merging of information technology and industry, known in this country as Industry 4.0, the production process and the product are accompanied by a constant flow of data. For anyone who generates and processes data, however, the problem is how to secure it for their exclusive use and protect it from unauthorized access. If everything is to be networked with everything else, the first step is to establish standards, data formats, interfaces, basic software, so that a manufacturer can position itself both nationally and internationally. Once the technical issue of standardization has been resolved, the dilemma of Industry 4.0 remains that to increase one's own competitiveness against competitors, it is necessary to network with other competitors. Many companies in Germany are reluctant to modernize in this area, and China, for example, has a correspondingly large advantage where such caution can be ordered away. Economics Minister Altmaier's plan to promote the formation of German and European champions, i.e. mergers of several large EU companies, has its origins here. As the intended use of IT technology leads to the providers having power over those who derive their business benefits from it, dealing with this dilemma consequently requires the intervention of a higher power. Since in information and communication technology the de facto control of an entire system is possible through the technical control of certain sub-areas, digital sovereignty must be achieved in order to increase operational security and secure the volume of data, the raw material of the future, as it is sometimes pathetically called, for one's own use. China understands this sovereignty nationally and links the social and ideological control of the Chinese with its own concept of cyber sovereignty. Each country sets its own rules for the use of the internet. To this end, it is attempting to anchor the primacy of state control in the newly emerging international law of the internet. As a European contribution to shaping this law, the European Parliament has created a new legal standard for the collection and transfer of personal data with the European General Data Protection Regulation. This makes their use subject to European scrutiny and consultation and creates a uniform European market. It is by no means a question of collecting data as sparingly as possible, on the contrary, it is intended to facilitate this. The General Data Protection Regulation is particularly aimed at American IT companies, which will now have to undergo certification under the EU-US Privacy Shield whenever they receive such data from Europe in order to comply with the law. The 5G mobile communications standard is intended to be the basis for the industry of the future, i.e. for robot cars, telemedicine, learning machines, etc. The large amounts of data required for this can only be transmitted by 50, which is said to be 100 times more powerful than LTE and as responsive as the human nervous system. The 50 network is part of the critical infrastructure, like the electricity or water networks, the functioning of which is subject to state supervision. As many state and non-state actors are continuously expanding their ability to carry out cyber attacks, ensuring the security of this infrastructure requires extensive precautions and constant updating. These cyber attacks have been around for a long time. The German Federal Office for Information Security, BSI, has registered an increase in reportable incidents. Attacks are not listed separately by operators of critical infrastructure, Welt Online, February 17, 2019. The accusations made by U.S. Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein, who accused China of stealing masses of classified data in large-scale hacker attacks on the United States and its allies around the world, must have had an impact on European strategists, as authorities and companies from various sectors in at least 12 countries, including Germany, were affected. Zeit, December 20, 2018. Back in 2012, an investigative report was presented to the U.S. House of Representatives on the two Chinese companies that have since gained some notoriety as suppliers of the 50 network, ZTE and Huawei. Here are some statements from its summary. The House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, hereafter referred to as the Committee, initiated this investigation in November 2011 to examine the counterintelligence and security threats posed by Chinese telecommunications companies doing business in the United States. In particular, to the extent that these companies are influenced by the state or allow Chinese intelligence agencies access to telecommunications networks, there is the potential for further economic and foreign espionage by a foreign nation-state already known to be a major perpetrator of cyber espionage. The investigation concludes that the risks associated with Huawei and ZTE providing critical infrastructure equipment to the U.S. could undermine U.S. national security interests. Any company that provides such equipment, and especially any company that has access to or detailed knowledge of the architectural plans of the infrastructures, must be trusted to comply with U.S. laws, policies, and standards. In another industry, this development may not be of particular concern. If these companies seek to control the market for sensitive devices and infrastructure that could be used for spying and other malicious purposes, the lack of market diversity becomes a national problem for the United States and other countries. Contrary to what is often claimed, the US, Australia, and New Zealand's exclusion of Chinese providers is not about protectionism, because in none of the three countries are domestic providers the main beneficiaries. The special feature of the market for 50 is that there is no US provider that covers the full technological spectrum. The alternatives to Huawei and ZTE are primarily two European companies, Nokia and Ericsson. This has of course also reached Germany. It doesn't seem reasonable to bet on the security of Huawei's 50 networks, especially as the main competitors Ericsson and Nokia come from the EU. Capital, January 13, 2019. In the US, the lack of socio-political and economic liberalization of the Chinese ruling system is seen as a lack of trustworthiness. This political reservation has an impact on differences on seemingly only economic issues, such as the intention to correct unfair trade relations or to stop the theft of intellectual property and forced technology transfer in foreign investments in China. The U.S. is concerned about its national security in its relations with China, and this must be considered separately from the trade conflict, especially since this security issue cannot be resolved bilaterally. If, for example, Germany relies on Huawei and the 5G mobile network becomes part of the military communication networks, NATO will no longer communicate with its German counterparts in this way, said the commander of NATO forces in Europe, Curtis Scaparrotti, at a hearing in the U.S. Congress. The U.S. had previously threatened to restrict intelligence cooperation if Huawei was involved in the development of the new mobile communications standard 50. NZZ Online, March 14, 2019. There is little talk here in Germany of such security aspects, which in the US are also leading to calls for greater decoupling of the US economy from the Chinese economy, but all the more talk of trade war, technological war, and a new Cold War. There is also a trade conflict with Germany, Mexico, and Canada. In renegotiations of the Free Trade Agreement, formerly NAFTA, under Trump, the USA has agreed with these countries that Chinese dumping steel exports, which endanger steel jobs everywhere due to gigantic overproduction in China, will no longer be accepted by the three countries. This Chinese export offensive is a consequence of the domestic Chinese construction slump and is not described as an economic war. The U.S. enforced penalties against ZTE, based in Shenzhen, whose largest shareholders include an academy of the Ministry of Aviation and the Chinese Aerospace Exploration Agency, for violating Iran and North Korea sanctions, and in the case of Huawei, allegations that the company had violated Iran sanctions were initially the reason why the U.S. had Huawei's CFO arrested in Canada. While a violation of the Iran sanctions has not yet been proven, due to the lack of trust in the company's political representation and the discretion of the U.S. authorities regarding the actual damage, it is unlikely to be possible to prove that American security interests were deliberately violated. It may be possible to prove Huawei's security vulnerabilities, like any company in this field, but it is unlikely to be possible to prove the unlawful collection of data and disclosure to government agencies without betrayal or loss of face for the side being spied on. A report by the Australian state news service ABC News on June 16, 2018, provides an example of how something can remain in the dark. The story begins in 2005, when BT, formerly British Telecom, embarked on a £10 billion, $17 billion, upgrade of its network. Huawei was contracted by BT to supply routers, transmission, and access equipment. Sources briefed by British intelligence agencies have told the ABC that a problem has been identified in so-called core switches installed by Huawei. These devices are the proverbial stable door for information, letting data in and out. BT noticed that these core switches were making a lot of chatter. The Government Communications Headquarters, GCHQ, the UK's intelligence and security organisation, set up a Huawei Cybersecurity Evaluation Centre, HCSEC, also known as the CEL, to investigate any hardware or software for the UK market at Huawei's expense. The CEL also randomly tested new hardware and software updates for the UK infrastructure for malicious code. The extent of the vulnerabilities in BT's infrastructure is not public, but the ABC understands that BT has replaced many of the core switches. BT has not confirmed this process, but as part of its security strategy, the Now BT Group has stated that it intends to remove some of Huawei's equipment from its mobile networks. Nevertheless, it is continuing to work with Huawei on innovations and is using the equipment outside its core networks, a BT spokesperson said. Handelsblatt Online, May 12, 2018. The British have a different approach to the issue of trust than the Americans. In April, The Telegraph reported on the secret decision of the National Security Council, chaired by the Prime Minister, which agreed to allow Huawei limited access to build parts of the network such as antennas and other non-central infrastructure, April 24, 2019. The former director of the British GCHQ, Robert Hannigan, had previously spoken out strongly in the Financial Times against generally excluding companies from China in the 50 expansion. He referred to the UK's National Cybersecurity Centre, NCSC, which had never found evidence of malicious Chinese state cyber activities by Huawei in its investigations, and pointed out how inefficient a blanket security ban based on national company flags is likely to be. Borzi-online.de, February 13, 2019. However, his call to start risk management now, Wirtschaftswoche Online, February 13, 2019. Remains without any concrete content and raises the independence of Chinese companies from the state to a question of faith. More worrying is the situation of countries that are dependent on international regulations because they do not have the legal and technological means to achieve cyber sovereignty. In Ethiopia, the headquarters of the African Union was financed with Chinese government money. Huawei took care of the communication technology in the building. An employee of the private Berlin-based Mercator Institute for China Studies, MERIX, is quoted as saying by the Swiss news site Watson, and from 2012 onwards, unauthorized data was transmitted to Chinese servers every night for 5 years. The role of the company has not been clarified, but there is at least the suspicion that Huawei's infrastructure can be used for this. Watson.ch, July 12, 2018. It also remains to be seen whether the accusation of espionage for the Chinese Secret Service, which the Polish authorities made against the Huawei boss in Poland, Wei Jingw, and the IT security expert Piotr D. after their arrest in January, can be substantiated. Huawei parted ways with Wei Jingw 2 days later and appointed a confidant of Prime Minister Duda as the new CEO of Huawei Poland at the end of February. Within 30 years, the company has developed from a semi-secret IT company in Shenzhen, which imported and resold switching equipment from abroad, into one of the world's leading providers of information and telecommunications technology. In the early 1980s, the Communist Party decided to modernize the country's ailing telecommunications infrastructure, and in 1996 the Chinese government passed a law restricting access for foreign telecommunications companies. By its own account, Huawei also received favorable government loans amounting to at least 30 billion euros. Huawei experimented early on with innovative organizational concepts, now operates as a private company whose shares are held by employees and invests a lot of money in research and development, with the result that no other company from the People's Republic is a world leader with its technology. However, the dependence on semiconductors and chips from American production and software from American suppliers remains. Semiconductors are a more important import commodity for China than crude oil, accounting for more than 10% of total imports in 2017. In view of the looming conflict, China has filled its warehouses for a year, but it is questionable whether its own Chinese products will be able to replace the missing components by then. FAS, 17 de maio de 2019. Huawei is not only omnipresent with its products, it also maintains an extensive network of information channels and is constantly making new contacts. Universities such as RWTH Aachen University and research institutes such as the Fraunhofer Gesellschaft are keen to work with Huawei. Huawei heads the Communications Technologies Working Group at the lobby association Bitkom. At the German Academy of Science and Engineering, Acatech, Huawei is a member of the Senate alongside domestic top dogs such as BASF, Bosch, and BMW. Huawei is also involved in the German Economic Council and the Alliance for Cybersecurity. And that's just a small excerpt from the list. Tagesspiegel Online, January 29, 2019. The lobbying does not stop at the party conferences, where Huawei repeatedly rents stand space, for example at the SPD in 2017, the CDU in 2018 and the CSU and FDP in 2019. The opportunities offered by the German economy, which is geared towards cooperation with China, are also used for more extensive networking. Network operators such as Vodafone, Telefonica, and Telecom are among Huawei's customers, which supplies considerable parts of the existing German 3G and 4G infrastructure. According to Wirtschaftswoche, the telecommunications group United Internet from Montebor is relying on technology from ZTE to build its own 5G network. Until 2013, there was still a German provider of fair network technology, Nokia Siemens Networks, NSN, from which Siemens, however, withdrew. Germany has thus lost the opportunity to develop its own technical infrastructure for mobile networks and then to control it. Wirtschaftswoche Online, June 12, 2018. In order to present the extent of the cooperation as trustworthy, a test center for Huawei equipment has now also been opened in Bonn, as in the UK, in which the Federal Office for Information Security is also involved. Zeit Online, June 12, 2018. As the question of trust arises for every user of a cell phone and the internet, and the line to surveillance paranoia is easily crossed, it is at least as much about image as it is about security. Working on the image of trust is all the more important the more intensive and comprehensive the cooperation is, for example in the design of a networked Ruhr area, where the city of Gelsenkirchen has been working with Huawei for years on its development into a smart city. The projects range from public Wi-Fi services and faster communication, e.g. between the fire department and citizens, to a more efficiently coordinated city administration and, as a step towards intensified cooperation in the future, the establishment of a digital open-air laboratory. There, garbage cans will soon signal that they need to be emptied and cars will be guided to the nearest free parking space by the computer system. Duisburg, which is the world's largest inland port, plays a special role in the new Silk Road project, also wants to become a smart city with Huawei, like 160 other cities in more than 40 countries. Last year, SPD Mayor Soren Link traveled with a delegation to Huawei's headquarters in Shenzhen and was shown a model smart city. The company has turned the Longgang district with several 100,000 inhabitants into a fully networked model smart city. Almost everything there is equipped with electronic sensors, and a good 41,000 cameras monitor the district. Everything is connected. Everything is evaluated by artificial intelligence. The collected data flows together in the command center, the brain of Longgang. The results are overwhelming. According to the city administration, crime has fallen by 28.8% within a year, which was achieved with complete video surveillance. Better communication within the authorities has halved waiting times in the offices. The all-encompassing nature of the Longgang model can be seen in seemingly small things such as the street lights. Not only is the street intelligently lit, dimmed when no one is there. There are also surveillance cameras in the lantern. It also checks the air quality, provides free Wi-Fi, and is equipped with an emergency button. FAZ Online, March 27, 2019. However, the spokesperson for the mayor of Gelsenkirchen does not counter the now frequent critical questions about the dealings with Huawei with rhetoric of trust, but with widespread fatalism. Huawei is inexpensive, a technical leader, and has won the public tenders. And what would be the alternative? Cisco. IBID. According to the Snowden papers, the American Foreign Intelligence Agency NSA used devices from the American manufacturer Cisco for espionage by stopping the devices in transit and installing backdoors to intercept data. Although Germany is always the beneficiary of American intelligence findings, the knowledge that it is itself the subject of American reconnaissance is also met with a certain amount of indignation. In 2014, Germany was still basking in its exclusive bilateral relations. Germany and China want to cooperate more closely in the field of modern digital industrial technologies. Economics Minister Sigmar Gabriel, SPD, and the Chinese Minister for Industry and Information Technology, Miao Wei, signed a corresponding declaration of intent on cooperation in intelligent manufacturing this Tuesday in Beijing. This is about the digital networking of industrial production, Industry 4.0. We want to breathe life into the innovation partnership between Germany and China that was agreed in 2014, said Gabriel after the signing. Miao Wei spoke of a stage victory and a new phase of industrial cooperation between the two countries. FAZ Online, July 14, 2015. A year later, the tone had changed considerably and Gabriel announced a tougher stance towards Beijing in order to protect German and European technologies from being sold off. Germany is one of the most open economies in the world. It is all the more difficult for us that direct investments by European companies in China are becoming increasingly difficult and are only permitted under discriminatory conditions, while China itself is going on a shopping spree with a long list of interesting companies, with the obvious intention of acquiring key strategic technologies. Welt Online, October 29, 2016. The Federal Ministry of Economics then also blocked the sale of chip system manufacturer Aixtron to Chinese investors, 2016, which had already been classified as unobjectionable, and when Chinese energy giant SGCC wanted to acquire a stake in electricity grid operator 50 Hz, the German government prevented this, 2018. Until 2015, the rule of law dialogue and the human rights dialogue with China were the facade for the relationship, which was upgraded to a comprehensive strategic partnership, Osweartiges-amt.de, in 2014, but this view changed due to China's plans for the future. This is a serious challenge to the established industrial nations. If China succeeds in implementing its plans, the country will become an equal competitor for Germany in the cutting-edge technology sector. Composure is not appropriate, particularly because China is going on the offensive in industries that are the backbone of the German economy. Here, China wants to modernize its production facilities and replace foreign technology imports with its own innovations, wrote Die Zeit, online, May 27, 2015, for example. It is often even claimed that China has copied its Made in China 25 strategy from the German Industry 4.0 concept, without looking into the question of what this might mean for German plans. Having long been persuaded of Chinese dependence in technology development, people are now disillusioned and offended by the brash Chinese. In fact, China is forcing foreign investors into joint ventures as part of the so-called concubine model. There are numerous complaints that technical knowledge has been diverted from such joint ventures. Often even exact duplicates of Western factories are created. FAZ, April 16, 2018. It is not only car manufacturers that now have Chinese joint ventures, which is why parts of German industry are now calling for a new strategy in dealing with China as an important trading partner and competitor. The Federation of German Industries, BDI, is calling on companies to reduce their dependence on the Chinese market. Handelsblatt Online, October 31, 2018. The chairman of the CDU/CSU parliamentary group in the Bundestag, Ralf Brinkhaus, sees the need to defend the basic economic order. When countries like China pursue a very sophisticated and sometimes aggressive industrial policy, we have to react and formulate our position. We like to talk about a defensive democracy, but we also need to talk about a defensive market economy. FAZ, May 20, 2019. The FAZ is also combative. Today's Chinese foreign trade and credit policy would certainly elicit an admiring comment from a European imperialist of the late 19th century. November 29, 2018. It has now been recognized that China is not only setting the agenda in its own country, but also increasingly in the European core area. It is not coming along as a disciplinarian with convergence criteria and deficit procedures, but is undermining Germany's position in the EU with its cornucopia and offers of cooperation. The exogenous influences should actually help to overcome the internal divergences and impositions, but what should have welded the Europeans together is now plunging them even further into an existential crisis. Although all EU states are calling for China to open up to European companies just as much as vice versa, 14 EU states, from Italy and Portugal to Greece, Hungary and Poland, are involved in the Silk Road Initiative, which prevents any joint strategy towards China. On the contrary, the bilateral ties, following the example of Germany in 2014, ensure that no position is taken that is independent of Chinese interests. For example, access to the Chinese market for German companies cannot be linked to the threat of restricting Chinese companies in the European market. Understandable in principle, but somewhat helpless in tone, the European Commission is now also taking a tougher stance towards China. With the help of the EU Authority for Network Security, ENISA, it wants to identify overarching risks in order to agree on joint steps against them. It has also admonished the member states to only consider companies that guarantee the security of mobile networks when tendering for frequencies for the 5G network. Finally, the Commission has presented a paper entitled EU-China, a strategic outlook, which expresses a political course correction towards the EU's most important trading partner. China is no longer just described as a cooperation partner, but also as an economic competitor and, for the first time in an EU document, as a system rival pursuing alternative regulatory models. Handelsblatt Online, March 29, 2019. However, the new activism against Chinese impositions in itself paints a false picture. Criticism of China can only be voiced if the USA is also named as a related and dangerous rival in the same breath. CDU MP Brinkhaus, for example, wants to use his defensive market economy not only against the People's Republic, but also against the Federal Republic. It is also about finding a way to curb the market power of large platforms such as Google and Amazon with regard to data. FAZ, May 20, 2019. Nils Schmid, foreign policy spokesman for the SPD parliamentary group, sees Germany and the free world as being torn between two totalitarianisms. To put it bluntly, the state in China could do what Google, Facebook, and company do in the Western market economy. In dystopian terms, the world would then have the choice between a status totalitarian and a private totalitarian economic order. International Politics, May 2018. The Tagesspiegel Online expresses a similarly equidistant and fatalistic view. It's about accusations of espionage, links to the Communist Party and, last but not least, which superpower is more likely to offend the German government, the one of the past or the one of the future, America or China. January 29, 2019. It is clear that Europe feels it is in a crisis of confidence, which was of course brought about by the USA. The Trump administration, however, is now pushing for an economic decoupling between the West and China, not just for 5G, but for high-tech products in general. Global supply chains with Chinese involvement should give way to trusted markets within the West. But then the question arises for the Europeans, can the competitor, which is technologically weak in many areas, trust the hegemon USA? Zeit Online, 6.12. And Tagesspiegel Online, August 12, 2018. This much is already certain. The German government will not ban the Chinese network operator from the mobile networks in Germany. Instead, the Federal Network Agency is to work with the Federal Office for Information Security, BSI, to formulate requirements that will then apply to all network equipment suppliers. To this end, the Catalogue of Security Requirements in the Telecommunications Act, TKG, is to be amended. The adoption of the TKG, which is intended to ensure the protection of telecommunications secrecy, for example, marked the end of the federal government's telecommunications monopoly. In future, the suppliers of network operators are to have their products certified under security aspects and provide security guarantees. Heise Online, December 2, 2019. What remains of the security discussion is an anti-discrimination regulation for network equipment suppliers. In February 2019, Economics Minister Altmaier announced his National Industrial Strategy 2030 to secure and regain economic and technological competence, competitiveness, and industrial leadership at national, European and global level in all relevant areas. These national ambitions for European and global leadership do not represent a strategy against Chinese impositions, but rather a strategy to counter the lead that China and the USA have gained, particularly in the areas of telecommunications technologies, the Internet, and digitalization. National Industrial Strategy 2030, 12. Until now, the EU's industrial policy has pursued the goal of ensuring favorable framework conditions for industrial competition within the EU as well, but now, according to the Tagesspiegel, Europe could be facing a paradigm shift in economic policy. The traditional role of the state, which only sets guardrails but otherwise stays out of the economy, no longer works, said the German Chancellor. Emmanuel Macron also underlined this insight in his guest article published in 28 European newspapers. We need to reform our competition policy and realign our trade policy, writes the French president. He proposes preferential treatment for European companies, as the USA and China do, and calls for companies that undermine our strategic interests and our essential values to be punished. A central point here is the creation of large European corporations. Tagesspiegel Online, May 3, 2019. Germany, whose share of the total gross value added generated by the manufacturing industry of all 28 EU member states was over 30% in 2017, would also have a special role to play in the creation of large European corporations. Facts are already being created in European battery production and also in development-motivated collaborations, such as that between BMW and Daimler for the joint development of driver assistance systems. According to Merkel and Altmaier, EU competition law is to be amended to create European global players so that the EU Commission cannot impose a ban again, as it did with the planned Franco-German rail merger between Siemens and Alstom. German SMEs are wavering between a fear of Chinese buyers and the fear that they are becoming more and more like China with their state industrial policy. The prospects for Europe are therefore not bright, which is why a capital market strategist from the world's largest asset manager BlackRock, Martin Luck, recommends the United States and China are currently wrestling for supremacy in the world. Europe is standing on the sidelines, preoccupied with itself. Even if the trade conflict between these two superpowers currently seems threatening, Luck assumes that it could ultimately lead to lower rather than higher tariffs in the two markets. In this respect, investors should rather focus on shares from these two markets. FAZ, November 12, 2018. Since the pioneering work of the China champion Helmut Schmidt, the oldest cultural nation in the world and its own have moved closer together, a bond that would be unthinkable with the uncultured USA. While there has been much discussion about China, German SMEs have expressed their attitude in a recently completed survey of 2,000 managers of companies with an annual turnover of at least €2 million conducted by the Commerzbank Forsa Institute. The survey again identifies a paradigm shift, this time in the assessment of trading partners. SMEs rate previously stable economies as less reliable. Emerging economic powers receive more trust instead. In light of Trump and Brexit, 30% of respondents rated the economic policy framework conditions in China as good to very good, while 17% rated those in the USA and only 8% in the UK. Michael Ruther, member of the board of managing directors at Commerzbank, tried to recognize the foresight of German managers in the results. This extremely remarkable development will also influence the investment activities of German companies in the medium term. The American economy is currently still doing well, and German companies are also investing heavily, partly in response to Trump's policies, such as his reform of corporate taxation. However, Ruther considers this to be a flash in the pan. FAZ, May 28, 2019. The fact that the light comes from the east was already known to the West German Maoists, whose insights are being adopted by economic leaders as well as ideologues, for whom Gunther Lachmann's AfD-oriented website is a prototypical example. China offers itself as a support for economic and political players who want to escape neoliberal constraints. Although old dependencies are being exchanged for new ones, these are primarily of an economic nature and do not imply any interference in domestic affairs. Under Chinese leadership, a growing bloc of states will emerge that turn away from profit maximization as the sole purpose and motive of economic activity. In contrast to neoliberal endeavors, each country is granted the freedom to determine its own political system and economic model. It can restrict the movement of capital and impose tariffs to protect national producers. Immigration can be limited or encouraged. Mind you, this new competition between systems does not concern social orders, but the principles of how states deal with each other. One side strives for dominance through political influence and economic pressure, while the other strictly adheres to the international law principle of non-interference. In the first case, the primary goal is unrestricted market access for global corporations. In the second, the preservation of state sovereignty. A shift away from neoliberalism under the aegis of China has already begun in many places. End of quote. The article was written by regular Freitag author Bernd Morawski and was also published on heise.de, March 29, 2019. There is no unequal exchange insofar as the contract itself presupposes that equivalents are exchanged. When we barter, and wherever bartering takes place, i.e. when I exchange a certain amount of canvas for a certain amount of skirt, or beer for schnapps, then I assume that equivalents change hands. I don't want to cheat, and incidentally, as you have already pointed out, all acts of cheating taken together would equalize to a zero sum. I exchange at a price that I consider to be just as fair as my exchange partner. Whether this fairness really applies to other exchange partners is irrelevant. In the act of exchange, the barterers have enforced the equivalence of completely different goods, just as they have enforced justice. Therefore, a third, an equation is created, an equal sign, and this, whose representative is the price, is the decisive factor. This also applies to the sale of labor power. The worker must, however unjust it may seem to him, understand the wage as an equivalent for the work he has to perform, otherwise he cannot sign the contract. The conditions, however, under which something is set as an equivalent by the contracting parties are unequal. First of all, of course, as far as the ownership of the means of production is concerned. That is the essence of the illusion that exploitation can be expressed in figures, and this results not least in the compulsion to accumulate, which in turn cannot be explained by the exchange of equivalents. The polis was not yet familiar with the compulsion to accumulate in the form of commodities. Inequality did not have to assert itself through equality, i.e. in the exchange of equivalents, it simply continued to exist largely undamaged alongside exchange, thanks to immediate dependencies and relations of violence, slavery, debt bondage, oikos, etc. In the sphere of production, where wage labor mediated by contract could only be established after the so-called primitive accumulation of capital. In this exchange, according to Adorno, something is equal and at the same time not equal, things are right and at the same time not right. This kind of unequal exchange applies to both domestic and foreign trade. In the form of the world market, however, we are now dealing with a higher form, so to speak, of abstracting in the exchange of equivalents. The more Marx turns to world trade relations in Capital and its continual revisions, the more clearly he reveals the way in which each country forms its own average of the labor time required to produce a commodity, and thus, in retrospect, it also becomes clearer that he always presupposed a national market in a particular state and currency area when determining the law of value. The law of value as such applies in a given national society. If he goes beyond this society, he speaks of the law of value being modified in its international application on the world market. This distinction between the internal or national spheres of commodity circulation and their general world market sphere is at the same time the condition of the possibility of demonstrating how the negative totality of the capital relation is established beyond this distinction through the law of the valorization of value. However, this also reveals the eminent significance that the question of sovereignty fundamentally has for the formation of the average in the definition of value and the mode of operation of the law of value. The denial of a totality understood in this way characterizes all the more every form of politics. It is its raison d'etre, but in particular the content-based propaganda against globalization. According to this propaganda, there are only objective barriers or so-called constraints if one accepts the logic of capital, even if it seems like a law of nature, as a law of nature. With such assertions, Uli Krug, in conversation with Jan Gerber, for example, completes the transition to propaganda in Die Rucker der Sozialen Frage. On the welfare state, fascism, and reformism. The credo of the critique of neoliberalism, such as Nancy Fraser's, is that we should invoke participatory democracy as the appropriate means of strengthening the public institutions and procedures needed to put capital in its place, for the sake of justice. Nancy Fraser, Neoliberalism and Feminism, a Dangerous Liaison. She could just as well say, we should invoke capital in order to put it in its place. What is considered a natural law is merely imposed by unrestricted globalization or by the neoliberal globalists. The unity between the national economy and the world market, as identified by the critique of political economy, is turned on its head so that the appeal to the sovereign appears reasonable. He should finally modify the law of value within the state for the benefit of his citizens. In this way, what can be regarded as the existential judgment of Marx's Capital is pushed aside. Namely, that what Kant still regarded as a regulative principle has itself become a constitutive principle. Totality is to be attributed objective reality insofar as the only possibility of not accepting the laws of capital is to abolish it. This inversion of the critique of pure reason, which becomes the subject of the critique of political economy, is only comparable to Freud's introduction of the death drive or the nirvana principle. The postulate that the goal of all life is death, Freud, Jenseits des Lustprinzips, p. 40, should initially also be understood as a regulative principle. It arises from the critical concept of the idea, aiming at absolute totality in the synthesis of conditions, but in itself designating something absolutely unconditional and indeterminate. If, as Marx says, value contains no atom of natural substance, Freud would of course deny such a determination for it as for every drive, yet he introduces the death drive as a concept for a whole, which for him is called the organism or possibly also the cell, but which is determined beyond individual, isolable natural substances, or the laws by which it can be measured, i.e. precisely not scientifically, but by death as the goal. Only on the basis of this quasi-metaphysical separation through teleological positing is it possible to imagine the death drive internaloid or mixed with other drives in the organism, and if Freud had been a Hegelian, he would have issued the regulative principle as constitutive at this point with the formula identity of identity and non-identity. In contrast to this, in the critique of political economy, value is something that is only substance in that it must be affirmed by all individuals in society in their actions. Real petitio principii, like a substance, albeit in the sense of they don't know this, but they do it. Totality is thus constitutive here, insofar as the only possibility of not accepting the law of this value lies in abolishing the capital relation. In the face of the World War crisis, psychoanalysis could obviously no longer dispense with reflection on totality and thus found itself forced to speculate on the death drive. As an instinct that only has an object at all in that it is directed against the other instinct, it is the instinct corresponding to value and is therefore no more valid as a merely regulative principle than the sheer possibility exists of abolishing all life, which Freud, particularly in the last sentences of Unbehagen in der Kultur, expresses in a mythological manner, and not by chance. Sigmund Freud. Das Unbehagen in der Kultur, page 506. When Marx says in the third volume of Capital that in the whole of capitalist production it is always only in a very intricate and approximate way, as a never ascertainable average of eternal fluctuations, that the general law asserts itself as the dominant tendency, he has already shown in the first volume that the general law can only exist because private labor or concrete labor, by equating the various products with each other in exchange as values, all disappear in the abstract human labor. In the labor reduced to a pure abstraction, nothing remains of them but the same ghostly objectivity into which no atom of natural substance can enter, or in other words, because the synthesis of society consists in recognizing this disappearance and this ghostly objectivity in some way, but ultimately in the form of money, even without grasping it, in other words, in abstracting it in real terms without abstracting it with consciousness. See Marx, Das Kapital 3, MEW 25, p. 171. The general rate of profit appears as a blurred nebulous picture, Ibid. Page 381. The average profit appears not as an immediate given fact, but as the final result of the equalization of opposing fluctuations, to be ascertained only by investigation. The particular rates of profit in the various spheres of production are themselves more or less uncertain, but insofar as they appear, it is not their uniformity but their difference that appears. The general rate of profit itself, however, appears only as the minimum limit of profit, not as the empirical, directly visible form of the real rate of profit. Ibid. Page 380. With the concept of the average labor necessary for the production of a certain commodity, with which Marx comes to terms with this abstraction, it is already established that, on the one hand, the individual product is at least formally logically regarded as clearly reproducible, just as, on the other hand, the concrete labor processes for its production only count from the point of view of identity, as identity without the non-identical, thus, the sheer repeatability of a work to be performed, and not whether it is simple or complicated, physical or mental, must alone be assumed as the precondition of its measurability, notwithstanding Heraclitus' remark that one cannot step into the same river twice, or Terence's truism, duo cum facient idem, non est idem. However, mere repetition can only be understood as spiritual in a non-spiritual sense. Here Hegel's definition of spirit also applies without restriction, namely that no one can think for another, any more than eating and drinking. In this respect, repetition itself is a formological assumption, while the empirically concrete step actually performed is to be understood as a repetition that is never identical, i.e. in the sense of a Ballard's similitudo. Incidentally, it is part of the concept of digitization that this difference can be completely ignored. You can just click on the same file twice. However, this does not change the fact that it still exists, as every user whose mouse no longer works or every server whose data center burns down will find out. Or to put it another way, in terms of the Kantian transcendental subject, an indiscriminate property is to be assigned to several empirical activities that are separated from each other in time and space, because it is precisely this work that is to appear measurable in the form of average working time, so that its products, as well as the labor power with which they are produced, can be exchanged for money. Those who do not make a categorical distinction between abstract labor, which is always counted only as past labor and does not exist without exchange, and the empirical labor process, which always takes place only in the present and is arranged according to predetermined, in this sense abstract, points of view, may ultimately also imagine that they hear abstract labor in the rhythm of assembly line work. One could even say that concrete labor functions as measurable precisely in that it can one day be replaced by machines or constant capital, with Heidegger's ontology, which can also be read as an inversion of Marx's critique in this respect in advance. This is why science or natural science cannot be defined as general labor. It is the means of abolishing labor in general, insofar as at least labor is determined as the substance of value. As little as the average of the labor time necessary for the production of the commodity can therefore be fixed otherwise than in the movement of prices, becoming result, but must be taken as a finished result in order to recognize the lawful, so much does it owe itself to boundary lines fixed by the sovereign, empirically fixed as precisely as possible, to which every individual is pushed with all possible force if necessary, as an already perpetuated result. If the state power of a particular state presupposes the existence of other states, then the law of value presupposes the sovereign borders created by this state power, like the markets set in relation to each other by a particular currency. In other words, to assume the average of the labor time necessary for the production of a commodity for a state or a monetary union is a correct and indispensable assumption, if its quasi-intelligible character remains conscious as a necessary appearance. To assume the same average for the world market is superfluous and not necessary for anyone. On the world market, these national averages, according to Marx in the specially written 20th chapter of the second edition of Capital, form a stepped ladder. Since there can be no world sovereign, ultimately no averaging takes place under its auspices. The average or normal intensity of labor is not the same in the different countries, is greater there, smaller here. Compared with the less intensive, the more intensive national labor therefore produces more value in the same time, which is expressed in more money. In the MEW edition following the 1890 edition, which Engels had still edited, the term intensiveness is replaced by intensity, as in the 1883 edition, see Marx, Das Kapital 1, MEW Volume 23, page 584, which is related to the translation of this part from the French edition, which Marx himself intended to insert in place of the 1872 text, but which was then obviously produced and inserted by Engels after his death. The translation that Thomas Kaczynski uses at this point in his edition, on the other hand, retains the original meaning of the word intensity. Perhaps Engels also retranslated Intensität as intensity because this expression is better suited to illustrating sensually perceptible exploitation, which Marx is not primarily concerned with here. The consonance in the ending, which Marx preferred with intensity, rather brings the concept closer to that of productivity, as he is concerned with a more precise definition of abstract labor as the substance of value, while the concrete private labor, for which the term intensity would fit better, is to be thought of as a mere condition of possibility. Marx understands the mean intensity as the intensity of the simple average labor of a given society. Within this society, any more complicated labor can be reduced to this simple average labor. It makes no difference to the process of valorization whether the labor appropriated by the capitalist is simple, average social labor or more complicated labor, labor of higher specific weight. Quote, although simple, average labor itself changes its character in different countries and cultural epochs, it is a given in an existing society. Complicated, skilled, qualified labor is considered only as potentialized or rather multiplied simple labor, so that a given quantity of complicated labor is equal to a larger quantity of simple labor. The way in which Marx uses the concept of intensity or the pair of concepts of complicated and simple labor, however, shows a certain uncertainty in distinguishing abstract labor as the substance of value conceptually from labor in the physiological and mechanical sense. However much Marx has already gone beyond his earlier view on this question, see, for example, the Grundriss, MEW Volume 42, page 218f. As far as the different intensities of labor or different organic compositions of capital in different countries are concerned, the place of this comparison is the world market. Whether more value is actually expressed in more money, of course, depends on certain conditions, which Marx only hints at in the first volume of Capital. This applies not least to what Marx calls the cultural stage of a country in connection with the reproduction of labor power, which, among other things, also depends essentially on under what conditions, and therefore with what habits and demands on life, the class of free workers has formed. In contrast to the other commodities, the determination of the value of labor power thus contains a historical and moral element. For a given country, at a given period, however, the average range of necessary foodstuffs is given. But here, unlike within the nation, there is no equalization in the comparison, i.e., no new average of socially necessary labor time common to all, which Marx, however, did not elaborate on much, and therefore some of his terms here are vague or misleading, and this is reinforced by Engels' treatment. 4. In addition to total free trade, the abolition of all tariffs, subsidies, quotas, etc. For goods and constant capital, its condition would also be that the world market included a world labor market. However, if the world market is not to be a fantasy like the world sovereign, but a concept for the reality of capital, then part of its concept is that labor power is not imported and exported like other goods. It is not traded like pork bellies on commodity exchanges, and the sovereign cannot levy a tariff on it either, but enacts an immigration law to protect the national labor market. From this perspective, the Industrial Reserve Army, Marx, is always the core of what politics has to answer as a national question in order to guarantee the unity of the state. In short, there are no international values for the labor force, whose use in the respective nations is what creates the value of goods in the first place. It must always be assumed that the formation of the average in a given national society is only a semblance in so far as the concrete private labor can only be equated in exchange, i.e., from the point of view of production, in another place at another time. What is central to this Marxian definition of the intensity of labor, as opposed to the imprecise definition of its productivity, is that it would have to refer exclusively to abstract labor, the labor reduced to a pure abstraction, as the sole substance of values, while that of productivity would have to refer to all factors in the production process, whereby no distinction is usually made between the sheer mass of commodities produced and their value. Thus the concept of productivity, which Marx also uses, is to be distrusted in its imprecision. It can, perhaps also, should rather, be dispensed with altogether. Because in common usage it cannot be separated from the theory of the factors of production, land, capital, education, culture, and labor, and what else do I know? In other words, not from everything that economists claim is just as value-creating as labor. Moreover, as labor productivity, it is far too concretely defined, that is, it refers to concrete labor, not abstract labor. And that is why it is very important to speak of the replacement of labor power instead of labor in general, sans phrase, or concrete labor. The production of surplus value thus always presupposes the real abstraction of the worker, as a person or whatever, in which the forces of the bodily individual are bundled in such a way that they can be processed like a raw material taken from inanimate nature. And furthermore, I would like to plead for this talk of replacement by technology, which we cannot do without, to be used with all due caution, with almost purely polemical intent, perhaps. For the laziness of thought, which cannot be denied to anyone, tempts us all too easily to regard this short formula as the philosopher's stone that provides us with the key to unlocking capital. This formula is only correct if it is clear that without passing through all the spheres of the real world, world market, state, law, science, etc., it remains up in the air and all too easily seduces economists, including those of us, into trying to calculate it. The question of intensity concerns the constant capital, the means of labor and the object of labor, that is applied insofar as it contains past labor, which the entrepreneur must pay for in the form of the costs of the means of labor, and the object of labor. Increasing the intensity means that the labor power, which itself must be trained according to the means of labor and the object of labor, produces with greater constant capital. More of the value derived from past labor is therefore added in the same time of the current production process, that is, more surplus value is produced. What is value and what is not, however, is determined by the exchange of commodities, the recognition of the measurement of the average necessary labor time, and thus of the intensity of labor takes place only by means of money. Here, i.e., in what Marx calls the realization of value, it is decided whether value has been added, whether the respective share of labor time is recognized as part of the total social labor. Nevertheless, private production and the subsequent or preceding sociality of commodity exchange, therein lies, so to speak, the metaphysical nature of the concept of value, and the negative idea of social totality are to be related to each other as if they took place simultaneously, as if exchange were already or still taking place during the labor processes. After all, production is regulated exclusively according to exchange in terms of how many workers of what qualification have to work with how many means of labor and objects of labor of what quality and for how long, even if the production will not have met the requirement in the individual case when it comes to exchange, insofar as the stuff does not sell. The critique of political economy undertakes to view the production process, when it speaks of value creation in it, with awareness through circulation, which necessarily precedes it as follows. To this end, it must use the concept of value to make visible a projection, shared by all market participants in the form of money, in the temporally, or also spatially, separated, in which the processes of production and circulation overlap, without deceiving itself, like the market participants, about the fact that the separation continues to exist in reality, just as the possibility of crises continues to exist. Manfred Dahlmann speaks in this context of a necessary leap into quasi-metaphysics. It is of course true that it is spiritualistic to assume that past labor time is stored in the means of production themselves, which is then successively transferred to the commodities produced with them. Marx himself, in his dispute with Ricardo, speaks of a value derived from previous years of past labor being added. Marx, Theories of Surplus Value 2, MEW Volume 26.2, page 474. However, this is a quasi-spiritualism that corresponds to quasi-metaphysics, as required by the concept of labor intensity, which Manfred Dahlmann is not interested in at this point. Accordingly, the spirit of dead labor appears in the price calculation of production costs. The unity of the separate, of circulation and production, consists in the fact that under certain market conditions, value, or surplus value can only continue to be produced in the required amount with a machine of a certain productive power, which has once been produced with living labor, because a certain labor intensity is enforced by it. However, the intensity of labor does not provide any information about what one would like to call the respective intensity of exploitation. The ghostly nature of the object of value includes not least the fact that brain, muscle, nerve, hand, etc. must have been used, i.e., that exploitation also took place, insofar as labor power had to be sold for this use. But as unquestionably as the measurement of the average necessary working time is recognized as something objective, it remains questionable to want to determine the degree of exploitation through the intensity of work. Marx repeatedly refers the intensity of work to the intensity of exploitation, where he talks about the concrete conditions of the production process, the use of machines, i.e., also physical and mental strain. More intensive work means greater strain and therefore inherently requires a shorter working day than less intensive work, otherwise it cannot be done at all. Or vice versa, as Marx also tries to determine the causality. As soon as the state shortens the working day or has to shorten it due to pressure from the working class, it indirectly promotes the intensification of labor. This is the case in the 13th chapter of the second edition of Capital, which deals with core questions of the production of relative surplus value. This means, however, that even here the criterion can only be whether and how much value is added and not the degree to which exploitation would be achieved according to fair exchange. Otherwise, in the sense of a utilitarian morality, one could absurdly say that, all in all, exploitation and suffering remain the same if the worker has to work more intensively in a shorter time or less intensively in a longer time. The whole problem of calculating the respective costs of reproducing labor power in order to determine something like the degree of exploitation of the worker should be ignored here. In response to the question, what is the categorical location of the concept of exploitation? Manfred Dahlmann replied, if Marx had finished Capital and had written its last sentence, it would have read, so. And now let's start with the answer to the question, what actually is exploitation? And the form of presentation could then not have consisted in writing a completely new work, but only in pushing the process of reflection on the historical and logical preconditions of capital beyond the economic ones. In this way, he would now have had to come to the state, violence, law, and whatnot. He would have had to trace the extent to which the exchange of equivalents both is and is not. In a seminar on Marx, Adorno had also said that exchange in bourgeois society is and is not at the same time one of equivalence, as can be demonstrated by the exchange relationship between wages and labor. In fact, it was Adorno who, perhaps more than anyone else, succeeded in doing what Manfred Dahlmann is calling for here, to drive the process of reflection on the historical and logical preconditions of capital beyond the economic ones, albeit with a blind spot in his case, as in Horkheimer's, as far as the concept of sovereignty and its relationship to the world market is concerned. Exploitation cannot be quantified. It is not about its measure, but about the fact that it should stop. The crucial point with the concept of labor intensity is the same as with that of abstract labor. As the substance of value, which can only be realized in circulation, it is to be completely separated from the evidence of a mechanical activity or one that is fragmented according to the division of labor, which appears more abstract against the background of manual labor, but is to be understood as a physiological process, although this is to be understood insofar as it takes into account the repeatability required by commodity production as a condition for there to be a measure of average necessary labor time at all. In the sense of this separation, more intensive work in each case means nothing other than producing more value. Marx describes it as a change in the character of relative surplus value through the development of the productive forces, in the competition between companies with a duration of the working day determined by the state itself, through the same development of the productive forces, which in the same competition between companies simultaneously forces labor power to be replaced by technology, and therefore again reduces surplus value overall. Insofar as capital now speaks of the international values of commodities in connection with circulation on the world market, it is assumed that this is indeed a comparison of different stages of national averaging, but that here, and thus Marx transfers the concept of the series from the critique of pure reason, which there applies quite generally to the knowledge of nature, to the second nature of the world market. This is represented in an unlimited, that is, not limited by a single nation, series of different use values. Thus the world market operates for the respective citizen as an idea in the sense of Plato, which often frightens him, who is cowering in his dark national cave, because he cannot perceive it immediately. In the case of commodity production, individual manual labor has to take account of repeatability and can therefore be value-creating in the sense of abstract labor under general capitalist conditions, but it is not abstract in that other sense, in the sense of labor that is fragmented into individual isolated work steps, empty of content, for example on the assembly line. It is not abstract because, to paraphrase Somerville, mental work is not separated from physical work, but rather the latter can intervene in a varying and improving way in terms of repeatability, because the craftsman himself has the time at his disposal and determines how he carries out the process of production. Conversely, it is the absolutely limited series of use values, in which the national intensity of labor is represented within the nation itself, that creates the very appearance that the private labor of the individual does not completely disappear in that ghostly objectivity of the whole, but rather that this abstract of the substance of value must already lie in its precondition, in the mechanical, fragmented, yet physiologically concretely perceptible private labor, and would therefore also have to be affirmed together with the private labor. Only within the horizon of national labor intensity can the illusion be maintained, or rather, the fetishistic consciousness that value as capital is not completely independent, and only in this way can those directly exposed to intensification still say in the face of the sovereign, "We are capital, because we do all this mechanical, fragmented and, in this sense, abstract work, which is not about to disappear despite the much vaunted automation and digitalization." In other words, only reflection on the world market enables the critique of political economy to develop a radical concept of abstract labor that has freed itself from the illusion and contradicts the fetish that concrete labor could somehow be preserved as concrete in the substance of value and therefore be exchanged for one another in a just manner. It is precisely here that the missing link between Somerville's critique of knowledge and his analyses of German economic policy in the 1938s can be seen. Just as he, alongside Isaac Rubin as one of the first in the succession of Marx, saw the logic of the value form as consequent to the physiological division of labor, logic of production activity, and eliminated everything concrete and physiological of the immediate production process from that logic, he took the world market as a matter of course in his analysis of economic policy and therefore at least knew how to suggest that National Socialism replaced the logic of the value form with the logic of annihilation. Joachim Brun transferred this reflection on the world market to the anti-Semitic projection, as it were, into the interior of the concept of capital, without even speaking of the world market, namely as a necessary break with any class metaphysics of labor, with any interpretation that likes to portray capital as a self-representation of social labor, however alienated, i.e. as an alienated total worker who is somehow not quite in his right mind. Capital is by no means constituted, conditioned, or required by labor. Rather, labor is the form of productive human activity as it is constituted by capital, as a force of nature. Capital and value, understood in this way, are nothing other than those categories in which the negativity of society is mediated with itself and appears as nothing other than the struggle for the quantity of money. That is why Marx, where he is a materialist, is repugnant to all fluff about the value of labor. Marx himself writes in the so-called theories of surplus value, i.e. in economic manuscripts from 1861 to 1863, that only foreign trade develops the true nature of value as value, in that it develops the labor contained in it as social, which presents itself in an unlimited series of different use values, and in fact gives meaning to abstract wealth. If, on the other hand, surplus labor or value represented itself merely in national surplus produce, the increase of value for the sake of value would find a limit in the narrow circle of use values in which the value of labor represented itself. The recognition of the measurement by the average necessary working time and thus the respective national average of the intensity of labor also takes place on the world market by means of money, but here it necessarily takes place in the relationship of the currencies or the trade balances of different states to each other. Consequently, companies do not compete on the world market in the same immediate way as on the national market, but always as parts of the total capital of a particular economy with a particular average level of socially necessary labor. What seems problematic about Marx's presentation in the French translation, which according to him was to be adopted in the third edition of Capital, however, is the formulation, still missing in the first and second editions, that the ladder of intensity itself has its unit of measurement in a normal or ordinary intensity of universal labor. As if there were a working world subject in a stateless world economy that could perform universal labor, the international proletariat, so that here, too, an average was formed in reality, which in truth can only be assumed ideally, similar to a world average profit rate, as the unit of measurement of that latter. The conjecture is related to the fact that Marx himself had intended to include a translation of the corresponding part from the French edition, the 22nd chapter, in the third German edition for this 20th chapter on the national variation of labor wages. While Karl Korsch adopted the passage with the term average unit of universal labor, which Engels had obviously invented, in his edition of Capital, Das Kapital. Critic der politischen Ökonomie, page 517, Kaczynski translates l'intensité ordinaire du travail universal much more precisely than Engels with normal intensity of universal labor, which is the unit of measurement of the stepped ladder. In the French edition, this chapter refers to the intensity of labor, instead of a ladder as usual, as niveau international, IBID, i.e., as Engels and Kaczynski translated identically here, the international level, which could at least be interpreted as an assumption of a worldwide average intensity and in any case shows Marx's serious uncertainty on this issue, since the existence of the international proletariat as a subject is at stake here, to which the normal intensity of universal labor is to be attributed. Nevertheless, even in the French edition, he apparently took care to use the concept of the average explicitly only when referring to the intensity of labor within a state and, in the case of something like an international level, always in the plural, i.e. to speak of moyennes nationales or their latter, échelle. In his fiction of a world total account, which at first seems somewhat bizarre and which could be carried out by a world statistics office that would record all acts of exchange that take place anywhere in the world, Manfred Dahlmann, as if in a mental experiment, abolishes the ladder of national averages of labor intensity in a single average, provided that a world money, not to be confused with a reserve currency, could be averaged out in this office as a unit to which all currency units could be brought at any given time, that normal intensity of universal labor or that international level of which Marx speaks in chapter 20 should also be expressible in money, so that it could thus be said, at a certain point in time, the unit of this world money was worth exactly 10 minutes of socially average necessary labor time. The emphasis should be placed on was, on the tense of the imperfect, and it would be more accurate to speak in the subjunctive here too, would have been. This is because an average level on the ladder of averages of labor intensity or productivity is calculated afterwards and hypothetically, as it was produced in the countries in real terms at a certain point in time, and hypothetically means, as if it had been a single country. The assumption of such a world statistics office should make it possible to abstract from the state, or what is the same thing, to simulate the existence of a world state, which, as Manfred Dahlmann knew very well, cannot really exist, and in the course of the presentation he wanted to successively withdraw this abstraction. If it existed, there would be no world market. This labor hypothesis of a national market that has become total, and this is nothing else, abstracts from the fact that the labor contained in value is represented on the world market in an unlimited series of different use values, as Marx states in contradiction to his own assumption of a normal intensity of universal labor, a series that, as unlimited, makes the formation of the average itself impossible, or what is the same, it is abstracted from the fact that the special use value, That labor power has for capital only exists at all because in each individual state, whose task is by definition to limit the labor market, its own average of the respectively necessary labor time is produced. Incidentally, there is already a kind of World Statistics Office, albeit logically only for foreign trade and only compiled by the UN. The International Commodity Inventory for Foreign Trade or Standard International Trade Classification, SITC. It cannot really be formed because labor power is not exchanged on the world market and therefore only the competition of all other goods on the world market proves which national working day, i.e., which working day in which nation, is the more intensive and more productive. In each case, the different quantities of goods of the same kind produced in different countries in the same time have different international values, which are expressed in different prices, i.e., in sums of money whose size changes with that of the international value. Following on from this, Klaus Busch writes, since it is not the individual labor quotas of individuals, but only the socially necessary labor that forms the basis of the value formation process, the higher utilization of the national labor of the more productive nation on the world market can no more be based on a transfer of value than the extra surplus value of the producer working under above-average production conditions within a national investment sphere of capital. From this, however, Busch concludes that there is an unequal exchange. Its essence lies not in the surplus or below-average world market profit rates of the differently developed nations, but in the fact that the national working days of the individual nations are unequally exchanged on the world market because they form unequal international values. Klaus Busch, The Multinational Corporations. Zur Analyse der Weltmarktbewegung des Kapitals, p60f. It can therefore just as well be said that they exchange themselves equally, because the national working days of different nations can only exchange themselves on the world market. The decisive factor is not that two different quanta of average necessary labor time may be charged for the same commodity on the national market and on the world market, because this only determines the extent to which the same commodity could have been produced more cheaply in the nation with the currently highest intensity of labor, with the same other cost factors, rather that the unit that allows this to be measured, namely the commodity or a certain quantity of it, does not yet constitute an average of the national averages on the world market, since labor here presents itself in a potentially infinite and in principle unlimited series of different use values that is not restricted by any sovereign. The national averages of their intensity are, or so it should be called, set in relation to each other in the realization of international values, but not cancelled out, as the formulation of a normal intensity of universal labor might suggest. Within a state, however, what may also appear as a ladder of different regions is always already resolved in the result of a new average of the average necessary labor time. Here, therefore, it is not only possible to determine in which region the commodity could have been produced more profitably, but two different quanta of labor time required in different places automatically result in an average quantum of labor time required everywhere according to the unmodified application of the law of value, which is expressed immediately in the value of the commodity as it is realized on national markets, i.e., in their narrow circle of commodities limited by the respective state itself through tariffs, quotas, taxes, etc. In this case, it is the value of labor, and the individual state can direct its tax demands to each individual company that produces and sells the goods. On the world market, however, the series of use values is unlimited insofar as, from the point of view of the individual state, this series does not allow its own monopoly of power access to the production and circulation of its commodities. On the world market, therefore, the step ladder continues to exist, however changeable it may be in the arrangement of the steps, however great the pressure may be exerted by world market prices to reduce the average necessary labor time. It perpetuates itself because the capital relation requires the existence of opposing states. In these remarks, Marx presumably wanted to set the course for the planned later volume of Capital on the world market. This is indicated not only by the fact that he devoted a separate chapter to the subject, the 20th, which as such, although short, claims similar weight to that on simple reproduction or on the general law of capitalist accumulation, but also by the fact that he considerably expanded it while working on the French translation and wanted this expansion to be included in the 1883 edition. In the 1867 edition, on the other hand, there are only a few reflections on this, namely in Chapter 5 and Sections 2 on change of magnitude of the price of labor power and surplus value, and 4 on value or price of labor power in the transformed form of the wage, although it is already stated here that even with an increase in the intensity of labor in all branches of industry, the average degrees of intensity of labor remain different in different nations and therefore modify the application of the law of value to different national working days. Marx, Das Kapital 1, 1867, Mega-Abteilung. 2/BD.5, page 425. The more intensive and productive national working day thus presents itself on the whole on the world market in a higher monetary expression than the less intensive or productive national working day, IBID. P 454F. It is significant in this context that Christian Gershner omits these passages from the first edition in his work on political economy and the world market in order to brush aside the statements in the second edition as blurring and popularization. Christian Gershner, Politische Ökonomie und die Weltmarkt. Allgemeine Weltmarktdynamik in der Marxischen Kritik der politischen Ökonomie, p. 271. For Gershner, the world market itself is only an empirical problem that has nothing to do with the representation of the concept of capital, and it is only at this empirical level of representation that the numerous political and political-economic implications that Marx mixes with the representation of the concept in the second edition are included. The author does not even entertain the idea that the infinitely increasing multiplication of use values on the world market, of which he himself speaks, can only be understood as an infinite quantity of use values from a limited national market, on which value is represented in a limited quantity, or in other words, that the impossibility of a world sovereign also makes the formation of an average of labor time on the world market, which as such cannot contain a world labor market, impossible. Or that this formation remains relegated to the market limited by a real sovereign. Each of them can cushion this pressure to a certain extent with tariffs and import quotas, subsidies and taxes, and finally also monetary and currency policy measures, key interest rate, revaluations and devaluations, bond purchases, etc., and thus attempt to relatively secure a certain rank in the hierarchy of national averages. The problems that arise from this for states within a monetary union are evident and are constantly exposed by the European Union. If it is therefore the case that no new average can be established between the levels in the relationship between the states, then it only becomes clear which national working day, i.e., which working day in which nation, is the more intensive and productive when customs duties, subsidies, and taxes of the individual states and the relationship between their currencies are taken into account. If the economically weakly developed nations were not protected from the superior competitive position of the more highly developed countries due to the mediating form of international competition, the latter could appropriate surplus profits in the long term and at the same time force their world market competitors into below-average profit margins. There would be no difference in the effect of the law of value in the national and international framework. Bush, Die multinationalen Konzerne, p. 63. Gershner, in turn, denies that this difference exists. Gershner, Politische Ökonomie und die Weltmarkt, pages 189 to 201. For him, states are merely infrastructure plus hegemony. In distorted terminology, he claims that they cut through the horizontal economic qualitative space of exchange value, and are occupied with spatially restricting, protecting, supervising, supporting, and regulating the self-generated production site, the labor, capital, and sales market. He thus simply equates states and regions as well as the labor, capital, and sales markets. In his view, all that is needed is a hegemonic capital strategy between the politico-economically unequally developed states or regions in order to forge the economically contradictory effects of foreign trade, which result from the competition of capital for extra profit, as well as the resulting short and long-term interests of the states into a historically special political economic expansion project of capital. Ibid. Page 136f. This is Gershner's concept of the world sovereign. Not least for this reason, gold, or its representative, is to be understood as world money, but by no means in an immediate sense. As a means of purchase, as Marx already states in an earlier chapter of Capital, it only serves as often as the conventional equilibrium of the metabolism between nations is suddenly disturbed, as a materiature of wealth, where it is a matter of transfer from one country to another, and this transfer in commodity form is excluded either by the conjunctures of the commodity market or by the purpose to be fulfilled itself, e.g. in the case of money bonds for waging war. From the outset, this implies neither the irreversibility of national disparities in labor intensity once they have arisen, nor the prospect of bringing their different levels into a harmonious equilibrium through international trade. The latter in particular was still assumed by David Ricardo. Unlike Marx, Ricardo's theory does not differentiate between the intensity and productivity of labor, because it only considers the quantity of value but not the form of value, and thus does not systematically distinguish between the surplus value rate and the profit rate. See Marx, Theorien über den Mehrwert 2, MEW Volume 2, pp. 438 to 440. Thus, the respective differences in intensity are viewed like the respective natural characteristics or raw materials of a country, and this in turn is the basis for a free trade optimism that is fantastic in comparison to Adam Smith, which is generally referred to as comparative advantage. This cost advantage calculation is based on the assumption that two countries have different labor productivity in different sectors, so that trade based on this can be advantageous for both. David Ricardo, On the Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, page 115f. Fixated on such symbiosis, Ricardo disregards whether labor produces with much or little constant capital. When he writes that the labor of 1,000,000 people in manufactories will always produce the same value, Marx contradicts this. On the contrary, the value of the mass of commodities will be very different, depending on whether it is produced with much or little constant capital, i.e., whether much or little value derived from previous year's labor is added to it. Ibid. p. 474. Gershner rightly criticizes Bush for adopting Ricardo's theory of comparative cost advantage. Gershner, Politische Ökonomie und die Weltmarkt, pages 189-197. But he criticizes it on the false premise that there could be no modification of the law of value on the world market at all, since the world market and national markets would be completely identical anyway. In fact, Bush hardly devotes any attention to those laws that counteract a comparative cost advantage, i.e., the tendency for each country to benefit from participating in the world market, such as the increasing organic composition of capital. See Klaus Busch, Ungleicher Tausch. On the discussion of the international average rate of profit, unequal exchange, and comparative cost theory on the basis of Arguyre-Emanuel's theses. In this alone, the criticism that Marx made of Ricardo also applies to him, and so the crises are also explained away by him, as Marx was able to observe with Ricardo. Marx, Theorien über den Mehrwert 2, MEW 262, page 502. The very term advantage is a euphemistic expression for the sheer compulsion that states have to participate in the world market because otherwise they will perish, unless they go on to wage predatory wars. Ricardo's theory also appears to be an attempt at persuasion, which he would like to use against views such as Fichte's of the closed commercial state, and the link to this in Bush's world market theory appears to be just such an attempt, which is directed against the ideal of socialism in one country or bloc, as it has dominated the left since Stalin, right up to the Trotskyist positions. Gershner's criticism of Bush is projected precisely from this ideal of socialism. In fact, it follows from Marx's view of the world market that no national society, no matter how many tariff barriers and trade barriers it erects, no matter how much it subsidizes production and devalues its currency, could really remain at its level of intensity, while the levels of others are raised in order to do justice to the constantly growing organic composition of capital, which is reflected in world market prices. For in this case, their companies would soon no longer be able to realize any value at all on the world market and would therefore no longer have any money to buy on it. In this way, the latter itself can only be understood as a constantly changing, in this sense as an infinite process without result, which also corresponds to the unlimited series of use values in which value is represented on the world market. That its unit of measurement could be averaged out is based on the double-sided assumption that the series of use values on the world market is limited and that the labor power of all countries belongs to it like any other use value. This assumption is of the same kind as the assumption that the dollar is not a reserve currency but immediate world money. However, Marx already made it clear in the Grundrisse what ladder of heaven is involved here, where it says that circulation time is the moment that determines production time, but circulation without circulation time is at the same time the necessary tendency of capital, from the point of view of which every circulation time must be regarded as superfluous. Every circumstance that costs it must be counted as a faux phrase. Marx, Grundrisse, MEW vol. 42, page 560. For it is in competition that the individual capital is actually placed in the conditions of capital in general. The necessary labor time is determined by the movement of capital itself, however, is only said in this way. Ibid. Joachim Brun writes with reference to this passage and with a quotation from the second volume of Capital. Every time that passes has in any case been too much time. All accumulation can only take place in time, but every hour it takes will have been an hour too much. This is the fundamental dilemma, which is why Marx says in the second volume of Capital that the time of capital is, in its conception, zero time, i.e. the sublation and annihilation of all time. The more the circulation metamorphoses of capital are only ideal, i.e. the more the circulation time equals zero or approaches zero, the more capital functions, the greater its productivity and self-valorization. In the form of a footnote, Marx could have added here that the infinitesimal calculus was not developed by chance when the supremacy of commercial capital prepared the transition from manufacture to industry and, as far as the nations were concerned, was the decisive factor for the later industrial supremacy, when colonial system, national debt, tax mania, protection, trade wars, etc. These offspring of the actual manufacturing period grew up gigantically during the infant period of great Industrie, Marx, Das Kapital 1, MEV Vol. 23, pages 782 and 775. Thus, the stepped ladder of national intensification cannot be traced back to an ordinary or normal intensification of universal labor, but it can be related to the zero time to which it is oriented. Basically, everyone knows about this orientation, but today people prefer to talk about algorithms taking over with feuilletonistic posturing. In fact, with few exceptions, the most successful companies on the world market today, and thus the most successful companies in general, are those that, on the basis of very specific use values, can adopt the necessary tendency of capital circulation without circulation time more immediately than all other capital groups, Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, Google, Facebook, etc. Although this is only possible for them indirectly, on the basis of other use values and, all the more so, on the basis of a certain labor intensity of a given national society. In the theories of so-called digital capitalism circulating today, the fact that such a basis even exists is often ignored. Philip Staub writes about the leading companies of digitalization, Amazon, Apple, Google, etc., that they do not operate on markets, like large companies that are otherwise called monopolies and distort these markets, but are themselves markets, proprietary markets. The market-owning company can decide at its own discretion which producers are granted access to the private market and under what conditions this happens. Philip Staub, Digitaler Kapitalismus. Markt und Herrschaft in der Ökonomie der Untenaffeit, p. 32. It is camouflage that even such companies must always act at the discretion of the competition on a market that is superior to their own. In Staub's depiction, the leading company figures like the bellwether, as if other companies followed it like a flock of sheep and there was no shepherd who also had an eye on the mutton. Or, to put it another way, in terms of utility value, as if advertising, for example, could make itself completely independent of what it is made for. However, which national society realizes the potential for annihilation that exists in principle, i.e. quite abstractly, through the vanishing point of zero time, can in no way be deduced from how close it comes to it on that step ladder. Rather, the answer would have to be sought where political action seeks to break out of the economically mediated hierarchy altogether, to emerge from it as if from a prison, by abolishing the separation of circulation and production per se in order to replace it with immediate forms of domination, whereby, incidentally, the borders of a given national society can no longer have any function. Injustice and exploitation, as the metaphor of unequal exchange would like to denounce in international trade, thus lie, as far as this trade in particular is concerned, essentially in the fact that no immediate generalization of the average necessary labor time, including the development of productive power, can be established on the world market, as happens within the nation, under whose spell the ideology of unequal exchange also argues. Instead, the principle of the ranking of different currency areas remains. In certain respects, the racists against migrants transfer precisely this hierarchy to the relations within the nation. Migrants within a particular country cannot protect themselves like nations within the world market. They must adapt to the average of socially necessary working hours immediately. Of course, this pressure to adapt also includes the fact that most of them, as unskilled laborers, are preferentially pushed into certain positions in the sphere of circulation, to where their tendency to shorten the circulation time of capital towards zero is immediately reflected in greater physical strain than in production. Their work then often more closely resembles the old methods of absolute surplus value production. This pressure to adapt is simply there. It is not itself racist, but rather because it is accompanied by the enforcement of forms of mediation, legal relationships, etc. In connection with the necessary training, it has a civilizing effect with regard to those migrants who come from such local contexts based only on the blood surplus, nature, immediate relationships of domination and servitude. But it is turned racist by the natives, who feel the same pressure to adapt, only under better conditions, which they want to preserve in a racist way. In a way, they act as if there could no longer be a national average in their nation because there are too many migrants and because they form a parallel culture. What the nations can actually do, namely devalue their currency, they substantiate for their part by regarding migrants in their own country as second-class citizens. This is precisely where Islam has formed itself as counter-racism. It organizes the collective refusal to adapt to that average, and in this it does not form a parallel culture, but an internal counterpower that has its external point of reference in the Islamic countries hostile to Israel. It also includes a specifically pronounced criminality that does not stand for itself and has its purpose in itself, in preying, but functions as an environment and, so to speak, a flow heater of Islamic violence as one for its own sake. From a logical point of view, the colonial empires are a special case here, but in historical terms they are a decisive transitional stage, conditioned by the temporary supremacy of commercial capital. Since slavery is the only natural basis of colonial wealth, systematic colonization proves to be a mere pis-aller, a stopgap measure, since capital has to do with free people instead of slaves. At one point in the manuscript for the third volume of Capital, however, one gets the impression that Marx himself is talking about unequal exchange when he says that the favored heartland of the colonial empire receives more labor in return for less labor, although this more, as in the exchange between labor and capital in general, is pocketed by certain classes. If, for the colonial empire between metropolis and colony, one assumes an average of the socially necessary labor time for a certain commodity, then, in Marx's sense, not more value is exchanged for less, but, as it were, longer less intensive labor for shorter more intensive labor, both of which, measured according to the same average, can then produce approximately the same value. Admittedly not as international value, so we are dealing with equivalence after all. If, however, no such average is assumed, but rather a ladder of averages, then trade takes place as on the world market, except that the colonies, with their less intensive and productive labor, cannot protect themselves against the mother country, or only to a very limited extent, because as a rule they can hardly take measures to independently issue tariffs or import quotas, pay subsidies, or levy taxes. Not to mention the revaluation and devaluation of their own currency. In any case, the methods that Marx calls absolute surplus value production and which draw on merely increasing labor time tend to persist in the colony. To replace them with the genuinely capitalist production of relative surplus value production, i.e. the form that aims to increase the intensity of labor within the contractual relations, would require either integration into the mother country or national separation from the mother country, and even today the lack of monetary independence, for example in the former French colonies in Africa, limits this possibility. Measured against the average intensity and productivity of labor in the mother country, the colonized must sell its labor power below its value. This necessity consists precisely in the fact that the colony is not a nation of its own that could independently set tariffs and quotas, collect taxes, and distribute subsidies or devalue its currency. Peter Schmidt-Egner emphasized in his study work Gesetz und Rassismus, Law of Value and Racism, that the colonized must sell their labor below its value and derived racism from this. However, he necessarily fails to deduce this compulsion immediately from the law of value. It is not the law of value as such that produces racism of its own accord, but more precisely the condition of domination that corresponds to its logic, namely that it can only function within the framework of the nation-state, and it is precisely this that colonialism denies the colonized. Again, this does not mean that racism would disappear if the colonies became independent nations. However, it loses its inevitability, it becomes a locational disadvantage, so to speak. The formerly colonized can then sell their labor power at its value in their own country, but it does not only depend on the status of this country on the world market whether or not people from the formerly colonizing nations want to use the origin of their competitors from the formerly colonized countries on the labor market as their supreme locational advantage. Quite apart from the fact that, regardless of the nation's previous history of colonialism, the various national averages of labor intensity and productivity are always more or less reflected in racist forms of consciousness, unless individuals resist them. And under capitalist conditions, resisting it means nothing other than invoking the law of value, which admittedly operates as a democracy, insofar as it presupposes the equality of the owners of goods. But if one were to say that he sells them immediately below their international value, i.e. assuming an international average, the colonized would no longer be distinguishable from the other workers of other nations in which the socially necessary working time is below this average. His labor power is actually measured against this average, because the colony is actually in a monetary union with the mother country, but unlike underdeveloped regions in the mother country itself, its mere status as a colony means that it remains largely excluded from the support that these regions may receive. However, if the colonized person can move to the metropolis, racism usually ensures that this stigma remains attached to them and gives their competitors there an advantage on the labor market. The colonist who competes with the colonized on the colony's labor market also has this advantage. However, both aspects, the respective position of the colony within the empire and the situation of the former colonized in the metropole, have shown the greatest differences between the individual colonial empires in the course of historical development. Overall, however, colonialism could be seen as a single, centuries-long phase of transition to the production of national averages of socially necessary labor time, which ultimately had to lead to the separation of the colony from the mother country. From this point of view, the colonizing aspect, at least after the abolition of slavery, lies precisely in the nature of monetary union itself. And in this respect, today's European Union is also a kind of German colonial empire, on which a gloomy light falls. After all, the colonial empires and multi-ethnic states collapsed because it was not possible to produce the average of socially necessary labor time in the respective empire. Instead, a smaller world market within the world market was formed as a kind of explosive device. The pragmatic structuralists following Pierre Bourdieu then bring the cheerful, ironic tone of the art market and tourism into the gloomy mood. Luc Boltanski and Arnaud Esquire, for example, console us about impending euro crises by assuring us that industrial capitalism, to which Marx's law of value may somehow apply, will in any case be replaced by another system, namely by the enrichment economy, according to which, at the center of power lies the ability to develop a discourse about things and thus bring their value to bear so that the highest possible price can be demanded for them. Bereicherung. Eine Kritik der Ware, p. 622. After the end of the colonial empires, the fact that companies do not compete on the world market in the same immediate way as on the national market is not changed by the export of capital, which since Lenin has often been scolded as imperialism or since Fanon as neocolonialism. It takes place either in the form of shareholdings in companies or the founding of subsidiaries for the purpose of exploiting the more favorable average profit rates elsewhere and making surplus profits, or simply to obtain better conditions for exporting to that country. The question of which country the respective capital competes for worldwide depends on the return flow of profits to the parent company or on the fact where the decisions on further investments are made. Conversely, if the majority of shares in a company headquartered in Germany are no longer in the hands of domestic shareholders or the company is even completely taken over by a foreign holding company, this alone does not mean that it is now effectively competing as a foreign company on the global market. However, the board of directors of the stock corporation or holding company can decide in the long term whether it should remain a company of the same country. What is often described as a merger of two companies from different countries, however, often turns out to be an alliance in the sense of a strategic cooperation. If there is more and the industry plays a prominent role on the global market, as is the case with aircraft manufacturer Airbus, for example, the countries involved reserve the right to have a say in the management of the company. However, it is also possible that the management department of a particular country will once again assert itself in the management of the company, whereby the European Union has naturally opened up much greater leeway here, in the automotive industry, for example. Consider the merger of the Italian-dominated FCA, Fiat Chrysler Automobiles, and the French-dominated PSA, Peugeot Société Anonyme, to form Stellantis, based in Amsterdam. Moreover, it seems significant that alliances or mergers in connection with the EU usually come about in order to be able to counter a competitor, Boeing, Volkswagen, Tesla, that is leading on the world market for the time being but is firmly anchored in a particular nation. The companies can then be called multinational insofar as they conduct their interfirm trade across national borders. Their value chains cross these borders, and their production plants are thus included in the averaging of the intensity of labor in the respective countries, which always means at the same time, in the equalization process of profit rates in each of them. Capital is exported not least because lower wages in a particular country combined with a high intensity of labor, which the respective multinational corporation ensures in its operations in that country, yields higher rates of surplus value. The gap between the highest possible labor intensity and the lowest possible wage costs, which magnetically attracts the foreign corporation, results from the nationally determined reproduction costs of labor. See Benjamin Selwyn, Global Value Chains, Labor Productivity, and Wages. The state, however, is always only a half-hearted opponent of globalization. It continues to try, with varying degrees of success, to restrict the export of capital in order to secure jobs and tax revenues. Here, conversely, it is also trying to import capital and to prevent the export of goods itself from falling behind and, together with the import of capital and goods, the trade deficit from becoming too large. As misleading as it is to refer to corporations sans phrase as multinationals and to invoke the international superiority of monopolies over the national power of states, it should be noted that debt and trade deficits, which can go hand in hand with increased capital exports, at times considerably restrict the nation-state's ability to act vis-a-vis individual corporations. The concept of monopoly should be used with caution in this context. If it is not systematically used in the plural and merely regarded as a certain tendency of capital, it serves primarily to suggest that the monopoly of force no longer has any reality. In another way, it has also led to a number of errors in the ranks of critical theory, insofar as it is used undialectically as a counter-concept to competition, implying the thesis that there could be capital without competition. The sovereign is there precisely to maintain the vital competition for capital against its own tendencies towards monopolization, e.g. with its antitrust legislation. In doing so, however, it embodies a counter-tendency in the capital relationship itself, in which competition always arises anew from the given profit rate differential between the industries. Ultimately, the sovereign decides on the long-term dimensions of foreign trade with tariffs and quotas, subsidies, and trade agreements. In the case of the rule of law, the democratic compromise between the rackets of capital and labor, which must always be moderated by the central bank in connection with the other currencies and markets. This is why, from the point of view of capital, a corporation cannot be sufficiently multinationally intertwined in its ownership structure and production chains for it not to have to seek protection from a particular state in the final instance, as the individual citizen does in the first instance. For this state is also able to represent and enforce its legal interests in profit in international conflicts, if necessary by force of arms and against international law. Even stable alliances and the best political relations between states, on which the formation of truly binational corporations could rely, cannot in the long run satisfy the unavoidable homesickness of internationally operating capital, and so even those typical binational corporations have turned back into national ones. Every large corporation still prefers to operate from a single nation state. It is the smallest unit of political power on whose indivisibility the corporation can still rely. Most effectively in a conflict of economic interests and especially in a political emergency. The national disputes at the European company Airbus or EADS, which, like Daimler Chrysler, has been renamed Merkel-Sarkozy or Angela Nicholas for some time, are now pointing in the same direction, and the policies of the European Union and its two most important states are unable to do much about this. However, the foreign trade measures intended to counteract deindustrialization, not unlike the Keynesian job creation measures at home, are proving to be increasingly ineffective, even when it comes to the world hegemon, i.e. a state with a hegemonic currency that allows it to run up debts in it. In 1977, just under 17% of the net earnings of U.S. corporations were accounted for by foreign investments, in 1994 27%, in 2006 48.6%. Interfirm trade now accounts for around a third of world trade. Around 90% of U.S. foreign trade is generated by its multinational corporations. See Rainer Lanz, Sebastian Mirodot, Patterns, Determinants, and Policy Implications. OECD Trade Policy Papers 114/2011. The only remedy here is a world war, as capital would say if it could speak, but only if it could speak with one voice. Seen in this light, the division of powers that will be decisive in the longer term is the one between the government and the central bank or central bank. This will show, not least, what form of sovereignty the entity assumes, whether it assumes one at all or whether it disintegrates into rackets. In other words, in what relationship to the world market the state gains its unity. The central bank is the hinge between sovereignty and the world market, just as it is the hinge between the private credit apparatus and state intervention. Through the central bank, the private banks, which determine the loans and therefore always have to keep an eye on the situation on the world market and take it into account, exert pressure on the respective political apparatus. To a certain extent, the head of the central bank always represents their interests vis-a-vis the government, whose own, so to speak natural, interests always point in the direction of self-sufficiency. In other words, without the independence of the central bank, the sovereign will no longer allow the longer-term conditions on the world market to interfere with its short-term decisions. In this respect, even the European Union actually appears to be a peace project that prevents the return of authoritarian rule, because the European Central Bank has a better structural position in the Eurozone than any other central bank, as it stands above the sovereignty of the individual states, so to speak, as long as these are not really absorbed into a European state. However, this unique constellation is only possible under the protective umbrella of U.S. hegemony, in favor of which the EU can refrain from developing its own sovereignty encompassing all European countries. With this hegemony, however, the fundamental relationship between sovereign and capital on a global scale is very specific. Although the hegemon is not able to treat the world market itself as its national market, it always attempts to act in the interests of both its market and the global market on all foreign territories. In that it seeks to enforce and preserve the form of the exchange of equivalents internationally, it differs from its imperial and colonial ancestors or their remnants and revenants in the present, just as the commodity form differs from the immediate appropriation of wealth. Anyone who appropriates objects by force is not exchanging goods, as much as this may contradict the nature of an exchange partner. He must renounce the immediate appropriation of the commodity and accept that the exchange only succeeds if he submits to the conditions imposed on him by an intermediary third party, money. This can be transferred to the relations between states. The imperial state is concerned with violent appropriation, the hegemonic state with the exchange of equivalents, i.e., a free world market, even if this can only be guaranteed by the military apparatus. However, while the left cannot argue elitist enough otherwise, it has always been outraged by the extraterritorial application of the U.S. Trading with the Enemy Act and the U.S. antitrust laws by expressing this double option. This can also be seen in the tone of Klaus Busch's book on multinational corporations, which otherwise endeavors to provide instructive information. American state authority forces U.S. subsidiaries abroad and also non-U.S. corporations that are intertwined with U.S. companies or have invested directly in the USA to comply with the provisions of U.S. laws, even if these contradict corresponding foreign laws. Busch, The Multinational Corporations, page 286. This image of the enemy is linked to the Ricardian concept of comparative cost advantage, as Gershner correctly recognizes in Busch, even though he adheres to the same image of the enemy. Quote, since Busch, for example, does not deal at any point in his work with the tendency of the rate of profit to fall and the development of foreign trade, it must be assumed that for him, just as for Ricardo, the contradictions and crises on the world market result from the fact that only external and supposedly non-economic factors have a negative effect on foreign trade, such as colonialism and imperialism, and thus throw it out of the a priori assumed equilibrium. Gershner, Political Economy and the World Market, page 197f. In fact, the American Trading with the Enemy Act of 1917 and the Export Control Act of 1949 prohibit persons subject to American laws from trading with so-called enemy countries or place trade with countries of particular importance to the so-called national security of the United States under control. This controls not only the direct export of goods from the United States, but also the trade of American subsidiaries abroad and the re-export of American goods from third countries. These disputes were made particularly explosive by the fact that the USA insisted on the extraterritorial application of its laws, i.e. also on trade by American subsidiaries abroad, and therefore, as Busch writes, enforced U.S. law against the will of foreign governments abroad. The U.S. government threatened the parent companies in the USA with sanctions if their subsidiaries abroad did not comply with U.S. regulations, and in most cases of conflict, it thereby asserted its interests. Busch, Die multinationalen Konzerne, p. 287. With such threats, the hegemon always asserts its interests against governments that, unlike it, do not primarily promote capital accumulation for the purpose of capital accumulation. On April 28, 2017, Deutschlandfunk Radio reported the following on 100 Days of Trump: How the President is Annoying Silicon Valley. When Leo Pereiro testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee in early 2016, the father of two was soon in tears. The IT specialist remembers the day his employer Disney told him that he would lose his job to an employee from abroad. According to Pereiro, he and dozens of colleagues were told, "Your jobs have been transferred to workers from abroad. You will train your successors until they are 100% safe. Anyone who fails to do so will lose their right to severance pay." H-1B is the name of the formula that makes Pereiro cry. It is a program to attract top foreign talent to the USA. Around 85,000 H-1B visas are granted each year. This year, the U.S. government received 199,000 applications. The visas are therefore distributed by lottery. The work visa is valid for 3 years and can be extended for a further 3 years. Scientists, doctors, and legal experts are the usual recipients of such visas, and above all IT specialists, who are desperately sought after by Google, Facebook, Apple, and others. This is why U.S. President Trump's announcement that the H-1B work visa for foreign workers is to be reformed raised eyebrows in Silicon Valley. Far away from the airy offices north of San Francisco, Trump told employees at a tool factory in Wisconsin, "Our immigration system is being abused. American workers are being replaced by foreigners doing the same job for less money." Disney, Leo Pereiro's former employer, is one of these abuses. Other companies such as Southern California Edison, Toys R Us or Texas Instruments have also demonstrably laid off American employees, only to replace them with H-1B recipients, mostly from India, with the help of large Indian outsourcing companies and fob them off with minimum wages. Exactly how Trump wants to change the program is completely open. Sam Hardnett is a technology reporter for KQED. Trump's vague statements are causing fears to rise that the program could implode. But it is essential to attract highly qualified people to the U.S. and give them the opportunity to gain a foothold here. One involuntarily wonders whether it is really indispensable, especially for whom, that American workers are being replaced by foreign workers who then do the same work for less money and without a permanent employment contract, while the brain drain in their countries of origin is taking on ever more dramatic forms. The rare attempt by German media standards to present Trump's America First policy in a reasonably objective manner shows the ugly side of so-called globalization. Like Bjorn Schultz, the foreign editor responsible for the weekly newspaper Jungle World, you can dismiss this policy as the end of the era of the free trade regime and the return of national capitalist power politics, thereby proving that you obviously understand very little about the relationship between the state and capital, i.e. the critique of political economy. Like Thomas Ebermann, who is always called into the fray by anti-national German leftists when they have to confirm each other's inability to criticize the status quo, you can also proclaim with regard to Britain's withdrawal from the EU and Trump's presidency that geopolitical and economic interests, which were at least analyzable as interests, are losing weight in relation to the delusional. Concrete March 2017. However, this ignores the perfectly analyzable reality that produced a Trump and a May. And because this denial of reality is garnished with inflationary and false accusations of anti-Semitism, which are not only used to untruthfully and particularly repugnantly slam Trump, but also to forbid any criticism of so-called globalization and free trade, people refuse to look up what can be read there, but not only there, under the heading, "The IT industry as a user of a globally secured labor market." The IT industry has become a pioneer. Through crowdsourcing, the outsourcing of contract work to freelancers on the web, and cloud working, web-based teamwork at different locations, global players are using the World Wide Web for intellectual work, for digitizable, knowledge-intensive services. The spatial dissolution of boundaries in the labor market is intensifying the competition for jobs. Increasingly, globally, and permanently competing employees, freelancers, are taking the place of employees who have traditionally enjoyed social security. This process of change is socially completely unsecured. The global markets, which are geared towards economic efficiency, shape the one-sided orientation of trade policy without a view to the social organization of working conditions in the international labor market. End quote. Crowdsourcing or cloud working and H-1B are the basis of business, especially for those economic sectors with which feminism, anti-racism, multiculturalism, and LGBTQ have entered into an alliance, as not Breitbart News states, but the Foucault-oriented feminist Nancy Fraser in her contribution to the Suhrkamp bestseller The Great Regression. It is anything but coincidental that it is precisely those modern American economic sectors, which Fraser also calls the high-tech, symbolic and service-based economic sectors, Wall Street, Silicon Valley, media, and culture industry, etc., which on the one hand cannot present themselves as cosmopolitan, and tolerant enough and on the other hand stand for a particular, literally limitless lack of mercy and consideration towards wage laborers worldwide. Fraser, of course, can't resist using the same phrase to whitewash the new social movements as genuine progressive forces. They have been particularly vocal in their criticism of Trump and have used it to promote themselves, especially in Europe, which cannot help but catch on here in the land of cross-party Trump hatred. The American technology industry is continuing its fight against President Donald Trump's immigration policy through legal means. A group of 162 companies have filed an amicus curiae brief, unsolicited brief from a party not involved in the lawsuit, with an appeals court. The signatories include some of America's most pro-mining tech companies, including Google, Facebook, Uber, Amazon, and Snap. America proudly calls itself a country of immigrants, the document states. Trump's decree would cause considerable damage to American companies, their employees, and the entire economy, FAZ, April 21, 2017. Just a few days later, the FAZ reported a somewhat different type of damage feared in Silicon Valley. U.S. President Donald Trump wants to strengthen the competitiveness of the American economy and relieve the burden on citizens with a comprehensive tax reform. The authors of the tax plan are hoping for additional tax revenue from a clause that would allow American foreign profits to be repatriated. Corporations such as Apple and Amazon have hoarded billions in profits abroad, April 27, 2017. However, it was not only the insistence on what should be a matter of course, i.e., that companies pay taxes at their headquarters, that caused a stir. Germany in particular pricked up its ears when U.S. Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin not only spoke out against the otherwise obligatory anti-protectionism passage in the final declaration of the meeting at the G20 meeting of all finance ministers in mid-March, but also announced that excessive trade surpluses and trade deficits must be balanced. FAZ, March 20, 2017. With this statement, Mnuchin was not only aiming at the world export champions Germany and China with their immense trade surpluses, but also at his own economy and its import surplus, which causes a large trade deficit. Just a few days after the G20 meeting, it was confirmed just how serious the Trump administration is about this issue. U.S. President Donald Trump will issue a new decree to investigate all trade relations with the USA for violations and imbalances. Germany is also affected. The decree is also intended to investigate any violations of trade agreements. After 90 days, the results of this investigation should be forwarded to Trump as a basis for consequences. The investigations would focus on countries and products. The focus would be on countries with which the USA has a particularly high trade deficit in its view. First and foremost is China. It was followed by Japan, Germany, Mexico, Vietnam, India, Thailand, South Korea, and Switzerland, among others. All free trade agreements that had not been helpful would also be examined. Manager Magazine, March 4, 2017. And this announcement was immediately followed by action. In addition to a number of foreign steel producers, the German companies Salzgitter AG and Dillinger were also convicted of price dumping, IBID. The FAZ also reports, U.S. President Trump is having his government examine whether national security considerations are forcing a restriction on steel imports. Steel is not a sector in which the United States can afford to be dependent on other countries. April 22, 2017. But where does protectionism begin? Where does free trade end, and vice versa? To set the two against each other in absolute terms does not do justice to the relationship between the two forms of trade policy, either historically or in terms of substance, and necessarily falls foul of liberal or anti-liberal dogma. Since mercantilism was replaced by liberalism in the 18th century, practical free trade has never been free of protectionism among all rising industrial nations. The liberal pioneer nations in particular, the United Kingdom and the United States, have always combined their pursuit of free trade with protective and punitive national tariffs. When Friedrich Engels called Adam Smith the spiritual father of free trade, an economic Luther in his outline of a critique of national economy because he substituted Protestant rectitude for Catholic rectitude, he acknowledged with admiration that Smith had proven that humanity is also founded in the essence of trade. However, Engels conceded this against the background of his criticism that trade was nothing but legal fraud anyway. Engels writes, "Trade, under the rule of private property, must, like every activity, become an immediate source of gain for the trader. That is to say, everyone must seek to sell as dearly as possible and to buy as cheaply as possible. In every purchase and sale, therefore, two people with absolutely opposing interests face each other. The conflict is decidedly hostile, for each knows the intentions of the other, knows that they are opposed to his own. The first consequence is therefore mutual mistrust on the one side, and on the other the justification of this mistrust, the use of immoral means to achieve an immoral end. Thus, for example, the first principle in trade is secrecy, the concealment of everything that could reduce the value of the article in question. The consequence of this is that in commerce it is permissible to derive the greatest possible benefit from the ignorance and confidence of the other party, and also to ascribe to one's goods qualities which they do not possess. In a word, trade is legal fraud. That practice agrees with this theory. Every merchant, if he wishes to do honor to the truth, can testify to me, MEW 1, page 503. Marx's writing in defense of Adam Smith and David Ricardo against Friedrich List, who condescendingly called the two most important theorists of liberal free trade only the school, and whose theoretical attempt to emphasize the German cultural nation as the essential productive force that rises above the mere production of exchange values, focused on what made Smith's and Ricardo's liberalism so sympathetic to the German ideas of the closed commercial state, Fichte, or List's so-called educational tariff, the neglect of the nation in favor of the idea of world-spanning trade, which can only establish a world society worthy of its name. In his work The National System of Political Economy, List writes, "The errors and contradictions of the school cited can easily be corrected from the standpoint of the theory of productive forces. It is true that those who raise pigs or manufacture pills are productive, but the teachers of youth and adults, the virtuosos, bagpipers, doctors, judges, and administrators are productive to a much higher degree. The former produce exchange values, the latter produce productive forces. End of quote. In the pamphlet published in 1845 under the title Über Liszt's Buch Das Nationalsystem der politischen Ökonomie, Marx, in his partisanship for Smith and Ricardo, had anticipated thoughts that were to be found in a very similar formulation in the Communist Manifesto just 2 years later, since the majority of nations have now fallen prey to the laws of haggling without regard to the political conditions of the nations. The nationality of the worker is not French, not English, not German. It is labor, free slavery, self-bartering. His government is capital. His native air is the factory air. The soil that belongs to him is a few feet under the ground. End quote. Marx knew only too well that German culturalism could never be better than liberalism. It was precisely in his aversion to German Philistinism, however, that he overdid the historical philosophical hope for capital. What the nations have done as nations, they have done for human society. Their whole value consists only in the fact that each nation has undergone for the others a main determination, main point of view, within which mankind has undergone its development, and thus, after industry in England, politics in France, philosophy in Germany have been processed, they have been processed for the world, and their world historical significance, like that of the nations, has thus ceased. End quote. As is well known, this cosmopolitan hope for the end of all nations has not yet been fulfilled, that the essential progress made through nation building had literally reached its limits, and that the best national ideas now belong to humanity as a whole. When Friedrich List objected that the school had failed to take into account the nature of nationalities and their particular interests and conditions and bring them into line with the idea of universal union and perpetual peace, and thus assumed as really existing a condition that is yet to become, then, on the one hand, the naturalization or culturalization of the nation can of course be denounced as typically German, according to List, as a particular national interest and national condition. On the other hand, the critique of political economy today, unlike in Marx's time, cannot help but share List's accusation against the school that it has abstracted from the actual object. This is what we know today from anti-national leftists, who similarly only talk about state and nation in general and abstract terms, ignoring anything concrete and specific. Certainly, the hope that states and nations would automatically prove to be an anachronism on the path to a global society under the global social production relationship of capital through trade and the development of productive forces was one that, in the time of the greatest critic of classical national economics, only recognized progress as the advance towards communism, but did not have to consider the threat of a relapse behind state and nation. This, however, is the greatest threat in the globalist age, i.e. the epoch in which the continued existence of capitalist production no longer implies social progress, and which has found its most brutal expression to date in the National Socialist unstate, Franz Neumann. Not only with regard to National Socialism, but also in reaction to post-Fordism and Toyotism and the value chains that characterize them today, it would be the task of critique to present the dilemma that arises from capitalist socialization on a global scale and the impending loss of the only previously effective instruments of social struggle within the state and national framework. The prerequisite for this, in turn, can only be a critique of the nation that thinks together the general and the particular of every nation-state and does not tear it apart ideologically. This is precisely what Marx did against List when he denounced his whispering about the higher value of the particular national productive forces compared to the general capital exchange values as what was and is German. Even if, in contrast to the times of Friedrich List, this whispering no longer expressly takes place in the name of the German nation, but in a post-national, quasi-delimited form, it does not turn out to be the overcoming of nationalism, but on the contrary its reaction to the defeat in the Second World War, as the special relationship between the form of commodity, the form of law and the form of thought, which is no longer the basis of nationalism. This is based on the false assumption that National Socialism was nothing other than exaggerated nationalism and that it therefore taught that the idea of the nation-state was essentially fascist anyway and would therefore be discredited forever. If Marx despised List's idealizing, phrase-believing, bombastic manner, with which he tried to suppress the fact that under capital the real organization of society is a mindless materialism, an individual spiritualism, then he recognized in List the real German, who can still be found en masse as a social character today and must be at the center of anti-German criticism that deserves its name, the hollow, windy, sentimental idealism of the German citizen, behind which lies hidden the pettiest, dirtiest huckster spirit. The most cowardly soul hides itself, has come to the epoch when it must necessarily betray its secret. But he reveals it again in a genuinely German, exuberant manner. He betrays it with idealistic Christian shame. He denies wealth by striving for it. He disguises mindless materialism in an idealistic way, and only then does he dare to go after it. The German citizen is himself religious where he is industrial. He shies away from speaking of bad exchange values, for which he lusts. He shies away from speaking of competition, and he shies away from speaking of his private interest. The German idealizing Philistine who wants to become rich must of course first create a new theory of wealth that makes the latter worthy of being pursued by him. He creates an idealizing economy, which has nothing in common with the profane French and English economy, in order to justify to himself and the world that he also wants to become rich. The German citizen begins his creation of wealth with the creation of an exuberant, hypocritical, idealizing national economy. Just as the German citizen knows no better way of opposing his enemy than by attaching a moral stain to him, suspecting his attitude, looking for bad motives for his actions, in short, by bringing him into disrepute and suspecting him personally. End quote. We know all this in the present. German free trade, unlike that of Western states, is not seen as competition for influence and power, but as a dialogical principle of international understanding. Merciless export not as national profit maximization, but as a charitable measure to allow others to share in one's own prosperity quite selflessly. Refugee aid first had to be turned into a kind of ersatz religion called welcome culture so that Germans could do something good for their fellow human beings in need. Criticism of Trump and the Brexiteers only exists as moral arrogance and slander, and so on and so forth. The self-congratulatory tone of endless self-talk, which already drove Marx up the wall, makes people in this country naturally susceptible to those who cultivate similar forms of monologue. When President Xi Jinping, of all people, who to the delight of the Germans has been peddling the slogan of a community of human destiny internationally for some time, declared China to be the Lord Keeper of the seal of free trade at the World Economic Forum in Davos in January this year, German enthusiasm knew no bounds. Xi showed himself to be an anti-Trump, a cosmopolitan globalist, cheered Handelsblatt, January 17, 2017, and Defense Minister Ursula von der Leyen felt that she had really understood him. We had the feeling that she was giving our speech, FAZ, May 4, 2017. It was only logical that the German Chancellor referred to China as an alliance partner in a phone call with Xi Jinping one day before her visit to Donald Trump in mid-March this year. The FAZ added to this action, which was obviously aimed at snubbing the US president, with the words, "But after his America First statements, his threats, and his rejection of free trade agreements, Trump is not considered an ally, at least for the time being," March 18, 2017. The German ambassador in Beijing, Michael Klaus, then bluntly calls for a real alliance. "We should be staunch advocates of globalization together, because we are the ones who benefit most from globalization. It therefore makes sense to join forces at a multilateral level such as the G20 foot." German.people.com.cn, January 24, 2017. However, you will have to search with a magnifying glass in this country to find someone who names Germany's ruthless interest-based policy for what it is, as one that only follows the principle of Germany first. As a result, the pronouncements everywhere sound as hollow, windy, and sentimental as Marx detested cunning. This idealism of the German citizen, Marx, is exemplified in a joint declaration by the chairman of the General Works Councils of the German automotive industry entitled Against Protectionism and Renationalization from February 2017. It reads as if it had been written for a Sunday sermon from the pulpit. In a world that is moving closer together every day through integrated value chains, international knowledge networks, and digital technologies, isolation and isolationism are completely the wrong way to go. igmetal.de. It fits the picture that, according to Allensbach, the majority of Germans bluntly see their own economy as the beneficiary of globalization, FAZ, April 26, 2017, and yet attach a moral stain, Marx, to every critic of the German economy, and by no means just the Trump administration. But how do Germany and China actually benefit from globalization and free trade? When answering this question, significant national economic differences between the two world export champions must be taken into account. Unlike China, Germany is at the stage of a highly developed national economy, within which medium-sized companies in particular, more than almost anywhere else, are at the top of long internationalized and decentralized value chains in many economic sectors. They determine which product is manufactured when, where, how, and for what price, which then ultimately receives the Made in Germany seal of quality. The president of the Institute for Mittelstandsforschung, Bonn states, however, it should not go unmentioned that significantly more SMEs are at the top of value chains in Germany than in other countries. FAZ, February 27, 2017. Such value creation is based to a large extent on German foreign investment, 60% of which, according to current figures, is made in the Eurozone, in particular in Spain, Ireland, Lithuania, and Slovenia, and 37% in North America, i.e. the USA and Canada. Under the title Record Prospects for Investments Abroad, the FAZ states, however, the reasons for the record level of investment abroad are not all good news. It is true that the majority of companies are going abroad for sales reasons and to open up new markets. However, 1 in 4 companies cites high costs at home as the reason for their investments, July 4, 2017. In other words, cheaper is always possible. The full perfidy of this practice only becomes clear when one is aware of the so-called wage restraint that has been corporatistically agreed between trade unions, politics, and business for years, which the FAZ cites as one of the main reasons for Germany's good situation and which is also sharply criticized by the IMF. For example, Germany's labor market is strong. Employees should actually be able to negotiate high salaries. But wage increases have only been significantly higher than inflation since 2014. This has the same effect as the weak euro. German products remain cheap, and Germans can buy fewer foreign products. FAZ, April 22, 2017. Enrique de Tragiac, the IMF staff member responsible for Germany, commented, "A sustained rise in wages and inflation in Germany is necessary to lift price increases in the Eurozone and facilitate a normalization of monetary policy. The fund is also working for higher wages because it hopes this will reduce what it sees as an excessive foreign trade surplus." FAZ, May 16, 2017. The euro is another main reason for Germany's economic strength. No other EU country benefits from the supranational currency in anything like the same way. Because the euro exchange rate is kept low by the many countries that are clearly weaker economically, German products are relatively cheap abroad. The euro exchange rate is a reflection of the economic strength of the Eurozone as a whole. An undervalued currency drives up the surplus via both imports and exports. This is because anyone wishing to import German goods has to put less of their own currency on the table in order to pay the corresponding purchase price in euros. On the other hand, imports from abroad are more expensive for Germans paying with a weak euro. According to economists, this is precisely the reason why the current account surplus has risen so sharply in recent years. FAZ, July 3, 2017. The resulting dominance in trade at the expense of all others is not just accepted by the responsible German side as a kind of collateral damage. On the contrary, the inequality is systematically made into its own business basis, which cannot be called anything other than nationalistic, albeit under different-sounding pretexts. The Federal Ministries of Finance and Economics have agreed on a policy paper on the German current account surplus in the light of German-American trade relations. At a global level, current account developments should be assessed at the Eurozone level, it says. The Californian current account balance with China is no more the subject of discussion than the German current account balance with the United States should be. In a monetary union, the external value of the currency is determined by the conditions of the entire currency area. FAZ, April 20, 2017. You have to come up with that first, to equate Germany with the US state of California and to lie about the German-dominated EU as the United States of Europe is similar to what, in a different context, would probably easily be called a fraud with high criminal energy. Why such unscrupulousness should not also be commented on with the words "the Germans are buyed," as Donald Trump did at a meeting with EU leaders at the end of May 2017 according to Spiegel Online, May 26, 2017, must remain the secret of those who still refuse to admit how close the new US president's criticism of Germany's trade practices comes to the truth. In the German media, the word bad was of course immediately translated with relish not as bad but as evil. Der Spiegel led the way. Later, when EU Commission President Juncker publicly declared that Trump had not used this phrase in an aggressive manner and that he had not said the Germans are behaving badly. He said we have a problem, they quickly rode back. Spiegel Online, 26.05.2017. Unlike Germany, world export champion China could easily be described as a model pupil of Friedrich List and his idea of so-called educational tariffs. List understood this to mean a protective system solely for the purpose of the industrial education of the nation. The protective system, insofar as it is the only means of putting the states that are far advanced in civilization on an equal footing with the predominant nation, which has not received an eternal manufacturing monopoly from nature, but has only gained a head start over others in time. The protective system appears, from this point of view, as the most important means of promoting the finite union of peoples, consequently true freedom of trade. End quote. China's means of transportation towards true freedom of trade are exemplified in the case of the most important German export good, the car, by the fact that the Beijing leadership has been imposing a 25% tariff on imports of motor vehicles for years, forcing companies to set up manufacturing plants in the country, which, like all foreign company foundations, are only possible as joint ventures with at least 50% Chinese participation. Another condition is that the Chinese must be allowed to access the technology they bring with them. With a low car import quota of only 5% market share, China has long since become the largest car manufacturer in the world. Because the country does not yet have the status of a market economy in the World Trade Organization, WTO, to which it was admitted in 2001, China is allowed to take protectionist measures to a certain extent due to its alleged infant industries. The term tariff barriers to trade has become established in economic jargon for protectionist measures such as import and export tariffs and state subsidies for export goods, in contrast to non-tariff barriers to trade, which officially exclude punitive tariffs and exist in practice at the level of product and production regulations, import quotas, bans, or taxes. Currently, the most prominent German victim of Chinese protectionism is the insolvent SolarWorld, the largest manufacturer of solar cells to date. Its bankruptcy is particularly serious in two respects. Firstly, for years German companies were only world leaders in solar technology because the state had subsidized and financially supported the industry. Secondly, the gradual loss of market leadership to China is due to its aggressive protectionism. Because China is about to be granted WTO market economy status and EU anti-dumping measures against China will only be permitted as long as the country has not yet been granted this status, the FAZ takes the end of SolarWorld as an opportunity to sound the alarm. It could get even worse. Because the EU is in danger of losing the most important instrument it has against China, the non-classification of the country as a market economy. The EU should actually have granted China the status of a market economy at the end of 2016, as agreed when it joined the WTO. The EU has so far refused to do so. China has taken legal action against this before the WTO, and will probably prevail. December 5, 2017. Given this legal situation, one might now expect the EU, with Germany at the helm, to feel as committed to free trade as it has been constantly trumpeting to the world since the change of government in Washington as a fight against Trump's evil protectionist ambitions, but we learn in the same place. In Brussels, it is assumed that the WTO will uphold the complaint in the first quarter of next year. A new anti-dumping regime must then be in force. The EU trade ministers have now taken a first step towards creating an adequate replacement and have largely followed a proposal made by the EU Commission in the fall. According to this proposal, the EU would effectively get rid of all its problems with a trade policy trick. In future, the decisive factor would be whether a country distorts prices and production costs through state intervention. Tough anti-dumping measures should be possible if a state directly controls many companies, has a direct influence on prices and production costs, or favors domestic manufacturers. End quote. One wonders how this approach differs from what Donald Trump's economic advisor Gary Cohn has formulated programmatically and authoritatively for the new U.S. government. According to Spiegel Online, the U.S. would treat other countries the way they treat us. This means, if they have no barriers to trade or no tariffs, we will have no tariffs. May 26, 2017. Tariffs here means tariff-based trade barriers. If you listen a little more closely, i.e. if you don't allow yourself to be misled by the usual anti-American rhetoric, you will come across some interesting side notes. When Economics Minister Bridget Zypries met U.S. Secretary of Commerce Wilbur Ross in his Washington office at the end of May 2017, which Der Spiegel is bound to call the new heart of darkness, the Hamburg-based news magazine meekly reported that Zypries had asked Secretary Ross to level the playing field. The common enemy is China. The aggressive economic expansion of the communist rulers is aimed at buying up Western cutting-edge technology. We need to defend ourselves against this. May 25, 2017. Zypries was alluding, among other things, to the Made in China 2025 campaign, with which the country has set itself the goal of buying up Western companies and know-how on an unprecedented scale by means of state-led and financed industrial policy. This is why economic commentators in Germany are already warning that the precious made-in-Germany high-tech image is in serious danger of being lost as a unique selling point in the long term. Deutschlandfunk, April 13, 2017. If you also consider China's monstrous plans for the so-called New Silk Road, which are not only intended to finally establish a countermodel to what China calls the imposition of Western values, FAZ 13.5, 2017, but also to underpin the claim to global leadership that has recently been openly asserted, only then can one appreciate the significance of terms such as China shock or death by China, which, unlike in Germany, have been present in the American public for some time, and what these terms have to do with Donald Trump's election victory. According to Wikipedia, the project includes both land and sea routes. The initiative names 6 corridors that are to be developed step by step, including the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC. 65 countries should or can participate in the projects. Financing is to be provided by the Silk Road Fund and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, with the total volume estimated at $1,100 billion. Trade with China has lost important advocates in the United States, says Daniel Eikenson, trade expert at the think tank Cato. The relationship has deteriorated since the financial crisis at the latest. The American Chamber of Commerce and Industry published 2 reports in 2009. One bundled the complaints about China's growing protectionism. Americans complained about the lack of transparency of regulation in China, difficulties in enforcing their rights, and preferential treatment of domestic competitors. The second report was even more explosive. It described a network of Chinese industrial policies with the aim of developing national champions with borrowed Western technology. A bipartisan report published in February by renowned presidential advisors and China experts warned that events related to the financial crisis have strengthened Chinese national pride and their determination to assert their own interests against neighboring countries and the United States. The report sees a sharp rise in protectionism in China since 2008, with state-owned companies being propped up and foreign companies discriminated against. The Chinese government is undermining long-standing relationships. The discrimination, at least as perceived by the Americans, has not been without consequences. Cato expert Eikenson sees the representatives of America's multinational corporations, who were China's most important advocates in the United States, as discouraged. After years of harassment by Chinese authorities, they are less willing to take sides with the country. These are not the only friends China has lost. Its natural allies, the economists, have also become somewhat silent of late. An essay by the 3 authors David Otter, David Dorn, and Gordon Hanson entitled The China Shock has contributed to this, The China Shock. The quintessence of the study is that American workers in regions that were particularly hard hit by Chinese import competition often lost out. They rarely found adequate replacements after losing their jobs, and their income generally shrank. They became ill, were less likely to find a wife, and died earlier. In short, the China shock hit American workers much harder than economic theory suggests. Since the publication of this study, economists have always qualified their positions in favor of free trade with the caveat that, in addition to its great benefits for consumers, it also produces social costs. Author, Dorn, and Hanson published another study in November, after the presidential election, which had it all. The battleground states of Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina would have voted for Hillary Clinton if they had not suffered so much from competition from Chinese imports. A new attitude towards China has thus emerged in America. The disappointment of American corporations and the disillusionment of economists have combined with the economic nationalism propagated by Donald Trump and some of his advisors, FAZ, April 5, 2017. What is not even conceded in this context is that the Chinese approach described is not just perceived as such by the Americans, but very serious, objectively verifiable discrimination. If at least this concession were made to the American self-image, perhaps it would then be possible to understand why Peter Navarro, the director of the new National Trade Council authority created by Donald Trump and author of the 2011 book Death by China, which traces Chinese trade policy in detail and calls for a different American free trade policy, is a beacon of hope for many Americans and not a crude isolationist preacher. Welt, December 22, 2016. Die Welt, which is still said not to be particularly anti-American, also gave the Yank a lesson in free trade. The reason given for Navarro's fall title was, after all, since Adam Smith and David Ricardo at the latest, it has been a foregone conclusion in economic theory that free trade and globalization generally serve growth. That's more or less how they all tick, the German see-through economists and Trump critics, who naturally don't want to notice that President Obama already urged China and Germany to make fundamental changes because of their current account balances, but was rebuffed by China and Germany together. In the newspaper Die Zeit of November 11, 2010, under the headline Obama buckles in trade dispute, one can read, U.S. President Barack Obama has failed in his attempt to politically curb the enormous export strength of China and Germany. German Chancellor Angela Merkel and Chinese head of state Hu Jintao let a U.S. initiative come to nothing right at the start of the G20 summit. At the meeting of the strongest economic powers, G20, on Thursday in the South Korean capital Seoul, Obama had to make do with a declaration of intent that the problem would be seriously tackled at an as yet unspecified date. End quote. This is why the anti-national opponents of the G20 meeting chaired by Germany, who took to the streets in Hamburg at the beginning of July 2017, did not understand the message of the German Alliance Future of Industry, in which trade unions, industrial and employers associations and the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy have joined forces to modernize Germany as an industrial location in the long term and strengthen industrial competitiveness. A joint declaration by the alliance states, current protectionist measures and industrial policy interventions in favor of domestic production, including among the G20 countries, must be combated under the German presidency. End quote. What used to be said so boldly? The main enemy is at home? Instead of wanting to join the German Future of Industry alliance against protectionism and nationalism without being asked, as the anti-national side has done so far, it would be urgently recommended to finally take the slogan seriously in the present. What the negative dialectic holds for society in general would thus have to apply to the world market in a very special way. Almost en passant, Adorno refers here, without going into the question of the average necessary working time, to the category of measure of comparability as a bold abbreviation of the entire critique of political economy in order to grasp the ultimate consequence of the exchange of equivalents. It is indeed this category of measurement that always mediates the national economy and the world market and at the same time drives them into crisis, untrue simply because hunger cannot be a sufficient motive for production if it is valid. However, if it were to be blindly eradicated, as is the case everywhere under the banner of autarky policy, for which the breakup of the world market would, once again, be just right, immediate appropriation, violence, and a mania for destruction would once again assert themselves unchecked in place of the rationality that is still inherent in the principle of exchange as a promise. True criticism of the principle of exchange as the identifying principle of thought, on the other hand, wants the ideal of free and just exchange, until today merely a pretext, to be realized, or as it says in the critique of the Gotha program, to each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs. That which is simply unreasonable, which consists in making the inner meaning of time the outer meaning of social synthesis and basing the measurability of the substantially different on it, appears to be accessible to reason from only one point of view, that it is abolished. The conditio sine qua non of this abolition is and remains, however, that it takes place in a sense that is exactly the opposite of immediate appropriation, violence, and the mania for annihilation, in the sense in which capital, therein still lies the point of Marx's critique of political economy, which even outlasts the concept of progress, undermines its own preconditions, obeying the always mediated compulsion to make living labor, that is, private labor, insofar as it is always self. Abasement for self-preservation for the individual, superfluous. Capital is itself the litigating contradiction in that it strives to reduce labor time to a minimum, while on the other hand it sets labor time as the only measure and source of wealth. On the one hand, therefore, it calls into being all the powers of science and nature as well as of social combination and social intercourse in order to make the creation of wealth independent, relatively, of the labor time applied to it. On the other hand, it wants to measure these gigantic social forces thus created against the labor time and confine them within the limits required to preserve the already created value as value. The productive forces and social relations, both different sides of the development of the social individual, appear to capital only as means and are only means for it to produce from its narrow-minded basis. In fact, however, they are the material conditions for blowing it up. Marx, Grandris, M.W. Vol. 42, page 601f. The sovereignty of the individual states belongs not least to the limits that are required to preserve the already created value as value, and thus to the narrow-minded basis from which capital must produce. The world market will not blow it up, it is merely its own contradiction, which is just as necessary for capital. Only the individuals who become aware of this could do so. Only in this way does the precedence in the much-discussed relationship between productive and unproductive labor become apparent. services can only become superfluous, with a constant or rising civilizational level of their consumption, or can only be performed with less time expenditure to the extent that goods with new utility values are used, i.e., products that in turn can be produced in ever shorter working hours or with less and less living concrete labor, machines, electronic devices, computers, robots, etc. Liberation from the capital relation did not follow any compulsion at all, but on the contrary the judgment that it should not exist. Progress has not yet taken place at all. With this paraphrase of a Kafka quote, Adorno interrupted his discussion partner Arnold Gehlen when he insinuated that he also believed that the direction of progress or the trend of progress has an automatic character. Quote, but perhaps it is not really progress at all because it has an automatic character. There is a beautiful sentence by Kafka, progress has not yet taken place. Theodore W. Adorno, Arnold Gehlen, Is Philosophy a Science of Man? An Argument, 1965. Kafka's original sentence reads, to believe in progress does not mean to believe that progress has already happened. That would not be faith. It comes from the aphorisms, Reflections on Sin, Suffering, Hope, and the True Path. Manfred Dahlmann formulated it more prosaically, but all the more resolutely against the nation-state delusion of self-sufficiency. The logic of war cannot be used sensibly against the logic of capital itself. A successful struggle against the automatic subject cannot have any other result than the total people's state. Anyone who wants to overcome this must think about how its accumulation dynamic, the replacement of labor by machinery, can be kept going other than by means of competition for the most profitable financial investment, and whether a society is possible that tends to abolish labor without resorting to money and the state for this highly laudable undertaking. National wealth is not only the result of a terrorist state action that had no equal but immediately fell into oblivion, national wealth also produces the necessity of a terrorist state action that outshines even the original one. An inquiry into the nature and causes of the wealth of nations, this is the title of Adam Smith's main work of classical economics. The 18th century book assumes the beneficial work of an invisible hand that turns everything man-made on earth for the best. It combines the highly selfish and contradictory private interests of individuals, without them even realizing it, to create the general prosperity of nations. The ideal of political economy was perfect. 100 years later, Karl Marx demonstrated its historical preconditions, the visible hand of a dirty main and state action, which raged until the utilization of value could begin, the invisible hand could move. What is suggested as a laborious accumulation of wealth turns out to be a systematic accumulation of physical suffering and deadly violence for those who decipher the form of this wealth. Quote, the discovery of the gold and silver lands in America, the extermination, enslavement, and burial of the indigenous population in the mines, the incipient conquest and plundering of the East Indies, the transformation of Africa into an enclosure for the trading hunt for black skins mark the dawn of the capitalist era of production. These idyllic processes are the main moments of primitive accumulation. The trade war of the European nations follows on its heels, with the globe as the arena. It is opened by the secession of the Netherlands from Spain, assumes gigantic proportions in England's anti-Jacobin war, continues in the Opium Wars against China, etc. The various moments of primitive accumulation are now distributed, more or less in chronological order, to Spain, Portugal, Holland, France, and England. In England, at the end of the 17th century, they were systematically summarized in the colonial system, the public debt system, the modern tax system, and the protection system. Some of these methods were based on the most brutal violence, e.g. the colonial system. But all of them used the power of the state, the concentrated and organized violence of society. Marx, MEW 23, page 779. One hand washes the other. The methods of the invisible hand are partly based on magical powers. It makes its own preconditions invisible, that is the real miracle of capital and the sorcery of political economy. The past is as if erased from the consciousness of the bourgeois subject, the present transformed into nature, for the capital relationship produced with the utmost violence. On the one hand, the separation of the immediate producers from the means of production was necessary. On the other, the inheritance of money on a large scale is finally sealed as the mute compulsion of economic relations. Extra-economic, immediate force is therefore only used in exceptional cases. For the ordinary course of things, the worker can be left to the natural laws of production, i.e. his dependence on capital, which arises from the conditions of production themselves and is guaranteed and perpetuated by them. Ibid. Page 765. The mute compulsion of capital, however, not only does not exclude, but actually requires, that the extra-economic violence on the periphery is deployed unabated. and if any of this violence appears in the bourgeois consciousness of the metropolis, it is immediately booked under the cost price of progress. Adam Smith spoke of the nation in the plural, wealth of nations. Just as the invisible hand ensures prosperity and contentment within the individual nations, so it ensures peace and justice between them. In Germany, however, wealth of nations was translated as prosperity of the people. This is no coincidence. Marx had no sense of this mistranslation. He was mainly interested in the English original, and it was important to him to criticize the 18th century ideology of the wealth of nations in general by pointing out the misery of the population in the 19th century. He noted the identity between national wealth and national poverty as a result of the capital relationship, and thus also the crisis-like nature of the whole, which consists, for example, in the fact that the surplus value that constitutes national wealth cannot be realized, the goods produced cannot be sold because the potential buyers are too impoverished. Thus, in his own way, he was quite hopeful about the future when he wrote the epilogue to the second edition of Capital in 1873. The contradictory movement of capitalist society makes itself most keenly felt by the practical bourgeois in the vicissitudes of the periodic cycle through which modern industry passes, and its culmination, the general crisis. It is again approaching, although it is still in its preliminary stages, and the all-round nature of its scene, like the intensity of its effect, will even instill dialectics into the happy-go-lucky men of the new Holy Prussian German Empire. But the general crisis taught dialectics to very few people, and perhaps more to the unlucky ones, but to most people it taught them to believe that the entire people of the new Holy Prussian German Empire could be lucky. Yes, this claim to total national prosperity, which sought to impose national poverty on the other nations, became an immediate force in this country of all places, and thus the exception became the rule, the crisis the ordinary course of events. On the border between the West, where the so-called primitive accumulation, flanked by an absolutist state and colonial system, could lead to a distinct bourgeois society, and the East, where the military pressure of this accumulation, effective from outside, forced the construction of state machines without a corresponding economic and colonial basis, something like a concentrate of the whole emerged here in the middle. A microcosm of the capitalized world, in which the modern barbarism of the West was combined with the pre-modern barbarism of the East. Where there was no unified absolutist state, but a multitude of competing systems, there was a particular willingness to projectively identify with what did not exist, the unity of state and nation, where there was no common market, but a heterogeneous entity in which an average profit rate could hardly be established, the delusion could flourish in the average citizen to gain national homogeneity through empathy with exchange value, Walter Benjamin. To complete the identification and unleash the delusion, not only was a finally united German Reich required to deal with the crisis, the prerequisite for this was the inner foundation of the Reich, the anti-Semitic projection of a counter-race to which all negative aspects of the crisis could be transferred, thereby splitting off and personifying what one wanted to do and did oneself. Today, not long after the visible hand of Nazi terror has been at work, citizens of the richer nations are once again enjoying the work of the invisible hand, be it under the title The End of History or Good Girls Go to Heaven, Bad Girls Everywhere, as Adam Smith once did, and those of the impoverished nations have not stopped hoping for this work. Today, as then, one can see the result, whether it has really happened or is merely desired, but not its becoming, although it must be understood and confirmed on a daily basis. Just as the bourgeois economist of his time generously overlooked the enslavement and extermination of people as a condition for the wealth of nations, all the more so because they were never really ended, so today's holiday orators of civil society no longer know anything about the origin of their democratically administered and militarily defended wealth, and yet use this origin as an argument for the status quo. With never again fascism, they legitimize everything they owe to fascism. With the demand that Auschwitz must not be repeated, everything that has become possible through Auschwitz is approved of, thus also the precondition that it can be repeated. From the character mask of capital, which unconsciously executes the valorization of value, a subject of crisis stands out to save the valorization of value. But this consciousness, believing in redemption, knows as little as that mere personification of economic interests what it is doing. While the character mask is absorbed in the timeless logic of the value form, the subject of the crisis, however, has a history. Crisis is a constellation in which the identity of the whole is violently asserted. In this respect, capitalized society is a context of people that systematically produces the crisis. The crisis is thus not a state of affairs that could be external to oneself. It does not exist independently of the awareness that people have of it. For this consciousness is in turn a moment of the identity that relentlessly asserts itself in the crisis, and not its reflection, as the vulgar economic mind believes. As such, it refers to the power that has to stand up for the false whole with all its might, the state. The term is therefore ambiguous for good reason, and the formulation, a crisis is being overcome, confirms this ambiguity. On the one hand, it denotes the threat of non-identity, as a tendency towards disintegration; on the other, the restoration of identity, on an expanded basis. Whether this is a situation of decision, crisis comes from the Greek word krinion, which means to separate, remains open as long as the cycle of the whole, which has only been completed in the crisis up to now, is not interrupted. But it is definitely a situation of differentiation. Even if the crisis is the point at which Marx can demonstrate the coherence of the whole, especially in the independence of economic processes, he still largely refrains from the practical possibilities of overcoming it and thus from the state. The fact that the independently confronting processes form an inner unity means just as much that their inner unity moves in external contradictions. If the external independence of the internally non-independent, because they complement each other, continues up to a certain point, the unity asserts itself violently through a crisis. The way in which unity can assert itself and which violence can be decisive in this process is not explained further, although Marx repeatedly emphasized the moment of violence, and historically speaking, such a critique of economic policy was hardly conceivable, insofar as the talk of the night watchman. State had a certain reality and the sovereign actually cared little about the economy beyond the protection of property. Instead, the critic of political economy returns to the dialectical starting point of the crisis. In the commodities' imminent opposition of use value and value, of private labor which must at the same time present itself as immediate social labor, of particular concrete labor which at the same time is only valid as abstract general labor, of personification of the thing and objectification of persons, the possibility, but only the possibility, of crises is already set. Marx, Das Kapital Vol. 1, MW Vol. 23, page 128. In the third volume of Capital, this possibility is then specified. The conditions of immediate exploitation and those of its realization are not identical. MW Vol. 25, page 254, production and realization of surplus value, productive power, and consumptive power of society fall apart and yet are forced into unity. This is the dialectically conceived precondition for capital to be regarded as its own barrier, as Marx explains in the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. The development of the productive power of labor generates such a law that is hostile to its own development at a certain point and must therefore be constantly overcome by crises. MW Vol. 25, page 268, Marx's concept of crisis thus implies that the logic in that law can be overcome by the contradictory unity of the whole. Logically, no empirical point can be determined at which capital would have to collapse dialectically. Instead, the same simple question, which Marx delegated to the proletariat, arises again and again in every crisis. How long are people still prepared to put up with this whole? If the crisis consists in forcibly asserting the unity of this opposition, in compulsively establishing the identity of identity and non-identity, then it must not be reduced to the real abstract, which is everywhere identical with itself. Then the crisis can by no means be understood independently of the real concrete. The capital relation cannot be understood detached from its non-identical preconditions, although preconditions and the real concrete are always only mediated by the real abstract and the identical capital relation. The question of the consciousness with which abstraction is made from the concrete, from use value and particular labor, and in which ideological form the thing is personified, therefore itself aims at a concrete in the ideological. As a question about the differences in the false whole, it is not settled with the reference to its identity. Radicality demands differentiation. In Geschichte und Klassenbewusstsein, 1923, George Lukács fixed the crucial point of political economy and bourgeois science as a whole precisely at this point. Thus it turns out that it is precisely the success of the complete rationalization of the economy, its transformation into an abstract, preferably mathematized formal system of laws, that forms the methodological barrier to the comprehensibility of the crisis. The qualitative being of things, which leads its extra-economic life as an unconceptualized and eliminated thing in itself, as use value, which one thinks one can calmly neglect during the normal functioning of economic laws, suddenly becomes the decisive factor in the crises. However, the factor itself, qualitative being, thing in itself, use value, cannot be conceived independently of its mediation by the laws, or it becomes fetishized, true being within false laws. As little as any concrete thing can be the true or genuine, to which one could positively fall back in return to abstraction, the idea, which connects the early Lukács with the late Adorno, is just as important that experience in the negative and knowledge as critique are only possible at all if that non-identical does not disappear in abstraction. turned against a theory for which everything is one, because it abstracts from the physical suffering of the victims above all else, only experience and critique, which must have their constant, irrevocable point of reference in the torturable Leib, Brecht, reveal the violence with which unity is asserted in the crisis. The supreme instance of violence, however, is the state. Its sovereignty is as general as the capital relation. Unlike its fetishism, which is contained in the logical abstraction of the value form, ideology is revealed here in the historically concrete, but only through the critique of that fetishistic form. For sovereignty is ultimately constituted by the a priori given possibility of crisis, in Carl Schmitt's apologetic diction, by the state of exception. The critique of the commodity form, of which Schmitt understandably wants to know nothing, is indeed the condition for radically questioning the power that the monopoly claims for the violent enforcement of this form, but state power is therefore no more dissolved in the commodity form than use value is in exchange value. For representation, this means the virtually impossible task of understanding the logic of capital and the history of the state as a single, indissoluble connection at all times, without making them commensurable either as logical abstract or historical concrete, without allowing non-identity to disappear in identity. Value is always and everywhere the same, absolutely identical with itself. Difference is only possible quantitatively, and it can only be conceptualized as this absolute identity. Its only determination lies in this. The state, for its part, corresponds to such abstraction and is in this respect always and everywhere the same, but inseparable from it, that is, precisely in its generality. It can only be understood as quite specific, that is, in the context in which it stands with its equals and in which it differs. Thus it is one and the same capital relation that gets into crisis everywhere, but it gets into crisis in different ways everywhere, and this is determined not least by which consciousness of crisis and crisis management determines the relationship to the state in each case and forms people into a nation. Thus it is not only the owners of commodities in general who are to be brought into relationship with the state, from the point of view of, what is a nation? But to relate the states to each other precisely in this respect, i.e., what is German? In his 1865 lecture on value, price, and profit, Karl Marx used the term laboring power throughout for the first time. In the previous manuscripts, the term Arbeitsvermögen or Arbeitsfähigkeit still dominated. This is one of the key problems of the critique of political economy, which Marx had actually already solved in the Grundriss from the 1850s, when he wrote that the worker gives his creative power for the value of his Arbeitsfähigkeit as an existing quantity. Instead of Arbeitsfähigkeit, the term work was originally used in the quoted passage, which was first replaced by Arbeitsvermögen and then by Arbeitsfähigkeit. When the lecture was written down, however, Marx finally switched to the term labor power, which has been the defining term in his analysis of capital relations ever since. There is a good reason why Marx spent so long searching for the right word and repeatedly correcting himself. He already knew that the critique of political economy is only feasible if it becomes unmistakably clear that the worker does not, as he originally thought, sell his labor, but the power with which he works. Only when labor power becomes a commodity and not labor itself can the surplus value it produces be invisible in the contract that worker and entrepreneur conclude. Only then can it be explained at all why capital accumulates, although according to the contract, like is always exchanged for like, how exploitation is possible at all under the law of exchange. The terms Arbeitsfähigkeit and Arbeitsvermögen have the disadvantage over labor power that they are less precise and, if they are not defined more precisely, may make the labor contract look like a credit contract. Option on the work to be performed later. But it is this object of the contract, which already exists when the contract is signed, that is consumed in production and not what it, as a capacity or ability, has to perform in the first place. For force or power denotes the unity of capacity together with its corporeal precondition, the actually indissoluble identity of property with its owner, which the labor contract, however, proves to be dissolvable. Force or power holds that it requires the physique of a single individual in order to be able to speak of capacity and property at all. Thus, in Capital, when Marx speaks of the working capacity, he adds the explanatory term labor power in order to emphasize precisely this bodily moment, the epitome of the physical and mental capacities which exist in the corporeality, the living personality of a human being and which he sets in motion, thus producing use values of some kind. At the same time, however, this also emphasizes that it is already the contract that treats labor power as something separable from the individual, i.e., when those faculties are not yet set in motion at all, while capacity or ability could rather suggest that production first carries out this separation, as if the worker first experiences his labor power as something separate from himself. In other words, it becomes clear that it is a legal relationship that is established and that can only be established if there is a third instance, beyond the contractual partners, through which compliance with the contract can be guaranteed. Only this relationship makes it possible, as Marx does, to distinguish between the human being and the epitome of his physical and mental faculties, so that the latter can be endowed with the consciousness and the will to set them in motion, in contrast to the slave, who is not recognized as having such a capacity for reflection, because he is not capable of contracting. It is thus the prerequisite for all individuals in society to become political subjects. The ability or capacity to sell one's labor power and the compulsion to do so in order to survive together constitute the ability of a society to become body politic in Hobbes' sense. It is only through this concentration on labor power that Marx himself is able to start from the individual and leave behind the misleading metaphor of base and superstructure, which allows society to be thought of independently of the connection between the individual and the whole, and which he even used again in the preface to the Critique of Political Economy of 1859. In Capital, the false spatial conception of social existence dissolves into precisely those time relations in which exploitation can be realized under the conditions of the labor contract. Socially necessary labor time is the abstraction that is carried out in the exchange of commodities when labor power has become the object of the contract. This reverses the relationships and everything gets mixed up, and yet remains the same in one respect. The superstructure suddenly appears as a precondition of the basis, since it is only the legal relations covered by the sovereign, which Marx actually counted as part of the superstructure, that make the contract possible, but these very conditions themselves in turn have violence as a precondition, which in this way reveals itself not as the basis, but as the connection of the whole through all mediations. It is no wonder that Marx apparently learned to appreciate the concept of labor power through Hobbes. In his lecture on value, price, and profit, he quotes from Leviathan: "The value, or worth of a man, is, as in all other things, his price, that is, so much as would be given for the use of his power." Marx explicitly emphasizes price and use of power and also explains why. One of the oldest economists and most original philosophers of England, Thomas Hobbes, has already in his Leviathan instinctively hit upon this point, overlooked by all his successors. All the famous economists and philosophers have overlooked, or rather suppressed, what Hobbes still knew. And he had brought up the use of labor power when this use, in the course of what Marx called the so-called primitive accumulation of capital, began to revolutionize everything social. But this is also why, in Hobbes, labor power and political power, the sovereign and capital, are immediately one and the same. Therein lies a truth that has yet to be unfolded. This has become the task of the Critique of Political Economy. For Hobbes, power means the immediate unity of labor and political power. The state, which he constructs by means of a social contract, is nothing other than a political reinterpretation of the labor contract, an extrapolation of the capital relation. The individuals, who are to be regarded as equals, enter into a contract with each other, from which the Leviathan then emerges, the quintessentially unequal, the sovereign, with whom the subject has not and cannot enter into a contract because there is no superior authority for him that could cover this contract, just as worker and capitalist, legally regarded as equal market participants, enter into a contract with each other, from which the monster of self-valorizing value, the automatic subject, springs, the unequal per se, capital, with which neither the capitalist nor the proletarian can enter into a contract on profit or wages. For no one knows what it will yield when it realizes its value in competition with other capitals. If the sovereign demands subjugation and none of his subjects can free themselves from it and threatens violent death, then capital forces the entrepreneur and the worker not only to submit to its logic of exploitation, but also demands the sacrifice of profit or wages if necessary. It is precisely here, however, that Hobbes limits the contract that cannot be concluded with the state, but of which the state consists. The legitimate coercive power is only valid so long, and no longer, the power lasteth by which he is able to protect them. It must stop short of the interiority of the individual, his consciousness. It cannot be formed by command, but only by instruction. And the condition is that the laws according to which the force intervenes are made recognizable to everyone. No law, made after a fact done, can make it a crime. In a word, and in the terms of the Critique of Political Economy, the state must not simply command labor power and not destroy it. It must not deprive the individual of the ability to sell his labor power. It must protect his body and cannot command his consciousness. Marx had to dissolve the immediate unity of labor power and political power and speak decidedly of laboring power, only to encounter political power again in the commodity of money. For only social action can make a particular commodity into a general equivalent. The social action of all other commodities therefore excludes a particular commodity in which they represent their value on all sides. Thus the natural form of this commodity becomes a socially valid equivalent form. To be a general equivalent becomes, through the social process, the specifically social function of the excluded commodity. Thus it becomes money. An instance is required beyond commodities, beyond the bourgeois system, where the natural instinct of their owners, in which, of course, only the nature of the commodities themselves is at work, can embody itself in order to bring about anything at all in this world of commodities. Here Marx turns to the Bible as if he were Hobbes, quite unironically. The 10 future rulers or kings have a common plan, and they give their power and authority to the beast. And no one can buy or sell unless he has the mark or name of the beast or the number of his name. This borrowing from the Apocalypse of John is mythologizing, because commodity owners or the commodities themselves function as political rulers. But the truth in the parable lies not only in the fact that it takes a state for the beast to have strength and power, that signs and names and numbers literally take on a life of their own, but also that there are 10 future rulers and not just one who hands over his strength and power to the beast, but they can do it, not because they have a common plan, on the contrary, because they stand to each other like gladiators, having their weapons pointing and their eyes fixed on one another. Quote, although all states generally have the same purpose, namely to assert themselves, every state has one that is peculiar to it. Montesquieu. The problem with Karl Marx's critique of political economy is not that it abstracts from the state in order to leave its analysis to later parts of the great work on capital. The problem is that through this abstraction it creates the impression that it is possible to write about the state in the singular in the same way as about capital. State is not the same as state, but capital is the same as capital. The state is indeed the same everywhere insofar as it fulfills the same functions and is comparable in its realization, but the sameness itself does not exist independently of the comparables, but only together with their differences. Capital, on the other hand, is always the same, only it exists in money independently of the individual capitals. It always realizes value, and value is value, the epitome of identity, the only thing that quite rightly mocks the non-identical. The concept of value is thus virtually created to hold on to this double existence of capital in its identity vis-a-vis the simple but plural existence of the state. Capital thus establishes an identical relationship everywhere and at all times, and the relationships between different concrete capitals can only ever be taken as an example of this relationship. The seemingly independent action of individuals and their collision without rules is precisely the establishment of their general law. This appears in contrast to the particular capitals only as an abstraction, not an arbitrary abstraction, but an abstraction which grasps the differentia specifica of capital in contrast to all other forms of wealth, or ways in which production, social, develops. These are determinations which are common to every capital as such, or which make every particular sum of values capital. But at the same time, capital in general, as distinct from particular real capitals, is itself a real existence. It must always double itself, refer to itself as something other. While the general of capital is therefore on the one hand only an imagined differentia specifica, it is at the same time a particular real form alongside the form of the particular and individual. It is precisely, and this is where the animal from the Apocalypse reappears, as if next to and apart from lions, tigers, hares, and all other real animals, the animal also existed, the individual incarnation of the whole animal kingdom. The state, however, without which value cannot become money, does not in itself lead such a double existence. Its generality is to be held as a merely imaginary differentia specifica, a recognized monopoly of power on a certain territory. This generality does not represent a particular real form alongside the form of the particular and the individual. It does not exist, the state par excellence, which exists and must exist alongside other states like money alongside commodities. Even though the League of Nations, the UN, and the entire ideology of international law strive to create precisely this hallucination. If a real conflict arises, it becomes clear what this state of all states is worth, unless one or more states strike out in its place and in its name. Leviathan is therefore really only a metaphor, not a name for a real existing animal. Hobbes by no means implies that this monster really exists as a single animal alongside all the others, but uses it to denote the necessity that produces various states, and so the metaphor itself still refers to that monstrous animal that, in Marx's image, actually lives as the beast among the lions, tigers, and hares, the value form, except that Hobbes could not yet have had the concepts to call it by its real name. It is not the state as such, but only the being, or rather the non-being, that makes states necessary, that exists as a real monster, and it can be touched if you reach into your wallet. But whoever takes the identity card in his hand has the mere, albeit generally recognized, sign that he belongs to one of them. Even if this sign is the property of the state, it is not itself a piece of its territory on which the holder of the identity card may reside, whereas the money that one possesses or is currently spending is always already a part of the value that is constantly circulating. Like the economic character masks, marks, the political subjects are only apparently autonomous, but their heteronomy is of a different kind than that of the capitals in competition, which is concealed by the character masks. Since primitive accumulation, their necessity to be enemies or allies no longer exists in the immediate forms of exploitation, slavery, serfdom, feudalism, etc., but in the mediated forms of the capital relation, and this has subordinated all other conditions of enmity and alliance to itself. It historically and logically presupposes the enmity between states, but this enmity only acquires its unconditional necessity, that is to say, a necessity that abolishes and preserves all other conditions, through this relationship. War and peace, the struggle for hegemony and unification into an alliance would therefore by no means simply be equated with the competition between capitals. What mobilizes states against each other or unites them in an agreement is always mediated by the dual existence of capital. On the one hand, each state must stand up for the capitals in its sphere of power, for their owners and for the jobs associated with them, and on the other hand, insofar as it is able to do so on its limited territory, it must secure the real unity of capital as such, i.e. of capital relations in general. Therefore, its everyday financial and monetary policy as well as all forms of crisis management, including war and destruction, are determined by the need to assert unity. In this way, every state falls under the spell of the commodity fetish. If it were only the representative of the ruling class or the dominant capital fractions, the actions of the political subjects could easily be seen through. However, the more mediated society is, the further removed the contexts for their actions are from their own field of vision. Like the economic subjects, they are produced behind the backs of the individuals. Nevertheless, the subjects in the political sphere have a different relationship to each other than the labor power containers and consumer monads on the market. Even if they are determined by capital in everything they do behind their backs, they cannot avoid consciously attributing a different political meaning to this determination and acting accordingly. The sovereign is the one who decides on the state of emergency. The apologetic character of the famous definition is anchored in its definitional nature. In the fact that it does not historicize the state, the definition does not ask about the social origin of the state of emergency. The early state, however, existed in a different form than the modern state. There was no sovereign who decided on the state of exception. For one cannot speak of an exception without a rule. And the pre-modern forms of exploitation had no rule common to all. If by rule we mean an abstract principle, an identical form, the exploitation that founded the early state was a diversity without abstract unity, arbitrary in its forms, without rules, whether slavery, serfdom, Asian despotism. Domination consisted of forcing the other to do something. There was no uniform rule, no law, but the most diverse traditions and customs. Ancient society did not recognize the contrast between concrete exploitation and abstract form. Abstraction, insofar as it was already carried out in the beginning through exchange and robbery, remained bound to the person, to the individual. The individual ruler, priest, or the respective aristocratic dynasty was the subject of abstraction, but abstraction, which meant God and empire, was still comprehensible in the concrete, as a quality of paternal authority. This binding of abstraction to the individual is abolished by capitalist valorization. If it is subsequently re-established, as is the case in the fascist, Stalinist or National Socialist leader figure or temporarily in the democratic, liberal statesman, it has passed through the value, through the identification with it. Insofar as power relations develop again on this basis, however, it is known that they arise merely from the relationship in which the buyer, the representative of the working conditions, confronts the seller, the owner of the working capital. Leaders and led, statesmen and voters identify themselves, strange as it may sound, with an abstraction whose object they themselves are, like all other individuals and things, and from this identification they gain their status in the state, their subject consciousness. For this modern state, which needs capital as much as capital needs it, the definition of sovereignty formulated by Schmidt at the turn to National Socialism really does apply. For its precondition is a society that systematically produces the state of exception as a crisis, namely by creating the normal state, which is based on an abstract rule, on the law of value, the total form, to which all concrete forms of exploitation are integrated as content. With it, coercion becomes mute to the same extent that it can take overt violence for granted at any moment. Max Weber already had a concept of this, which Schmidt was able to build on. The real structure of rule is determined by the answer to the question, What would happen if a constitutionally indispensable compromise, e.g., on the budget, were not reached? The exception forcibly asserts the unity of the whole, the unity that is established as a rule. Thus, the crisis must also be present in the normal state, as permanent fear, under penalty of destruction is the leitmotif of sovereignty and utilization. Only the omnipresence of the threat constitutes the generality of the modern state. The individual is thus nationalized into a subject by developing this fear of the state of exception. Everything that is done, everything that is thought, must refer to this state, just as everything that is used, everything that is procured, must refer to utilization. In the past, there were not only economic loopholes, but also spaces free of the state and a graduated ruling power. Today, the state is equally present in all spaces. The threat is posed by capital, the valorization of value makes individuals superfluous, and in a state of emergency, the state takes their superfluousness at its word. The political unit may have to demand the sacrifice of life. In contrast, individuals, as long as they see themselves as individuals, are constantly trying to prove that they are not or not yet superfluous, and only as long as this succeeds on a large scale does one speak of a normal state. The ideological aspect of Carl Schmitt's concept of the state of exception, however, lies in the fact that in it the state of siege is made to disappear, as the context in which the states stand in relation to one another. The sovereign is the one who can decide on the state of emergency because he is chosen to do so by the relations of force between the states. Designated actually means, these relations are embodied in it. Its ability to decide on the state of emergency internally is identical to the power it can exert against the other states externally. It draws all its powers and capacities to rule, and that means, to secure the utilization of value, from the fact that it is surrounded by potential enemies, even if it is cultivating the best friendly relations with them. Seen in this light, every state is always under siege, otherwise it could not exist. So the awareness of belonging to a nation is nothing other than a mental state of siege. The negative that consists in being surrounded by enemies becomes a positive feeling, is substantialized as dissent and belonging to a community. Nation is the form in which the relations of violence between states take on a positive form within them. Only when it is understood that violence comes from the relationship between states can the purpose of the state be understood as the protection of the individual. Conversely, if we really start from the individual, from his endangerment, only then can we recognize the origin of violence in the relationship between states. If the successors of Hobbes, as Marx laments, had forgotten the Leviathan's insight into the connection between price and use of power, then those who believed themselves to be Marx's successors repressed the critique of the state in the critique of political economy, which therefore became mere theory. But this happened in a very specific way. The relations of violence between states were derived from capital, but not capital from the relations of violence between states. With its tendency to dissolve the coherence of the whole in favor of a one-sided relation of derivation, Marxism could not avoid reassembling and definitively preserving the schema of base and superstructure that Marx had broken through in his analysis of the value form. For this was the only way to make state with Marx. This expulsion of the value form analysis is thought through to its consequent conclusion in Rudolf Hilferding's study on finance capital, which logically ends with the general cartel as the world sovereign, which the social democrats would simply have to take control of. The cartelization is an automatic historical process. It takes hold of all capitalist branches of production and completely eliminates the competitive relationship. 1968, 313. Given Hilferding's assumptions, it is only logical that the study comes to the conclusion that there is no absolute limit to cartelization. Rather, there is a tendency towards a constant spread of cartelization. The result of the process would then be a general cartel. The whole of capitalist production is consciously regulated by an authority which determines the extent of production in all its spheres. Then the fixing of prices becomes purely nominal and means only the distribution of the total product among the cartel magnates on the one hand, and among the mass of all other members of society on the other. The price is then not the result of a factual relationship that people have entered into, but a merely arithmetical way of allocating things by people to people. Money then plays no role. It can disappear completely, since it is a question of the allocation of things and not of the allocation of values. With the anarchy of production, the factual appearance disappears, the value objectivity of the commodity disappears, thus money disappears. The cartel distributes the product. It is the consciously regulated society in antagonistic form. But this antagonism is the antagonism of distribution. The distribution itself is consciously regulated and thus the necessity of money is over. The circulation of money has become unnecessary, the restless circulation of money has reached its goal, the regulated society, and the perpetual mobile of circulation finds its rest. It is the calm that should then immediately set in the general cartel of the Soviet Union. Once the automatic subject, the self-utilizing value, has been trivialized as a perpetuum mobile, as if it were a fast polka by Johann Strauss, then the rule of socialist gangs is not far away, which use force and coercion to direct labor power into the individual branches of production in order to distribute the surplus product squeezed out of it according to their discretion and the good behavior of their subjects. A social democrat like Hilferding, however, had already internalized violence to such an extent that he no longer asked himself why, if there were only one general cartel and the capitalist principle of free competition was replaced by the socialist principle of planned production, those who had to work in such a state would accept that they had to work and the others, who distributed what was produced, would not. How, apart from brute force, could anything be distributed at all? The more the Marxists remained silent about this, the more nationalistic they became. "We great Russian workers," said Lenin in 1914, "who are filled with a feeling of national pride, want at all costs a free and independent, a self-reliant, democratic, republican, proud great Russia, which builds its relations with its neighbors on the human principle of equality." In this sense, the anti-globalization movement is the heir to everything that has been contributed to the repression and defense of violent relations since Hobbes. Just as capital accumulates and globalizes on the one side, so does stupidity on the other. Its representatives want a just exchange, because they assume that workers sell their labor, not their labor power, and if they received enough for it, the other world, which they constantly proclaim to be possible, would be a reality. But those who believe they can determine what is fair and what is not in such an exchange fantasize themselves into the role of the automatic subject, but one that is to be commanded by the state as in real socialism. All that remains of this is the unreal image of the state, which is now freely available to every idiot in the world. It only becomes a political factor through a common enemy, and no one can be as good an enemy as someone who refuses to participate in the repression of the relations of violence from consciousness. Quote, "While the ant, termite, and bee state is only possible through the complete destruction of the sexuality of these animals, the problem of becoming a state is infinitely more difficult for humans because they do not give up their sexuality and thus their entire rebellious individualism." Carl Schmitt, The Leviathan in the Theory of the State by Thomas Hobbes. Rosa Luxemburg still knew that in the political sphere, it is not cartels that are to be reckoned with, but beasts. As early as 1911, she reckoned that the competition between nations could turn into a world war, and when the time came, she wrote in the Junius pamphlet of 1916 that now the ravening beasts that had been unleashed by nihilistic Europe on all other parts of the world were breaking into the middle of Europe at a stroke. The economically unavoidable downfall of capitalism, which Hilferding had painted as a general cartel, turned out to be a theoretical fiction, precisely because the accumulation of capital is not merely an economic but a political process. It was finally stated in the anti-criticism to the reviews of their accumulation of capital. And this anti-criticism was a criticism of what the epigones had made of Marx's theory. The fact that the resistance of an internationally solidaire proletariat, on which Luxemburg had pinned her hopes, failed to materialize, and did so forever, was the riddle that required a break with Marxism to be solved, and at the same time a prerequisite for returning to the questions posed by Marx himself. Only critical theory was actually capable of doing this, and strangely enough it was only through its studies on authority and family inspired by Freud's psychoanalysis. Adorno later wrote about this primal experience of critical theory that there was a tendency among the masses in highly industrialized countries, instead of pursuing rational interests, above all that of preserving their own lives, to surrender themselves to catastrophic politics. They are promised benefits, but at the same time the idea of their happiness is emphatically replaced by threats and violence, excessive sacrifices are imposed on them, their existence is immediately endangered and latent death wishes are appealed to. Some of this is so obvious to the subjects concerned that it is difficult for those striving for understanding to be content with the decisive factor, the demonstration of the objective conditions of the mass movements, and not to succumb to the suggestion that objective laws no longer apply. The old explanation alone, that the interested parties control all means of public opinion, is not sufficient. For the masses could hardly be captured by crude and winkingly untrue propaganda if there were not something in them to counter the messages of sacrifice and dangerous living. Catastrophic politics requires identification with the ravening beasts, but this can no longer be explained by the theories of Hobbes and Marx. At first, it appears that Freud simply reconstructs on a psychological level what Hobbes presents as a rational decision by individuals, and thus provides what Hobbes could not yet perceive in this way, the irrational in the relationship between the subjects and the sovereign. Hobbes knew this. This is more than consent or concord, it is a real unity of them all in one and the same person, but how such a unity comes about, Hobbes could only describe again with the categories of contract, that is, with the means of the only rationality that now exists in bourgeois society. It was for him a unity created by contract of each with each, as if each said to each, I give empowerment to this man or assembly of men, and transfer to him my right to govern me, on condition that you likewise transfer to him your right and give empowerment for all his actions. This is the origin of that great Leviathan, or rather, to speak more reverently, that mortal God, to whom, under the immortal God, we owe our peace and security. But what if we owe this God only permanent war and extreme danger and yet seek total unity with him? While Freud initially attempted to deduce the earliest phases of society from the results of psychoanalysis, he later concentrated on the distinction between psychoanalysis and mass psychology in general, for example in his essay Mass Psychology and Ego Analysis. It is precisely the difference between identification with the father and identification with the religious or political leader that came to the fore. Freud's interest is now directed towards the possibility that the social instinct may not be an original and indivisible one, even if the beginnings of its formation can be found in a narrower circle, such as that of the family. He continues to assume libidinal bonds, which constitute the essence of every mass that possesses some form of cohesion, and he explains them with the concept that he also used to determine the development of the Oedipus complex in the family, identification, as the earliest expression of an emotional attachment to another person. But as a late expression of such an emotional bond, it has itself become something else, different from the identification that applied to the parents and first produced the superego. The mass, says Freud, consists of individuals who have put one and the same object in the place of their ego ideal and have consequently identified with each other in their ego. Psychoanalysis understands the ego ideal, which Freud also calls the superego, as the internalized authority of the father, the result of overcoming the Oedipus complex. The individual develops his individuality in this internalization, and thus also the chance to become aware of it, i.e., to reflect on the superego itself, without losing it or freeing himself from it. Rather, liberation or loss appears when the individual puts that object in its place and thereby identifies with others in the ego. It is as if in this way it is also able to get rid of its individuality again, to undo the process of ego formation, to undo individuation. In truth, however, according to Freud, his behavior is similar to that of the hypnotized person. The individual is no longer conscious of his actions. The concept of madness can only be used in this sense as a concept of ideological criticism. As such, however, it is indispensable for understanding the effectiveness of ideology from the point of view of mass formation, and makes it clear how comprehensively ideology takes hold of people. It is therefore no coincidence that Adorno opened his essay on the relationship between sociology and psychology with the insight that among the masses in highly industrialized countries there is a tendency, instead of pursuing rational interests, above all that of preserving their own lives, to surrender themselves to catastrophic politics. Although taken from pathology, the designation of this tendency as a delusion is nevertheless intended to capture something purely social, that an individual who is not mentally ill can completely forfeit the ability to think rationally, whereby the core of this reason would precisely have to be determined as self-preservation. However, this loss is only possible through the mechanisms of mass psychology, in stark contrast to the pathological case, while the mentally ill person, whether he suffers from persecution mania or schizophrenia or something else, cannot share his delusion with anyone through his illness and within it, existing radically isolated and completely solitary. The political delusion that an individual adopts always presupposes mass formation. Freud himself emphasized the contrast between neurosis and mass psychology and wrote that neurosis makes a social and lifts the person affected by it out of the habitual mass formations. One can say that neurosis has a similar corrosive effect on the masses as infatuation. The only difference is that neurosis or infatuation need not necessarily involve the complete isolation that the pathological delusion imposes on the individual. Conversely, the individual who is characterized by mass formation in his delusion can also deviate from the mass itself through a neurosis. However, this does not alter the fact that the content of his delusion originates from the mass formation and not from the neurosis. So even if the individual may at some point feel left alone with his fantasy or withdraw from it, it is itself, in all its peculiarity, irrevocably due to the fact that he was once able to acquire it with others and through others, in that they, together in the most immediate sense, put one and the same object in the place of their ego ideal and consequently identified with each other in their ego. This is connected with the fact that political delusion, in contrast to pathological delusion, which eludes any moral reasoning, always presupposes a conscious decision, however little of it is still visible once the subject strikes out in his delusion and, as Freud says, is no longer conscious of his actions. Speculative thinking in the materialist sense is the possibility of tracking down the madness of the bourgeois subject, which positivist science can only ever rationalize. Its necessary point of reference is the result of this madness, Auschwitz. Its object is its becoming. Not long after the First World War, Walter Benjamin described the Germans as a blind mass, with animal dullness, but without the dull knowledge of animals. The diversity of individual goals had become irrelevant for them before the identity of the determining forces. Benjamin saw in this a force quite incomprehensible to outsiders and completely unconscious to the prisoners, with which the circumstances of life, misery, and stupidity above all, in this arena of a world historical event make people as subject to the forces of community as only the life of some primitive exotic people can be determined by the laws of the clan. The most European of all goods, that more or less clear irony with which the life of the individual claims to be disparate from the existence of every community into which he has fallen, has been completely lost to the Central Europeans. End of quote. Shortly before the beginning of the Second World War, Benjamin attempted to grasp this identity of determining forces, the completely unconscious violence through which people are subjected to the forces of community, in other terms. In the meantime, he had become acquainted with the critique of political economy. In a letter to Theodore W. Adorno, he wrote, "Empathy with their exchange value still makes guns the object of consumption that is more pleasing than butter. When the vernacular says of someone he is worth 5 million marks, the Volksgemeinschaft itself currently feels itself to be worth several hundred billion. It feels part of these hundreds of billions. If I formulate it like this, I may be reaching the canon that underlies this way of behaving. I am thinking of the game of chance. The player has an immediate feeling for the sums with which he offers the bank or his partner. The hazard game, as stock market speculation, has had a similarly groundbreaking effect on the empathy for exchange value as the world exhibitions. These were the high school where the masses, pushed away from consumption, learned to empathize with exchange value. Benjamin leaves open the question of how the masses, who empathize with exchange value, are pushed away from consumption, by a strategy of the ruling class that deliberately asserts its interests, or by a crisis that takes both the rulers and the ruled by surprise. It seems as if the periodically recurring world exhibitions of the 19th century, on which Benjamin focuses his attention, had already alluded to the economic cycle in a strangely unconscious way. The business cycle, crisis, and World's Fair soon became part of the regular phenomena of life for the citizen of the metropolis, just as the seasons, Bad Harvest and Harvest Festival, had been for the farmer from time immemorial. Originally, the gigantic exhibitions were associated with the boom rather than the crisis. The premiere of the legendary goods show in London in 1851 still coincided with the upswing phase, which also started in London. The Vienna Exposition of 1873 then coincided with the first veritable stock market crash, which ushered in a lengthy period of recession, once known as the Great Depression. Whether it was the permanent structure or the cyclical crisis of capitalized society that prevented the masses from consuming, the state itself increasingly took its place as a monstrous consumer, buying and exhibiting what industry had to offer in order to compete with other states. The World's Fairs were modeled on the French industrial exhibitions, with which the bourgeoisie had been celebrating the festival of its supreme being since 1798. The first exposition in England, which followed on from this, was still privately funded, albeit in close cooperation with the state, but financed by borrowing on the free market. At the second in Paris, the state stepped in and granted a loan of 6 million francs. Finally, the disastrous Vienna World's Fair, whose profits had been heavily speculated on in advance, turned out afterwards to be a kind of involuntary deficit spending, the debts of what was perhaps the greatest financial failure of the 19th century. Almost 15 million guilders were covered by the state. The debts of this perhaps greatest financial failure of the 19th century, almost 15 million guilders, around $7.5 million, had to be taken over by the Habsburg state. However, by the time Benjamin was writing his passage and work on the great era of the World's Fairs, this debt-raising had long since become a deliberate economic policy strategy to cope with the consequences of a far greater stock market crash, the consequences of which could now claim the name Great Depression for themselves. The two World's Fairs of the 1930s in the United States, but also the one in Paris in between, were dominated by such economic stimulus programs by the state to boost the exploitation of capital and eliminate unemployment, whether it was called the New Deal or the Popular Front. If Benjamin described the World Exhibitions as a high school of empathy with exchange value, he regarded armaments as its masterpiece. His remark dates from 1938. A year earlier, the direct confrontation between the German and Soviet pavilions at the Paris World's Fair could be marveled at. A year later, the war began, in the course of which the Germans conquered Paris and sought to destroy the Soviet Union. However, the competition at the World's Fairs, the peacefulness of which the liberal citizens were so proud of, alluded to war from the very beginning. The order of the exhibition grounds followed the national origin of the exhibits. In Paris, the Champ de Mars, the traditional military parade ground, was chosen for this purpose. Finally, at the end of the century, the sports ground of the Olympic Games was added, which, apart from the first resumption in Athens, were originally integrated into the World's Fairs. People were also formed on it as on the battlefield. The series of expositions began as a rivalry between England and France. The motto of the first Paris exhibition was Revanche pour Londres. But it was Germany that made the connection with the warlike competition tangible. The main attraction of its exhibition space was always Krupp's weapons production. The same cannons that were exhibited in Paris in 1867 shot the city to pieces just 3 years later. It is strange that in Germany itself, which was rapidly becoming the most powerful industrial nation at the time, no world exhibition took place, apart from the Vienna Exposition of 1873, which served above all to demonstrate German supremacy and was held in the country that had just been excluded from German unification. The actual German World's Fair began in 1914 and opened up completely different ways of overcoming the crisis for capitalized society. The First World War is usually seen as a continuation of capitalist competition by other means. But as is the case with the means under the conditions of capital, they reverse the end. Or to put it another way, the means for an old end already conceals a new one, which is basically no longer an end, insofar as the end is understood as the consciously set goal and the goal as the ideal anticipation of a result. Thus, in certain respects, the First World War was really prepared, started, and also waged as a competitive struggle between nations, in the means of destruction developed and used for this purpose. However, a purpose can be recognized that goes beyond any objective. Paul A. Barron and Paul M. Sweezy have reminded us that before the First World War, national economists were accustomed to treating wars as mere disturbances of no particular significance for the great historical tendencies. After the First World War, however, no one would seriously claim that economic history would have proceeded in the same way without this and the subsequent war. Rosa Luxemburg was the first to understand that armaments had taken on a new function for the accumulation of capital. Militarism, she wrote, also appears purely economically for capital as a means of the first rank for the realization of surplus value. In the form of the militaristic orders of the state, the purchasing power of the consumer masses, concentrated to an enormous size, is removed from arbitrariness, from the subjective fluctuations of personal consumption, and endowed with an almost automatic regularity, with rhythmic growth. She had few illusions about the total character of this accumulation regime. Finally, the lever of this automatic and rhythmic movement of militaristic capital production is in the hands of capital itself, through the apparatus of parliamentary legislation and the newspaper system designed to produce so-called public opinion. This clear insight is based on Marx's concept of crisis. With her fundamental question of how the newly generated surplus value could be realized in the face of the limited consumption possibilities of the masses, Rosa Luxemburg made it clear for the first time since Marx's Capital why the crisis must remain incomprehensible in the abstract, which is always identical with itself, that, on the other hand, it only ever reveals itself in identity with the non-identical, in the unity of the abstract and the concrete, just as, conversely, the capital relationship can no longer be a critical concept detached from its preconditions, as identity without the non-identical. Thus this crisis theory, despite all the questionable parts of its one-sided derivation and despite its fixation on the imperialist solution through the capitalization of pre-capitalist territories, was the only analysis that was able to perceive the crisis situation in all its violence and summarize the catastrophe as a form of existence of capitalist development. Capital, it says here, not only comes into the world from head to toe, dripping blood and dirt from every pore, but it also asserts itself step by step in the world and thus, with ever more violent convulsive convulsions, prepares its own downfall. By discovering in the armament of the cultural states the function of postponing this downfall, Luxemburg also uncovered the crucial point at which the competitive struggle of nations can turn into a world war, and once this had actually happened, all that remained for her to do was to state that the ravening beasts that had been unleashed by capitalist Europe on all other parts of the world were now breaking into the middle of Europe in one fell swoop. The economically inevitable downfall of capitalism turns out to be a theoretical fiction, precisely because the accumulation of capital is not merely an economic but a political process. However, it was precisely here that Rosa Luxemburg hoped for the resistance of an internationally solidary proletariat that could no longer be integrated by the apparatuses of state and society. Germany's race to catch up with the leading industrial power England had begun in the crisis of the early 1970s and opened up an arms race with corresponding increases in arms production. In 1873, for example, Krupp, the king of cannons, employed 16,000 workers. In 1890 it was 24,000, in 1912 70,000. Expenditure on the German Navy increased more than fourfold in the 2 decades before the First World War, from 90 million to almost 400 million each. At the same time, mass emigration from Europe to North America began during the Great Depression of the 1970s, and emigration from Germany, England, and Northern Europe finally reached its peak at the beginning of the 1980s. It was, as Eric Hobsbawm says, the safety valve through which social pressure was kept just low enough to prevent an uprising or a revolution. So, in terms of variable capital and its reserve army or, to use the jargon of the time, human material, certain conditions of war could be outsourced for a few decades. The original population of North America and the colonial empires felt the effects of the fact that crises in Europe were initially dealt with peacefully. In this sense, Max Weber also saw colonial expansion policy as a possible solution to the ever-looming unemployment question. However, Walter Rathenau, who was primarily concerned with political propaganda, did not want the colonies to be understood merely as dumping grounds for overpopulation, as the dumping of overpopulation could open up new markets, investment opportunities, and sources of raw materials, which were the object of desire in the competition between nations, and prompted Rathenau to lament, "Woe to us that we have taken and received almost nothing." The extent to which the colonies were of immediate benefit to the colonial powers is disputed. The imperialism theories of Hobson, Hilferding, and Lenin once estimated it very highly, but now a significantly lower yield is calculated, whereby the benefit is usually limited to Great Britain. A disproportion between unproductive, administrative, or infrastructural costs and long-term capitalist earnings potential is emphasized. This is, of course, a view that has already taken note of the fact that hardly anything has developed in the developing countries, except misery. Thus, from this disillusioned post-colonial point of view, imperialism at the turn of the century looks like a kind of outsourced deficit policy. In any case, the competition for the colonies with its extensive armaments programs, especially in terms of naval construction, proved to be a prelude and preparation for the World War, which was to become the 31-year War. Hobsbawm. Germany, which had risen to become the most powerful industrialized country but had no colonies until 1884 and thereafter only a reflection of the English and French colonial system, was the perfect driving force. Born in the war against France, a new state existed here that appreciated the enormous growth of its population, from around 41 million to around 68 million in 1915, insofar as its exorbitant armaments industry produced the means to help it. The advantage that the war offered over and above colonialism consisted in combining industrial production and mass emigration, integrating pressure increase and safety valve of society, productivity increase and human losses. The soldiers emigrated in order to destroy value and value creators through the use of armaments, to kill others and to be killed themselves. What has become of the things produced by human beings, how they relate to each other, can only be understood from the point of view of the crisis. What economy is, only in the Critique of Economy, George Lukács drew this conclusion in Geschichte und die Klassenbewusstsein, the qualitative being of things, which leads its extra-economic life as an incomprehensible and eliminated thing in itself, as use value, which one thinks one can calmly neglect during the normal functioning of economic laws, suddenly becomes the decisive factor in the crises. If the worker buys a piece of bread with sausage and eats it, it serves the reproduction of his labor power, while the value is realized in the purchase. The use value that is enjoyed enters into the new formation of value, since the worker can work again strengthened by it. If the state buys a rifle and ammunition for the same worker and he shoots an enemy soldier dead with it, then the value realized in the purchase of bullet and rifle brings nothing to the creation of value, but rather weakens the labor power and exposes it to mortal danger, but possibly improves the conditions under which value can be created. Thus the death that the soldier spreads and to which he himself falls victim is the exact opposite of the reproduction of labor power. The destruction that the soldier causes in foreign and his own country is the exact opposite of production. And in a society that has put itself at the mercy of capital, death and destruction can create more favorable conditions for reproduction and production. Some economists believe that the World War prevented the outbreak of a major crisis. In reality, it was this crisis. For the United States, Barron and Sweezy consider themselves justified in concluding that the decade 1910 to 1920 would have gone down in the history of the United States as extraordinarily crisis-ridden had it not been for the First World War. In an economic history of Germany, following Jürgen Kaczynski, they state that the transformation of an economic downturn into a severe crisis was interrupted only by the outbreak of imperialist war. World War I probably not only halted the outbreak of a cyclical crisis, but also heralded the transition to a new stage of cyclical development, a period of slowing industrial growth, especially in the leading capitalist countries. Hans Modeck/Walter Becker/Alfred Schroeder, Economic History of Germany. Vol. 3, page 192. When Heinz Langerhans, who studied at the Frankfurt Institute for Social Research and was a friend of Karl Korsch and Bertolt Brecht, wrote his theses on the coming Second World War in 1934, he already saw the First World War as the eye. By converting industry into a war industry, the precondition for the crisis was once again set within the crisis. Overproduction appeared once again as the production of material for destruction and accomplished the special work of every crisis, the destruction of non-utilizable value. The crisis was thus exaggerated. Overproduction, by producing war, had apparently become utilizable production. It had suddenly acquired meaning, just as the deaths in the wire hut and the hunger in the hinterland had meaning, an inhuman, capitalist meaning. If armaments production in peacetime creates a substitute for mass consumption, which is increasingly becoming a prerequisite for the realization of value, the use of armaments in war completes the competence of the state to solve the problems of exploitation. By entering into military competition with each other, states carry out the business of crisis management. Overaccumulation of capital is reversed, value that cannot be exploited and a mass of labor that can contribute neither to the production of value nor to its realization are eliminated. Destruction is at the same time modernization. The reduction of overaccumulation goes hand in hand with a rationalization of production, crisis management and progress coincide. By pooling purchasing power, which the state undertakes in order to create substitutes for mass consumption, a radical renewal can be initiated on the same scale, which far surpasses what the so-called free play of market forces can achieve. The First World War therefore accelerated technical and social modernization more than any previous war, from the development of the chemical industry and aircraft construction to the betterment of women and the unleashing of advertising methods. Notorious German companies such as Junkers, later part of Messerschmitt Bocau Blohm, and BMW, Bayerische Motorenwerke, had their origins in this war or in its immediate preparation. Likewise, the merger of the leading German chemical companies to form IG Farben. After the war they were merged to form the group and became the largest European company. Other no less notorious companies such as Krupp, AEG, Thyssen, Daimler, and Benz were given decisive impetus for their later development by the war. Krupp's sales tripled during the war, for example. The capable soldier, even if he used to call himself a social democrat with emphasis, even if, in political naivety, he still calls himself one, is proud of his soldiering, proud of the coat he wears together with his king, and which he loves, because this coat costs him hard work, sweat and labor, hunger and thirst and all the hardships of military service, costs his bones and limbs, even, if need be, his life. Psychology of Militarism, in Neue Militärische Blauer 20/13.11 1903. Walter Benjamin uses the critical, Brecht-derived, concept of empathy in an unfamiliar context. According to the usual understanding, one person can empathize with another, and as such Brecht criticizes behavior as a false, ideological practice in art, but hardly a person can empathize with a thing. Now Benjamin emphasizes that the Volksgemeinschaft identifies itself in this way not with the canon, but with its exchange value, not with the use value, but with the social relationship fetishized in capital and commodity. The Volksgenossen can only think and feel themselves as a sovereign subject if they put their community in the place that is actually held by capital. But capital is not a simple concrete relationship between people, rather, it abstracts from everything concrete that connects people. Nevertheless, it is no coincidence that Benjamin speaks of the exchange value of the gun and contrasts its use value with that of butter. This is a reference to a different social relationship, one that does not originally coincide with exchange value and capital, but forms the conditio sine qua non, the reference to the state, which, as we know, unconditionally claims the monopoly in the use of lethal utility values. So if there can be an empathy with the real abstract, it is inevitably mediated in and through the state. Cannons and kings, submarines, and leader figures merge into a single object of identification that offers the concreteness that the value itself must lack. Yet its innermost core is nothing other than its total abstraction. Volksgemeinschaft is empathy with the state's potential for destruction. In the face of a national formation of the masses that surpassed everything that had gone before, Sigmund Freud had already suspected libidinal bonds to be the essence of such masses. He extrapolated his categories developed from the intimacy of the bourgeois nuclear family. According to this, a mass consists of individuals who have put one and the same object in the place of their ego ideal and have consequently identified with each other in their ego. What Freud does not say is that insofar as the object that takes the place of the ego ideal is the state or its representatives, those who identify with each other in their egos do not simply become a mass, but a people. Psychoanalysis understands the ego ideal, which Freud also calls the superego, as the internalized authority of the father, the result of overcoming the Oedipus complex. However, the replacement of this introject authority by an object, such as the state presents to the individual, reverses this internalization to a certain extent, or in other words, implants the real abstraction mediated by the state into the individual. It is only as a Volksgenossen that the individual fully and completely confesses to the character mask that it has always been and must be in relation to capital as long as capital has existed and will exist. Only as a nationally minded citizen can it affirm with all its senses and unreservedly that it wants to be nothing other than the personification of capital and the state. Nationalisms differentiate themselves in the intensity of this identification, in the degree and ability to make themselves identical with capital and the state. In the process, a particular nation takes on something like the role of the general equivalent among commodities in relation to the others. World war and world crisis form that historical constellation in which all nations are placed in a direct or indirect relationship to Germany. The fantastic comparison with the animal kingdom that Marx makes in order to visualize the real fantasy of the commodity and its relative expression of value. It is as if, besides and apart from lions, tigers, rabbits, and all other real animals, there also existed the animal, the individual incarnation of the whole animal kingdom. Can therefore also be applied in its metaphorical sense to the nation and its relative, i.e. relational, expression in the German nation. The metaphor can therefore also be applied to the nation and its relative, i.e. relational, expression in German. The zoological origin of the metaphor chosen by Marx even makes it appear particularly suitable, insofar as it is conceded that we are dealing here with a historical constellation and not a logical relationship, with a connection between states and not between commodities. In this respect, then, it is also here as if, alongside and in addition to lions, tigers, hares, and all real animals, there also existed the animal, the individual incarnation of the entire animal kingdom, a single entity that includes in itself all really existing species of the same thing. According to Richard Wagner, the thing that one does for its own sake and for the joy of doing it is German, whereas utilitarianism, i.e. the principle according to which a thing is done for the sake of an external personal purpose, turns out to be un-German. The cause pursued by the Germans, however, reveals itself through their actions as the violent assertion of the whole, which asserts itself as the untrue precisely in the necessary existence of nations. This cause lies both outside and within any personal purpose and can be motivated and justified both irrationally and rationally. German, says Joachim Brun, is anyone who works productively with capital and is politically loyal to the death. Self-sacrifice and self-exploitation, that's what being German is all about. So what began in 1914 was the Great People's War, Gunther Anders. Immediately before this, Germany was already the strongest military power in Europe. In industrial production, it had already been able to maintain its leading position for some time. However, the extent to which the Germans and German Austrians were ahead of the rest of the world cannot be quantified. It can only be speculated on. The extent to which the population knew itself to be one with the state and capital. Only this identification allowed German nationalism to become as boundless as the accumulation drive of capital inherently is, transferring to the German state consciousness the boundless dynamism that is characteristic of the utilization of value. If the expansion of the German fleet quadrupled in 2 decades, then the expansion of German national consciousness also found room in it. With every cannon, the potential for national empathy grew. With every armored cruiser, new material was provided so that the Volksgemeinschaft could feel several million heavier. The German Austrians are Austrian Germans. They, who in the Habsburg monarchy formed the economically profitable, culturally dominant, and state-supporting nation of the multi-ethnic state, were considered to be Austrians only in relation to the Habsburg dynasty and its sphere of power. The term Austria was thus originally on the same level as the term Bavaria or Prussia. The ideology of an Austrian nation, which was born in the resistance of the state communists against Hitler's Germany and was finally sanctioned by the Allies as a post-war order, retroactively overrides this simple connection and constructs a special development since the founding of the empire in 1871, which then culminates in the absurdity of a 1,000-year-old Austria. The criticism of this ideology, however, has its point of reference in the Nibelung loyalty and Volksgemeinschaft of the two world wars, in which the special development of the Austrians ultimately resulted in their particularly high percentage in the command posts and in the task forces of the German machinery of extermination. The exclusion from the German Reich in 1871 and its prolongation in 1919 provoked here, similar to the Sudeten Germans, a specifically pronounced, on the one hand suppressed, on the other hand intensified Germanness, the cultivation and modernization of which can certainly be continued under the Austrian flag, as not only the Hader phenomenon shows. So it makes little sense to talk about the arms companies having become more powerful than the state since the First World War and having dominated the state ever since. In this way, the destructive power of the German state is only ever derived from certain most aggressive factions of capital. What remains unclear is how the coherence of a society is created and maintained in the first place. And this question of synthesis presupposes the realization that the state and capital cannot compete against each other for power, like two states or two companies. They are essentially dependent on each other, because otherwise such a synthesis is not possible at all. Rearmament was the driving force behind the integration of the lower classes and the working class into the German state. And the comprehensive expansion of the social system, health, accident, disability, and old age insurance, etc., which was unique in the world at the time and was regarded everywhere as a social pioneering act, was above all a flanking measure of that Volksgemeinschaft empathy that reached its highest satisfaction in war and annihilation. Social democracy did not want to acknowledge this connection until it coincided with it. In 1889, August Bebel saw the relationship between the welfare state and militarism in exactly the opposite way when he could not praise Germany enough for the introduction of social insurance. I believe that once this path, which, as I recognize, has been taken by the German Reich first among all European states, is also taken in other European states, and it will compel imitation, then it is beyond doubt for me that the more the states come to the realization that they have to make sacrifices in these areas for real cultural expenditure to a far greater degree, the more and more the now overwhelming tasks for military purposes and war armaments will decrease. The publishing house run by Bebel and the organ of the Social Democratic Workers' Party edited by Wilhelm Liebknecht did not bear the name People's State by chance. Other social democrats and trade unionists had long since realized that the sacrifices were not to be made by the state, but for the state. At the same time as Bebel declared the German Reich to be the vanguard of the welfare state, the necessity of trade union organization was justified at a workers' meeting by the fact that the hour could soon strike when we will have to use our goods and blood in the event of war. Then we would owe it to the fatherland that we maintain strong soldiers for it. But the wages are poor and therefore the workers are weak. Therefore, let us strive through organization to keep strong workers for the army. When the strong soldiers were fully deployed, Max Weber, driving the cause of German sociology for its own sake, called for the political completion of the Volksgemeinschaft. In a committed form of value freedom, he openly took a stand against the old authoritarian state and demanded democracy as the only conceivable political form of a Herrenvolk, i.e. the rule of the Herrenvolk. One has only the choice, to leave the mass of citizens without rights and unfree in a bureaucratic authoritarian state with a sham parliamentarism, or to integrate them into the state as co-masters of the state. But a Herrenvolk, and only a Herrenvolk can and may conduct world politics at all, has no choice in this respect. Democratization can very well be thwarted, for now. For strong interests, prejudices and cowardice are allied against it. But it would soon become apparent that this would be at the price of Germany's entire future. All the forces of the masses are then engaged against a state in which they are only objects and in which they are not participants. Individual circles may be interested in the inevitable political consequences, but certainly not the fatherland. With greater detachment, as befits a dead beetle, Ernst Jünger finally said of the old form of government that it had exceeded its measure in the same proportion in which it was forced to involve the abstract forms of the mind, of money, of the people, in short the powers of the growing democracy, in the armament. Ernst Jünger, Die totale Mobilmachung. Berlin 1934, p. 10. General prosperity and social peace at home presuppose crisis policy and preparations for war on the outside. Since the turn of the century, as Fritz Fischer emphasizes, Germany has fomented one foreign policy crisis after another. In 1914, it finally willed, desired, and covered up the Austro-Serbian War and, trusting in its military superiority, deliberately let it come to a conflict with Russia and France. As the innermost cause of this grasp for world power, Fisher ultimately refers to the creation of raw material and sales markets as the basis for feeding the population in line with imperialism theories, and sees a continuum of the development of economic power in the development of the German nation, which integrated all classes internally in order to finally culminate in the Great War externally. However, it is not so much the goal of world power, which always has something fantastical about it and is not reflected in the European strategies of German capital, but rather the attempt to achieve it, and what resulted from it, that seems to be essential for determining German politics and ideology. Germany has always failed to achieve dominance over the earth, but its grasp for it has decisively changed the world. The question is therefore to what extent the war aim, the world power, can be understood as rational at all. Fritz Fischer, for example, reduces the irrationality in which he perceives German continuity to the constant overestimation of its own possibilities, i.e., a false calculation regarding the strength of the enemy and the ability to dominate the East. However, this overestimation points to a megalomania that draws its strength from the national identification with capital and the state. As successful as Germany was in the rearmament phase, it was just as unsuccessful in the war phase. The First World War accomplished the work of the crisis, from the perspective of the Second, only imperfectly. Mobilization and annihilation got stuck halfway. In the final phase of the total war of annihilation, the Nazis were later able to capitalize on the posthumous denunciation of Rathenau, whom they accused of not having used all economic means in the First World War and thus deliberately preventing victory. Germany, which, together with the Habsburg monarchy, had initiated the anticipatory crisis management, was clearly not ready to see it through to the end. Resistance formed within the country, parts of the workers' movement broke off the national truce. Despite all the enthusiasm for war and militarization, the lasting ideological formation of the population for a total war was lacking. The image of the enemy, which could homogenize all the many enemies, internal and external, was incompletely developed, too little sharply delineated from the warlike Volksgemeinschaft. After all, Jews fought on the front line for Germany and the Habsburg monarchy and received numerous medals. Finally, some Jewish authors wrote pompous verses for Germany's and Habsburg's victory. But the aborted war played a decisive role in completely shaping the image of the enemy with which total war could be waged. It created essential conditions for imagining the world conspiracy of Jewry in a comprehensive way, namely as the unity of Wall Street and Bolshevism. The stab-in-the-back legend marks its origin. As early as the spring of 1916, the German Army Command, willingly complying with a demand from anti-Semitic organizations, had a Jewish census carried out. In all its essential content and forms, National Socialism is an outgrowth of the First World War. What became established in the form of this party, the countless Freikorps groups and right-wing extremist associations, was something like the German form of disillusionment. It did not put an end to deception and lies, but rather made them the innermost drive. It did not lead to disillusionment, but rather intensified and perpetuated the bloodlust. From right to left, from the middle classes to the labor movement, from Thomas Mann, it was purification, liberation, what we felt, and a tremendous hope, to Victor Adler, a kind of redemption, a hope that something else will come. A purification and redemption was expected in the Great War, without anyone saying, purification from what? A dull feeling of crisis must have been there. At the end of the war, no purification had been achieved, rather it was flooded with worthless money, but many people, Thomas Mann was not one of them, now felt strengthened in their conviction that society needed to be purified so that it could become a community. In his early remarks on the state of Central Europe, Benjamin suspected that the stultification of the Germans stemmed from 1914. The process began with the mindless autosuggestion of the masses. And his characterization anticipates Adorno's well-known dictum that the German is a person who cannot utter a lie without believing it himself. The people demanded the lie, which they rightly accused the government of having delivered, like a morsel of bread. When it could no longer be concealed, people became dumbfounded by the defeat. A campaign that had led into enemy territory without ending in Paris and victories that did not add up like numbers were not understood. The treaty that concluded this enterprise did not appear to be worthy of observation. The collapse of the monetary economy completed this process of intellectual paralysis. 41 The possibility of ending the World War crisis in a revolutionary way was also rejected in Germany. It was the last great opportunity to interrupt the process of autosuggestion, to revoke the formation of the People's State. Ulrich Enderwitz. Wherever disappointment with the war turned against the national lie and called its premises into question, the Freikorps groups born during the war went into action and ensured, with the explicit approval of the Social Democrats, that Germany clung to overcoming the crisis in the interests of the state and capital at all costs. The assassination of Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht sealed the People's State. This war did not bring prosperity to the people, but hunger and misery, so that it seemed as if it had brought about the crisis itself and was not its moment. Currencies were no longer pegged to gold. The state had to take out loans, issue bonds, and pump money into society in order to finance the consumption of armaments. The war itself, formerly waged over land and soil or sedentary wealth, has become a game of hazard played by the state, in which everything revolves around the intangible, bottomless exchange value. The nations sitting at the battlefields as if at a gambling table use their money by creating fictitious capital and hope to beat the others in order to ultimately exchange their tokens for money, not only in the form of reparation payments. Seen in this light, even in the first major game, France and England won less than the USA, as both winners had to go into debt to pay their war costs. However, the United States was still a long way from winning in absolute terms. It too had to accept inflation, although it was lower than in France and England, and the dollar had not, yet, succeeded in establishing itself as the world's reserve currency. However, Robert Kurz rightly describes what was achieved in terms of inflation among the actual losers of the war as a top performance. Germany, as immoderate as ever, set an absolute world record that has not been equaled to this day. Within a few months between 1922 and 1923, almost 2,000 printing presses flooded the country with a deluge of paper money. Prices rose to grotesque dimensions. In fact, compared to the pre-war period, prices in Austria had risen 14,000-fold, in Hungary 23,000-fold, and in Germany by a trillion. The stabilization of the following years consisted of shifting the national debt onto the citizens through government austerity measures and currency reforms, partial return to the gold standard in Germany. Real income fell to half of what it had been in 1913. The gamble of the war finally continued like the Catalonian battle in the celestial heights of the stock markets. The money capital, stimulated by the vicissitudes of war investments, inflation, and stabilization, rushed into the financial markets instead of being invested in production. This detour was not least due to the stagnating, insufficient purchasing power after the war. In fact, speculation only continued, as in the war on future victory, so now on early national prosperity. Neither the modernization push nor the destructive force of the First World War had led to a stable balance between the production and realization of surplus value, masses of goods and mass purchasing power, as was the case later after the Second World War. The crash, which then began in New York in 1929 and soon spread to Europe, did not end a thoroughgoing upswing phase, but rather an ephemeral stabilization. It accelerated the decline in production and the fall in purchasing power that had long since begun. Prices fell, real investments became less and less worthwhile, as production capacities were less and less profitable in relation to purchasing power. In the absence of such profitability, a growing proportion of production had to be shut down. Just as violent death is accepted in war, so the economic fact is accepted in peace, as sacrifices that have to be made for the state and capital. If one did not want to break with these conditions, these sacrifices also had to be accepted. In Germany, however, this acceptance of the facts has turned into a frenzy of destruction. A broad movement is growing up here that turns the crisis into a matter of redemption, that, as anti-Semitism has always demanded, presents someone to blame for the victims who must himself be sacrificed. Unlike the social democratic or communist labor movement, it does not present this guilt as that of the bourgeois class, i.e., a certain social group that benefits from the crisis and should therefore be held responsible for it. Rather, it offers the blame as that of the race, as a phenomenon of nature, not or only secondarily of society, of the body, not or only secondarily of consciousness. The destruction of this race at all costs is the declared goal of the movement, which lends meaning to all the sacrifices one has to make. From October 1929, just in time for the outbreak of the world economic crisis, the National Socialists made gains in state elections. The major election victories were, as is well known, from 1930 onwards. By September of that year, the NSDAP had already become the second strongest party in the Reichstag, and in July 1932 it finally became the strongest. However, this party was only the organizational core of the community of projection that unfolded in Germany and German Austria, which drew national consequences from the real unity of World War and world economic crisis. All the consequences of the stock market crash and bank collapse were monomaniacally related to the imposed peace treaties of Versailles and Saint-Germain and to the short revolutionary phase after the war. Indeed, the entire economic situation in Germany was seen as the result of the reparations payments to the victorious powers and the stab in the back by the November criminals. The anti-Semitic delusion, which had always identified the Jews with money and chosen them as traitors to the fatherland, made possible a great synthesis that no other ideology could offer. Since they did not give free rein to this delusion, the two other workers' parties, which for their part deplored the reparations and thus remained loyal to the state, always had to appear less revolutionary, less radical. In March 1933, however, the SPD MPs were still in agreement with the NSDAP on the Treaty of Versailles. Otto Wels, co-chairman of the Social Democratic Party, quoted Hitler approvingly as saying, "From the folly of the theory of eternal victors and vanquished came the folly of reparations and, as a result, the catastrophe of the world economy." Although the parliamentary group did not agree to the Enabling Act at the time because no real Volksgemeinschaft, Wels, could be founded on it. 2 months later, as in August 1914, they did their bit for a real Volksgemeinschaft and approved the protesting government declaration on the Geneva Disarmament Conference, resulting in a unanimous decision by the Reichstag. A member of the SPD looked back with emotion. Even our irreconcilable opponent, Adolf Hitler, seemed moved for a moment. He stood up and applauded us. Then the German national deputies began to sing the Deutschlandlied. Most of the people in our ranks sang along. Some had tears running down their cheeks. Reichstag President Göring closed the session with the words, "Men and women. I have nothing more to add. The world has seen, the German people are united when it comes to their fate." In 1930, frontline soldier Ernst Jünger invoked the total mobilization. The innermost elemental force of the people alone explains the final degree of determination that the terrible armed conflict against an entire world makes necessary. Their goal, that there should be nothing that cannot be understood as a function of the state. In 1931, legal scholar Carl Schmitt lectured on the total state of the identity of state and society. The state, which has become the self-organization of society and can therefore no longer be separated from it in substance, seizes everything social, i.e., everything that concerns the coexistence of people. The prerequisite for this was to link state authority directly with the overall political will of the German people. Heinz Langerhans, imprisoned as a traitor in 1934, wrote not of the people, but of capital, in order to get to the heart of the state. Looking back on the First World War and looking forward to the Second, he saw the transformation of the automatic subject of capital into the state subject of capital. The world crises have melted capital and the state, those two sides of the basic social relationship, into a single protective armor in order to ensure their continued existence. The automatic subject of capital with the guarantor state as a special organ has become the unified state subject of capital. Today the state is more than the merely ideal total capitalist, which is expressed in its increased functions. The state subject of capital forces upon itself the monopoly on class struggle. The smashing of all class organs of the workers is its first act. A ruthless social pacification campaign is initiated with the purpose of organically inserting the capital part of wage labor into the new state. At the same time, a generous reorganization of the capitalist class is undertaken. The state subject capital organizes the internal market, regulates prices, a national general cartel, and at the same time intensifies international competition. It is becoming increasingly clear that the campaigns of the new monopolistic state economies to overcome the crisis also have the character of armament measures. More and more, armament is the content of the very industrial energy that drives them forward: motorization, aviation, chemistry, etc. Explosive material is piled up and stacked on a large scale, in production plans for the long term. The social pacification campaign is also a preparation for war. Although Langerhans concentrates on National Socialism, he perceives a global tendency of state and capital. Indeed, he even includes the restructuring in Stalin's Soviet Union, so that what has been written here on cigarette paper and smuggled out of prison is one of the earliest, if not the first, theory of totalitarianism based on Marx's Capital. It remains the indelible title of fame of the Russian October Revolution that in its first, heroic phase the Russian revolutionaries nevertheless made an attempt to advance their Russian Revolution as the incipient World Revolution. It was not simply the bourgeois counter-revolution that triumphed over the workers' revolution, but the national limitation of the revolutionary struggles, their overarching national history of origin and task, tainted the Russian Revolution from the outset with the element of counter-revolution. Every national victory of the revolution was as such already counter-revolutionary. This does not change even if one interprets the series of national revolutions of the present period as the permanent revolution and pores over it the ideological appearance of the proletarian world revolution. Nevertheless, Langerhans expected a real proletarian world revolution precisely in the phase of the state subject of capital and sees a second world revolutionary situation coming into view with the approach of the Second World War. in the Second World War it will become obvious that there is only one convincing program, the world order of labor, and that the liberation of the workers is the precondition for its realization. But if the workers do not then succeed in fighting for their freedom, the ruling class will expand the new means of domination, which it has built today on a national scale, internationally on ruins and blood, and subject the productive forces to even harsher discipline. It remains unclear how the belief in the proletariat, which is probably still strongly influenced by the privileged position of the workers in George Lukács' History and Class Consciousness, relates to the realization that the capital part of wage labor has already been organically incorporated into the state subject of capital, that capital and the state have melted into a single protective armor. It is no coincidence that this is reminiscent of Rosa Luxemburg's contradiction during the First World War, when she called on the European working class to revolution and at the same time said that the European working class had already committed suicide. On one point, however, Langerhans leaves no doubt. Neither Kautsky nor any of his Russian disciples could want to whisper to the workers from outside what their historical mission actually was. No Bernstein or any of his English teachers can still interpret their integration into the state as growing into socialism. While the later theories of totalitarianism wanted total rule to be limited to the Soviet Union and fascism, or Langerhans does not necessarily exclude the United States and Roosevelt's emerging New Deal program when he speaks of the emergence of the state subject of capital, and also includes Japanese developments in particular, so that he locates the center of a coming Second World War in the Pacific region. The causes of conflict are innumerable, the most important being Japanese expansion in the Far East, the central focus of the Second World War. Thus World War II is being prepared, partly in deliberate planning, partly behind the backs of those involved. The idea that the preparations for war were being made partly through conscious planning and partly behind the backs of those involved is like the germ of a new concept of crisis that can be used to reflect on the events of the 31st War. Karl Korsch, who received the manuscript and published and commented on it in the American journal International Council Correspondence, August 1935, Bemerkungen zu Dennissen die Nachtweltkreis, der Zweite Weltkrieg und die Weltrevolution, curiously recognized little of the clairvoyant character of Langerhans' theses. In one respect, however, he is more differentiated than Langerhans. He criticizes the equation of the Soviet Union and National Socialism, but it is precisely this that leads him astray. Langerhans explicitly declares that there is no difference in principle between such different forms and degrees of the fusion of state and capital as, on the one hand, Bolshevik state capitalism, on the other, fascist systematic intervention and National Socialist economic control. In reality, this equalization of historically opposing developments and the entire underlying undialectical assessment of the economic and political possibilities of a fascist or National Socialist state remaining fundamentally within the capitalist framework overestimates the historical achievement and efficiency, and thus at the same time the offensive and defensive power of the fascist National Socialist counter-revolution triumphing today in a tremendous and harmful way for the development of the proletarian counter-movement. Korsch is hardly able to indicate how the developments in Bolshevik state capitalism and in capitalist Nazi fascism are opposed. The greater differentiation therefore has a rather hypothetical character and tempts Korsch to underestimate the destructive potential of National Socialism. Not least, it obscures his view of the approaching World War, which Langerhans can prophesize as a result of the state subject capital. Korsch rather assumes that the fascist, National Socialist solution to the crisis would already fail within the national framework, that even before external competition escalated, it would become entangled within production and on a purely national scale from the very first step in ever new, ever sharper contradictions. When Langerhans later switched from critical theory to the practice of denunciation in exile in the US and, together with Ruth Fisher, tracked down Stalinists, Korsch apparently also distanced himself somewhat from his friend and student Max Horkheimer hinted in a letter to Felix while in 1943, with reference to another text by Langerhans, that Langerhans' development had something immediate to do with his experiences in the prisons and camps of National Socialism. I just want to say that I am glad about Korsch's reaction as to the article of Langerhans. The Lauer was certain, really great intuitions, but, unfortunately, his mind seems to be disturbed. LT is a fact that most of the people who have been held in a concentration camp bear the traces of hell in their souls. Horkheimer, Correspondence 1941-1948, page 397. What Marx wrote in his critique of political economy about the fetish character of commodities and capital takes on new significance for the critique of the state and politics. They do not know it, but they do it, it is said of the commodity subjects who, in exchange, equate their various products and thus their labor as values. It is therefore not written on the forehead of value what it is. Rather, value transforms every product of labor into a social hieroglyph. They do not know this, but they do it, can now be said of the state subjects, who set their various campaigns to overcome the crisis against each other in the war. And the crisis of value transforms every state into a social hieroglyph. However, Langerhans himself, probably because of his hopes placed in the proletariat, does not consider that even if the process takes place behind their backs, the participants can still identify with it completely, and indeed gain their actual fetish consciousness as citizens, their national consciousness, in it. Franz Neumann's behemoth marks the extreme opposite position to Langerhans' state subject capital. On the one hand, in his famous study of National Socialism, Neumann clings to the old concept of class society and writes that in Hitler's Germany there was still objectively a deep contradiction between rulers and ruled, and that no one could say whether it would come to an open outbreak or not. On the other hand, he also goes beyond the traditional understanding of the state by seeing the Nazi state as an unstate, as a chaos, a regime of lawlessness and anarchy, for which the biblical monster behemoth can serve as a symbol, with which Hobbes already characterized the English Civil War of the 17th century, in contrast to Leviathan, the other biblical monster, which symbolizes the absolutist order, i.e., the necessary, practicable monster, that Hobbes thoroughly appreciated. In Neumann's view, National Socialism is not actually a state, and certainly not a homogeneous, all-regulating supersubject to which wage labor would be organically integrated, but rather a spontaneous coalition of totalitarian bodies that compete with each other and arrange themselves on an ad hoc basis. Neumann provides little information about what makes the existence of this unstate possible across all contradictions and class abysses, i.e., which forces hold National Socialist society together in chaos, as he expects either the regime to fall soon through the uprising of the oppressed or a kind of transition into the Soviet system. Reflection on the possible reasons for the continued existence of the unstate ultimately had to call Neumann's theory into question, at least at one point. While Neumann had written in 1942 that antisemitism had not been able to gain a firm foothold in the German population even before National Socialism, and that some observers of events in National Socialist Germany were now of the opinion that a stage had already been reached, since the cult of the Führer and the community are generally regarded as what they really are, nonsense. The editions in the 1944 edition reveal a different view: the persecution of the Jews practiced by ever broader strata of the German people on the orders of the Nazis implicates these strata in a collective guilt. Participation in a crime as monstrous as the extermination of the Eastern Jews makes the German Wehrmacht, the German civil service, and the broad masses accomplices and helpers of this crime, and therefore makes it impossible for them to leave the Nazi boat. In a similar vein, Hannah Arendt wrote at the same time, again abstracting from this in line with her concept of totalitarianism, that the threat of defeat made the active identification of the entire people with the Nazis a political necessity of the regime. Only when the Nazis have hanged someone can we know whether he was really against them. There is no other proof. 65, but not even that was proof. The difficulty in understanding National Socialism, however, obviously lies in the fact that Leviathan and Behemoth, total state, and permanent gang warfare are not only not mutually exclusive, but mutually dependent. This possibility of insight opens up Horkheimer's concept of National Socialism, which, in contrast to Friedrich Pollock's view, seeks its central determination in the crisis. State capitalism, says Horkheimer, eliminates the market and hypostatizes the crisis for the duration of eternal Germany. This is not totalitarianism theory. If the crisis consists in violently asserting the unity of the opposition inherent in the commodity, i.e., the unity of the opposition between production and circulation, the production of surplus value and the realization of surplus value, then National Socialism has hypostatized the crisis in precisely this sense and eliminated the market. It has asserted the identity of production and circulation in total annihilation, in the war for Germany and in the mass murder of the Jews. The state capitalism that emerged from the October Revolution, however, hypostatized the crisis for the duration of ephemeral socialism in one country. It established the unity of opposition only bureaucratically, thus eliminating the market and realizing something like identity of production and circulation, but at the same time the unity of state and population disintegrated. And it was only passively, forced by external violence, that the masses were prepared to identify with this crisis state, especially in the situation of defensive war. The crisis, the hypostasis of which the state operates, has in any case arisen from the capital relation. That is why we must continue to speak of value and exchange, circulation, and capital, however great the intervention of the state may be, however much social power its hostile rackets may acquire. But this is also why the German and Soviet states differed, as each of them had a different relationship to the crisis. While the former hypostatized the overaccumulation crisis, the latter pursued so-called primitive accumulation in the first place in order to be able to withstand the external threat of hypostatization, the German crisis management, which always tends to be carried out on the other object, i.e. imperialistically. From the point of view of the crisis, the states cannot be viewed and compared in isolation, as models, from one another, rather, they must be placed in relation to one another on all sides. As soon as Horkheimer abstracts from the crisis as the central definition of state capitalism, he falls into the trap of comparing models, argues in terms of totalitarianism theory and differentiates only schematically. The Soviet Union then appears to him as the most consequent type of authoritarian state because it has freed itself from any dependence on private capital, while the fascist countries, including National Socialism, are regarded as a hybrid form. Here, too, surplus value is extracted and distributed under state control, but it continues to flow in large quantities to the industrial magnates and landowners under the old title of profit. Horkheimer, Authoritarian State, page 300. As is well known, the Russian Tsarist Empire did not withstand the first major crisis management through annihilation, as initiated and promoted by Germany. The World War I crisis was answered here with a revolutionary leap, the attempt to turn the World War crisis into world revolution. The national restriction, however, to which the revolutionaries in Russia were finally condemned because the revolutions in the West, above all in Germany, failed to materialize or failed, meant that the Soviets de facto perished and the Bolsheviks rose above them to become unconditional state leaders who soon had to equip their socialism in one country for a new campaign to overcome the crisis threatening from the West. If only, or only more so, in order to remain in power themselves. Since they had nationalized capital, society in the Soviet Union only participated in the world economic crisis in this indirect, passive way. In the form of external pressure, it achieved what was raging inside society in the West. And Stalin actually responded to this external pressure as if socialism were little more than a reflex movement. The Soviet Union, for example, suffered from an acute labor shortage at the time of great unemployment in the West. The so-called socialist accumulation that Stalinism organized on its territory by expropriating the peasants and stamping an industrial state out of the ground attempted to make up in a few years for what had been undertaken in Western Europe over centuries. It is in the difference between this belated accumulation and the original one in Western Europe that the so-called totalitarianism of the Soviet Union can be understood. In 10 years at most, we will have to cover the distance by which we are behind the advanced countries of capitalism. Either we accomplish this or we will be crushed. This is what Stalin said in 1931, according to a short course on the history of the CPSU. In the coercive context of this accumulation of socialism in one country, Stalin's camps were by no means economically inappropriate, as is claimed by theories of totalitarianism in order to equate them with the Nazi extermination camps. Basically, they were exactly what the left, in East and West, always wanted to see in the Nazi extermination camps. The state realized ordinary capitalist rationality under intensified conditions. Ralph Stettner, for example, proves in many ways that the labor camp was above all a microcosm of Stalinist labor society. In principle, the same working methods and production criteria were applied here as in the rest of society. As everywhere else, the camps also introduced economic accounting, competition, and shock brigading at the time of the first five-year plan. Ralph Stettner, Archipel-Gulag, Stalin's forced labor camps. Instrument of terror and economic giant. Entstehung, Organisation und Funktion des sowjetischen Lagersystems 1928 bis 1956, Paderborn etc. 1996, page 285, under the pressure of the already highly industrialized countries, whose productive forces were by no means decaying, the means of this rationality had to be raised at an accelerated pace. Five-year plans were used to leapfrog centuries. For example, the index of industrial production rose by 98% between 1928 and 1932. The annual increase in labor productivity rose from 8.7 to 15.7% between 1933 and 1935. The urban population doubled from 28.7 to 56.1 million between 1929 and 1939. At the first conference of industrial functionaries in February 1931, Stalin declared, "Sometimes the question is asked whether the pace could not be slowed down a little, the movement held back. No, you can't do that, comrades. The pace must not be slowed down. Slowing down the pace means falling behind. And those who lag behind are beaten. But we don't want to be the beaten ones. No, we don't want that." Stalin, as he is quoted here in the short course in the history of the CPSU, literally thinks himself into the absolutist sovereign of the past. The history of old Russia consisted, among other things, in the fact that it was continually beaten because of its backwardness. It was beaten by the Swedish feudals. It was beaten by the Polish-Lithuanian pans. It was beaten by the Anglo-French capitalists. It was beaten by the Japanese barons. It was beaten by everyone because of its backwardness. Assuming that the 1931 quote from the short course was not manipulated afterwards, there is no known case in history of a sovereign grasping the situation of his country so precisely and predicting the future. In 10 years at most we shall have to pass that distance by which we are behind the advanced countries of capitalism. Either we achieve this or we will be crushed. Whatever the alternative possibilities to his policy may be discussed, they must not be viewed in isolation. Without accumulation and industrialization, Nazi Germany would have crushed Russia exactly 10 years later. Meanwhile, the Stalin organ was to give the German Wehrmacht soldiers an idea of what this industrialization was capable of achieving. The irrational terror of the state was combined with the most rational forms of enlightenment in a frenzied summary of all the moments since the original accumulation. On the one hand, the sovereign was dominated by mistrust of the people, and therefore the methods of the Inquisition and the secret police were activated. On the other hand, homage was paid to reason and a philosophy of history of irresistible progress, and this meant enlightenment of the people. The resounding success of the Soviet scientist T.D. Lysenko, who is generally regarded as the Soviet Union's most serious aberration in the field of natural sciences, was due not least to the generally prevailing educational attitude. In contrast to genetics, Lysenko questioned heredity through chromosomes and claimed that there were no genes and no chromosomes, that these were rather an invention of bourgeois science. He drew on the pre-Darwinian teachings of Jean Lamarck, according to which the acquired traits resulting from the immediate influence of the environment or milieu, i.e. also those that had been brought up, were hereditary. On this basis, the new man, the totally healthy and cleansed of all unworthiness, which was shared as a goal with social Darwinism, could be thought of as progress towards a new society and not as a return from the pernicious civilization to the only true struggle for existence. Under Stalin, anti-Semitism was also handled in accordance with absolutist traditions. The Jews were tolerated, but as soon as it seemed expedient for tactical reasons, they were dropped, sacrificed to popular anger, the traditional anti-Semitic resentment of the masses, which changed as little as commodity production and the state were not to die. Or people launched campaigns against them themselves. Individual communists often had to take on the role of court Jews. Think above all of the propaganda against Trotsky, the court factor of the Red Army, so to speak, who is referred to as Judas Trotsky in the quoted history of the CPSU, the main inspirer and main organizer of a whole gang of murderers and spies. However, the relationship between the absolutist sovereign and the Jewish personal physician, which is well known from history, can still be seen in a phenomenon such as the doctor's trials, which could always be used to accuse the doctor of wanting to poison his patient, although it is totalized and extended to the medical profession of the entire sphere of power. Stalin's regime shares a similar tactical relationship with the absolutist regime in the national question. In both cases, the borders of the state do not necessarily coincide with those of the nation. The sovereign's empire, which was composed of aristocratic estates, often united several nations under its roof. Conversely, several small absolutist states could also find a place on the soil of one nation. In this respect, the Stalinist state formation seemed to perpetuate a certain level of absolutist integration. Some striking parallels can be drawn between the Warsaw Pact and Metternich's system. While Stalinist socialism nationalized the ownership of the means of production in order to initiate accumulation and industrialization on the level of the West and to produce a wage labor force on a larger scale in the first place, National Socialism, which was based on an already highly industrialized country, resorted to a kind of nationalization of the catastrophically abundant labor force. However, just as the workers in this case could only be nationalized as a race, only the capital in Aryan hands remained untouched. In economic terms, this was the German version of the New Deal. The famous Keynesian economist Joan Robinson was astonished to discover that Hitler had already figured out how to cure unemployment before Keynes had finished explaining why it occurred. And the German historian Werner Abelschauser notes with a certain pride, "It was not the democracies of the West but the German dictatorship that first found a practical solution in the search for a way out of the social catastrophe." Instead of the demoralized purchasing power, the state itself was to be enthroned as a gigantic consumer here and there, in Germany as in North America, and organize an unprecedented direct and indirect job creation on the basis of credit and money creation. However, such a view can no more explain why the biggest war to date, which was ultimately intended to resolve the biggest crisis of capital to date and as such affected capital worldwide, than can talk of state capitalism or totalitarianism. Why this war was unleashed by the National Socialist state subject of capital, and not by Roosevelt's New Deal state or even by Stalin's socialism in one country. But also not by Italian or Spanish fascism, as close as they were to the Nazi state. Before or during the war, and kept going until the end, as a war of annihilation. By March 1934, the number of unemployed in Germany had already fallen by over 50%, from 6 million in January 33 to 2.8 million, and immediately before the war began, a state had been reached in which the shortage of labor had already become a problem. The standard of living of the German population quickly rose again to the level of 1928. Industrial investment, which had fallen to 16.8% from 2,615 to 439 million Reichsmarks in the crisis year of 1932, rose to 141.1%, 3,691 million Reichsmarks in 1938, i.e. before the war it was almost a third higher than before the Great Depression. Since 1933, Germany has produced considerably more cars in every subsequent year than the USA or any other nation. A statement by Robert Ley, the leader of the German Labor Front, documents how clearly and soberly the National Socialists were able to derive their mandate for modernization from the conditions of an economically conceived crisis. The capitalist economy had reached a limit that it was unable to cross with its own means. The risks of venturing into new economic territory were too great to be taken on by private capital. Capital retreated to the defense of the position it had once attained. As a result, huge production facilities and even larger stocks of goods remained unused on the one hand, while millions of people languished on the edge of misery on the other. National Socialism has now made a successful attempt to open up, pave and secure new paths into the future for an economy that has reached the limits of its entrepreneurial potential. In the United States, however, it was hardly possible to emerge from the Great Crisis. Compared to the German upswing of the 1930s, the New Deal program seemed like cosmetic surgery. In 1937, society plunged back into a depression deeper than any other country had experienced at that time. The number of unemployed, which had fallen by a modest 1.5 million in 1934 following the introduction of government measures, increased by a further 5 million. Total production, which had shrunk by 30%, could no longer be significantly increased before the start of the World War. The gross national product remained continuously below the level of 1929. The deficit spending that John Maynard Keynes recommended to all states, whether democracy or National Socialism, only in state communism was it superfluous, actually only worked in the Third Reich before the war, and for good reason. In Germany, the unified state subject of capital that Langerhans speaks of was fully realized. Here, the permanent, chaotic competition between the most diverse organizations of state and party gave rise to a Volksgemeinschaft of hitherto unknown homogeneity. Here the ruthless social pacification campaign with the purpose of organically integrating the capital part of wage labor into the new state was carried out so consequent that it was at the same time and to the same extent preparation for total war. Here literally all crisis overcoming campaigns had directly or indirectly the character of armament measures. Nowhere else was so much explosive material piled up and stacked before 1939. 82 Sweden is always cited as an exception to this rule, and it is no coincidence that the economic policy of this country served the socialists Willy Brandt and Bruno Kreisky, who fled there decades later, as a model for their project of a late Keynesian welfare state. However, no single national development can be understood as a model, and all the more so in the crisis, as it can only be understood in the context of the world market and in relation to the international movement of capital. And so Sweden's peaceful upswing in the 1930s was characterized by the fact that it did not take place without close economic cooperation with the Third Reich, and its armaments production. Exports of iron ore to Germany, for example, rose from 1,578 million tons in 1932 to 8,248 million tons in 1936, accounting for 73.6% of total exports at that time. By preparing for all-round destruction, says Joachim Brun, Nazism relieved the workers of the worry of selling their only commodity, their labor. Not capital or land, but purchasing power and the individual reproduction of labor power were thus nationalized by National Socialism. Under the motto Strength Through Joy, the entire organizational spectrum of the workers' movement, from the Choral Society to the Paramilitary Protection Organization, from workers' sports to the workers' symphony concert, experienced its resurrection as branches of the unity of state and party. The social and material conditions of reproduction were removed from self-regulation and set as a state function. Cf. on this Chup Freemert, Organization of the Ideological as Operational Practice. In Fascism and Ideology. Vol. 2, p. 238 ff. At the end of April 1933, the trade unions still hoped to retain some of their organizational autonomy. However, what could be seen as an adaptation to the Volksgemeinschaft was, on the other hand, already an active contribution from their midst and gave the state and party themselves the instructions to destroy their own organizational autonomy. The leadership circle of the United Trade Unions declared itself ready for positive cooperation in the new state, committed itself to the goal of promoting a healthy state and people, and rejected class-based separation and internationalism. Turned away from the people, with the argument, this state wants to unite the entire German national power and bring it to bear in a powerful way. Quoted from Michael Schneider, Unterm Hakenkreuz. Workers and the Labor Movement 1933–1939, page 89. Although some aspects of the German workers' movement, which was considered the strongest in the world, may have anticipated its later incorporation into the Third Reich, state piety, uniforms, marching culture, etc., it was the direct adoption of individual reproduction that provided the sovereign with a steely foundation and society with a new kind of conformity. The labor market was now hidden between the individual and the sovereign. The owners of the commodity of labor power could, so to speak, consider themselves to be independent of the state. Their quality of being the body and spirit of the commodity of labor power was obscured and hardly even conscious, although this commodity was not objectively abolished, apart from labor service. Only previous forms of traffic between wage labor and capital were suspended and wage and price freezes were enforced. For example, in May 1933, Hitler asserted, "I will have no greater pride in my life than to be able to say at the end of my days, I have fought for the German worker, for the German Reich." From the very beginning, the Führer formulated unequivocally how this could be achieved in a sustainable manner. The elimination of unemployment will be the work of us National Socialists. We will make the German people fit for military service again. We will build barracks and airfields. We will build roads and highways from a strategic point of view. We will develop the newest and most modern airplanes. In fact, the entire German economic and social policy, immediate and indirect, from the labor service to the Volkswagen, from the Hitler Youth to the Autobahns, from the denunciation of degenerate music to the aestheticization of the state in Leni Riefenstahl's films, was ultimately dominated by work for rearmament. The whole upswing was stimulated by preparations for war and annihilation, and all the debts incurred to finance it were incurred with a view to the fact that they could be repaid by war and annihilation. It was the greatest gamble ever begun, a single gigantic speculation, based on a fictitious capital to be converted into productive by the war, and all those whom the state had put to bread and labor took part in it as gamblers or as stockholders. But total social gambling and total speculation could only be opened up if the participants empathized with the sums at stake, just as Benjamin emphasized, as a Volksgemeinschaft. The only question is how this empathy differed from that of the First World War, apart from the quantity of the share value, the amount of money at stake. The National Socialist state, wrote Herbert Marcuse in 1941, is a state of the masses, but the masses are masses only insofar as they are composed of atomized individuals. Because these have been robbed of everything that transcends their individuality into a true community of interests, and nothing remains of them but their bestial and abstract self-interest, they are so susceptible to unification from above and to manipulation. Marcuse sees the fear that results from the competitive relationship of capitalized society as a decisive moment of this Volksgemeinschaft, a community that, as a former student of Heidegger, is revealed to him in Being Toward Death. He understands it essentially as a voluntary as well as repressively induced orientation of society towards the war of annihilation. The fear of the masses is a decisive element of this harmony. Behind it lies the clear knowledge that they can only survive through extreme efficiency, that they can only maintain their efficiency through aggressive expansion, and that they must wage and win the war, whatever the cost. They will do anything for this cause, and they do not need a plan to unite their efforts. The investment is risky, but it is the only possible investment, and the future profit is worth the risk. In contrast, the risk must have seemed comparatively small to the masses of the First World War. Empathy with exchange value took place on the eve and at the beginning of the war, as if it were more about a mobilized world exhibition of domestic weapons production and the associated human material. As historical research suggests, fear only became an inner constitution of the masses in the course of the never-ending material battles, trench warfare, and famine, and it gained new impetus in the sphere of work and the individual reproduction of everyday life during the peaceful continuation of the World War crisis, from the inflation phase to the stock market crash. It was no coincidence that anxiety and worry were ennobled by Heidegger's philosophy as a basic condition of existence. Hannah Arendt, another student of this philosopher, speaks of the omnipresent abandonment as a prerequisite for total domination, in which, since imperialism, the support of one's own class affiliation is also dissolved. 89 However, fear can only become the decisive element of harmony under certain conditions, and abandonment can only turn into Volksgemeinschaft under special conditions. This is a necessary counter-movement to empathy with exchange value and identification with the state, the anti-Semitic splitting off and personification of the real abstract. In this sense, the dialectic of enlightenment understood the Volksgemeinschaft as a community of projection, and in this it went beyond the analyses of Arendt and Marcuse. Hannah Arendt writes in her book on total domination that it is in any case of no great practical importance, namely for the political structure of total apparatuses of domination, whether they organize the masses in the name of race or class, with the help of the law of life and nature or the dialectical materialistic law of history. Arendt, Elements and Origins, page 506. However, she mentions Stalin's attempts to learn from Hitler in terms of anti-Semitism, noting that a fictitious world conspiracy in the style of anti-Jewish resentment was much better suited as a background ideology for totalitarian claims to world domination than Wall Street, capitalism, or imperialism, page 494. However, Arendt avoided the question of why it was better suited. Even in the chapter on the camps, she ignores the fact that the category reserved for the Jews in the German concentration camps did not signify a certain status, not a certain level of a hierarchical order, which, as in the Soviet camps, was invented for the purpose of administration and desolidarization, but quite simply extermination. Hannah Arendt abstracts from the specific situation of the Jews under National Socialism in order to be able to generalize the inappropriateness of the camps and the terror to Stalinist rule as well. The term itself, however, is ambivalent, for the inappropriate camps, as Arendt understands them, are obviously in some kind of interest of the totalitarian state. It needs them, even if no national economic purpose can be found for them. It needs camps and terror existentially, so to speak, for the transformation of human nature, page 701. A purpose of this transformation, however, cannot be grasped. In it itself, therefore, already lies all the meaning of total rule. Hannah Arendt can therefore no longer think of what she understands as total domination in the traditional categories, for example in the concepts of end means rationality, as Machiavelli formulated them for politics, or in those of class struggle, as they were developed in Marxism-Leninism. In this theory of the origins and elements of total domination, therefore, a peculiar transfer takes place with regard to the relationship between state and capital. While the chapter on imperialism still talks about capital and the alliance between capital and the mob, capital has suddenly disappeared without a trace in the section on total domination, and there is talk of the alliance between the elite and the mob. Clearly, in Arendt's mind, capital shares the fate of class society, whose demise she describes precisely. Hannah Arendt thus views the capital relationship in a seemingly traditional Marxist way as a relationship between two classes fighting against each other for the surplus value that is skimmed off, but this means that she does not understand it as the fetishizing relationship between commodity subjects that reverses everything and necessarily produces false consciousness, as the real metaphysics or religion of everyday life as Marx presented it in Capital. It is precisely this relationship, however, that Hannah Arendt always reflects on when she speaks not of capital but of the totalitarian state, when she notes the inappropriateness of terror and the transformation of human nature through the totalitarian process, as if capital, as Marx analyzed it, had driven into this state, as Arendt depicts it. Seen in this way, she is not so far removed from the concept of the state-subject capital. Marcuse later wrote about his analyses of the enemy, that most of this was written before Auschwitz, deeply separates it from the present. What was correct in it has become perhaps not false, but a thing of the past, negations. Boston 1968, page 15. In One-Dimensional Man, this caesura is discussed indirectly, but very consequent, for example when the concept of popular sovereignty is questioned. The totalitarian tendencies of one-dimensional society make the traditional means and ways of protest ineffective, perhaps even dangerous, because they cling to the illusion of popular sovereignty. This illusion contains a piece of truth. The people, formerly the ferment of social change, has risen to become the ferment of social cohesion. One-Dimensional Man, page 267. Horkheimer and Adorno recognize in Judaism the chosen people, negatively chosen as the object of persecution and extermination in order to realize the Volksgemeinschaft from which it is excluded. But in the last part of the elements of anti-Semitism, added after the end of the war, the authors of the Dialectic of Enlightenment then seemingly retract their own insight and abruptly claim that there are no more anti-Semites, even strangely basing something like a hope on this. In place of anti-Semitic psychology, the mere yes to the fascist ticket has largely taken its place. Anti-Semitism is no longer an independent impulse but a plank of the platform. The fact that, according to the tendency, anti-Semitism only appears as an item in the interchangeable ticket irrefutably justifies the hope for its end. The Jews are being murdered at a time when the leaders could replace the anti-Semitic plank as easily as the followers can be transferred from one place of rationalized production to another. The basis of the development that leads to ticket thinking is in any case the universal reduction of all specific energy to the one, same abstract form of labor. The lines mark a certain break, according to Lars Rensman. The dazzling concept of the ticket and the ticket mentality, whose ideological content is arbitrarily interchangeable, image and consciousness-shaped precipitation of the all-pervading totality that urges the eradication of difference, now replaces the specificity of anti-Semitism and its political significance. As a result, the term falls behind the previous considerations and loses the dialectical quality of mediating between the general and the particular. However, critical theory can only ever gain this quality from the crisis in a negative way, in mediation, resisting what is violently asserted in the crisis, the false unity of the general and the particular. The concept of the ticket, on the other hand, insofar as it is simply put in the place of the anti-Semitic projection, obviously stems from the idea of crisis-free totality. Its implementation appears arbitrary. Not another word in this last passage of the Dialectic of Enlightenment that recalls the hypostatization of the crisis that Horkheimer still perceived in National Socialist Germany in the early 1940s. Standing at the turn of the economic miracle, Horkheimer and Adorno seem to have forgotten the cataclysmic existence of capital, and now join Pollock's more harmonizing view and project the scenario of a state capitalist or today one would say Fordist society that functions without crisis. Ultimately, their hope for the end of anti-Semitism is based on this. Yet the basis from which they derived ticket thinking was that which was threatened by decay, the salvation of which the German Volksgemeinschaft, without having any concept of it, made its cause, and it was precisely this form of work, to which everything is reduced, that had fallen into a crisis, which could be imagined solely through anti-Semitic personification as a matter of race and the result of a world conspiracy. That is why it would have been impossible for the German leaders, even if they had wanted to replace the anti-Semitic plank with another. Thus, in Germany, the mere yes to the fascist ticket did not take the place of anti-Semitic psychology. Rather, here the fascist ticket promised the realization of that psychology and was affirmed when the crisis of the value form broke in. However, the Dialectic of Enlightenment contributed more than any theory of totalitarianism and fascism to the realization of this anti-Semitic psychology as a psychology of crisis. By drawing on psychoanalysis, Horkheimer and Adorno were able to make visible how the tabooed impulses that run counter to work in its prevailing order are transformed into conforming idiosyncrasies, in which way the authoritarian release of the forbidden turns the anti-Semites into a collective and constitutes the community of conspecifics. What the concept of projection abstracts from, however, are the prerequisites for projection mechanisms to function at all. It has the stature of Kant's theory of knowledge. For the object of projection must necessarily be understood as the thing in itself, its only purpose is to exist, everything else would be a false conclusion from the content of the projection to its object. The difficulty of using psychoanalytical categories immediately as social ones lies in the fact that the totality of mediation is not taken into account, and it is likely to play a role if, in the view of the Dialectic of Enlightenment, anti-Semitism in society can be switched off and on as if with a light switch. Analyzing the preconditions of projection that cannot be grasped with the concept of projection itself, as Horkheimer and Adorno attempt to do in their remarks on the Christian tradition, for example, has nothing to do with granting the content of anti-Semitic projection any element of truth. According to its concept, it can only ever say something about those who project, but not about those who are projected onto. But, and this is where the horizon of the concept ends, it was no coincidence that the Jews and not the Sinti and Roma or the enslaved blacks were chosen by the delusional consciousness to personify the abstract side of commodity production and interest-bearing capital. There is something that put them in the position of such a projection surface in the first place, that made them a thing in themselves of this ideological capacity for misrecognition. The ecclesiastical and feudal institutions and power relations, which prepared the ground for the sovereign of the absolute state and the automatic subject of capital, initiated the process of projection. through laws and prohibitions for Jews on the one hand, for Christians on the other, Judaism has been maneuvered into certain social positions, above all through the exclusion of land ownership and crafts, which in certain respects may have the same significance for the functional anti-Semitic projection in capitalized society as the pre-Oedipal family situation has for the neuroses of the adult. Once set in motion, the projection spins on quite independently of the real social positions and social characters of the Jews, determined solely by what the projectors must continue to do to themselves in order to function socially. So anyone who talks about anti-Semitism and bourgeois society in the present can no more remain silent about Christianity than about primitive accumulation. From the side of the subject in crisis, the projection therefore corresponds to the same necessity with which Marx mobilizes the entire arsenal of religious historical concepts from the object, in which the crisis is only present as a possibility. Like the commodity fetish, it denotes something illusory that is not merely illusory because it is socially conditioned and thus possesses real power over the consciousness and actions of individuals. And in this way, the National Socialist Volksgemeinschaft can be understood on the one hand as fiction, arrant, or nonsense, Newman, and on the other hand as a really existing, powerful and destructive form of sociality, the utterly untrue as a necessity of the untrue whole. To reduce the Volksgemeinschaft as a cover-up of class relations to pure fiction and propagandistic nonsense, on the other hand, consciously or unconsciously denies what happens to those who are excluded from it so that the Volksgenossen can exist at all. Because towards the Jews, the harmony of the Volksgemeinschaft is automatically established. Nowhere, however, and Horkheimer and Adorno really shied away from this realization, was this harmony established as automatically as in the Third Reich. Here, the population identified seamlessly with the state subject of capital. Here, the reconciliation of capital and labor was practiced to the extreme. This identification was only possible because the real abstract, which always threw individuals back to the commodity character of their labor power, the value, which despite all the nationalization of purchasing power and individual reproduction, despite all the strength through joy and work service whims, still demanded its tribute, just as the economic upswing unleashed the war. Because this real abstract of value was personified in the form of Judaism and real Judaism, as the imagined personification of the abstract, was not only banished by the state, but destroyed. The more the subject empathized with exchange value and made industrial armaments production and militarized working society its concrete identity, the more it was compelled to get rid of the irrevocable abstractness of value, to embody it in the Jews. The German Volksgemeinschaft found itself in the annihilation of the Jews. Without the total enemy image of the world conspiracy of Jewry, which, realized in the extermination camps, was able to weld the Volksgemeinschaft together to the last, this war would not have become a total war, would not have been able to be waged by the Third Reich to the last consequence, to the consequence that was the prerequisite for the successful post-war development. Thus, factory work in the Third Reich remained what it had always been, and it had to be stated that it was not appropriate to the German person in his racial biological conditionality, which aims at the wholeness of the working method and the use of the whole personality in the performance of work. Accordingly, Taylorism was criticized in this case, which degraded the worker to a machine part, as it were, and the German worker rightly defended himself against this disregard for the worker's personality. Albert Brengel, Die Problematik der Arbeitsbewertung. Saarbrücken 1941, page 94, quoted from Schneider, Unterm Hakenkreuz, page 279. However, this recognition initially brought little to the German worker in the workplace of the Third Reich. His species-appropriate attitude could ultimately only exist in the war of extermination against the globally dominant Jewry, and in its execution, the otherwise necessary foreign workers were also brought in, for whom Taylorist work had been defined as species-appropriate from the outset. This connection, which was reflected in Carl Schmitt's and Martin Heidegger's folkish theory and philosophy as well as in Ernst Junger's and Leni Riefenstahl's aestheticization of war and politics, cannot ever be grasped by any concept of totalitarianism. For in socialism in one country there was no such delusional identity, and that is why the state communist power was able to disintegrate on its own and almost without violence, to fall apart into population and state. This is the glory of the late phase and the legacy of the Russian October Revolution, which can only be grasped ex negativo, that in this form of total rule the population was not prepared to realize identity with the state in the mass murder of the Jews in order to overcome the crisis, as the German and Austrian populations were. In the Western states, of course, it is the glory and legacy of the bourgeois revolution that this kind of crisis management did not come to fruition. We do not consider it to be a clear element, was repeatedly stated in internal party and secret service reports from the Soviet sphere of power. However, no one here could consider themselves to be a clear-cut element, everyone felt the ambiguity in their assessment of the current situation, the slogan that had just been issued, in relation to the required work discipline, in personal relationships with already suspected elements. And that is why there was a hectic effort everywhere, called vigilance, to project this ambiguity, which was perceived as negative, onto others, who were ultimately stigmatized, excluded, and liquidated as hostile, foreign elements. In contrast to the world of the Nazi state, these foreign and hostile elements could not be systematically, clearly, and once and for all racially labeled, so that through their exclusion and annihilation, Volksgemeinschaft would have been realized as identity with the state. They remained ambivalent. Even when misused as an ideology of legitimization, the writings of Marx, Engels, and Lenin offered no real means of doing so. And it is precisely this permanent, indeed increasing uncertainty in the identification of the foreign and the enemy, which could not, or was not allowed to, be clearly defined in anti-Semitic terms, that constitutes the peculiar dynamic of the Stalinist purges. Anyone could in principle be such an element, and in the next moment, for some reason, rarely recognizable, be turned into one by the others. There was no proof of Aryanism. This is why the dividing line between perpetrators and victims could run through a person in a very specific way. This is evidenced by self-criticism and self-accusations in the course of the purges, phenomena that were unthinkable under National Socialism. This is not an explanation of the Shoah. Such an explanation with the means of reason can be as wavy as a justification for why the false whole that made the extermination possible existed at all. But what can and should become visible is that this whole makes it possible just as much as it exists through it, and in this immanence of the senseless, the rational means of every attempt at explanation must necessarily call themselves into question. Historicizing knowledge must admit the return of the ever-same, and the enlightened consciousness must reflect on the magical spell from which it cannot escape. From the very beginning, there was the most intimate connection between anti-Semitism and totality. However, those who do not cease to regard the whole as whatever is true and to assert reason as that which is already real will always give the Shoah, insofar as it cannot simply be concealed or treated as an arbitrary catastrophe, a retrospective meaning, even if it is that it is precisely the singular from which pluralism must distinguish itself. Thus totality is inevitably reduced to the totalitarian so that the democracy that perpetuates it can siphon off its legitimacy from the whole fire victim. The realization of a kind of internal rationality in German fascism should therefore not obscure this origin of post-fascist democracy, to which the more recent word Holocaust really does come across in a way that is as striking as it is unconscious. The killing machinery naturally functioned according to extremely rational, i.e. time and effort-saving aspects. Persecution and mass murder had equally rational side effects. The Aryanization facilitated the modernization of the German economy, which was driven forward by National Socialism, and the use of those destined for death for forced labor brought extra profits, which the German bourgeoisie was happy to cash in on. But where mass murder and war of extermination proved to be functional in the sense of totality, as its vanishing point and integrating moment, such concepts fail, no different, however, from the talk of irrationalism. This is where the anti-Semitic delusion that synthesizes a society differs radically from the normal madness to which an individual can fall. Its dignity is based on the fact that its madness is not functional for the social whole, that its behavior is anything but in conformity with the system. The individual is therefore usually immediately isolated and treated, in order to avoid disrupting the operation, whereas the anti-Semitically mad and racially paranoid retain no dignity at all. Because they are completely integrated and integrating at their core, functional for the crisis-ridden whole, have become identical with the state and capital, and become the social model in appropriate situations. Only in this respect, because he does not make this distinction, does Horkheimer and Adorno's concept of pathic projection appear questionable and would perhaps be better replaced by integrated pathic projection. If the overall context cancels out rationality as well as an irrationality that can be separated from it, it results from a crisis from which it can no longer be detached. If the purposeless accumulation of capital also degrades everything to a means, and thus undermines its concept, it is now simultaneously and inevitably the result of a purpose set by the Germans: death to the Jews. Such causality defies the logical concepts and ideal abstractions that arise afterwards. It cannot be proven, and to recognize it completely would be tantamount to abolishing the condition of its possibility. This is precisely where critical thinking has to prove itself, to denounce this condition, in retrospect and from the outset, as long as it exists, to assume the worst against every attempt at appeasement, that which constitutes the experience of the victims, whose death was as senseless as the whole is untrue, which reproduced itself through it. For the perpetrators of the mass murder, there was a delusional sense of purpose in the sense of a belief in redemption. If the Jews were exterminated, the Germans and with them the world would be redeemed. This irrational belief was identical to an economic calculation. If Germany won the war, all debts could be paid and national prosperity could return. The final phase of the war, in which defeat had become foreseeable, finally showed that identity could no longer simply be dissolved in favor of some economic rationality. The Volksgemeinschaft did not break up, the delusion remained intact. The economic miracle, which brought unprecedented wealth to the losers of the Second World War, insofar as they lived on the right side of the former Third Reich, was therefore by no means realized according to the ideas of the National Socialist delusion of redemption, and yet it proved him right. For its part, it combined rationality and irrationality, it sprang from the capitalist whole and affirmed the German part. Behind the backs of those involved, the global crisis of capital had resolved itself in the deliberately planned war. The German delusion of overcoming the crisis through annihilation was thus unintentionally confirmed, i.e. not by the victors of the war, but by the automatic subject of capital, and to an unprecedented extent. According to the fetish form of this subject, recognition remained anonymous. Neither the victors nor the vanquished openly expressed that the wealth of the post-war boom, which included the stability of the political order, was not a gift from heaven or the fruit of labor, but a result of war of annihilation and mass murder. Only where the German delusion continued to grow, in the hearts of the defeated, did this repression suddenly break out, if only Hitler had lived to see it. However, essentially only the western part of the political hemisphere was involved in this economic miracle. Of the successor states, only the two that belonged to it, but not the eastern part, not the Soviet Union and its sphere of influence. Just as socialism in one country was only indirectly affected by the great crisis of capital, but all the more so by the war of aggression in which Germany overcame the crisis, it and its satellites were only able to participate indirectly in the successful overcoming of the crisis after 1945, although it had to bear the heaviest war losses of all Germany's opponents, thanks to the miracle. It was not hit by any further campaign from the West. What boosted production in the West set it back in the East. This becomes clear in the history of the Stalinist forced labor camps. While the extermination camps of the Third Reich, which put the anti-Semitic image of the enemy into practice, were the realization of the Volksgemeinschaft and thus a prerequisite for the war to be increased to total war, the Soviet camps served from the beginning to terroristically remedy the labor shortage of a society that was a dictatorship of the proletariat without a sufficiently existing proletariat. Forced labor was mobilized primarily to create infrastructure for production. As such, it was the prerequisite for industrialization, not unlike in the West, except that in the East it had to take place in a radically shortened period of time if the existence of the state was not to be endangered. And this shortening was forced by the proximity of Germany. However, after the Germans had devastated the country like no other and wiped out those living in it to an extent unparalleled anywhere else, forced labor once again gained fundamental importance, as the lost labor of 20 million murdered people had to be compensated for in order to restore the destroyed foundations of production. 25 million people were homeless. 70,000 villages and 6,000 businesses were destroyed. In contrast, industrial production in the USA more than tripled between 1938 and 1946 and exceeded half of world production. Capital in America also owed this to National Socialism. Quite apart from the direct profits that a company like IBM, for example, was able to make from building up the Third Reich and organizing the extermination of the Jews, and it was precisely this company that was to gradually develop into the pacemaker of post-war modernization worldwide. To speak here, with Hegel, of a cunning of reason or of history would, however, be to continue the very positive dialectic that became obsolete with National Socialism. In the Depression after 1929, the worst in the history of the United States, the country's industrial output was abruptly halved and unemployment rose from 1.5 million to 13 million, a quarter of all employees. The modest government measures of the New Deal program, from work camps in national parks, where volunteers were active in nature conservation, to the financing of mortgages on homes and farms, were unable to pave the way out of the crisis, just as the anti-Semitism that emerged in the USA during these years did not give rise to mass madness, which could have been a German-style crisis management. After the situation had eased only slightly in the mid-1930s, another bout of depression followed in 1937. In 1939, almost a fifth of the workforce and over a quarter of production capacity was idle. 108 Only the gigantic increase in armaments production and the mobilization of the entire society for the war against the Axis powers provided a remedy. Already in the 1 year 1939, expenditure on rearmament amounted to 2/3 of the total funds used for this purpose in the 4 preceding years. In 1940 it increased more than sevenfold, in 1943 by more than 60 times that of 1939. Before 1940, the USA only had a fleet in the Pacific. Modern naval forces and the Army had to be built up completely from scratch and at breakneck speed in order to counter the threat from Japan and Germany. The sum of $12 billion approved for defense that year was more than the federal agency of the New Deal, the Work Progress Administration, had ever spent, and created 2 million jobs alone. Only then did real per capita income return to the level of 1929, as late as 1941. 5 million people were still unemployed, but a little later the war machine, which was in full swing, was already suffering from a labor shortage and industrial production had doubled. War, not economic wisdom, ended the Depression, writes John Kenneth Galbraith, and thus says more about capital as an eyewitness than in all his economic writings. It is not so much surprising that economists and historians often agree that the greatest war in the history of mankind was able to end the great crisis of capital and thus create the conditions for new prosperity in some privileged countries. What is more surprising is the nonchalance with which this result is acknowledged, an attitude that is not even aware of its own cynicism. There is no doubt, however, that the war succeeded where the New Deal seemed to have failed. The Second World War had effectively ended the Depression and laid the foundations for prosperity and peace. What follows from this, assuming that National Socialism is not understood as a natural event, namely that those who can enjoy this prosperity owe something to National Socialism, does not occur to the historian at all. This is only understandable, as the 19th century bourgeois did not want to know that the wealth he enjoyed at the time was due to the massacres of the original accumulation. In Robert Kurz's Black Book on Capitalism, a few sentences on the connection between total war and prosperity for all outweigh the hundreds of pages against abstract labor that the author accumulates. Whether Keynes wanted it or not, the first great round of Keynesianism led to a new arms race, which Hitler's turbo-armament and open preparations for war had initiated. Until 1950, no one would have thought that capitalism would rise like a phoenix from the ashes after the era of world catastrophes. It had taken the force of enforcement of 2 world wars for the world prosperity of the Second Industrial Revolution, so rapidly feigned by the bursting speculation boom of the 1920s, to finally get underway. In fact, the Second World War not only established the so-called Fordist work structures in all key areas of production, but also brought decisive technological advances, from nuclear power to jet propulsion and digital data processing, without which not only those golden years, but also the less golden ones that followed them, would have been unthinkable. Even in the United States, a new depression was expected immediately after the end of the Second World War, a return of the crisis of the 1920s and 1930s, and there was even talk of a depression pandemic in this context. The discharged soldiers would become unemployed, and government spending on armaments would have to be discharged in a wave of inflation. Instead, the USA not only preserved its prosperity, but also poured it out preferentially in places where bombs had just been dropped, using the cornucopia of the Cold War, the Marshall Plan. And the economy flourished there too, with growth rates skyrocketing almost everywhere. Prosperity for all was the slogan that the losers and winners of the war opposed to a communist goal that was only parroted at the same time in the eastern successor state of the Third Reich. The USA won the gamble, which it had once again failed to open, this time by a far greater margin than in the First World War. It was obviously due to the size of the winnings that there was a miraculous increase in money, an increase in money without inflation, which could now also pay off for the losers. The Second World War had put the New Deal program into practice beyond the borders of America, and it was, as Hobsbawm writes, an acceptable deal for almost all sides of society, which not only made people forget the old class antagonism from the time before National Socialism, but also the difference between perpetrators and victims under National Socialism. Employers, who hardly minded high wages during a long boom with high profits, welcomed the predictability that made any planning for the future easier. Employees received regularly rising wages, improved social benefits, and an ever-expanding and increasingly generous welfare state. Governments achieved a degree of political stability that helped to weaken the communist parties and subject the macroeconomic management that all states now practiced to predictable conditions. And the economies of the industrialized capitalist states functioned splendidly because, for the first time, a mass consumer economy had emerged on the basis of full employment and regularly rising real incomes, supported by social security that could be paid for out of growing state revenues. During the war, for which the state acted as a monstrous consumer, a purchasing power was accumulated that could now be used to pay for the output of the newly investing consumer goods industry. One example is the paradigm of Fordism. The number of registered automobiles in the United States grew from 27 million to 40 million between 1940 and 1950. By 1960 it had risen to 61.5 million. However, the debts that the state had incurred in order to replace the consumption of the masses with the means of destruction were not settled in the old wartime manner through literal loot or reparation payments in cash. The debt and the destruction were far too great for that. In this way, only the Soviet Union tried to take back what it had been robbed of, and it only received a tiny portion. The debts with which the USA had financed the war disappeared through the debts of others. Already during the war the Allies were in debt to the USA, then after the war also the losers, so that the United States became a world creditor to a much greater extent and in a more comprehensive sense than during and after the First World War. The enormously rapidly built-up military machine and the astonishing productivity of the arms industry made up the deficit, and the gold reserves that this state had accumulated were almost merely a symbolic expression of this. Under this assumption, it could also be said that the USA made the debt disappear by simply creating more and more debt. They simply printed so many dollars that this currency could become the world's money, and the power that had it printed became the world's creditor. The Bretton Woods Agreement had already been concluded in 1944, which provided for an indirect peg via the dollar instead of a return to the immediate peg of currencies to the gold standard, on the basis of a system of politically regulated exchange rates to which the states of the Western Hemisphere were committed under the Pax Americana. For the longest time, the stability of the dollar, and therefore of the international payment system, was to be based not on the USA's own reserves, but on the willingness of the European central banks to stop exchanging their dollars for gold, under pressure from the USA. The disruption of the payment system was thus avoided by the fact that the money multiplied in the United States was no longer backed directly by gold, but mediated by political power, no longer by the barbarous metal, canes, but by the modern military machine. In this respect, the Cold War was of course a prerequisite for the economic miracle, as it provided the common enemy that made the focus on American military power seem necessary. The military-industrial complex, of which Eisenhower spoke in 1961, had thus to a certain extent replaced the link to gold. The relative share of direct military expenditure in the gross national product of the USA never again fell below the level of 1940, 2.7%, but stabilized in the 1950s and 1960s at the level of 1941, 11.1%. For Barron and Sweezy, therefore, the whole difference between the deep stagnation of the 1930s and the relative prosperity of the 1950s is due entirely to the high level of military spending in the 1950s, pointing out that military spending increased fivefold between 1947 and 1963, from $11.4 to $55.2 billion. To a certain extent, this seems to confirm what was already suggested early on within critical theory, and is expressed most decisively today by Wolfgang Port: the replacement of the law of value by the law of the strongest. Seen in this light, Germany played the driving force in this process of replacement, which was sealed by the atomic bomb, unfortunately without itself emerging as the stronger party. But that would be an undialectical approach that sees the law of value and the law of the strongest as mutually exclusive opposites, when the crisis demonstrates precisely their unity and mutual condition. So the question always remains as to where the strongest draws its strength from, and the answer to this always leads back to the crisis of the law of value, which only renews itself through the law of the strongest, and with it the Germans' delusion. Quote, "Now we are making uniforms, but one day the P&C workshops will make their suits or coats again. Then it will become clear to what degree of technical refinement our factories have developed, and then the increased efficiency achieved during the war will be to the benefit of all customers. All the experience we are gaining now will serve progress and the improvement of our production methods." Advertisement by Peake and Kloppenberg from the early 1940s. In fact, the USA not only granted the Europeans relatively favorable loans, but literally subsidies. That is, they transferred the money to Europe so that their goods could be purchased there. A certain part of the realization of surplus value was thus simply outsourced by directing the surplus of their own purchasing power, which had been accumulated during the war, to Western Europe. As the trade in goods was by no means limited to consumer goods, European production was also restarted. The loans and subsidies primarily contributed to restoring or rebuilding the infrastructural foundations of production. However, the conditions in the individual countries were of decisive importance, not least when it came to deciding who could take the lead again in Europe. Even if the war left ruins everywhere, the substantial question was which ruins they were and who lived and worked in them, what productivity the only partially destroyed factories had to offer, how high the qualifications were that had once been trained in the often bombed-out schools, and above all what the motivation was to build on them. These conditions were now significantly different in the successor states of the Third Reich than in the other countries, including the victorious European allies of the USA. The post-war upswing, the astonishing regenerative capacity of West German and Austrian society, and the eminent accumulation capacity of their capital were initially based on the spoils that had been made in the Second World War and in the mass murder of the Jews, as well as on the forced and slave labor that had been organized by the Third Reich in this context. In contrast to the situation after the First World War, this loot was used to offset the remaining debts of the Third Reich in the currency reform of 1948. The German population supposedly still lost 9/10 of its savings, but the big gain, also for them, was that the industrial tangible assets could be entered at full value in the DM opening balance sheet. And these tangible assets had been considerably increased by the unique investment boost of National Socialism, by rearmament and war. This surge in investment was also accompanied by an immensely successful education offensive under National Socialism, which, in conjunction with the expansion of the welfare state, marriage loans, child benefit, healthcare, old age insurance, had created a broad stratum of skilled workers. Under the special conditions of the German War of Aggression, it initially enabled the rationalization of production on the one hand and forced labor on a high technological basis on the other, and soon after the defeat, finally the economic upswing. With the Speer system in the Ministry of Armaments, a new type of economic leader was added, the young, self-responsible manager. Speer's kindergarten, who largely remained in his post during the period of Reconstruction after 1945. It is generally known that the Federal Republic of Germany relied to a large extent on the old functional elites who had already served the Nazi regime during Reconstruction. What is less well known is that it only functioned so well as a homogeneous working society, i.e. as a unit of elites, employees, and workers, because it was based on the Volksgemeinschaft. For the National Socialist improvement of educational opportunities cannot be separated from the interest in realizing class society as a Volksgemeinschaft, the authoritarian state as a folk state. To give just one example of how the Volksgemeinschaft was not a propaganda phrase, but a projection that cannot be separated from the structure of the projecting society. In the Wehrmacht, the number of officer applicants from the industrial workforce rose from 0 to 9%. If, as Horkheimer says, National Socialism hypostatized the crisis for the duration of eternal Germany, the post-war development was able to draw the greatest benefit from this. It also belongs to the immortalized Germany. The theft of raw materials, gold, and food on an almost incalculable scale, and the use of 6 million forced laborers, 2 million prisoners of war, and over 1 million concentration camp inmates were the prerequisites for Germany's continued modernization after 1945. The preparation and execution of the War of Extermination laid the foundations for the post-war boom. The Volkswagen, affectionately known as the Beetle, in which the affluent citizen with wife and child drove through the economic wonderland, was famously planned in the Third Reich, with room for 2 soldiers, a machine gun and ammunition. Just at the height and in the final phase of the war, under the growing pressure of impending defeat with the total enemy image of the world conspiracy of Judaism in mind, which at the same time only increased the pressure of impending defeat when put into practice in the extermination camps, under the conditions of total war of annihilation, German industry and German working society released their decisive innovative forces and realized the rationalization that was decisive for post-war development, which had been slowed down before the war by unproductive job creation measures. From 1942, at the same time as the mass extermination of the Jews, these restructuring measures took full effect. Labor productivity in the armaments industry rose to such an extent that in 1944 the per capita output of a worker there was at least 60% above the 1939 level. The surplus of skilled workers in relation to the number of unskilled workers, which had come about as a result of the education offensive, could be continuously compensated for by foreign and forced labor. The capital stock was considerably rejuvenated. Percent of the plants, 2/3 in the production goods industry, were less than 10 years old. The Göring factories, later called Salzgitter and Voestalpine, and the Volkswagen factories, for which a whole new city was built, were just the tip of the iceberg, because the largest of the existing industrial companies achieved new records in production growth during the war. Krupp was able to increase its annual turnover from armaments 20-fold from 1933, Daimler-Benz 10-fold. And apart from a small proportion, the profits were not squandered by the capitalists, but reinvested in the industry of the national community. The level of gross fixed assets at the end of the war, 1945, was almost 21% higher than in 1936. So the volume of investment far outweighed the bombs and other war damage. At the end of the war, Germany actually had a stronger industrial potential than at the beginning of the war. The facts of the German war economy that have been examined have left their mark on post-war history. They stripped the West German economic miracle of the free market economy of all miraculous appearance. With the term economic miracle, however, the post-war public spontaneously made the right choice of words, which only confirmed this continuity. As early as the 1930s, foreign observers everywhere had spoken of the German economic miracle to describe the German armaments boom. The example of German Austria is particularly striking, as here the change only began shortly before the war and took place at an extraordinary pace. Vienna became a model for how the Aryanization of Jewish property could be combined with consequent rationalization. The closure of small businesses, for example, was carried out according to the criteria of urban planning and economic efficiency. The improvement of vocational training and the regulation of working conditions according to the standards of a modern industrial country are also striking, especially in Austria, a country that had had comparatively little industry and low labor productivity since the fall of the Habsburg monarchy and had 30% unemployment in the year of the Anschluss. Only National Socialism industrialized the country and prepared the ground for the post-war upswing with comprehensive structural measures in industry and agriculture, with power plant projects and large-scale enterprises. This modernization push, which was able to adapt the economy and society to the general production level of the Reich within a very short time, ranged from work organization rationalization and performance wages by means of wage differentiation to certain secularizing measures such as the nationalization of marriage, which made it possible for divorced people to remarry for the first time. The number of tractors, for example, rose from 750 in 1930 to 4,900 in 1945. The number of people employed in industry from 490,000 in 1939 to 689,000 in 1944. The largest project in this country besides the expulsion and extermination of the Jews and Roma and Sinti, the Hermann Göring-Werke, Alpine Montan, Steyr-Daimler-Puch, Hutt-Linz, ultimately became the industrial heart of the Second Republic and, as the largest nationalized company, even beyond the end of the Kreisky era, contributed a great deal to the harmonious development of the social partnership, social security, and solid homogeneity of society. A progressive-minded Austrian contemporary historian can therefore easily draw the following conclusions about the Nazi regime in Austria. To put it mildly, one can probably speak of a structural improvement. The starting conditions for the Austrian economy were probably more favorable after the Second World War, despite the enormous destruction, than after the First. Ernst Hanisch, The Long Shadow of the State. Austrian Social History in the 20th Century. Vienna 1994, p. 351. As the last volume of a 10-volume Austrian history, the book represents the official historiography of the country and was financed not only by various state institutions, but also by the Austrian Bishops' Conference. As early as the fall of 1943, however, large companies throughout the Third Reich had launched an export offensive to outsource assets and production capacities to neutral countries, Switzerland, Spain, etc. Karl-Heinz Roth speaks of wild post-war planning by capital. What from today's perspective seems not only unscrupulous and cynical, but also confused and contradictory, was obviously understood in a complementary way by the economic actors of the time. On the one hand, they wanted to defend Fortress Europe as efficiently and for as long as possible. On the other hand, by anticipating the export offensive, they clung to the economic structures of the neutral countries in such a way that the future victors would only be able to pursue a European post-war policy without significant German involvement at the cost of radical structural interventions in the countries that remained neutral. There were enough foreign partners willing to collaborate to realize both options, because they could not imagine a European post-war perspective without the economic potential of the Germans. End of quote. The foundations on which Germany and Austria's favorable starting position in the post-war period rested can be seen immediately in the final measures taken by the Third Reich to secure its industrial facilities. The relocation of these capacities underground and into bunkers could only work by ruthlessly exploiting the labor of concentration camp prisoners until the last weeks of the war. Thousands of them had to die so that the factory managements could save as much of the equipment, production lines, and devices accumulated during the armaments boom as possible beyond the war. The enormous destruction of the war, however, created the necessary demand for goods and labor so that these plants, production lines, and equipment could work profitably again, their potential becoming effective and allowing the working society to function continuously. The war cleared the terrain of surplus value production and realization, created incalculable sales areas for goods, including labor, accumulated the purchasing power of the masses on a large scale and created the most favorable constellation of the age composition and quality level of industrial assets, so that the modernization set in motion by the National Socialists in Germany, after a short transitional phase, could continue to progress. The war finally achieved the miracle and freed the Volksgemeinschaft from its debts. Ulrich Enderwitz speaks of an unparalleled potlatch, a gigantic destruction of social wealth, which viewed negatively, left behind hardship and poverty, viewed positively, an almost inexhaustible need for subsistence resources and consumer goods. For this reason alone, the real heir and legal successor of the fascist state, the West German Republic, which has been re-established on the model of the latter, can, by virtue of the qualified social labor it still possesses and thanks to the capital that American hegemonic power politics pumps into the country, launch an economic reconstruction program that is perfectly compatible with the political institutions of a representative democracy. End quote. However, when some former head of Göring's and Speer's state apparatuses gave his memoirs the title Crisis Managers in the Third Reich, some contemporary historians seem to take such memoirs all too literally. Götz Allee and Suzanne Heim, for example, portray National Socialism primarily as a work of deliberately planned modernization, as a matter of management. The actual crisis management that National Socialism set in motion is missed, and anti-Semitic ideology is only understood as a tool to implement rationalization as quickly and on a large scale as possible. Those who try to grasp National Socialism with the rationality of means and ends necessarily ignore what anti-Semitism does as a projection for the enforcement of the identity of the whole. It is therefore hardly surprising that Götz Allee, following the mood of the times, was able to equate Serbia with Nazi Germany in 1999. In contrast, when Daniel Goldhagen analyses antisemitism as a cognitive model completely independent of modernization through extermination, he at least questions the rationality of means and ends and frees the antisemitic phenomenon in principle from the means function, which only ever serves to trivialize it. However, German antisemitism thus becomes something specifically irrational, which can be viewed in complete abstraction from the context of the whole. And this is one of the reasons why Goldhagen was also able to equate Serbia and Nazi Germany in the Kosovo War. The researching of the sources alone does not allow the facts they contain to be combined into a critical concept of what constitutes the German delusion, for example. This is the unreflected problem of Goldhagen's historical study. It too must make a speculative leap, from the sources to the assumption of a cognitive model. Goldhagen could cite as many sources as he likes and would not be able to conclusively and provably deduce and prove that the Germans have the cognitive model in their heads, and above all not why they have it in their heads. What he does, expressed in his own positivist understanding, is, he extrapolates it. But an extrapolation is also a speculation, one that is not aware of its procedures. For according to what criteria is the extrapolation made here? However, this is by no means a mere assumption, a subjective assessment. Goldhagen is actually relying on his spontaneous insight into German ideology, but this insight has a reason, the result, the Shoah. In a nutshell, its source is simply the fact of mass murder, the number of people murdered, which in itself can say nothing about the motives. But this result, understood as what has become, is what makes all other sources meaningful, makes it possible to reveal the delusion that is concealed in them. It is also concealed, for example, in the fact that it pretends to be the delusion of one or many individuals. However, it was not just the delusion of individuals, which could simply be added up to the overall delusion of the Germans, just as the Shoah was not just the sum of the individual deeds, but one that is presupposed for the individual as a Volksgemeinschaft, into which the individual then empathizes and which he executes. This presupposition, however, makes it necessary to speak of capital and the state, which Goldhagen avoids as much as possible. The sources of the result and its presuppositions must therefore be related to each other in a certain sense, beyond mere research, and this sense does not exist independently of the standpoint of the person researching the sources. This would have to be understood as the necessary speculative thinking after Auschwitz. Adorno's strangely existentialist-sounding question as to whether it is still possible to live after Auschwitz comes much closer to the social context of the extermination of human beings and the welfare of the people without rationalizing it. Adorno himself explained this in his lectures on metaphysics when he said that it is very difficult to escape the feeling that by continuing to live, one is actually already, as it were, taking away the possibility of life from another who has been denied life, stealing life from him, just as when a society, which in its absurd form today has not made work superfluous, but has made people superfluous, predetermines, as it were, a rate, a percentage, a statistical percentage of people that it must get rid of in order to be able to continue living in its bad existing forms. And if one then continues to live, then one has to a certain extent had statistical luck, which has been at the expense of those who have fallen into the mechanism of destruction and, one must fear, will still fall into it. Guilt reproduces itself in each of us, and I am really talking more about the subject, because we cannot possibly be fully aware of this connection in every moment of our waking life. If we, each of us sitting here together, knew at every moment what has happened and to what links we also owe our own existence and how our own existence is interwoven with the disaster, even if we have done nothing bad, for example only by neglecting to help other people decisively at the right moment out of fear, and that is a situation I am very familiar with from the time of the Third Reich. That if we were fully aware of all these things at every moment, then we really could not live at all. That one is, so to speak, pushed towards that forgetting which itself already has something guilty about it and which, by not being aware of the threat and what has happened at every moment, also contributes at the same time to the fact that one resists too little and that it can be repeated and re-established at any moment. End of quote.